On the first day I was reborn as an ant. I directly gave my ex-wife a shot in the arm and also built an ant empire for myself. Then, when I was first reborn, I was an extremely weak male ant that had just completed its mating task. Knowing that the next step for a male ant that has completed its mating task is death. I'm not willing. System, come out. System, are you dead? If you don't come out, I'll die. Lin Su was disheartened, and as a result, he would face death for the second time. He was even more desperate at the moment. Ding, the system is binding. Binding successful. Please check the host's attribute panel. Listening to the mechanical voice in his head, Lin Su was sort of relieved. I told you. What's the point of being reborn without a system in this situation? Name, Lin Su. Race, red fire ants. Rank, 0 near death. Lifespan, 31 days. Strength, 0. 002, 0. 001. Speed, 0. 002, 0. 0001. Defense, 0. 002, 0. 001. Talent, 0. 0001, 0. 000066 milliliters of venom. Spirit, 1, 1. Experience points, 0. Servants, 10, 0. Seeing this attribute panel, Lin Su couldn't wait to directly headbutt himself. Normal values before parentheses. Current remaining values in parentheses. Each of the remaining items, except spirit, is followed by a number of zeros after the decimal point. Spirit is 1. I guess it's still because I'm a human soul. What the hell is 0? 0.00066 milliliters of venom? That's almost invisible to the naked eye. System, you're being too stingy. How do you want me to live? Other people's systems are either divine or endless. My basic attributes are so low. How come I don't even have a minimum divine ability? Host, as a famous mole in the cosmic stars, it's only normal for you to have low basic attributes. But through your unremitting efforts, you can also have a good future. As a member of the bug race, you should not focus on your own attributes. The strength of the bug race lies in the team. Moreover, you should not think that avatars are so simple, but if you can grow your team to 1 million people, I will reward you with your first true avatar. Work hard, Griffin. 1 million of them? Large ant colonies. Hundreds of thousands aren't that hard. Millions? Good. What does the first one mean? Is it that if I develop more, there will be a second? A third? Of course there is, but that's for you to obtain through your own evolution. My reward? It's just a newbie gift pack. Don't ask so many questions. You'd better consider your current situation first. Ouch, so hungry. A feeling of dizziness hit Lin Su, and Lin Su then remembered that he was now a male ant that had run out of oil, and it felt like he would hang after half a day at most. What made the ant even more desperate was that he had also lost a pair of his 2 pairs of wing membranes. Originally he could only fly for short distances. Now the only pair of wing membranes left had also become a liability. Not only was he unable to fly, but he had also added quite a bit of weight, making it difficult for him to move an inch. After considering it for a moment, Lin Su bit off his only remaining pair of wing membranes in one bite and directly began to gnaw on them. Although this pair of wing membranes was thin, there was a trace of energy anyhow, and for the current Lin Su, the most important thing was survival. Without the wing membrane, he would look more like an ordinary worker ant, not far away from a piece of dead wood that had fallen on the ground. More than 100 worker ants were lined up in a row, busily carrying all sorts of food, and this was the swarm that Lin Su was in. Lin Su rolled a few times in the dirt, wrapped some dirt around himself, and crawled his way into the worker ant colony. He needed food, but with his own individual strength, it would be absolutely difficult to obtain food. Even if he could find food, the dangers outside were not something he could handle as a dying male ant. There are countless death threats in even a small patch of grass. Hey, which one? New here. Take care. What's new, dude? This is my spot. Never mind. I'll help you. Yes. Conversations between ants are so pure. In fact, where is there any dialogue? Everything is just Lin Su's imagination. Ordinary ants don't have a language at all. They all pass messages through pheromones. Even in their eyes, the world is mosaic. The ant's eye is a compound eye made up of hundreds of individual eye structures, each of which functions as a simple eye. Yet so many eyes didn't help the ants gain better insight into what was happening around them. Their field of vision was only 3 degrees, and their eyesight was only 1/10 of the average human vision. If the ant's eye structure were to achieve the same effect as the human eye, it would have to install a large compound eye with a diameter of 6 meters on its tiny body. Luckily, Lin Su had a human soul and he could see things like a normal human. Of course, he was able to successfully blend into the worker ant colony by relying on pheromones and the scent of his own kind. He followed the swarm of ants to reach a spot on the ground beneath a dead tree, where there were some eggs, and he didn't know what kind of insect had left them. It's so big, how am I supposed to move it? Looking at the insect eggs that were several times bigger than himself, Lin Su had the urge to beat a retreat. Hi! A signal came from the front, but it was a worker ant that was about the same size as him that was carrying a black insect egg, asking Lin Su to go over and help. Hey der, can we move it with just the two of us? Lin Su blankly glanced at his miniature compound eyes, and as a result, the next moment, a scene that left him dumbfounded appeared. The worker ant had lifted the insect egg with surprising ease. I'll go. What the hell? I remember. We're ants. We can lift weights 100 times heavier than ourselves. Thinking of this, Lin Su got excited and directly flew over, dragging the other end of the insect egg. Brother, what's the name? While moving, he also asked the other party his name. Name calling? Yeah, ask your name. Hi, pretend I didn't ask. The other party was just an ordinary ant. There was no possibility of conversation. After failing to communicate, Lin Su immediately put his attention on this insect egg he was carrying. The egg was the size of a grain of rice and had a hard shell, but he tried it and his own mouthpiece had a well-developed palate that bit. So Lin Su carried the insect eggs while stealing the egg liquid. By the time the procession of worker ants reaches the anthill, he is finally full. And the one worker ant he was working with had no idea that he was carrying nothing but an empty shell. Coming to the anthill, Lin Su had a new idea. The queen has to lay hundreds of eggs every day, so she must consume a large amount of food. Inside this anthill, there should be a storeroom, right? There must be quite a lot of food with high sugar content in the storeroom. So Lin Su prepared to blend into the anthill to find more nutritious food. Just then, the storage room suddenly crawled in several ants with large heads, their upper mandibles noticeably more powerful. Soldier ants. The soldier ants are exchanging signals. Although this male ant that Lin Su had reborn originally belonged to this colony, he hadn't inherited any memories of this colony, so he wasn't clear about what it was like inside the nest, so he naturally didn't dare to enter the ant colony hastily. And he did have enough to eat today, so he planned to rest on the spot until he could digest the food he had just consumed and regain a bit of bodily functions. The early morning sunlight shone through the gaps in the grass blades, making Lin Su feel extremely cozy. It's nice to be an ant. No fighting, no stress, no hooking up. After a night's rest, Lin Su felt that he seemed to have recovered and opened the attribute panel to take a look. And sure enough, the data had changed. Name, Lin Su. Race, red fire ants. Grade, 0. Lifespan, 30, 25 days. Strength, 0. 002, 0. 002. Speed, 0. 002, 0. 002. Defense, 0. 002, 0. 002. Talent, 0. 0001, 0. 000085. Milliliters of venom. Spirit, 1, 1. Experience points, 0. Servants, 10, 0. I see. The data in front of me is my current full value, and what's inside the parentheses at the back is the current state. After eating enough food and after recovering for the night, my state has been restored. Say, what is this servant? Yesterday, he really wasn't in the mood to consult the system about anything, but today's state was better, and Lin Su was planning to start understanding this system. Servants are the number of beings that submit to you. You can now recruit 10 servants. What are experience points again? Experience points are points you gain from hunting living beings, and experience points can be used to raise the upper limit of other attributes. The experience points gained by a servant are similarly added to the host, and the host can also use experience points on the servant in order to enhance the servant's strength. Lin Su was worried that as a male ant, he wasn't able to claim the throne in a matriarchal group, but now that he knew that he was actually able to take in servants, his mind instantly perked up. The ant queen of this ant colony is in control of tens of thousands of worker ants and hundreds of soldier ants, and is so powerful that it's impossible to subdue it in the short term. It looks like I'll have to go find the ant queen who just flew in marriage not long ago to subdue. By the way, where's that princess ant that abandoned me after slagging me off? If I find you, I'll definitely take you as a servant. Based on size alone, Lin Su felt that he wasn't sure he could even single-handedly take on a soldier ant right now. Seeing the worker ants crawling around him, his mind turned again. Can I kill some fallen worker ants and gain some experience points to build up my strength first? Thinking of this, Lin Su immediately left the anthill and crawled towards the periphery. Soon, he spotted a single worker ant half a meter from the anthill. Lin Su didn't hesitate as he exuded friendly pheromones while approaching this worker ant. This worker ant was completely unprepared for Lin Su to strike at himself, and as Lin Su saw an opportunity, his strong upper jaws snapped open and clamped down towards the connection between the worker ant's head and body. The body of the ant is divided into 3 parts: head, thorax and abdomen. The head has antennae that sense odors and is the main information acquisition organ. The head also has compound eyes and mouthparts, and the thorax bears 6 legs. with the lumen being dominated by the esophagus and glandular ducts. The abdomen is the area where the crop, foregut and major body organs such as the midgut and rectum are located. This worker ant was directly bitten off when Lin Su clamped down on the tiniest connection point between the head and the chest. Soon, Lin Su realized that his experience point had become 1 point. Kill a worker ant to gain a bit of experience and try to see how much you can add to the power cap. With a thought, this little bit of experience instantly cleared the spirit, and sure enough, the power on the panel changed, from the original 0.002 to 0.00201. But the change in this value made Lin Su a bit dumbfounded. According to this algorithm, he would have to kill 100 worker ants to add the value to 0.003. But there was always hope, and after poaching the first worker ant, which didn't cause any reaction from the colony, Lin Su began to formally hunt. After a morning of hunting, he finally added the power cap to 0.003. Although the power ceiling had increased by a full third, he felt that his efficiency in hunting worker ants had instead declined. Opening the data panel, he then realized that it was probably the long hours of hunting that had caused his physical state to decline severely. He needs to replenish his food again. This growth rate is too slow. You have to take in a full complement of servants. Thinking of this, Lin Su turned his gaze towards a soldier ant. Soldier ants had larger heads and more developed upper jaws than worker ants, and their entire body size was 1 size larger than worker ants. Lin Su secretly assessed his current strength, and if he sneak attacked, he felt that it was not impossible to deal with a soldier ant. I just don't know if I can make the soldier ants submit and voluntarily become my servants. There's no use thinking about it anymore. We'll see when I've replenished my energy and tried it out. After eating and drinking in the same way as yesterday and recovering his condition, Lin Su began his actions. The one he was staring at was an ordinary soldier ant, almost a centimeter long, and quite a bit larger than the current Lin Su. Lin Su didn't have an advantage in any way, but he could sneak attack. This was a patrolling soldier ant, and Lin Su took advantage of its unpreparedness and directly clamped down on the other party's neck, instantly lifting this soldier ant up, without reacting at all. This soldier ant was flipped over by Lin Su in its entirety, on all fours, trying to twist its body to pin Lin Su with its huge upper jaws. But Lin Su had calculated it long ago. Once the ant was clamped on his neck, it was absolutely impossible for his head to turn around. This soldier ant could only scratch on all fours. He could not catch anything. Submit to me, or die. Lin Su's tentacles sent out pheromones, wanting this soldier ant to submit. But this soldier ant was not likely to submit at all, just struggling one after another. Even without any hope of breaking free, it kept waving its 6 legs. Lin Su had no choice but to hold up the soldier ants and dart towards the periphery. Because this soldier ant had sent out a message of enemy attack, there would soon be other soldier ants to come to the rescue. And in order not to startle the other soldier ants, Lin Su could only hide for the time being. The soldier ant kept struggling, and Lin Su didn't mean to put it down at all. After more than 10 minutes, the soldier ant slowly stopped, probably because its physical energy was almost exhausted. To be honest, in order to stabilize the soldier ants, Lin Su was almost deflated at this moment as well, but he stayed strong and sent out pheromones. Submit to me, or die. Just when Lin Su was not hopeful, his control panel suddenly changed, and the original servant column became 10-1. Looking at the changes in the panel, Lin Su directly deflated, dropping the soldier ants as soon as he did. In the next moment, he could actually see that new changes could be seen below the servant bar. Name, unknown. Race, red fire ants. Grade, 0. Lifespan, 60-45 days. Strength, 0.004, 0.001. Speed, 0.002, 0.0001. Defense, 0.003, 0.002. Talent, 0.0001, 0.0001 milliliters of venom. Mental, 0.0001, 0.0001. Soldier ants are soldier ants, and their basic stats are much better than mine. You're my first servant. Let's call you Soldier 1. Looking at the dying breath of Bing Yi, Lin Su was helpless. He still had to go and look for food to help Bing Yi recover his physical energy. But there's no way around it. It's a step that has to be taken in order to make yourself stronger. After Bing Yi became Lin Su's servant, Lin Su could feel the closeness coming from Bing Yi. With his first servant, he had perked up and didn't feel so alone. Soon, he stole food from the worker ant colony, and after eating the food and resting for another half hour or so, both he and Bing Yi were back to their peak condition. After recovering his state, he began the hunt with Soldier 1. Bing Yi didn't hesitate after receiving Lin Su's command to charge, and directly launched an attack towards the worker ants in the same nest. Seeing Bing Yi's battle, Lin Su was really speechless. Although this Bing Yi's power was even stronger than his own, he fought without any rules at all, probably due to the fact that he really had no intelligence. Bing Yi's battle simply could not find the opponent's weaknesses to kill him with a single blow, but instead, he pounced on him and was a messy clip. It took a few minutes for Bing Yi to kill a worker ant, and he was not consuming much himself, and Lin Su wanted to teach the soldier a fatal blow, but realized that the other party didn't understand it at all. Simple instructions can be passed along well, but specific communication is simply not possible. That's it. Filling up 10 minions isn't that inefficient. Lin Su could only comfort himself in this way. For the next whole day, Lin Su took Soldier 1 and started hunting down the fallen soldier ants. It wasn't until dark that he finally got what he wanted and filled his 10 servant slots. Looking at the 10 soldier ants surrounding him, Lin Su stood on a withered leaf in a majestic manner, having a feeling of giving his company's employees a meeting to pump them up in the past. 1,000 words in one. Kill. Lin Su led 10 soldier ants and began his killing journey. Naturally, he didn't dare to openly wage war on the ant colony, but instead, he hunted down some worker ants looking for food on the outskirts of the colony. In this way, he could increase his experience points and obtain food to feed on the battle. From killing in the evening to the night, with the synergy of the 10 soldier ants, Lin Su had already accumulated 500 experience points. He added all 500 of those experience points to his power. Name, Lin Su. Race, Red Fire Ants. Grade, 0. Lifespan, 30, 24 days. Strength, 0. 007, 0. 004. Speed, 0. 002, 0. 001. Defense, 0. 002, 0. 001. Talent, 0. 0001, 0. 00009 milliliters of venom. Mental, 1, 0. 8. Experience points, 0. Servants, 10, 10. Looking at the fact that his power ceiling had increased exponentially, Lin Su was quite satisfied. However, when he looked at his troops again, with 10 soldier ants, most of them were already in a state of near death. Bing 8 and Bing 10 even lost a leg. System. What are the consequences if a servant dies? The battle power of the injured servant was greatly reduced, and Lin Su had the idea of wanting to abandon this Bing 8 and Bing 10. Servants die and require 3 days to be replenished. The host can restore the servant's injuries by consuming experience points. 3 days? That's too long. Lin Su didn't plan to wait for 3 days. He planned to directly gain experience points to restore his servants after restoring his team's status. After another full 2 hours of tossing and turning, after spending hundreds of experience points, Lin Su recovered his Bing 8 and Bing 10 status. At this time it was already around 10 o'clock at night. Even ants had a biological clock and needed to go back to the nest to rest. And naturally Lin Su didn't have a nest. He could only bring his servant to creep under a dead leaf. Just as he was settling in with his team, he heard a cry. Hearing this cry, Lin Su immediately had a mental shock. It's Bibi. Lin Su followed the direction of the sound and climbed for more than 10 minutes before he climbed to one of the windowsills of the villa. Through the glass window, he saw his adopted daughter, Lin Bebe, crying under the covers. Lin Su shouted twice and realized that no sound had gotten out at all. He doesn't even have vocal cords. Even if it did, how much noise could an ant make? Damn you Yan Lu, when I'm strong, I'll definitely kill you bitch. Lin Bebe kept crying for half an hour before she fell into a deep sleep. Only until his daughter fell asleep did Lin Su leave the windowsill and climbed onto another windowsill. This was the master bedroom of the villa, which used to be Lin Su's bedroom, and now the whole villa was occupied by Yang Lu. Yang Lu's moans came from the master bedroom, which annoyed Lin Su. Not only that, it was also mixed with a man's muffled grunts. Just as Lin Su wanted to leave, he heard Yang Lu scream a few times before a soft whisper came out. It's only been 3 minutes and it's over? This Chao Dongfeng, the job isn't that good either. It seems that Yang Lu was quite smart. After I died, he couldn't control the company and learned to pull in the important members of the company. The man's name was Chao Dongfeng. He was Lin Su's vice president in the company, and he was also promoted by Lin Su. After finishing, Yang Lu and Chao Dongfeng seemed to be talking about something. Originally, Lin Su didn't want to listen, but the topic of the two men made him a little curious, because Yang Lu had actually mentioned Lin Su's name. Lin Su, the son of a bitch, even dying makes it bad. This matter is very easy to handle. Although the villa has Lin Bebe's name written on it, but she's just a small child. We only need to use a slight tactic. A self-proclaimed smart person like Lin Su will kill him if we want him to die. You still can't handle a 6-year-old child? Get it done and then throw her to an orphanage. Save yourself the trouble. Hearing Chao Dongfeng's words, Lin Su, who originally thought that his wife Yan Lu was just a compulsion after his own death, an aura instantly exploded in his mind. Lin Su has always thought that he died in an accident. The brakes failed, fell off the cliff and died. The chances of this kind of thing is not big, but if you run into it, it is your own bad luck. But now it seems that it's not your own bad luck. It's a man-made disaster. After forcibly calming his mind, Lin Su continued to listen to the conversation between the two. By the way, Dongfeng, company-wise, there won't be any problems, will there? What can go wrong with the company? Lin Su is so young, he definitely wouldn't make a will. Now that he's dead, you're the first heir, the shares under his name. Naturally you'll have to be the one to inherit them, together with the portion I've already acquired. The two of us together have already exceeded 67% and can be absolutely controlling. As for his brother Lin Jing, even his brother was killed by us. Who? As Chao Dongfeng was speaking, something seemed to cover his mouth and didn't let him continue. The two of them bantered for a while, and then they heard Chao Dongfeng continue. If Lin Jing is sensible, I can still leave him some dregs of the shares in his name, so he can take the money and leave. Otherwise, let him go down and accompany his brother. Hey, aren't we being too hard on ourselves by doing this? What's this? Which successful person didn't step on other people's corpses to come up? As the saying goes, one will succeed and 10,000 bones will wither. I'm not too desperate. I'll give him a chance to live. Hearing this, Lin Su on the windowsill had shivered all over. He secretly swore that he would never let go of this pair of dogs. He was going to punish these two in the most brutal way possible. Another whole night had passed, and before the sun had risen, Lin Su was already fully loaded and ready to go. It was really Chao Dongfeng and Yang Lu that gave him some sense of urgency. Early in the morning, he led his 10 servants out to hunt. After being busy for a full 2 hours, the sun was already high in the sky, and only then did Lin Su lead the troops to rest and replenish their physical energy. Due to the fact that their power had increased quite a bit, they had already gained 600 experience points after only 2 hours today. Originally, he wanted to add all 600 experience points to his strength, but he soon realized that there was an upper limit to his strength after it reached a certain level, and he couldn't raise it. After asking the system, he finally realized that it was because his power had reached the upper limit of level 0. In order to continue to increase his power, he had to physically evolve and reach level 1 before he could do so, and to reach level 1, his other items, too, needed to increase to level 0 perfect, so he directly added all of his remaining 300 or so experience points to his speed. For the next 3 days, Lin Su had been secretly hunting with his 10 servants, and his stats, too, changed from day to day. Name, Lin Su. Race, red fire ants. Grade, 0. Lifespan, 30, 20 days. Strength, 0. 010, 008. Speed, 0. 010, 0078. Defense, 0. 010, 0008. Talent, 0. 0010, 0001 milliliters of venom. Mental, 1, 0. 9. Experience points, 784. Servants, 10, 10. When he had also increased the defense cap to the point where he couldn't increase it any further, a beep suddenly came from the system. The host's current level data has reached its peak. Is it immediately upgraded to the next level? With such a good thing, Lin Su certainly wouldn't have any hesitation. In the next moment, a sharp pain spread throughout his body, and he could feel the bodily fluids inside his body seem to be rapidly surging, and his entire body began to swell. In just a few dozen seconds, he felt his original armor cracking, the tearing pain quickly fading away as the new armor on his body quickly hardened. After a moment of vertigo, he felt like he'd grown quite a bit, and not just taller, but longer. Previously, he was merely 6 or 7 millimeters long, but after molting, he actually had a full centimeter and a half in length, and was completely able to look down on the soldier ants that were originally even bigger than himself. At this time, his data panel, too, had changed greatly. Name, Lin Su. Race, red fire ants. Level, first order 1. Lifespan, 120 days. Strength, 0. 010, 008. Speed, 0. 010, 0078. Defense, 0. 010, 0008. Talent, 0. 001, 0001 milliliters of venom. Skill, Illumination, allows you to view the target's attributes. Mental, 1, 0. 9. Experience points, 784. Servants, 110. After upgrading, I actually gained a skill. You can view the target's attributes. It's a good skill. System, please explain why, even after I've advanced, my basic attributes haven't increased at all? Host, you may have some misunderstanding about advancement. Advancement is the progress of a life form, and the host does not absorb any energy in the middle of the advancement process. so the basic attributes will not increase. That means that peak level 0 and early level 1 are the same strength. The host can understand it this way, but after advancing, the essence of life changes, and there is a certain chance of generating new abilities and awakening talents. Just as he had just advanced, a commotion suddenly came from the ant colony in the distance. Lin Su thought that it was caused by his promotion, but he soon received a message. Turns out the ant colony found out about the war. Several soldier ants marched towards the interior of the nest with news of the war. A few moments later, hundreds of soldier ants gathered from all directions and crawled in one direction. Lin Su immediately led his servants to follow the soldier ants, tracking down the scent left behind by the soldier ants, and after crawling for a full 4 or 5 meters, he finally saw a few soldier ants that were circling not far away. Only the few soldier ants had been hovering over a broken branch, seemingly looking for a way to continue on. These idiots. Wouldn't it be better to go backwards through the trunk, where those few soldier ants were so smart? But Lin Su didn't need them to lead the way anymore because he had already seen the scene 2 meters away at that moment. There was a finger-long centipede and a praying mantis riding together at the base of a tree. Illuminate. Lin Su immediately used the illumination skill to check. Name, unknown. Race, mantis. Grade, 0. Strength, 0. 04, 0. 036. Speed, 0. 03, 0. 025. Defense, 0. 01, 0. 01. Talent, Great Sword. Mental, 0. 015, 0. 014. Seeing the data of this mantis, Lin Su was surprised. Despite the fact that he had just advanced, the difference was still several times different. Then he illuminated the centipede's data again. Name, unknown. Race, centipede. Grade, 0. Strength, 0. 03, 0. 028. Speed, 0. 01, 0. 0078. Defense, 0. 02, 0. 018. Talent, 0. 3, 0. 215 milliliters of venom. Mental, 0. 014, 0. 009. This centipede's strength and speed were on the weak side, inferior to the mantis, but seeing the item of defense and venom, it directly made Lin Su speechless, especially the venom, which this guy was carrying close to 0. 3 milliliters. Just as Lin Su was shining a light on the data of the two, a large group of soldier ants had slowly approached the battlefield, but this praying mantis and centipede even directly ignored the soldier ants. Perhaps in their eyes, ants were just not worth mentioning. At this moment, Mantis put away his large knife, then violently probed out, directly cutting a wound in the armor of the centipede's back, and the juice inside splashed out. The most important feature of the mantis attack is that it is fast. Praying mantises have keen vision. Their eyes are like human eyes. They can see in 3 dimensions. Not so clearly, but they can see roughly. On the contrary, on the centipede's side, the centipede didn't rush to attack, but instead wandered around the ground quickly. It's looking for opportunities. The centipede's most favorable weapon is its venom. It possesses a large jaw and numerous clawed feet, and 22 body segments, each of which has a pair of clawed feet, and each of which contains a venomous sac. He's looking for a bite of mantis. Just bite the mantis, then it can quickly release its venom. And that was obviously fatal for mantis. Mantis knows this too, so instead of rushing to grab the centipede, the praying mantis jumped and dodged. And once again, when he saw the right moment, his forelimb shot out and slashed at the centipede's back. The centipede was hit hard again, and this time it was nearly turned over. Just as the centipede was about to stabilize its stance, the mantis could not help itself after all, and immediately made a forward lunge, its front clawed greatsword catapulting towards the centipede's head. The mantis's attack speed was extremely fast, and it only took 1/5 of a second to complete a greatsword attack. However, the centipede had previously been dodging and seemed to be waiting for this opportunity. The centipede saw the centipede slam open its jaws and bite down on one of the mantis's legs, fighting to roll towards the mantis's torso even though its head was all cut and dented. You know, centipedes have a poison sac inside each of their clawed feet. 0.3 milliliters of venom. Even an adult with a weak constitution may not be able to stand it, let alone a praying mantis. In an attempt to break free, the mantis pummels the centipede's head with its large blade while opening its mouthparts and going straight for the centipede's nibbles. Not to mention, with this bite, the centipede's head had a piece of it bitten off. Soon, however, Mantis realized that he was rapidly losing power, and his original 3-dimensional vision was rapidly beginning to dissipate. Just in the nick of time, a black light suddenly rushed out from the ant colony and crashed towards the centipede and mantis in a hurry. This black light, naturally, was Lin Su, who had been observing the battle in the field with his illumination skill. He saw on the data panel that the mantis and centipede had entered a state of near death, and tried to rush out to reap the last of it. commonly known as a head grabber. Lin Su was the founder of a company with over $100 million in assets before he was reborn, which basically belonged to the social elite. For him to have such an achievement, he naturally had an extraordinary ability to seize the moment. This time he made a brazen move because he had a rational judgment of the situation at hand. At this time, both opposing sides were already seriously injured. Their vitality was rapidly draining away. The data illuminated by the control panel showed that the centipede's strength was already less than 1/5 of its full value, while the mantis was even more exaggerated. Its strength was already bottoming out fast, and its speed was infinitely tending towards zero. An ant shot out, and the centipede and mantis were completely devoid of perception, only feeling a flash of dark light in front of their eyes. In the next moment, a void came from the back of the mantis head, and the entire head fell towards the ground. Instead, the centipede realizes that something has smashed down, but with the last ounce of his strength, his jaws bite down on this falling mantis head. But the centipede is all but oblivious to the fact that the real danger is not here. After biting the mantis's brain, a sharp pain came from its head as well, but it didn't die right away. Its body functions allowed it to live for a few seconds, but it also quickly straightened up and stopped moving. Soon, Lin Su's control panel came out with data. 2 jumps in experience points occurred in a row, one of 96 and one of 103. Seeing this result, Lin Su was somewhat speechless. He thought that after taking out 2 such huge guys, there should be a lot of experience points. It was a big boss anyways, but he didn't expect it to be like this. It didn't seem worth it. Just in the moment that Lin Su froze, a lot of worker ants had already crawled over and were trying to start carrying the corpses of the centipedes and mantises. Ants have a formic acid in their bodies that breaks down many substances, including the toxins of centipedes. So ants do not refuse to eat centipedes. Looking at the sheets of ants surrounding him, Lin Su had no choice but to watch the hundreds of worker ants carry them. He himself, on the other hand, had no intention of grabbing it. He still had over 1,000 experience points on him now, and he didn't intend to add them to himself, but instead added them directly to his servant. Now that his power was already several times that of an ordinary soldier ant, there wasn't much use in just boosting himself. It would be better to boost the strength of his servants, especially now that he was able to recruit 100 servants. Then he needed to bring up a few slightly more powerful servants to serve as the leaders of the next servant army. His goal wasn't just to subdue some soldier ants. He wanted to subdue the entire colony. In order to subdue the colony, it would have to be strong enough to stage a coup to overthrow the colony and finally take control of the queen. As long as he took the ant queen as his servant, then he would have a constant supply of food and soldiers. Just as Lin Su was continuing to collect the servants, he had noticed a problem in the past 2 days. The worker ants in this colony were getting more and more numerous. The soldier ants also didn't become less because he had pulled away dozens of servants. There was also a trend of more and more of them. Not only that, but the anthill is also expanding. And what was originally only a fist-sized bag of dirt took only 2 days to pile up a couple of full 10-centimeter mounds. Soon, Lin Su knew what was going on. Although most of the princess ants from the previous batch of wedding flights flew elsewhere to establish new homes of their own, a small number of them returned to this colony and became the new queen of this colony. A colony can have many queens at the same time. And of course, the earliest one has absolute control over the entire colony. The growth of the ant colony immediately caused Lin Su to feel a sense of crisis. It wasn't the colony he was worried about, after all. He himself was part of the colony, secreting pheromones that belonged to this colony. He's worried about people. You know, although this villa of his covered an area of 800 square feet, with 500 square feet of lawn and greenery alone, but after all, this was a human living area. So how could he possibly allow an ant colony of this size to appear here? A huge sense of crisis made Lin Su immediately put his attention to his surroundings. Sure enough, it didn't take him long to see a chubby woman approaching. I can't believe there's a nest of ants this big here. Looks like the garden needs to be cleaned up. Lin Su knew this fat woman and was quite familiar with her. This fat woman's name is Yang Shueme. Usually Lin Su called her Aunt May. Is Yang Lu maternal family, specializing in the management of the villa. When Yang Shueme appeared, Lin Su knew that this ant colony he was in big trouble. Luckily, he had captured quite a few soldier ants in the past 2 days, and his team had expanded to more than 90, so he only needed to leave with the team himself. As for where to go, he'd already come up with a plan for that. 2. Staying away from the villa. That was impossible. He had to stay here to keep a close eye on Chao Dongfeng and Yang Lu, and behind this villa was a small hill that was not too high. It's not a tall mountain, just a couple dozen acres of small woods with a winding trail that ends at a modest reservoir. Since this reservoir is the domestic water storage reservoir for this area, outsiders are not usually allowed to enter, so as not to contaminate the water source. Without delay, only after seeing Yang Shueme's first glance, Lin Su began to organize his team to evacuate. The first thing was to climb over the fence, which was naturally easy for ants. Other ants might think that the entire garden was their entire world, but Lin Su had the soul of a human, and his vision was not at all comparable to that of an ordinary ant. Soon, he found the right direction and set off with his team in a great hurry, during which there were no obstacles. Just as Lin Su climbed to the top of the fence, he had seen Yang Xueme walk into the green belt with a bottle of insecticide spray in her hand. The next result was predictable. Lin Su could only mourn in his heart for a few seconds for this ant colony he had stayed in. This was, after all, a human society, and humans were the masters of the planet, and no other species could possibly stand against them, let alone ants at the bottom of the food chain. Yang Lu, Chao Dongfeng, you guys wait for me, I'll be back soon. Lin Su didn't stay in this place and led his team to the grove. This is bug heaven. Feeling the moist heat and earthy scent brought by the forest, Lin Su had the feeling of a fish entering the sea. After a few breaths of fresh air, he suddenly tentacles went straight up. It's her, that scummy girl. He felt the scent of the princess ant that he had married and flown in the first place. After her wedding flight, the princess ant will clip her wings and come underground to dig a hole to lay her eggs alone. Before laying her eggs, she will use up a lot of energy, so she will eat her own wings to replenish her nutrients, which will be used to feed the first batch of baby ants. According to time, the princess ant that flew with Lin Su's marriage should be trying to become a new queen. Lin Su followed the scent and quickly found the nest of that ant queen and climbed in without hesitation. The queen, as the founder of the colony, lives at a depth of about 30 centimeters, and she carves out for herself a small house of about 6 centimeters in width. The new queen ant nest didn't have many soldier ants or even worker ants, so Lin Su quickly killed a few soldier ants and entered the nest. At this time there are some worker ants through the tunnel. Go to the outside of the nest to retrieve fresh leaves, chewed into a paste, stuffed into the fungus garden, to complete the whole work of brooding fungi, and when the fungus grows up, take out to supply the queen to eat. A few worker ants were feeding the queen, but the queen suddenly stopped and looked straight at the guy who suddenly appeared, who was about the same size as herself. Don't be nervous, brothers, just checking in. ? You don't recognize me? You abandoned me some time ago. ? Scummy girl. At first the ant queen hadn't reacted, and Lin Su was already shining a light on her data. After looking at the ant queen's data, Lin Su completely put his heart down. The other party had 6 years of life expectancy, but everything else was a mess, and they were not a match for him at all. The ant colony at this time should be the most vulnerable. As long as it was discovered by the other ant colony, it would immediately be the end of the colony. After the queen reacted, she immediately gave the message to attack Lin Su, and the worker ants quickly surrounded towards Lin Su, and there were dozens of soldier ants among them as well. But the next moment, dozens of powerful soldier ants came in behind Lin Su, without Lin Su's hands. These soldier ants gave a messy clip and soon cleaned up the other ants inside the nest. Lin Su stretched out one forelimb and directly pressed the ant queen to the ground, while the other forelimb stroked the ant queen's tentacles. Hey, jagged girl, submit to brother, I'll make you feel good. The queen was terrified, her body shaking and struggling. Ha ha, struggle, the more you struggle, the more excited I get. Lin Su found it strange that he was a solid human soul, but after turning into a male ant, he actually had the urge to conquer the queen. Restraint, I'm a human, not a bug, he mentally admonished himself, but signals from his body told him that the ant queen seemed to have a clear brow as well. Soon, the ant queen was tortured to death by Lin Su, but the result was expected. The ant queen became his servant. Name, Back 1. Race, Red Fire Ants. Rank is 0. Lifespan, 6 years. Volume, 0. 005, 0. 002. Speed, 0. 004, 0. 0018. Defense, 0. 003, 0. 0018. Spirit, 0. 001, 0. 0009. Having taken in the latter, the next step is to build the colony. There was a very scientific process for the construction of an ant colony. It was a memory engraved in the genes, and there was no need for Lin Su to interfere too much at all. His mission, to keep the ant colony safe, while being in the mountains, was better suited to his growth and development. The dangers increased as well. Insects are extremely abundant in the mountains, and there are even some natural enemies of ants, such as some frogs. There are also ant lions that specialize in feeding on ants. The ant lion is the natural enemy of all ants. It digs a pit in the ground to catch the ants, and when the ants get close to the entrance of the pit, the lion throws sand and dirt at the ants so that the ants fall into the pit and become its food. The first time Lin Su went out to brush his experience points, he saw a small funnel-shaped sand pit on the ground, like a human digging a trap. The other ants didn't know, but as a human soul, He knew at a glance that this was a trap for the antlion. Sure enough, he saw that next to the trap, there was an anthropoid lion with an almost spindle-shaped body, a smaller head and forechest, a more developed middle and hind chest, a fat belly, and a body surface with a bristle-bearing fur tumor. This antlion had a flattened head with a pair of powerful curved tubes shaped like pincers at the front end, which were his double-spiked mouthparts. Not only that, this antlion's body shell was extremely hard, and its defense had unexpectedly reached a terrifying 0.3. This defense, it was directly dozens of times Lin Su's, since the opponent's size was also several times bigger than Lin Su's. His strength was about the same as his. If the strength of an ant was calculated according to the proportion of its body, if it was the same size, the other insects naturally had no comparison. But this antlion, its size was bigger than him. Of course, Lin Su, who had added speed, wasn't afraid of his opponent at all as long as he didn't fall into a trap. The opponent was strong, but Lin Su must kill the opponent. This was because this antlion, the territory was near the ant colony that he intended to establish. For the ant colony to grow, the threats around it must be removed. Of course, this didn't need him to do it himself. Right now, among Lin Su's servants, there were already a few that were close to level 1, especially Bing Yi, whose strength had been directly added up, and was not at all inferior to this antlion. Kill. Casually Lin Su's pheromones that emanated a strong killing intent traveled out, and hundreds of soldier ants followed him, charging towards the antlion. The antlion had never seen such a scene in his life, and seemed to be a bit confused. Where would it have thought that the ants that had been its food would take the initiative to attack itself? Of course, with its hard armor, it was not at all afraid of the swarm of swooping ants. Running at the front was Bing Yi. Although Bing Yi's size was not worth mentioning in front of the huge antlion, the strength that erupted out of him surprised the antlion. It took a bite out of Hyuchi's upper jaw, but it was like biting on a rock. At this moment, the second and third soldiers also pounced up, catching any part of the antlion's body. It was a messy clip. Before the antlion could react, his entire body was lifted up by a dozen ants. Lin Su in the back also froze when he saw this scene. He had forgotten that when there were a lot of ants, lifting a size like the antlion was completely child's play. The antlion was completely defenseless after being lifted up. Although his defense was extremely high, it couldn't withstand the densely packed attacks. In less than a moment, the antlion's body began to ooze out murky bodily fluids. With the increase of 15 experience points, Lin Su already knew the result. The significance of killing an antlion is not in the experience points, but in the colony's maintenance of the territory. On the first day of moving to the woods, Lin Su brought his own soldier ant team to start cleaning up the threat, and it took 3 days to clean up all of the territory in a 30 to 40 meter radius. They had even exterminated a full 5 ant colonies. These ant colonies were all small ant colonies that had just been established, and the largest number of ants was only a few thousand worker ants. Under the command of Lin Su, the super-intelligent brain, several ant colonies were eaten up and eliminated step by step. But unfortunately, none of those ant queens chose to submit, and Lin Su didn't have the patience to consume them, and in the end, he killed them all. Of course, those larger animals and birds in the sky, Lin Su could do nothing about. Not far from the side of the anthill, there was a nest of rats. Luckily, rats don't eat ants, or else he would have to suffer enough. Lin Su's sweeping activities didn't converge until he met a powerful swarm of fierce ants. This group of fierce ants only had 700 to 800, but their size was generally higher than the red fire ants, and their strength even as worker ants had the strength of a soldier one. So Lin Su didn't intend to move them for the time being. A mastodon ant is capable of lifting more than 400 times its own body weight, and is also capable of hauling objects more than 700 times its own body weight. It is said that more than 10 united fierce ants can move more than their own weight of 5,000 times the maggots or other food, which is equivalent to 10 average weight of 70 kilograms of pugilist to carry 3,500 tons of heavy things. That is, an average of 350 tons per person to carry. From the point of view of the relative strength of this point of view, the fierce ants is a well-deserved Hercules. The mighty ant possessed such a strong strength that Lin Su naturally didn't dare to act rashly. The latter is responsible for the daily spawning of 200 or 300 eggs a day for the past few days, and some of the eggs she had laid earlier were hatching out of their shells every day. With Lin Su as his backing and a steady stream of loot sent back, the little ants that had hatched in the past few days naturally wouldn't go hungry. It is foreseeable that the colony will expand rapidly as long as there are no surprises. Lin Su's own data, too, was climbing rapidly. Name, Lin Su. Race, red fire ants. Level, first order 1. Lifespan, 120-114 days. Strength, 0. 030. 0.3. Speed, 0. 030. 0.28. Defense, 0. 0.010.008. Talent, 0.010.001 milliliters of venom. Skill, illumination, allows you to view the target's attributes. Mental, 1.098. Experience points, 0. Servants, 196. He basically didn't raise his servant's strength in the past few days, but instead put most of his experience points on his venom. So the column of venom had already been added to the upper limit of this level. Not only that, but he also added the item of venom from pawn 1 to pawn 10 to the upper limit as well. The venom added up from pawn 1 to pawn 10 was basically the same amount as Lin Su's alone. The poison of red fire ants is very powerful. When this venom spreads through a person's skin, it creates large scars that look like they have been burned by fire and are very difficult to heal. Red fire ants use their venomous sting against intruders, which can immobilize their prey, to humans or other animals. The venom of red fire ants is harmful, but to red fire ant colonies, the venom serves as an elixir in their fight against germs. The reason why Lin Su wanted to add the venom item in the first place was because he wanted to teach that pair of bitches a lesson first. After a half night's rest, Lin Su and all of his servants had recovered to their peak condition. Soon, he started crawling towards the villa with the 10 servants who had added venom. The villa's tall fence didn't mean anything at all to Lin Su and the others. It just took more time. Going over the fence, he didn't rush to the master bedroom of the villa, but turned around where the ant colony had originally been. Sure enough, the original colony was gone, and there were several piles of red fire ant corpses in the grass. Afterwards, Lin Su took Bing Yi and they climbed up the wall of the villa and entered the master bedroom along the gap in the windowsill. To Lin Su's surprise, Yang Lu and Xiao Dongfeng hadn't even gone to bed yet, and the air in the bedroom was filled with the scent of hormones, so obviously the two of them had just flipped over and finished not long ago. For this aspect, Lin Su no longer had any feelings. His mind was now focused on wanting to take revenge on these two. Of course, the duo hadn't gone into a deep sleep yet, and he didn't dare do anything rash. Since he still needed to wait, Lin Su didn't intend to be idle, and directly climbed out of the windowsill again and came to Lin Beibei's room. Through the faint moonlight, he saw that Lin Beibei was asleep at the moment. Xiao Bei, although you're not my real daughter, don't worry, since Dad adopted you, he will never let you suffer. Just wait, it won't be long before Daddy comes back. Lin Su chanted silently in his heart and stopped on the windowsill for an hour or so before leaving. Back in the master bedroom, Yang Lu and Xiao Dongfeng had indeed fallen asleep. However, Lin Su didn't rush into it, but used his illumination skill to look at the two's stats first. Name, Xiao Dongfeng. Race, human. Grade, 0. Lifespan, 89 years, 63 years. Strength, 1.0.8. Speed, 1.3.1.05. Defense, 1.0.8. Mental, 1.0.78. Xiao Dongfeng's data was basically above 1, while Yang Lu's data, however, was below 1, which also confirmed Lin Su's previous thoughts. Even with the system, the values are based on the average of the average human. Lin Su didn't intend to waste any time. Leading the team to climb towards the duo's bed, he crawled towards Yang Lu's abdomen, where he was going to inject the venom. But suddenly, he turned his head and he had a better idea. Yang Lu surprisingly didn't wear, so he continued down until he crawled into the grass. This is the place. I'll see if you're embarrassed when you go out. See how you scratch? Ha ha. Thinking of that sour scene, Lin Su almost laughed out loud. With a groan, Lin Su successfully completed the injection. OMG, it's killing me. As he spat and darted, a sizzling sound came from beside him. It was Xiao Dongfeng scratching his back. Withdraw. In fact, the order to retreat had been given long ago. As for whether the servants could successfully complete the retreat, Lin Su couldn't guarantee it. At the moment he had nothing but pain in his heart. Soon the team withdrew out of the window. There's one missing. Not only was one missing, but two of the servants had broken their legs and were obviously injured. After all, ants were too small and humans were too big, and their strength was not at the same level. It was probably Xiao Dongfeng's burst of scratching while eating an itch that caused the casualties. For such a result, Lin Su was not unacceptable. You should know that even a common red fire ant is a bag when bitten, and even life-threatening for those who are allergic. It was now dozens of times the toxin of an ordinary red fire ant, injected into the other person's skin like this. The effect was needless to think about. Even those who weren't allergic to it would have to be very uncomfortable for a while. What's more, the other guy doesn't even know he's been bitten by an ant. Especially Yang Lu. The place where she was bitten was that place. She couldn't even dream of suspecting it to be above the ants. The biggest possibility was to think in that direction. By then there might even be suspicion between the two. Which is the best effect? Thinking about this, Lin Su was excited all the way to the extreme. Luckily for Hyuchi, They were of low intelligence and only sensed that their master was hyper and didn't know exactly why. Alas, what a pity! What a pity! No one to share such an interesting thing. This is something that should be celebrated with 3 or 5 friends and a good beer. Ha ha! Smoothly returning to the nest, Lin Su's depression during this period of time was directly swept away, and his mood finally became soothing. Unsurprisingly, he didn't even wait until the next day, but that very night, a burst of strange itching woke up the two of them, Yang Lu and Chao Dongfeng. Chao Dongfeng was fine, just a few big bags on his back, itchy, and it was not easy to scratch. He could only rub on the edge of the bed as hard as he could, rubbing all night. Even the skin on his back was rubbed, itchy and painful, miserable. More painful than him was Yang Lu, who was strangely itchy, secretly squeezing and not daring to scratch. It was really that place that was too fragile. But again, she just couldn't help herself and ended up striking out at herself. At dawn the next day, the scene on Chao Dongfeng's back was horrible and scary, which made Yang Lu wonder if she was victimized by Chao Dongfeng and got some kind of disease. But she didn't dare to ask directly, and could only endure the pain of keeping her doubts to herself. Taking advantage of Chao Dongfeng's gap in washing up, Yang Lu secretly checked her situation, and it didn't matter that she was directly scared out of her wits, only to see last night's itchy place, this time has raised several transparent blisters. Moreover, some blisters have been scratched by themselves, blood dripping. The ulcers coupled with the strange itching made Yang Lu suspect that she had been hit. Besides, Chao Dongfeng, when he was washing up, the strange itch coming from his back made him involuntarily turn his back to the mirror to check, and this checking directly made him die. What is this? Could it be a skin allergy? Just as he suspected he was suffering from a skin allergy, an angry scream came from the bedroom. Chao Dongfeng, you damned son of a bitch, come out to me. Chao Dongfeng was so shocked that he didn't even finish brushing his teeth and hurriedly ran out. What a shock! Yang Lu pointed at Chao Dongfeng and cursed. Chao Dongfeng, you goddamned. Fuck, are you screwing around outside? In the face of Yang Lu's questioning, Chao Dongfeng's mind was racing. What man doesn't cheat? But how did you know about it? He knew that Yang Lu couldn't be like this without hard evidence. He thought back and thought that the other party couldn't possibly know. What messing around? Don't talk nonsense. During this time I've just fully taken over the company. It's the crucial moment to clean out the remnants of Lin Su's forces and Lin Jing. Where do I have the energy to mess around? You still don't admit it. Look what you've done to me. Look. Here. It's all rotten. You're a fucking scumbag. Why did I believe you in the first place? You screwed around outside, came back to harm me, and now you've gotten me into this state. How can I live? Yang Lu hissed as she couldn't help but grab violently. Originally, Chao Dongfeng still wanted to argue, but saw the other side there became that way. And then his heart was in turmoil. Damn, Zhou Jihue obviously said that it was a pure college student, but it turned out to be a lie to the old man. The old man will not straighten you out. Zhou Jihue was Chao Dongfeng's partner and Lin Su's company's financial director, and the two of them worked together to screw Lin Su. In order to celebrate this, Zhou Jihue arranged a cruise ship to go out to the sea, and did call a few young and beautiful, but Chao Dongfeng never thought that he would play this kind of thing. Of course, with Chao Dongfeng's character, even if this really happened, he wasn't afraid. The big deal was that he kicked Yang Lu, but he was now at the critical moment when he was about to take control of the company Lin Su had left behind, and without Yang Lu's support, he and Zhou Jihue really couldn't do it. It is important to realize that Lin Su has 40% of the company's shares, and the other 20 or so shareholders, only 60%. Even he, Chao Dongfeng himself, was currently only at 28%. Thinking of this, Chao Dongfeng hardened his temper. Lu, don't worry, what's going on isn't certain. Let's go to the hospital and check it out first. Damn you, how am I going to get to the hospital now? It's so itchy. Itchy, I want to scratch it all the time now. Yang Lu hissed, even drawing Yang Shueme up from the first floor. Through the door of the room, Yang Shueme did not dare to speak outside. She was in a dilemma left and right. Obviously, these two new couples are in conflict. This time they are not good to get involved, and they are not qualified to get involved. Good. Don't be in a hurry. If you're not comfortable going out, I'll get the doctor at home. Chao Dongfeng spoke kindly, never mentioning the fact that he was messing around. But Yang Lu was furious and pointed at Chao Dongfeng. Hurry the fuck up. Hurry up and call a doctor. It's gynecology. A female doctor. Chao Dongfeng was actually itching like hell on his back at the moment, but he didn't feel it anymore when Yang Lu made such a mess. Just after he got downstairs and started the car, though, the strange itch in his back began to attack again. He had to rub his back from side to side on the seat as he drove. With Chao Dongfeng's current status, it was naturally easy for him to make a private appointment with a gynecologist. Within half an hour, A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s with a slightly chubby figure entered the villa with a suitcase. Just as the middle-aged woman was about to step into the villa, Xiao Dongfeng pulled her back. Dr. Lu, wait a moment, you can show me first. Xiao Dongfeng exposed his back and let Dr. Lu show him first. His meaning is very clear. First look at their own. In the end, what virus? Their hearts have a bottom, then also good to deal with. Dr. Lu sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw Xiao Dongfeng's back at first glance. Mr. Xiao, you, how come your back is like this? How long has this been going on? Dr. Lu didn't really see anything at all. After all, she was a gynecologist and hadn't done much research on anttoxins. Of course, if this was an ordinary red fire anttoxin, she would be able to more or less see the signs. But Xiao Dongfeng's back, it was just too exaggerated. The entire back was full of transparent blisters, and she was afraid that there must be dozens of them. Moreover, most of the blisters had already been abraded, and his back was full of bloody paste. How could Dr. Lu not lean this situation towards ant bites? Coupled with the fact that Xiao Dongfeng had explained Yan Lu's situation well in advance, Dr. Lu had a preconceived notion that the two must have been infected with that kind of disease, so he was surprisingly unable to judge for a while. Just last night, the first half of the night it wasn't a bit of a problem, and then the second half of the night it suddenly itched like crazy. Until now. Well, I understand. Let's take a look at Ms. Yang's condition first before we make sure. Lin Su, you understand Dr. Lu, in our case, is there a rough possibility that you'll talk to me first? Xiao Dongfeng still wanted to know a little more beforehand. That, I can't tell yet, and I know your scruples. Tell you what, I won't talk too much in a moment. I'll give you the details in private after the examination. With Dr. Lu's statement, Xiao Dongfeng then led Dr. Lu into the second floor of the villa. More than 10 minutes later, Yang Lu and Xiao Dongfeng eyed the expressionless Dr. Lu. Mr. Xiao, Miss Young, in your case, I'm not 10% sure what the cause is yet. When I go back, I'll organize a group consultation to discuss the specifics, and I'll call you then. As for your current itching symptoms, I will give you some anti-itching medication, and you will observe at home for 2 days first. How could Xiao Dongfeng know that Dr. Lu was telling the truth? He thought that Dr. Lu was going to tell him in private, so he went to see Dr. Lu off with a big sigh of relief. Dr. Lu surely couldn't easily smash his own signboard, and on the way, he gave Xiao Dongfeng another good snub. Xiao Dongfeng, in this situation, was also simply unmotivated to work, and in the end both chose to recuperate at home first. On the other side, Lin Su hadn't even imagined that his actions had caused such a dramatic result. He was at the moment preoccupied with earning experience points and raising the level of combat power of himself and his entire team. Next, his goal was to terminate the nearby nest of fierce ants. How can we allow others to snore on the side of the couch? In fact, one of the most important reasons to end that swarm of fierce ants is that there is an aphid ranch near the nest of that swarm. The root cause of war was resources, and Lin Su, as the helmsman of a modern enterprise, understood the importance of resources even better, and he had analyzed long ago that this colony he had at his disposal could not survive by sporadic hunting alone if it was to thrive. For a colony to grow in a truly stable manner, it must have a stable food source. Aphids, on the other hand, provide the colony with a high quality, and necessary, food source. It turns out that aphids and ants have a harmonious symbiotic relationship. The aphid's small-mouth needles with sucking mouths pierce the epidermis of plants and suck up nutrients. Every minute or two, these aphids raise their abdomens and begin to secrete sugar-laden honeydew. These honeydews are the best nutrients for the queen to lay her eggs and for the ants' young to grow. The worker ants scrape off the honeydew with their large jaws, swallow it in their mouths, and carry it back to the colony to feed it to the queen and her young. The worker ants travel back and forth, approaching the aphids and licking up the honeydew, just like a milking operation in a dairy farm. The ants provide protection for the aphids from their natural enemies, and the aphids provide the ants with honeydew. It's a cooperative, to-benefit deal. This is the grazing aphid. With the aphid ranch, Lin Su could keep expanding the colony and even welcome the wedding flight of the male and princess ants born in the colony to cultivate the next generation of queens. A single queen can only lay a few hundred eggs a day, but what about 10 queens? At that point, the colony will expand rapidly. Not only that, but he was going to try to upgrade the ant queen, Post 1, to see what would happen to the offspring produced by Post 1 when the time came. Lin Su didn't know what kind of trouble he had caused those two people with his previous retaliatory actions. For a few days in a row, both of them did not go to work. There was no way. It was just too itchy. Xiao Dongfeng was fine. After all, his toxin was on his back. Yang Lu was different. She wanted to scratch anytime, anywhere, and once she itched and didn't scratch, The feeling was almost like a desire to live and die. And after this incident, not to say a break between the two, at least a seed of a break was planted, and the relationship was no longer as close and trusting as before. Of course, originally the two were a combination of interests, using each other only, before the goal has not been achieved. Completely control the company. The two will not really break. What Yang Lu needs is Chao Dongfeng's ability to manage the company, while Chao Dongfeng needs the support of the 40% shares in Yan Lu's hand, each taking what he needs. Fortunately, the toxin from the red fire ants didn't last long, and after only a week, it began to subside. This week, Lin Su had also returned to the villa, and when he saw that the two were still bickering in the middle of the night, the resentment in his heart finally subsided a bit. It's just beginning. Just wait. I'll make your lives worse than death. After spending a night on Lin Bei's windowsill, Lin Su returned to the woods. He hadn't been idle in the past few days. Not only had he replenished the number of servants, but he had also upgraded Soldier 1 to First Order Level 1 as well. As he had expected, minion upgrades did not give birth to any skills so easily. However, Bing Yi's spirit had increased tenfold compared to before, and now he was able to more accurately understand the commands sent by Lin Su. It was he who discovered this and immediately changed the name of the Pawn Eye to the General. After the metamorphosis of General Yi, now has the same size as Lin Su, more than 1.5 centimeters long body to the ant colony, the end of the formidable. After resting for half a day, Lin Su led all his servants to set off. His target this time was no other than the mighty ant swarm. Although there were hundreds of mighty ant swarms, and with their current strength, they couldn't take them down yet. Lin Su didn't want to wait any longer. No matter what, it was just a group of ants. He was a human soul with higher intelligence. If he still couldn't handle a group of ants, then he, the human soul, was considered to be wasted. So he's ready to get started. The first step was to survey the terrain. Lin Su carefully observed and found that the nest where the fierce ants were located was under a tree, and under the roots of the tree was a piece of loose soil, 4 or 5 meters in circumference, with only some small beast footprints, which should be left by rats. Then there was a small puddle a meter square. A strong attack is definitely not an option. We can't fight it off. I'm afraid that if we don't make it into the Ant Queen's nest, we'll all be dead. Lin Su was pondering, and suddenly, he seemed to have a flash of light. Right, puddles. I could go digging up puddles and flooding anthills. In ancient times, there was Guan Yu flooding 7 armies. Now there is me, Lin Su, flooding puddles and drowning fierce ants. Thinking of this, Lin Su immediately became excited. He even climbed up a tree alone and spent half an hour to the edge of the puddle, during which he even made a mistake with a few of the other party's worker ants. No problem, roughly, we can divert water through. After planning, he didn't hesitate to pull out all the soldier ants, and 100 or so ants followed him in a vast curve, crawling towards the puddle. Lin Su first commanded the team to move the soil, and soon, a ditch was formed. During this time, he used his scent to delineate the scent route of the other party's worker ants, so that the other party could not follow the scent to enter his work area at all. Once the ditch is formed, all that remains is to make an opening next to the puddle to bring the water from inside the puddle into the ditch. This step is slightly more difficult because the soldier ants are afraid to go into the water. Lin Su had also considered this problem. When digging the opening, the water current might expand instantly, and it was a possible thing to wash away some soldier ants. But driven by his strong message, a dozen or so soldier ants began to move the particles of earth next to the puddle, and when a tiny gap formed, the puddle began to flow out of it with standing water. In just a few moments, the stagnant water washed the opening wider, and a dozen or so soldier ants were swept to the vicinity of the other side's nest with the current. It's a pity, but this is war. Attrition is normal, and it's up to you to survive. Regarding the attrition, although he was mentally prepared for it, he still felt some pity. After all, these soldier ants, all of which had consumed some experience points, had been enhanced quite a bit in terms of strength and speed. Without the enhancement, he wouldn't have dared to start this war. The water near the opponent's nest is getting more and more stagnant. The worker ants are struggling in the stagnant water. The fierce ant colony finally notices the abnormality, and a lot of ants come, but they only try with their tentacles around them and have no idea what's going on. They didn't even realize that the water level was rising rapidly and was close to reaching the entrance of their nest hole. Lin Su climbed to a position closer to the other party's nest, and suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura. It's the Ant Queen. She has sensed the crisis, but it's definitely hard for you to escape death. In only a few minutes, the water level of the stagnant water reached the entrance to the queen's hole of the manticore ant colony and poured into the hole. Many worker and soldier ants crawled outward from the cave in a steady stream, but soon more ants were re-washed back into the cave by the standing water. Touché! This is a monstrous flood. How can you possibly resist? A strong ant queen odor came from the entrance of the cave, and Lin Su saw the ant queen. The front part of this ant queen's body was bigger than a square wave, and when he looked at the rear abdomen, it was even more exaggerated, like a small marble. This ant queen desperately crawled out of the hole, but Lin Su wouldn't let the other party escape. His current speed was already about 10 times that of the other ants, and when he realized that the other party was trying to escape, he had already quickly rushed out, and with a slam of his large jaws, he slammed this ant queen back into the hole. When the second time the other party climbed out again, the soil around the hole had already become loose and soft, and now, her entire body was no longer supported, and she was immediately rolled backwards by the water flow mixed with the soil. The stagnant water not only flooded the nest of this colony of ants, but it also disorganized the scent left behind by all the ants, and this colony was in disarray, in a mess. Lin Su restrained his men at this moment and just quietly watched. The fierce ants outside the cave were crawling around like headless flies. Lin Su had been waiting for a long time. He even took to the battlefield himself, bringing his servants and focusing on nibbling away step by step, hunting gradually. In such a small amount of time, the vast majority of the fierce ants were still alive, only that they had lost their ability to resist and needed Lin Su to lead the army to make up for it. After half an hour, the stagnant water finished flowing and slowly seeped in through the anthill, then also slowly disappeared around the sparse anthill, and the other queen never appeared again. At this time, Lin Su's control panel data was also changing rapidly. It's surprising to get 6 to 8 experience points for killing a manticore ant. He hadn't realized that killing mastodon ants was so much more rewarding than killing red fire ants. In just half an hour, he had already added more than 3,000 experience points. However, he carefully surveyed the ants that were drowned, and surprisingly, they did not have experience points, while only those killed by himself and his servants could gain experience points. Feeling that it was almost time, Lin Su led his team towards the depths of this lair. Ants' nests naturally have drainage, so soon the water has seeped away to who knows where. After some cleanup, he reopened the crumbling anthill and dug up the queen's body. Brothers, if you can't eat it, pack it up. Soon, thousands of worker ants had appeared and started to carry the food in the nest. On a short tree, Lin Su looked down at the busy scene below with great ambition. This is the kingdom I have fought for. Pop! A loud noise came. Lin Su only felt the sky spinning. A mass of bird poop bigger than his body directly smashed it from the short tree to the ground. Holy shit, what the hell? When he looked up, he saw a flock of strange blackbirds in the trees, chirping away. Seeing this group of strange birds, Lin Su immediately lost his temper. There's no way around it. They're in the Air Force and a dimension above them. Luckily, ants didn't have a high nutritional value, so most birds didn't like to eat ants, or else he was afraid that he would have to think about digging a bomb shelter in a hurry now. Of course, not all birds dislike ants, and there is a woodpecker called the antpecker that specializes in feeding on ants. After being hit by this pile of bird shit, Lin Su immediately recognized reality. He was still only just getting his footing, and there was still a long way to go before he could gain a foothold inside this forest. Although he hadn't encountered the antpecker bird yet, this kind of bird would definitely be there. He had to grow up as soon as possible, so that he wouldn't end up being directly eaten by the bird by the time he was busy for his summer. Then it would be too wrong. After pulling out this nest of fierce ants, the next step is to establish an aphid grazing base. Of course, ants grazing aphids. This was originally a memory engraved inside his genes. There was no need for him to care about anything. Leave professional things to professionals. This is the principle Lin Su adheres to when doing business. After this battle, the number of his servants had also been attenuated from the previous 100 to more than 60, and to replenish the number again, it would have to wait until 3 days later. It didn't really affect him too much. It was time to go out and hunt as usual. After so many days, he had now accumulated over 5,000 experience points, so he should be able to give Ant Queen Post 1 an upgrade. Returning to the lair, the first thing he did was to check the ladder's data, and then immediately began to use his experience points. A few moments later, the ladder had indeed begun to metamorphose. Originally, the size of Hui was already about the same size as Lin Su, and after this metamorphosis, it was even bigger, with a length of 2 centimeters. Looking at the rounded posterior one of his abdomen, Lin Su's whole body shivered at once, forcing his desire to be controlled. Name, ladder. Race, red fire ants. Level, first order 1. Lifespan, 8 years. Strength, 0. 010. 008. Speed, 0. 010. 0078. Defense, 0. 010. 008. Mental, 0. 010. 0092. And no skills. The latter one advanced, but the result it brought was not satisfactory to Lin Su. For the rest of the day, He kept his eyes on Ho-E, who was struggling to spawn. How come the number of eggs spawned by the latter is a few dozen less per day? And the eggs that are laid are no different. System, why is it that after the ant queen upgrades, the number of eggs spawned becomes less instead? And isn't it more spawned when it's bigger? Lin Su didn't understand and had to ask the system. Any living being, the process of evolution is actually the process of genes becoming more complex. And a living being with more complex genes will definitely have a reduced ability to reproduce. Lin Su understood in a flash why the number of mammals was so much less. It turned out to be a genetic problem. It seems that the advancement of ant queens can't be too fast. They have to be controlled. Unless there are a lot of ant queens afterward. Some can be selected for advancement in pursuit of more powerful offspring. It takes 14 days for the eggs laid by the queen to hatch into baby ants. Since the genes have become more complex, it is natural that the genes passed on to the offspring will be more advanced. But of course, it will take 14 days of waiting to find out the final result. The colony proliferated at a rate of 500 or 600 per day, and was supported by the food from the aphid pastures, which developed at a surprisingly rapid rate. Plus, Lin Su had purged the neighborhood of threats, leaving the ant colony with no obstacles to its development. So within a few days, the ant colony already numbered in the tens of thousands. Lin Su himself wasn't idle, and for the next week or so, the experience points he gained from going out hunting, he added them all to himself. In this way, finally, on the 8th day of the latter advancement, he himself had his second metamorphosis. With this metamorphosis, his body length had reached 2.5 centimeters, which looked extremely exaggerated now. An ant with a body length of 2.5 centimeters. What kind of concept is this? When a normal person sees such a big ant, they will absolutely palpitate inexplicably and not dare to touch it. Name, Lin Su. Race, red fire ants. Level, first order 2. Lifespan, 1 year, 1 year. Strength, 0. 0.5, 0. 0.5. Speed, 0. 0.5, 0. 0.5. Defense, 0. 0.5, 0. 0.5. Talent, 0. 0.1, 0. 0.5 milliliters of venom. Skills, illumination, can view the target's attributes, flying needles, can shoot tail poison needles. Effective range is 1 meter. Can increase range with strength. After the poison needles are detached, it will take 3 days for them to grow back again, and venom cannot be used during this period. Mental, 1, 0. 98. Experience points, 0. Servant, 1098. Whoa. Skills, flying needles, this is a concealed weapon, and with poison, my venom has unexpectedly reached the upper limit of 0.01 milliliters, coupled with this flying needle skill, a proper sneak attack expert. This is a life-saving skill. Seeing the flying needle skill, Lin Su was thrilled. Although after using it, it would take 3 days to grow poisonous needles again, but it was enough to make him excited. A 0.01 venom is perfectly capable of paralyzing some small animals and rendering them temporarily immobile. However, Lin Su's first thought was not to deal with the animal, but to go and give Yan Lu another needle. Half a month had passed since the last retaliation, and Lin Su would go to the villa every now and then during this time. He went to the villa for 2 purposes. The first was to check on Lin Bebe, and the second was to see how those 2 bitches were doing now. According to the information he had poked around, these 2 men were now pressing forward, wanting to buy 15% of the company's shares from his own brother, Lin Jing, at a price of $8 million. Lin Su founded this company, called Sunrise Technology, specializing in the development and production of cell phone screens, with a market value of $200 million. The 15% shares of Sunrise Technology are worth at least $30 million, but these 2 are only willing to give $8 million. The point was, Lin Su knew that his younger brother, Lin Jing, was not the type of person who was very capable. When he first gave Lin Jing 15% of the shares, it was also out of caring for him, and also to see that at the beginning of his own business, he had followed his work without leaving. With Lin Jing's ability, he definitely couldn't fight Yan Lu and Chao Dongfeng, and in the past few days, he had already planned to sign off. Lin Su wasn't too concerned about these things. Everyone had everyone's life, and Lin Jing only had this kind of skill, so it wasn't a bad thing to be able to get the money and leave in one piece. But one size does not fit all. One's own revenge, that must be avenged. Obscure. On the windowsill of the villa's bedroom, Lin Su didn't expect such a coincidence that he came just in time to run into 2 people in a big battle. Luckily, though, the fight didn't last long, just a few minutes full time. This Chao Dongfeng looks tall and big, but his ability in this area is just average. Inside the house, the 2 didn't sleep immediately after finishing. Chao Dongfeng swiped on Jitterbug while lighting a cigarette and gulping it down. Dongfeng, look at this video. Is it quaint? This video is splashed all over the screen today. So many people are commenting on it. Yang Lu took her cell phone and showed it to Chao Dongfeng. To be honest, Lin Su had been reborn for close to 3 months, and it was not easy for him to live away from his cell phone. That's when he also turned his attention to his cell phone. Naturally, he couldn't see the screen, but he could hear the sound of the video. Bermuda has been struck by a fog that has not lifted for 24 hours, and a pretty country warship has entered the fog and has been lost for more than 24 hours. Seeing the video, Chao Dongfeng was unimpressed and said, "I also brushed this video. Don't believe in all this nonsense. It's just an undersea vortex. Scientists have long confirmed it." No, look, there's a comment about fog at the Egyptian pyramids as well, almost at the same time as the fog in the Bermuda Triangle, which is also saying that people are lost. Also, oops, what have you been reading all day? Does this have anything to do with you? I think it's better for you to care about Lin Bei's problems. Now there are 2 options. The first is to send her to an orphanage, but that has a drawback. After all, her name is on the real estate license. Even if it's not your own, you're still nominally her guardian. The second option, that is we take her out for a trip. Going out on a trip? Yang Lu didn't react for a moment. Chao Dongfeng had to continue. It's very simple. Little friend, it's normal to encounter some kind of danger. Hearing Chao Dongfeng say this, Yang Lu was instantly shocked. No way, you were trying to? What, can't let go? Yang Lu was slightly silent for a moment. Not really. I didn't take a stance when the adoption was made. It was that son of a bitch Lin Su who had a cramp in his head, but this is a child after all, and poses no threat to us. Isn't this a bit too much? There is nothing over or under this villa according to the current market price, at least $30 million. You just watch a person without any blood relationship. Share half? That's definitely not going to work. Okay, just listen to you. You set it up. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Su on the windowsill was already about to explode with anger. This Chao Dongfeng is really ruthless and Yang Lu is also a poisonous woman. One should never be merciful when dealing with this kind of person. It seems that there is not much time left for me. The two on the bed continued to have a chat, and it wasn't long before each fell into a deep sleep. Even though the two of them were already asleep, Lin Su didn't rush into action, but waited until the latter part of the night before he climbed into the bedroom. He crawled to the phone first, and found that with his current strength, he could barely lift it, but it wasn't enough to haul the phone away. Of course, even if he could drag it, there's no way he could actually drag the phone away. Looking at the two sleeping people on the bed, he began to have a hard time. Originally, he still wanted to continue tormenting Yang Lu, but now it seemed that things had developed beyond his expectations. Chao Dongfeng had even gotten up evil thoughts and wanted to get rid of Lin Bei. How could Lin Su endure this? No way. First of all, we should restrict Chao Dongfeng's mobility, or at least delay it for a while. After a little thought, he gave up the idea of needling Yang Lu and turned Chao Dongfeng into a target. My current toxin, regardless of its quality, is at least many times the dosage it used to be. It's not enough to kill a non-allergic adult, but it should be more than enough to waste an eye. With the flying needles, after deciding, Lin Su didn't hesitate too much. As Chao Dongfeng rolled over and flanked the bedside table, he adjusted his stance and unleashed his flying needle skill. As the sharp pain that tore through the tail came, a flying needle that was a full 2 millimeters shot out and stabbed at Chao Dongfeng's left eye. The next moment, a heartbreaking scream broke the silence of the night sky, only to see Chao Dongfeng violently sitting up from the bed, his left hand covering his left eye, and his mouth continuously yelling, "Ah, it hurts so much, ah." Yang Lu was awakened early and immediately sat up, inexplicably looking at Chao Dongfeng who was going crazy, and Lin Su, who was on the bedside table, was startled and turned to flee. A sense of weakness came over him, and his speed had gone from the original 0.05 to 0.01. Luckily, though, he was extremely small and the two men on the bed weren't paying attention to the movement on the nightstand, which allowed him to disappear onto the tabletop. Lin Su didn't run away the first time, but first hid in a corner to catch his breath and recover. The flying needle skill is really a skill that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and damages itself 800 times, and should not be utilized until it is absolutely necessary. After feeling his weakness, Lin Su silently summarized. At this time, the two of them, Chao Dongfeng and Yang Lu, were already in a mess, and the housekeeper, Yang Xueme, hurried up. Chao Dongfeng's hand kept covering his eyes, and a trace of blood flowed out from his fingers, scaring Yang Lu and Yang Xueme to the point of not knowing what to do. Soon, Chao Dongfeng reacted and told Yang Lu to hurry up and call a doctor. More than 10 minutes later, the 120 emergency sound sounded, but at this time the originator Lin Su, but silently lying on the wall, admiring his own masterpiece. New book sailing, please 5 praise, this is very important. Free of charge for the love of power. Also please brothers do not be afraid to delay a little time. Thank you. Downtown Hospital. Emergency Department. At this time, outside the operating room, two people were wearing uniforms, and they were clearly the personnel of the uniform department. On top of that, there were several employees of Sunrise Technology. Among them was the obese Zhou Jihui. Sister Yang. Don't worry, Mr. Chow will be fine, Yang Lu said with an anxious face. How can one not be worried? The doctors have just said that the eyes are the most fragile part of the human body, and old Chow's eyeballs, which seem to have been pierced by some sharp object, will most likely go blind, and may even be life-threatening. Zhou Jihui naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, and he was just comforting. After a full 2 hours, the door to the operating room finally opened and several doctors came out. One of them, an attending doctor in his 40s, said, "Which one is the patient's family?" Yang Lu had rushed up long ago. I'm his wife. Doctor, how's my husband? The doctor shook his head and said, the eyeball is definitely not saved. The needle pierced the eyeball. We barely removed it, and we can't heal his eye. Also, that was a poison needle, containing an extremely powerful poison. As for whether it will affect the nerves in the brain, further observation will have to be conducted. Hearing the doctor say this, Yang Lu instantly turned pale. Her legs trembled, and she muttered under her breath, poison needle, who is it? She instantly thought of a figure, Lin Su, but quickly shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he's already dead. I personally cremated the body. Could it be Lin Jing? Lin Jing? Zhou Jihui shook his head after hearing that. Impossible, with just him? He simply doesn't have the guts or the means to do so. By this time, Chao Dongfeng had already been pushed out of the operating room, his head wrapped in bandages, and he was still in a coma. The two uniformed officers were also communicating with the doctor. They took away the poison needle and some blood, obviously to take it back to the forensic medical examiner for testing. Yan Lu naturally had to go to the uniformed bureau to take a statement. She was the one who called the police. The process must go. According to criminal psychology, murderers return to the scene after killing someone. Lin Su was no exception, and after resting for half a day, he returned to the villa. At this time in the villa, Yang Lu was waiting for the phone on the first floor, and the master bedroom on the second floor. The cordon had already been drawn. Even Yang Lu could not enter it. In the courtyard of the villa, however, there were two more burly men. It turned out that it was Chao Dongfeng's incident that made Yan Lu think that someone was trying to deal with them, so she hired two personal bodyguards at the security company to provide 24-hour protection for herself. This kind of bodyguard was naturally useless to Lin Su, who was an ant. On top of that, two uniformed officers were present, supposedly protecting the scene. Lin Su hid in the shadows, secretly observing Yang Lu. Meanwhile, inside the uniform bureau, several uniforms in charge of the case were having an internal meeting with the forensic pathologist. Captain Hiang Xiong held a stack of information in his hands, a puzzled look on his face. Old Hu, this analysis of yours, is there a problem? Old Hu, the forensic pathologist, weakly said. Team He, the analysis results are just like this. There's nothing I can do but write it as it is. Bullshit, I'm afraid no one will believe what you wrote. You said that the needle was the tail needle of a red fire ant, but as far as I know, that needle alone is not much smaller than the body of a red fire ant, right? Also, the blood analysis report says that the toxin component is ant toxin. Are you saying that the murderer is an ant? That, and I'm just recording the results of the analysis. I'll need more supporting information if I want the final results. Hearing Old Hu say this, Hiang Xiong was also helpless and directly took two uniformed officers and left the uniform bureau, ready to personally investigate the crime scene. Sometime later, Yang Lu anxiously answered a phone call. As soon as Lin Su heard it, he knew it was the uniform bureau calling. He wasn't in a hurry, though, and waited in silence directly outside the bay window on the outside air conditioning unit. It didn't take long for the uniform bureau's car to pull up to the yard and two men came down from it. Hiang Xiong. Lin Su naturally recognized Hiang Xiong. This was the star figure of the uniform bureau. The man had solved a few big cases and had a reputation, even solving a psychopathic murder case that spanned over 12 years. The psychopathic murderer, a veteran, was a scout in the army with excellent counter-surveillance skills. Over a period of 12 years, the psychopathic murderer committed 21 crimes, but the uniform bureau was at its wit's end, without a clue. But it only took Ho Yingheng 3 months to arrest that man. It is also for this reason that Ho Yingheng has made a name for himself in the uniform management department. Hiang Xiong entered the villa and didn't directly enter the house, but first observed the situation around him. Why does it smell like medicine so much? Suddenly, he frowned and asked Yang Shueme, who was receiving next to him. Oh, we had an ant infestation here a while ago, So these days, I spray insecticide every 3 days, and I sprayed yesterday, so maybe the smell hasn't dissipated yet. Ants? Xiong suddenly thought of that forensic report, but at this point he wasn't convinced, so he entered the villa with his men. Soon, Xiong arrived at the master bedroom of the villa on the second floor. At this time, this room had already drawn a cordon. Even Yang Lu could not enter it. Only 3 footprints. No footprints on the windowsill. There's nothing unusual about the nightstand, the closet, or the dresser. Window free of fingerprints. No signs of fingerprint destruction. Xiao Lu, let's go check the exterior walls. Water pipes, air conditioning units, anything that can be climbed on the exterior walls. Half an hour later, Xiong had a grave expression on his face. Team He, there's nothing to be found, consistent with what we checked this morning. Xiong looked at the windowsill and compared the height of the windowsill and the angle of the bed and said, according to the statement of the informant, Chao Dongfeng was lying on the bed at that time, and at this height, it would be impossible for the murderer to be outside the house, because there are no buildings at that angle within 500 meters of the house, unless it's a drone firing a poison needle out the window. But we've checked the CCTV records, and there's been no flying objects at all. Also, a single poison needle that is only 2 millimeters in length cannot fire strikes at a distance and still be so accurate. So, Team He, you're suspicious? Yes, the murderer must have been in the room last night. Lin Su, yes, you are so right, but could it be? Hands looked to the 2 on the first floor, Yang Xueme and Yan Lu. If there are no other clues, then those 2 are the most suspicious. There's one other person, but a 6-year-old. I don't think she could have done it. And there are no footprints or fingerprints of her inside the room. Before Yang Xueme entered the room, the bedroom door had been in a locked state, and Yang Xueme went up to the second floor only after the incident, which can be proved by the surveillance in the corridor. So the biggest suspect can only be Yang Lu. Ha, Team He, what are we going to do? Take her to the station? No, this is just our reasoning. There's no direct evidence. We'll have to put it back tomorrow. Go back. Copy all the surveillance around the villa, including the surveillance in the woods behind the house, and see if you can find any clues. Team He, there's a message from the hospital. The victim is awake. Good, let's go at once. Lin Su watched the uniformed car go away, secretly admiring this man called Xiong in his heart. He's professional, but doesn't break the human imagination, and his analysis of Yang Lu being the murderer directly dazzled Lin Su, who was hanging one-handed from the air conditioner's outside unit. And this effect? Let me run through it. According to the evidence provided by the uniforms, it was proved that the murderer must have been in the house, and Chao Dongfeng himself must have known that at the time he was wounded. Yang Lu was the only person in the house, and even the housekeeper, Yang Xueme, didn't show up until later. In that case, Chao Dongfeng will definitely think the same way as this Xiong. Ha. He will also suspect Yang Lu. Bitch, you're miserable. When things came to this point, Lin Su didn't need to worry about Lin Beibei's safety for the time being. However, he still couldn't relax. He really didn't feel comfortable with Lin Beibei living with Yang Lu and Chao Dongfeng. I don't know if Chao Dongfeng's eyes will still be good, but once he's discharged from the hospital, he's sure to screw up again by then. That was why Lin Su needed to get strong quickly, even if it meant bringing in an army of servants and getting Chao Dongfeng killed straight away. Now that he had a ceiling of 1,000 servants, not to mention that all of them had become level 1. Even if there were 100 level 1 soldier ants, a little bit of poison from each of them would still be able to severely injure Chao Dongfeng. Of course, by now, Chao Dongfeng and Yang Lu already knew that the last incident was indeed a misunderstanding and that they were bitten by ants. And the toxin from the ants can be detoxified very quickly when you get to the hospital, as long as you're not dead at the time. So it was already difficult for Lin Su to use poison to actually kill Chao Dongfeng, unless there's another opportunity like last night, and he had to continue to evolve. Otherwise it would be difficult with his current strength. Over the fence and back to the grove, a path that Lin Su had traveled many times. This time, however, he returned to the woods, only to find the vicinity of the nest messed up and clearly showing signs of a fight. How come the number of servants is still down? At first he didn't notice, but when he returned to the interior of the lair and opened the control panel to take a look, the original number of more than 90 servants had dropped to a number of 70. Can someone tell me what's going on? Soon, he saw Shaguniki, who was the backbone of the entire colony and his right-hand man. Shaguniki, why are you still hurt? Well, one of course couldn't answer Lin Su's question. It just passed on the message of encountering an enemy attack one after another. Lin Su hurriedly climbed out of the nest and looked around for traces, only to see that around the nest at this moment, there were traces of withered leaves and soil being turned over. Some footprints caught his attention. This? Bird claw marks? Murphy, could it be? Ant pecker bird? What's coming is coming after all. Lin Su lay on his back at the entrance of the anthill and carefully looked out at the sky. To be honest, he was also worried about the ant pecker bird staring at him. With his current strength, he was still just an ant in the eyes of the other party, just a slightly stronger ant. However, after some thought, Lin Su thought of another possibility. With my current strength, I'm definitely no match for the ant pecker bird in single combat. But if I add my flying needle skill, can I paralyze it under a sneak attack? Most likely. If I can hit it, even being able to paralyze it for half a minute is more than enough. But my flying needle skill has just been used and it will take 3 days to recover. So I won't go out and risk it for those 3 days. For the next 3 days, Lin Su really played the role of old six, harboring in the anthill and not daring to go out. Of course, being in an anthill, but not idle. His daily work was to collect servants and expand his ranks. Shogun 1, on the other hand, led the team out to hunt every day, and even then, the experience points gained were not a few. His current role in the ant colony was already that of an absolute king, and even if he directly crossed over to the queen for command, there was no problem at all. So collecting servants was no longer as troublesome as before, and soon he had turned almost all the soldier ants into his servants. More than 700 servants. Although most of their strength was ordinary soldier ants, the efficiency of such a team pulling out to hunt naturally wouldn't be too low, and in 3 days' time they had already accumulated more than 20,000 experience points. This many experience points were already enough to raise the two soon-to-be leveled servants to level 1, and so General 2 and General 3 were born. Of course, he could also choose to add all the experience points to himself, but in that case, although he himself had improved, the team couldn't keep up with the pace. In a short period of time for the insect race, individual strength was no longer as useful as a strong team. During these 3 days, the ant pecker bird had indeed reappeared, and it comes up once a day. This guy was obviously treating this place as his own territory and treating this nest of ants as his own grazing. Gargle goo, quack 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 quack. Hearing this sound, Lin Su knew that the damnable neck-twisting bird was here again. The ant pecker bird is also known as the twisted neck bird because he is said to quickly twist his neck when in danger. Feeling that the call was still some distance away from him, Lin Su poked his head out of the anthill, and sure enough, he saw a small bird less than 20 centimeters long, happily jumping on the ground to forage for food. The bird had a silvery gray upper body, densely covered with stupid black-brown and brownish-white spots, and a pale white lower part, like the belly of a fish, and was opening its leaden gray beak to feed on ants on the ground. Watching this scene, Lin Su was so furious that his upper jaw itched, itching to directly pounce on this abominable neck-twisting bird and break its neck directly, because he saw the number of servants on his control panel dwindling. This guy is specializing in picking out the big soldier ants to eat, and the worker ants are ignored instead. However, angry or not, the difference in size between the two sides was here, so Lin Su didn't dare to act rashly, and instead threw an illumination skill first. Name, unknown. Race, bird. Rank, 0. Lifespan, 3 years. Strength, 0. 060, 06. Speed, 6. 5. Defense, 0. 090, 085. Mental, 0. 01. Looking at this value, Lin Su was slightly stunned. His own power was now 0.05, and it didn't seem like he could get much closer to this bird. Am I already this strong? It's also true that if the average strength of a human is 1, my current strength is equivalent to 5% of an average human, which is quite an exaggeration for an ant. But this cargo is really fast. Speed also represents agility. And what is the concept of agility during a fight? It is that the other party can attack you at will, but you are simply clueless and may not even be able to touch the other party's body. After silently observing for a period of time, Lin Su then secretly crawled into the dead leaves and used the cover to approach the other party. As long as he was able to reach within a meter and the other party didn't notice him, the opportunity would come. He was more than a little nervous about his first head-on hunt of a target far larger than himself. But there's no way around it. The two are mortal enemies chosen by nature and always have to be faced. Gaga goo, gaga goo. The ant pecker bird jumps happily and forages for food, not noticing that danger is slowly approaching among the dead leaves. Of course, it does occasionally turn its head to look around, but mainly to watch for natural predators like snakes. Lin Su used his cover to quickly crawl and came directly in front of the ant pecker bird's foraging area. He lay down under a dead leaf and silently bided his time. Soon, the ant woodpecker bird entered the range of his flying needles, but it was only at this point that he suddenly realized that it was difficult for him to aim as the dastardly neck-twisting bird kept jumping and moving its orientation. There was no way around it. The other guy was just too fast and agile. Lin Su calculated that the time he might have to grasp to hit his opponent was around 1/3 of a second. That was a bit much to ask, and he found himself unsure. So he didn't dare to act rashly, because once he used the skill and didn't hit the target, he wouldn't have any chance of surviving at all. Just as Lin Su was struggling to grasp that split-second opportunity, this twisted-necked bird unexpectedly suddenly made a long jump, its wings flapping rapidly, lifting off the single dead leaf that was covering him. Lin Su directly froze. Lin Su, what the hell? It's a bit embarrassing. Not only did Lin Su freeze, the neck-twisting bird also froze. Antpecker bird, it's such a big ant. Am I blind? The antpecker bird quickly turned his neck and jumped half a meter high. Obviously, he was startled as well. Lin Su, on the other hand, turned around and ran, his 6 legs dashing towards the bushes as if they were equipped with motors. Just as he was about to rush into the bushes, the neck-twisting bird had already reacted, transformed into a sharp sword, and pecked at Lin Su with its mouth open. Lin Su was almost scared out of his wits, even though he fought to fly. Under the extreme speed of the other party, his body was still light, and he felt like he was prancing around, covered in sticky liquid. Holy shit, this fucking luck of mine. I wouldn't be reborn and end up being eaten by a bird, would I? I'm so fucking wrong. At the moment, he knew what he was getting himself into. It was being contained in the mouth of that damned neck-twisting bird. Just at the moment of despair, he suddenly fought to stretch out his own tail needle, and towards the antpecker bird's mouth did not know which position. It directly stabbed down. At this moment, he didn't care so much. The venom was directly output. Gaga goo. The neck-twisting bird felt the stinging pain and screamed involuntarily, and Lin Su in his mouth immediately felt his body loosen up and was about to slip out of the other's mouth. But right then, he spotted the opportunity and made a split-second decision, directly opening his jaws and clamping down towards the bird's tongue. Ka-ching! The cartilage on the tongue of the antpecker bird shattered in response. Bang! A loud sound came and Lin Su fell towards the ground dizzily. It turned out to be the ant woodpecker bird that couldn't help the severe pain and flapped its wings randomly. But in this forest, although there were no sky-high trees, small trees and shrubs were densely packed. The bird directly headbutted into the roots of a small tree, and Lin Su was shaken down as a result. Gaga goo. The antpecker bird himself was dazed, and with the sharp pain in his mouth and the spread of the toxin, how could he fly? Watching this twisted neck bird flopping on the ground, Lin Su also finally let out a sigh of relief. This bird couldn't live. Even if he stopped striking out, the other party would still be dead. Soon, hundreds of soldier ants surrounded the area, and at Lin Su's command, the soldier ants immediately swarmed up, especially General 1, General 2 and General 3. Their power at this point was no longer weak, and often a single clip would make the bird drop a feather from its wings. The antpecker bird would never have dreamed that he would one day fall into the mouth of his own food. At the moment he was not dead yet, but he was already covered in dense ants crawling all over his body. Lin Su looked at the desperate eyes of the ant duckpecker bird. Without the slightest sympathy, he directly pounced over as well, finding the other party's throat and clamping it down. Blood sprayed all over him. The next moment, his experience points increased by 2,000 points. The last time I exterminated a nest of fierce ants, I only had that many more experience points than this time. Even now, with all his servants out, hunting from morning to night, he only had that pitiful 5,000 to 6,000 experience points a day. You know, it's only been less than 10 minutes since the bird fell, which is equivalent to half a day's hard work on that occasion. The point is that this time there was no loss of personnel, and his flying needle skill was still there. It was just that the venom had been emptied and it might take a night to recover. And with 1,000 experience points, he could add 0.01 to his strength. His current strength was 0.05, and if all the experience points were added to his strength, he could already reach 0.07. If you're dry, just add power to all of them. The servants already have 3 level ones, which is also enough for now. So arm yourself first. After all, this twisted neck bird doesn't necessarily have just one. It's said that during the breeding period, they all come in pairs, so in case the other one finds its way over, it really won't be able to cope without enough strength. I won't necessarily be so lucky next time. Soon, his stat panel took a jump, with a strength of 0.07. It's almost caught up to the damn neck-twisting bird. Suddenly, a very mischievous thought appeared in his mind. I really don't know how many experience points I'll gain if I get Chao Dongfeng and Yan Lu killed. Right, that's a lot of experience points for killing a bird. What if you kill a rat? It suddenly occurred to Lin Su that there was still a nest of rats living in his territory. The nest of rats can be quite numerous, and he's seen a few of them once, all several times larger than the wriggly-necked bird. Before, mice and ants were well out of the way of each other. After all, They didn't have any competition and weren't in the same food chain. Mice don't like to eat ants, and ants can't eat mice, so the two sides are able to coexist peacefully. But now, Lin Su began to hit on that nest of rats. Will 1, Will 2, Will 3, gather, we're going to visit our old neighbors. The job of cleaning up the site after the battle was naturally the business of the worker ants. Tens of thousands of worker ants began to cut and carry the corpse of the neck-twisting bird, but all of this had nothing to do with Lin Su. Lin Su's job was to keep growing himself and his team. The vast army of soldier ants crawled towards the mouse hole, and when they came to the mouth of the mouse hole, Lin Su didn't rush to enter it, but silently observed. Even in broad daylight, rats are coming in and out with impunity. After shining a light on several rats of different sizes, Lin Su finally had a detailed understanding of the strength of rats. The average rat has a strength of 0.8 to 10 and a speed of 8 or more. This kind of strength of rats, Lin Su felt no need to think about it. The other side, even if the group beat butt, running is still no problem. After all, the difference in speed between the two sides was so great that the ants certainly couldn't catch up with the mice. What he's hunting now are rat pups. Rats have a great ability to reproduce. They can breed a litter in 2 months. And if it weren't for the fact that the inside of the woods doesn't provide much food, I'm afraid that rats would have already piled up here. Sure enough, he soon saw very small-sized rats. And there's more than one. There's 7 or 8. Kill. As the order to attack was launched, the 3 generals led hundreds of soldier ants and crawled directly towards a rat that had just come out of its hole. The mouse was the size of a 2-finger, and should not have been out foraging on its own yet. Seeing the ants crawling towards him, the little mouse has curiosity and tries to go around them. But the next moment, the ants crawled up towards his body. Even though his body was crawling with ants, the little mouse didn't care. But suddenly, the ants began to inject their venom into the mouse's body, at which point the little mouse began to squeak and then rolled over on the ground. Soon, though, his whole body was paralyzed and only his eyes were still blinking. From start to finish, Lin Su had only acted as a spectator and had not participated in the attack. Leading the attack are the 3 generals. It takes 8 minutes to kill a small mouse, but the gain is not bad. With 300 experience points, Lin Su silently calculated and felt that this would be more cost-effective and efficient than hunting outside. The 7 or 8 mice were supposed to be from a single litter, and were soon all destroyed. The next step is to take the challenge to a higher level. However, with Lin Su personally pressing on the battlefield, the big one's rats were also easily handled. With his current strength, there was still no problem blocking a rat that wasn't too big in size at the entrance of the hole. As long as he blocked the other party, and then the other soldier ants swarmed up and injected the toxin, the rat would basically be declared dead. Of course, there were those who ran away, and battle losses were not unheard of, but that was acceptable. Lin Su didn't care about those ordinary soldier ants right now. He only needed to keep the 10 or so that he had taken special care of. Because of the earliest 10 soldier ants, he had already invested quite a few experience points. And apart from General 1, General 2, and General 3, the other 7 were already just a foot away from being upgraded. He planned to start upgrading himself after he had 10 generals. It took only half a day for General 4 and General 5 to appear. With 5 Tier 1 minions, this team's battle power was definitely not as simple as addition. Shit, it's huge. Just when Lin Su was complacent, a huge black shadow came flying from the distance. It was a rat bigger than a fist. The rat simply ignored all the soldier ants and scurried straight into the hole. Lin Su hurriedly used the illumination skill and barely saw his opponent's stats. Name, unknown. Race, rat. Lifespan, 3 years, 1 year. Rank, 0. Strength, 0. 1, 0. 1. Speed, 0. 9, 0. 9. Defense, 0. 1, 0. 0.95. Mental, 0. 0.1, 0. 0.1. Eyeballing the rat. It was almost a pound. Although Lin Su's strength wasn't far apart, he stood at the entrance of the cave and was hit by the other party, but he flew out half a meter. That's momentum. Momentum equaled mass times speed, and his opponent's mass was far above his, so strength could not be measured by power at all. However, Lin Su had the flying needle skill, which was his killer weapon. Just as the large rat scurried into the hole and slowed down, he didn't hesitate to unleash his flying needle skill. Flying needle nailed directly on the back of the rat. The rat screamed twice. Seems to have no reaction, but Lin Su already knew the next result, and he directly took the 5 great generals and many soldier ants and trailed towards the cave entrance. A few moments later, he smelled the scent of the large rat that had just been there, and at the moment, the other party was nestled deep in the burrow, his eyes misty and his whole body trembling violently. The opponent could no longer move, so Lin Su naturally had no qualms about directly ordering his army to pounce. He himself darted up to the head of the large rat and opened his jaws, pinning them to the rat's neck. The large rat stung and desperately tried to get away from Lin Su's attack, but it was definitely useless. After all, Lin Su also had 0.09 strength now, and his body size was about to reach 3 centimeters in length. His jaws clamped down. Not to say that he could break the bones of the rat, but the skin on his neck and his throat could not be topped by any means. The mouse squeaked, but soon died, because his throat was leaking. Lin Su also felt a wave of weakness. This was the aftermath of having unleashed the flying needle skill, but the rewards were tremendous. This rat surprisingly has 3,200 experience points. This was the strongest Lin Su had hunted so far. Hunting such a rat was equivalent to half a day's work for the team. Will 6. After killing this big rat, Lin Su didn't hesitate and directly upgraded his Soldier 6 to General 6. Instead of rushing to dispose of the rat carcass, he began to lead the team to probe this rat hole. Ants don't have night vision, but they don't need vision at all. The ants' antennae are the same as the bamboo poles in the hands of the blind man, and at every step they keep striking the ground with the 2 poles, which is also probing the way. And the ants' antennae are much more sensitive than the blind man's bamboo poles. In addition to this, the tentacles have an olfactory role and identify by smelling. As they walk, they constantly secrete small amounts of a chemically marked substance with a particular odor from the anus at the end of their abdomen and from glands on their legs, which stain the road and leave traces. It's called odor navigation. After a full 10 minutes of exploration, Lin Su had analyzed that this rat hole was more than 10 meters long, with 2 openings, upper and lower, which were extremely permeable. According to his analysis, there was definitely more than one big rat in this rat hole, which had dozens of different scents, so he wasn't in a hurry to get out, and was prepared to just stand guard inside the cave. Although he was now without his venom, with his powerful strength and a team of hundreds of soldier ants, he could definitely fight a battle if he dealt with one large rat at a time in this small space. Most of all, he didn't have venom, but the servants under his hand did. Sure enough, it didn't take long for another large mouse to return. This time, Lin Su didn't take the lead. Instead, he had the 6 generals and the other soldier ants surround them and the poison needles output their venom. This big rat didn't even think that there was such a menace in his hole, and somehow he got hit. The big rat still wanted to run, but Lin Su, who had already prepared for this, directly pounced on its head and bit off the big rat's throat. Unsurprisingly, General 7 appeared again, and Lin Su's team grew bigger and bigger. The squatting continued until morning, and after hunting 3 more large rats and a few medium-sized rats, Lin Su then led the team back to the nest to rest. And this night, he had successfully raised his team to the level of 10 level 1 minions. Of course, there were definitely fewer battle losses. Originally he already had more than 700 minions, but now there were only like 200 left. But Lin Su intended to take the elite route when he went. With the higher combatants available, the lower cannon fodder just needed to be added to the ant colony. That's what he's cultivating the ant colony for. The point of the colony's existence was to provide him with a constant supply of cannon fodder. The next step was to replenish his supply of soldiers and then pull them into the rat hole to crouch. Finally, after 3 days, the entire rat hole fell completely, and not a single rat appeared all afternoon. And at this moment, Lin Su's flying needles also grew back and the data, once again, changed greatly. The progress of his stats meant that he was getting stronger and stronger. But Lin Su wasn't satisfied. He decided to level himself up as soon as possible and then go visit those 2 bitches to see how they were doing. Now that the anthill was firmly in his hands within a 50-meter radius, Lin Su decided to wait for a few days to clean up all the other insects within a tens of meter radius, so that he should be able to barely save up enough experience points for upgrading. The most important thing about playing and upgrading is patience. Lin Su now had a powerful team, and the experience points gained from the servants' hunts were all under his name, which allowed him to save up enough experience points in a few days to begin another metamorphosis. And each metamorphosis represents a qualitative leap. In the midst of the anthill, Lin Su lazily lay down beside the ant queen, his forelimbs stroking the tentacles of the latter, watching the latter continuously laying ant eggs. At one point, he suddenly had his tentacles up and his spirit shook. Finally, after adding the value of defense to 0.1, the system finally passed the option of whether or not to upgrade. Lin Su didn't hesitate and decisively upgraded. This was the moment he was most looking forward to. The excruciating pain of metamorphosis was something he was used to. In the latter's astonished emotions, Lin Su shed his old shell, his body gradually expanding to a full 4 centimeters in length. Shaking off his slightly dazed head, his powerful aura gave Huchi an even greater sense of oppression, and at the same time, an additional sense of security. It's the breath of a king. At this moment, Lin Su, with a red and black shell shining brightly, and certain places covered with a layer of fine fluff, was like an alien mech in a sci-fi movie. The latter immediately passed down the order to expand the anthill. Dig deeper down. Build me an underground palace and a throne. Name, Lin Su. Race, red fire ants. Level, first order 3. Lifespan, 3 years, 3 years. Strength, 0, 1, 0, 1. Speed, 0, 1, 0, 1. Defense, 0, 1, 0, 1. Talent, Venom 0, 1, 0, 1. ML, mental sense. Your mental powers far beyond those of a normal insectoid give you the ability to cast mental communications across races. Skills, illumination, can view the target's attributes. Flying needle, can shoot tail poison needles. Effective range is 3 meters. Can increase range with strength. After the poison needle detaches, it takes 3 days for it to grow back again, and you can't use the venom during this period. Spirit, 1, 1. Experience points, 0. Servants, 10, 000, 982. The effective range of the flying needles has reached 3 meters. This is good. The range of the flying needles, as his power grew, would have increased even without the upgrade. However, this upgrade had directly turned his effective range, which was originally only 2.5 meters, into 3 meters, and that was just for starters. Spirit sensing? Interracial spirit communication? Doesn't that mean that I can communicate my words to other races through spirit sensing? Why didn't I have this ability before? And my spirit was one before. Nothing has changed? The host's previous insectoid carapace was too fragile to take on powerful fluctuations in mental power. The system's answer was succinct. It means that you used to be a mole, but now you're starting to step out of the mole category. It's also true that my various stats now have reached 1/10 of an ordinary human's, and although I'm still weak, I can already barely survive. Now if he were to run into the antpecker bird again, he was already fearless of his opponent. 4 centimeters in length for an ant's body, which is extremely exaggerated. The largest ant in the world is the bull ant that lives in Australia, and even for a bull ant, the body length is only 3 point several centimeters in length. Excluding the ant queen with low combat power, Lin Su felt that he should be the biggest ant on this planet. It's also the strongest. With the change in his stats, though, it was now becoming more difficult for him to raise his stats any further. For example, strength, he was currently at 0, 1, but to raise it to 0, 2, he would need a full 10,000 experience points. Now that the area around the ant colony had basically been cleared, it was already difficult to gain 10,000 experience points unless one expanded their territory. Lin Su didn't have a specific plan yet. Everything would wait until he went to the villa this time and finished poking around. Adjusting his thoughts, he began to make his way towards the walls of the villa. Standing on the fence again, he was not as small as he had been before. A praying mantis swooped over, ready to use him as today's ration. Lin Su didn't move. Just as the mantis forelimb descended, he directly and quickly stretched out his large jaws and clipped out. Ka-ching! The hard as iron. Invincible mantis greatsword was directly clipped raw by him. Then, with a dashing toss of his head, he flung the mantis over the fence and flew off to who knows where. Humph, chicken dish. It's just 100 or so experience points. Brother can't look at it now. Meow. A cat's cry came, and Lin Su, who had just been so pleased with himself, immediately had his fluffy hair stand up. It is. A calico cat was perched at the end of the fence, stretched out lazily. This is a stray cat. Before Lin Su was reborn, he knew that there were stray cats in every corner of the city, and he had seen this flower cat. It's not that stray cats aren't around, but they usually come out at night. Before, Lin Su was small in size, and between cats and ants, they also belonged to different worlds, so there was no possibility of a straight face. But now he was so big that he was able to enter the cat's field of vision, so he had to be careful. Fortunately, the fancy cat was just stretching and didn't notice his presence. Illuminate. Name, unknown. Race, cat. Rank, 0. Lifespan, 14 years, 12 years. Strength, 0. 3, 0. 3. Speed, 3. 1, 3. 1. Defense, 0. 9, 0. 9. Spirit, 0. 1, 0, 1. Seeing the data of that flower cat, Lin Su wasn't surprised. The strength was 3 times that of his own, and the speed was exaggerated, which meant that this cat possessed an extremely agile body, and its strength was unknown how many times that of his own. Its agility that's a direct reflection of combat effectiveness. And the cat's defense was exaggerated and scary. They say that cats have 9 lives. They really aren't wrong. This defense is already close to human level. Can't afford to mess with it, but I can afford to hide from it. Lin Su didn't have the idea of hunting stray cats for the time being. Besides stray cats, there were also stray dogs that he couldn't afford to mess with right now. He silently climbed over the green belt to the villa building, At this moment, someone seemed to be discussing something on the first floor of the villa, and Lin Su understood what was going on after listening carefully for a while. It turned out that Chao Dongfeng had just been discharged from the hospital yesterday, but he was blind in his left eye, and there were no other problems. However, when he was discharged from the hospital, he did not want to come to the villa, but stayed back in his previous house. There were 3 people talking in the room, besides Yang Lu. It was her mom Du Yue and her brother Yang Qing. It sounds like Du Yue and Yang Qing just moved here. During this period of time, Yang Lu went to the hospital. Chao Dongfeng was nonchalant, and Yang Lu naturally knew that through the investigation of the uniformed party, Yang Lu was the first suspect, and he himself felt that the only person who had a chance to do it that night should be Yang Lu, unless a really big ant made a move. But how is that possible? Chao Dongfeng moved away. Yang Lu did not say anything, and directly picked up his old mom and brother. Sis, I like that balcony on the 3rd floor. It's big enough. I'll have the 3rd floor for me. Even save the wedding room. Fine. As long as you can find a girlfriend, then the 3rd floor of this house will be your wedding room. Thanks, sis. As for Yang Qing's request, Yang Lu agreed without even thinking about it. Before Lin Su didn't die, Yang Lu had also mentioned a bite of this matter, but Lin Su simply couldn't agree, and then she didn't mention it again. Now that Lin Su is dead, it's still not her call here. Lu I heard that this house, the real estate license still has Lin Bei's name on it? At this time, Du Yue suddenly thought of this and asked tentatively. Yes, daughter not mom said. That Lin Bei and you have no blood relationship. You married Lin Su, although you did not give him a son and a half-daughter. But there is no merit but also have hard work. Why give an outsider to share half? Yang Lu frowned. To be honest, when Chao Dongfeng was around in the past, it was always Chao Dongfeng who took the idea. Now that there was a suspicion between the two, she didn't know how to deal with such things. Seeing that Yang Lu didn't say anything, Du Yue continued. Now that this has happened, in case there are any changes on Chao Dongfeng's side, you are young. How can you bring a drag? If you're not good at deciding, then mom will help you and send this little ninny away. Saying that, Du Yue had a vicious expression on her face. Lin Su didn't know exactly what Du Yue meant by sending away, but he had known for a long time that this Du Yue was a snarky person. Mom, what does it mean to be sent away? Send it to the orphanage. Anyway, it was an adoption at the time, so there's no excuse for sending it back. But there's another way, and that's to give it to his brother, Lin Jing. No way, giving it to Lin Jing definitely won't work. There's Lin Bei's name on the real estate license. If I give it to Lin Jing, I'm afraid that he'll use it to get into some kind of trouble at that time. Mom, let's go with the first solution. Send it back to the orphanage. The two of them discussed, but it gave Lin Su a thought. If Lin Bei was given to his own brother to take care of, it wouldn't be a bad way to go. But right at this moment, another voice rang out abruptly. It was Yang Xueme. I do have a more secure solution. Oh, Aunt May. You say. Yang Lu and Du Yue both looked at Yang Xueme. I know an older sister who can make children disappear forever. Hearing Yang Xueme say that, everyone in the room was stunned. Instantly, something occurred to them. Du Yue quickly picked up. What price? Mom, how can you ask that? They are doing us a favor. How can you ask for money? These Auntie May can just negotiate the deal herself. You can't do something for nothing, right? Being said so by Yang Lu, Du Yue immediately understood that it was her daughter who had seen the world and knew how to behave. The purpose of their side is to want people to disappear. As for how much money, they don't have to care. It's as a hush money for Auntie May. In this way, if they didn't take the money, it was the same as not being involved. And by then, even if something went wrong, it would be Auntie Mui's and that side's business, and they would be the victims. Hearing this, Lin Su was instantly on fire. Where does he not understand at this moment? This Yang Xueme know that person. Must be a human trafficker. He didn't expect that Yang Xueme, who had always been low-key and reticent, actually hid such an evil mind. The evil of human nature is on full display at this time. At this moment, Lin Su had already sentenced all the people in this room, one by one, to death. He crawled along the outside wall toward the 2nd floor. That's Lin Bei's room. When I came into the room, I was greeted by a mess. Lin Bei was pudgy and her hair was wet and stuck to her face. Obviously she hadn't washed it in a while. She was currently slumped over her desk, her eyes staring blankly at a painting on her desk. Lin Su remembers the painting very clearly. It was the first time in kindergarten art class. Lin Bei painted. On the top of the painting was a smiling man holding a little girl with a ponytail, and in the upper right corner were the words "Me and Dad" written in a twisted way. Seeing this scene, Lin Su was a little sour inside. Not his own, but what difference does it make? Although she was only 6 years old, Lin Beibei had clearly sensed her situation. Just when Lin Su didn't know what to do, Lin Beibei suddenly mumbled under his breath, "Dad, you won't die. They're all lying to me," she said, tears slipping quickly down her face. Lin Su's heart softened and he said silently, "Beibei, Daddy has always been by your side." He thought about this in his mind, only to realize that Lin Beibei violently turned back to look at the windowsill. "Daddy, Dad, is that you back?" Lin Su froze and instantly thought about what was going on. Spirit sense. But at the moment, with this image, he really didn't dare to show himself and could only hide behind the windowsill. He's afraid of scaring the kids. Lin Beibei flew close to the windowsill, tiptoeing towards the outside, but found nothing. Her face was full of disappointment. "Daddy, Daddy, oh BB misses you," Lin Beibei called out softly. Lin Su's heart was in turmoil at the moment, but he still resisted the urge to do something about it. On second thought, though, he thought he could show up in a different way. "BB, Daddy has always been there. Now listen carefully, don't look for Daddy. Go to second uncle tomorrow. Don't say anything, just say you want to stay at second uncle's house. And when some time passes, Daddy will come to you." Lin Beibei looked out the window suspiciously. The sound seemed to be coming from over there. It was very real, but she didn't see anything and just nodded her head vigorously. "Good, Beibei will go to find second uncle tomorrow, and I will definitely wait for Daddy to come back." "Dad, they all say you're dead. I just don't believe them. Daddy's not dead, so stay alive and wait for Daddy to come back." "Aha!" Lin Su immediately told Lin Beibei Lin Jing's phone number and instructed her to borrow the teacher's phone to contact her at kindergarten tomorrow. Lin Beibei looked out the window and nodded heavily, her tear-stained face with a bright smile. Lin Su really didn't dare to stay longer. This feeling was unbearable. Just after he left, though, he noticed a change in the system. The system had surprisingly gained an additional servant. "It's human." Surprised, he rushed to check it out. Name, Lamebe. Race, human. Rank, 0. Lifespan, 83 years, 76. Strength, 0. 23, 0. 2. Speed, 0. 1, 0. 1. Defense, 0. 1, 0. 1. Mental, 0. 6, 0. 5. Lin Su had never expected that Lin Beibei would become his servant. That's good, so I can always know his status. And I can use experience points on him to boost his strength. Since humans can be my servants, I should take in a suitable adult among them. A system like mine would really be able to take off if it could have a slaughterhouse. But as an ant, it's impossible for me to do that. It's different with humans. There are some things that have to be done by humans. Leaving the villa, Lin Su had a feeling of desperately wanting to improve his strength. It couldn't be helped. Although he was now considered strong in the insect world, he was still too weak against humans. Originally, he wanted to punish Yang Lu this time, but now it seems that there are more people to punish, and his flying needle skill cannot be fatal, so he just gave up on this action. Using the same move more than once would definitely draw attention, and he needed to be able to kill with a single move in order to do so, but he couldn't do it with his current strength. Back in the woods, Lin Su began to search for what he could do to increase his strength as soon as possible. What was needed to raise strength was experience points, but in the middle of these woods, hunting insects alone was really a bit slow to raise. In this kind of big city, with dozens of acres of woods, naturally there wouldn't be any large animals, and even if there were, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to complete the hunt and could only take his chances. Stray cats? No matter if it's a stray cat or a stray dog, it's not something I can deal with right now. Right, rats and cockroaches. The city's sewers, which are home to rats and cockroaches, should be in no small numbers. There weren't many experience points for hunting cockroaches, probably around 5 to 8, but there were swarms of them in the sewers, and there was no telling how many there were. And his current team already had 10 level 1 servants. These level 1 servants, all of them, were already existences that could single-handedly take on cockroaches, and once they had the chance, the efficiency of the hunt wouldn't be too low. People who have lived in big cities for a long time may not realize that underneath the steel and concrete high-rise buildings, there are urban drainage systems that are well connected and may take up no less space than ground-level buildings. This is the sewer. Sewers are used for discharging domestic and industrial water and are seldom seen, so they are a haven for rats and cockroaches. At this moment, Lin Su had already arrived in a sewer in front of the villa with his 10 servants and 3,000 soldier ants. The reason why there were only 3,000 soldier ants was that there was really no way around it, and that was all the colony had right now. Within a few meters of entering it, Lin Su knew he had come to the right place. It stank to high heaven, but it was absolutely the most ideal place for one's advancement. Just below a manhole cover, he saw a patch of cockroaches. Yes, not a few, not dozens, but a patch. The cockroaches that kept darting by were simply ignored. Too few for him to bother with. Little ones, kill for me. 3,000 soldier ants crawled in great numbers, killing the cockroaches. Lin Su had the ant swarm split into 10 squads, led by each of the 10 great generals, and surrounded them from 10 directions. People usually assume that ants are smaller than cockroaches and that cockroaches run over ants. But in reality cockroaches don't eat ants. Ant meat is not a cockroach favorite. Instead, ants are a great threat to cockroaches, and ants are the natural enemies of cockroaches. What's more, Lin Su's ant colony had stronger level 1 soldier ants leading it. Some of the cockroaches caught the scent of the ants, and when they tried to run, they realized that the same scent was present in all directions. Just in that little time of hesitation, the ants had already killed them. The next moment is the hunt. Lin Su sat back as if he was a king, watching his system panel data constantly change. In less than 20 minutes, hundreds of cockroaches were reduced to a mass of carcasses. On Lin Su's side, he was satisfied and collected thousands of experience points. It's too fast. It's really too fast. It's not as good as hunting rats. But in this sewer, where cockroaches are everywhere, this kind of efficiency is too much. Not much battle damage. Only a few dozen ordinary soldier ants were lost. Through this battle, Lin Su discovered a problem. What really kills a cockroach has to be a level 1 soldier ant. Those ordinary soldier ants. It often takes 20 or 30 of them together to take care of a cockroach. After killing this batch of cockroaches, he didn't make any stops and directly continued forward with his team. Sure enough, he soon encountered another batch of cockroaches. This time, Lin Su wasn't idle and took matters into his own hands. He was already about the same size as a larger cockroach, but his strength was dozens of times that of the other party. So naturally, it would end in seconds. His hunting efficiency alone was almost as good as that of a team. And in his hands, the cockroaches had almost no chance of escaping. In half a day, after losing more than 500 soldier ants, Lin Su had gained more than 10,000 experience points. But he suddenly realized that the loss was still too great. If things go on like this, it won't take 3 days before all the soldier ants are gone. If you have 20,000 experience points a day, 3 days would be at least 60,000, which would add at least 10 level 1 soldier ants. And it doesn't seem like the efficiency would decrease much. 2 level 1 soldier ants can hunt a cockroach within 5 minutes. And if it's 20 level 1 soldier ants, the hunting efficiency doesn't seem to be too much slower than it is now. That's just it. All the experience points are used to boost the team's strength, and after there are 20 tier 1 soldier ants, I'll be able to lead an elite team to kill their way through the sewers without any enemies. One day passed quickly, and Lin Su smoothly raised the entire 4 ordinary soldier ants to level 1. It seemed like a day of hunting over 4,000 cockroaches, but he realized that they had only advanced just over 200 meters in the sewers. It was evident that there were just too many cockroaches in the sewers. He also saw dozens of rats during this period. But he didn't even choose to do anything about it due to the speed of the other party. There's no need to use up the flying needle skill when there's a surefire way to do it. Unless a rat came to his door, Lin Su wouldn't bother. Dongcheng District, Manhwa House. Lin Jing received a call from Lin Beibei. Without saying a word, he came directly to the kindergarten entrance early and received Lin Beibei. Lin Jing naturally didn't believe Lin Beibei's claim that Lin Su had told her to find herself. But since Lin Beibei had found himself, there was no reason for him to ignore it. Lin Jing picked up Lin Beibei, but on Yang Lu's side, it felt like the sky was falling, and a few people started thinking about countermeasures at home. After some discussion, it was finally decided that Yang Lu would personally go to Lin Jing's residence to ask for someone. Legally speaking, Yang Lu, as Lin Beibei's guardian, definitely had the right to bring someone back, although Lin Beibei was 10,000 times more reluctant. Lin Jing was ultimately helpless and didn't choose to pick up Lin Beibei after dropping him off at the kindergarten the next day. If it was just Lin Jing alone, he would naturally try to protect Lin Beibei. But Lin Su had miscalculated one thing, and that was that his brother Lin Jing now had a girlfriend. Lin Jing, who had a girlfriend, naturally gave more thought to the matter, and with his girlfriend clearly not being too happy about it, Lin Jing eventually made the decision to do so. Of course, he didn't know that things were serious to this extent. In Lin Jing's understanding, Yang Lu was Lin Beibei's mother anyways. Even though she was only a foster mother, she was still considered the one they brought up. She might not be as loving, but there wouldn't be any major problems. Lin Beibei just went back to the villa again. 2 days later, the Uniform Bureau received a report from Yang Lu that Lin Beibei was missing. At this time, Lin Su didn't know about this. He now had 22 level 1 soldier ants and was hunting cockroaches in the sewers. Although the stench in the sewers was unbearable, compared to the income of around 20,000 experience points every day, he then automatically filtered out the disgusting environment. A few more days passed, and the eggs laid by the ant queen after her upgrade finally began to hatch. The worker ants fed honeydew to the newly emerged little ants, while Lin Su activated his illumination skill and carefully observed the ant pups. After shining a light on dozens of young ants, Lin Su no longer held out hope. These cubs are very common. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly the data of a cub caught his attention. Name, unknown. Race, red fire ants. Level, first order 1. Lifespan, 1 year, 1 year. Strength, 0. 0006, 0. 00006. Speed, 0. 0005, 0. 00005. Defense, 0. 0007, 0. 00007. Mental, 0. 01, 0. 0022. First order level 1. Life expectancy 1 year. Seeing the data panel of this worker ant, Lin Su's heart instantly flamed up. The lifespan of an ordinary worker ant should be less than 100 days, and it's ironically level 0 to boot. This worker ant, however, was born with a 1-year lifespan and a rank of 1. Although the values of strength and speed were no different from an ordinary newborn ant, this worker ant, obviously, was a level 1 lifeform, which meant that he didn't need Lin Su to use any experience points on him to grow into a level 1 life through food. With this discovery, Lin Su immediately examined all the young ants born today, and soon, he summarized a rough chance. 563 hatchlings. Surprisingly, there were 5 level 1 hatchlings, a probability of around 1%. And among these 5 level 1 hatchling ants, there was even one that was a soldier ant. The change in the young ants filled Lin Su's heart with grandeur. An ant colony capable of giving birth to a level 1 life. Although the chances were extremely low, in time, a qualitative change would surely occur. This also meant that he didn't need to spend any more experience points on improving his team's strength, unless he needs a stronger servant. With the way he was gaining experience points now, just hunting cockroaches was perfectly enough for level 1 soldier ants. Even the next day, he found a level 1 male ant in the newly born colony. I wonder if level 1 male ants die after their wedding flight. Nope, I can take the male ants as servants first, and after the wedding flight, even if the male ants are on the verge of death, I can save them with experience points. And after accumulating more, can I train an air force? The sky had always been a place that Lin Su was quite eager and helpless, but now it seemed that it wasn't impossible. Races are certainly imperfect without air power. Not only do you have to have air power, but you have to have surface to air as well. It reminded Lin Su of a game he had played as a child. StarCraft. Each race in StarCraft has its own unique way of warfare, each one multidimensional and three-dimensional. In the future, you will need to do the same for your own ant colony. Thinking about this, Lin Su climbed onto the newly constructed throne. This throne was constructed from the bones of an antpecker bird, and Lin Su leaned against the throne, with the antpecker bird's beak on top of his head, radiating a sense of majesty. He spent 20,000 experience points to increase his strength from 0.1 to 0.3, only to realize that this was already the upper limit. A strength of 0.3 is already almost equivalent to 1/3 of an ordinary person's strength. Next, it's all about speed and defense. And with the team's current hunting efficiency, in a few days at most, I'll be able to advance to the next level again. What he was doing now was honestly hunting cockroaches and improving himself. So Lin Su didn't delay and led more than 20 level 1 soldier ants into the sewers every day. And all the experience points he had gained now were no longer used on the team, but to improve himself across the board. A few days later, he finally had another promotion. This promotion spread his body over the throne to a terrifying 6 centimeters in length. Name, Lin Su. Race, red fire ants. Level, 4 of the first order. Lifespan, 8 years, 8 years. Strength, 0.303. Speed, 0.303. Defense, 0.303. Talent, Venom 0.505 ml. Psychic sensing, scent tracking. Your ant pheromones have undergone a mutation boost and can be sensed by you within 100 meters. Skills, Shumi, flying needles, can shoot tail poison needles. Effective range is 8 meters. Can increase range with strength. It takes 3 days for the poison needles to grow back again after they are detached. Can't use venom during this period. Spirit, 1. Experience points, 223. Servant, 100. 5,661. Scent tracking. This should be a talent that the ants were supposed to have, but now it's just been upgraded. 100 meter range. Not too useful, but better than nothing. The effective range of the flying needle has been increased to 8 meters, and it has some ground-to-air capability. The body was already able to store 0.5 milliliters of venom. The upper limit of venom was not added by Lin Su through experience points, but rather increased proportionally with the growth of the body. The venom sacs in the body have now become so large that they can store up to 0.5 milliliters of venom, which should be able to cause fatal damage to an average human. Before, when he had 0.01 milliliter of venom, he was able to poison Chao Dongfeng's eyes, and now with dozens of times more dosage, Lin Su felt that if used properly, it shouldn't be hard to poison a person to death if they weren't saved in time. How much is 0.5 milliliter? A milliliter is a cubic centimeter. Even if a person drinks it, it will feel like moistening the throat. The venom of the red fire ants, without exaggeration, surpassed even the most poisonous snakes in a certain aspect, and if it was injected into the bloodstream and the venom traveled all over the body, it could cause a large amount of cellular tissues to undergo necrosis, and that effect could be imagined. Time to go for a walk. He had always been worried that Lin Beibei would have some kind of change of heart, and this time, with his increased strength, he planned to go and explore again. However, now that his body was too large to travel during the day, it was no longer very convenient, so he had to wait until night, especially when he went over the fence. There were no plants on top of the fence to cover him, and the cameras around the villa had been able to capture a target as big as him. As night fell, he followed the shadowy part of the wall route into the villa and went straight to Lin Beibei's room. It seems like it should have been picked up by Lin Jing. Without finding Lin Beibei, he could only guess so. Downstairs, Yang Qing was playing a game on his cell phone, very involved. Bro, have you brushed up on the global fogging lately? Yang Lu swiped the jitterbug while chatting with his brother in one way or another. It's normal. It's okay to have strange weather phenomena now with global warming. Oh, Yang Lu saw that her brother didn't bother to talk to her, so she didn't say anything else. Du Yue and Yang Shueme, on the other hand, were chatting about their topics. Sister Yue, tomorrow old Huang next door is organizing a game for us to play mahjong, and old Huang specifically said that he wanted me to call on you. Du Yue rolled her eyes and said, "Humph, that old yellow head. The day before yesterday when I was dancing in the square, I felt that this person is overly enthusiastic. Tomorrow and asked me to go to play mahjong. Do not go. Sister Yue, there's no need to be like this. Old Huang is a nice person, and his son is an executive of a listed company. His pension is quite a lot. There's no harm in getting in touch." That's right, I'm idle and bored anyway. By the way, I've always been curious about one thing. How much did you charge for giving Lin Beibei to Sister Xia? Don't worry I don't want a cent. I'm just curious. Du Yue had actually been thinking about this in his heart, and he was a little uncomfortable about his daughter giving all of this money to Yang Shueme to earn, but it was done, and she just wanted to find out. But Du Yue didn't know that as soon as he said this, an ant somewhere in the corner of the room was shaken all over. Gee, it's not really much. It's just that much. Yang Shueme held out a finger. $1 million? Du Yue was shocked, not expecting to make so much money. How can it be that high? It's only 100,000, but there's still 50,000 to follow up on. Yesterday, Sister Xia called me and said that Lin Beibei was in a bad mood and wasn't eating much, so she wanted me to go and calm her down tomorrow morning. There's a follow-up 50,000 tomorrow if I can wait until they're successfully sent out of the city. As long as they get out of the city, they'll have all kinds of ways. 150,000. That's not bad. Lin Su knew where Lin Beibei was going from the conversation between Du Yue and Yang Shueme. To be honest, he had never expected that these people would sell Lin Beibei to human traffickers. How vicious it must be. This is a nightmare for a 6-year-old. But he also heard from the conversation that Yang Shueme was going to meet with the buyer tomorrow morning. Originally, Lin Su had wanted to try out the power of his venom tonight, but now it seemed that this matter would have to be put off for a while. He had to take the risk of following Yang Shueme out tomorrow. Now only he could rescue Lin Beibei, and there was only one chance. The problem now was how far Yang Shueme was going out. If she was walking it would be fine. If she was taking the car, it would be a problem. The chances of walking are slim, and the city is so big that buyers can't happen to be in the neighborhood. After thinking about it, Lin Su still decided that he would hide it on Yang Shueme, either in his bag or in his clothes. Yang Shueme wasn't a rich person, and recently she used very few bags. Lin Su found that some of her common daily necessities were inside a large canvas bag for groceries. This bag was spacious enough for Lin Su to climb into it, hide in a compartment that didn't hold items, and wait silently. The next day, Yang Shueme did go out with this bag on her back. Maybe today was the day she was going to get the final payment, so she was especially excited, and when she left the house, she was even humming a little song, not even noticing that there was a big ant inside her bag. Sure enough, after Yang Shueme went out, she directly called a cab. The cab made 7 turns, and Lin Su didn't know where it was to, only knowing that after Yang Shueme got off, she should have arrived at a vegetable market, walked through the food market to a stretch of rental properties, According to the sound of Yang Shueme walking inferred that the other party is living on the third floor. There is no elevator. When he reached the third floor, he heard the door open. Sister Kasumi, where are the people? Come on in, I'm telling you, the girl cried as soon as I removed the tape. I was worried that people would hear me, so I never dared to remove the tape. Now that she stopped crying, and as a result, she's not eating, if she dies, then I'll lose a lot of money. BB, you child, how can you not eat? Didn't you say you were going to wait for daddy? If you don't eat and starve to death, how can you wait for your dad? Tell you what, I'll ask Auntie Xia to help you open the tape, so don't cry and eat something. Eat so you can live. Live so you can grow up. Grow up so you can run back and wait for your dad. It had to be said that although Yang Shueme was uneducated, she was able to speak and persuade people, but she was able to pinpoint the pain points. A moment later, Lin Su heard Lin Bebe eating. A short while later, there was a knock on the door and a man came in. Django, hello? Yang Shueme sounded a little agitated. Not bad. You took care of it as soon as you came. It seems that we need to cooperate more in the future. It's really troublesome for you to make a trip, but it can't be helped. We don't dare to transfer the transaction. Only cash. This you have to understand. Understand. The boy made sense. Good. The car is already down there. Arranged. It didn't take long for everyone to get into the car, and Lin Su felt a little surprised that there were only 2 people in this human trafficker gang. After half an hour, though, he realized he was wrong. The car came to the suburb. That Kang and Xia seemed to have a connector. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they arrived at a building that seemed to contain 2 more men, and the abducted children were surprisingly 3 in addition to Lin Bebe. Listening to their conversation, Lin Su understood that this was their staging area, and the 2 men were in charge of transportation. The children would be transported to other places. Exactly where? Of course, they would not tell Yang Shueme. Then Brother Chang and Sister Xia were ready to drive Yang Shueme away. Traffickers abduct children for a couple of purposes. The first is to sell them to people who can't have children, or who have a need for children. The second is to sell organs, such as kidneys and corneas. Others make the children disabled and send them out to beg. Either way, this was a huge blow to the child's family, and for the child, it was even more cruel. That's why Lin Su was also extremely hateful towards people who did this kind of thing. Yang Shueme was going to leave. Of course Lin Su wouldn't follow. He saw a moment and climbed out of the other person's bag and jumped into the grass by the side of the road. After the car left, Lin Su then climbed out of the grass and looked at the building in front of him. This would be a small yard on a hillside with a dozen chickens and 2 very large lychee trees inside. Chicken. Seeing that group of chickens, Lin Su was somewhat speechless. Illuminate. Name, unknown. Race, chicken. Rank, 0. Lifespan, 7 years, 5 years. Strength, 0. 1, 0. 1. Speed, 1. 5, 1. 5. Defense, 0. 2, 0. 2. Mental, 0. 08, 0. 08. This was an ordinary rooster that was several times less powerful than himself, but far faster. And this was a natural enemy. And in this situation, Lin Su didn't dare to be careless for fear of making a commotion. If you don't dare to mess with it, then take a detour. He climbed straight up the other side of the facade to the roof, then doubled back down to look in through the window. Only 2 men inside were seen saying something to the 4 children, their faces extremely fierce. When Lin Su saw Lin Bebe shivering, he really couldn't hold back a bit, but he didn't dare to act rashly yet, and time passed slowly like this, and it finally got dark. The 2 men in the house hadn't walked away in the meantime, just made a couple of phone calls, which sounded as if they had a buyer arriving tomorrow, and they'd be delivering north for the deal tomorrow. Soon it was midnight and the 2 finally drifted off to sleep. It was only at this point that Lin Su dared to come down from the windowsill and climb inside. He wasn't sure now if his poison could deal with an adult, but trying it was a must. So Lin Su climbed onto the back of a slightly thinner man and raised his tail pin and stuck it in. The reason it's in the back is because it's a position where even if you wake up in pain, your hands can't reach it. Lin Su wasn't afraid of being exposed. With his current strength, in such a dark environment, there was still no problem to escape. As the toxin was injected, the man was indeed awakened by the pain, but Lin Su didn't stop. Instead, he injected the venom to the end. Not a trace of it left, before he hurriedly crawled away. The man screamed and backhanded to grab his back, but couldn't even get a grip. This startled the other person next to him and he rushed to turn on the light. Just as he turned on the light, the whole thing froze, only to see the thin man suddenly roll his white eyes. His entire face became red, and his eyes opened extremely wide. Reiko, what's going on? Reiko, Thunderchild. The skinny man called Thunderbolt was apparently unable to hear the screams at the moment. Or maybe he heard them, but he was simply out of control himself, twitching on the bed one after the other. Next thing you know, the man starts foaming at the mouth. Lazy, don't scare me. How am I supposed to save you if you do this at this time? The man didn't even dare to call the police, but could only try to pinch the other person one by one. But what's the use of choking when you're poisoned? A few minutes later, the man named Thunder jerked over and fell into a coma. Lin Su, however, knew that the man hadn't died because he hadn't gained experience points. Lin Su hid in the corner and silently watched as the one remaining man first fumbled and then began to call for help. The man was calling Django. Lin Su knew that there wasn't much time left for him, because once that strong brother arrived, there were bound to be many changes, but at this point, his killer weapon was gone, and the venom was all injected into the man named Lazy. Is there no other way? He was a little disheartened. Right, flying needle. I haven't used my flying needle skill yet. It doesn't have venom, but when used well, it can still hurt people. He lay motionless in the corner and began to adjust his angle. The flechette was aimed at the man's aorta next to the knot in his throat. There wasn't much time left for him, so Lin Su was prepared to take his chances because there was no other way at this moment. He wasn't sure he'd be able to get a hit into his opponent's aorta. As the flying needle skill was activated, the 1 centimeter long-tailed needle shot out. Ah! A shriek rang through the night air as a pain at the base of the man's neck and blood shot out as if from water from a cracked hose, terrifying the man without knowing what to do. Soon, though, he instinctively went to cover his neck with his hand. At this point Lin Su was no longer hiding. He climbed straight out of the corner and quickly climbed on top of the man, using his large jaws to clamp down hard at the man's wrist that was covering the wound. The man's wrist tingled and he immediately let go of his hand. But when he saw an ant the size of a finger, lying right on his wrist, he was out of his mind. Ah, what the hell is this? At that moment the artery at his wrist also ruptured, and blood likewise splashed out. Lin Su, however, didn't hold anything back, but instead jumped straight up and pounced on the man's eyes before his opponent threw himself out. The man only felt a blur before his eyes, and then a sharp pain that made him reflexively use his hands to slap his eyes, wanting to slap Lin Su to death. But Lin Su had already anticipated the man's movements and climbed directly to the side, stretching his head towards the man's other eye for a clip. Although the man closed his eyes in time, how could his fragile and thin eyelids resist Lin Su's large jaws? In the midst of its terrified shouts, the other eye's eyeball, too, was directly pierced. At this point the man couldn't see anything but his hands clawing at his face and neck. Lin Su was trying to avoid being mistakenly injured, so he directly slipped off his opponent. To save time, he climbed on top of the scrawny man again, and fought his way up to a pinch on his neck. The skin and brittle bones of the skinny man's throat were like papier-mâché, and a small hole was pierced right through his large, sharp jaws. The sound inside the hall was extremely terrifying, which caused all 4 children in the room to cry out in terror. Lin Su knew that his rescue mission was not yet complete. He clipped the key straight up, crawled over to the lock hole, inserted the key into it, and opened the door to the room. Lin Bebe was also frightened at this moment, but Lin Su's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Babe, don't be afraid, don't cry, push open the door, get out. Run down the road and out. Find the house with the lights on. Then knock on the door and have someone call the police. Remember, Daddy is always there. Lin Bebe looked around blankly and didn't see anyone. But she literally stopped crying and pushed open the door to her room and ran out. The other 3 children followed, crying as they ran. It's remote, but there are a few houses just 400 or 500 meters away. It was a night that was destined to keep a lot of people awake. Lin Su was also very weak at the moment. He took advantage of the night to climb out of the small courtyard and hid in the grass to rest. Before leaving the house, he made a point of crawling up to the dying man's neck and clipping out his tail pin. More than 20 minutes later, sirens sounded. Another half hour passed, and the sound of an ambulance came from the distance. But Lin Su knew that the ambulance had come too late. Coming 5 minutes earlier might be useful, because just now, he had received 49, 353, 562 experience points in succession. The small compound was cordoned off and several waves of uniformed officers entered the area the next morning. But all of this had nothing to do with Lin Su anymore. He was currently climbing on the bumper of a van, and the people sitting inside this van were clearly that brother Chang and sister Xia. The van arrived almost back to back with the livery van, but because they saw that something was wrong, they didn't get out of the van, but observed the main road for a while before leaving. Lin Su naturally wouldn't let these 2 people go now that he understood his strength. Although he had lost his venom now, 100,000 experience points came in, and the servants had not been idle during the day and night he had been out, adding almost several thousand experience points to him. Adding up, he already had 110,000 experience points, which he could use up first in order to increase his strength. 0. 3 power is still a bit weak. Gotta add it. Lin Su still chose to add strength in the first place, but after consuming 30,000 experience points and adding strength to 0.6, the system prompted that he had reached the upper limit again. A body this small with more than half the strength of an ordinary person sounded terrifying, but Lin Su now knew that even if he added his strength to 1, he wouldn't be able to fight a human with that. Because of his small size and mass, the momentum he generates is far from human. One punch from a human and he might not be hurt, but he would be knocked away for an unknown distance. But the biting force of his large jaws was already quite impressive, and even if it was a human bone, he was sure to crush it. After adding speed and defense to 0.6 again, Lin Su found that he could actually advance again. I really didn't expect that killing 2 people would be able to allow me to directly advance 1 level. A few minutes later, his data panel changed radically again. Name, Lin Su. Race, Red Fire Ants. Level, First Order 5. Lifespan, 15 years, 15 years. Strength, 0.60. 45. Speed, 0.60. 48. Defense, 0.60. 52. Talent, Venom 1, 0.5 ml, Psychic Sensing, Scent Tracking, your ant pheromones have undergone a mutation boost and can be sensed by you within 300 meters. Skills, Shumi, Flying Needles, can shoot tail poison needles. Effective range is 15 meters. Can increase range with strength. It takes 3 days for the poison needles to grow back again after they are detached. Can't use venom during this period. Spirit, 1, 1. Experience points, 21, 255. Servant, 1, 000, 5633. After the metamorphosis, his body length had reached a full 8 centimeters. However, this time, no new skills were gained, and there were no more new changes to the talents, except that the storage limit of venom reached 1 milliliter, and the effective range of flying needles was increased to 15 meters, and the range of scent tracking was increased to 300 meters, so the range was huge. There are still more than 20,000 experience points left. It seems like we need to kill more people in the future. This is too high of a return. All human traffickers can be killed. Brother Chang and sister Xia must die. This kind of person, even if they are caught, they won't be sentenced for a few years, so it's most appropriate for me to punish them. And Yang Xueme, Du Yue, Yang Lu, Chao Dongfeng, I won't let any of them go. Just you wait. I'll send you to hell one by one. In this country, 2 deaths at the same time, and a homicide, is definitely a major case. A case of this magnitude can no longer be handled by the local district uniform office and can only wait for the city uniform bureau to send someone over. And this time, the one who led the team was He Yingxiong, who had contacted Chao Dongfeng's case last time. After some inspection, He Yingxiong asked the junior next to him to start recording. There were 4 children's footprints and 5 adults' footprints in the house, all of which were collected. No signs of climbing around the house, no window entry, no signs of intrusion at the door. He Yingxiong scrutinized the situation of the room's furnishings and gradually frowned. After examining the bodies, he sighed and said, "The murderer has incomprehensible counter-surveillance abilities. And surprisingly did not leave any traces. These 2 were obviously killed. It couldn't have been a suicide. And yet there wasn't the slightest sign of a struggle. The deaths of the 2 men were extremely tragic. One showed signs of poisoning, and the real cause of death would have been a ruptured larynx. The other had the eyeballs of both eyes punctured, the aorta punctured, and the wrist artery punctured, and was visually presumed to have died from blood loss. Of course, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions yet. He had to wait for the final results from the forensic scientist, Old Hu. Back to the bureau. He Yingxiong first checked the identity of the deceased. I did not expect 2 dead people have records. Team He. The identities of the 2 deceased have been found. This one is called Lu Yunlei and this one is called Wang Han. Both have criminal records. He Yingxiong took the report. Both had been in prison for 2 and 3 years for their involvement in missing persons cases. That place would have been their station. And the 4 kids from last night, have they been questioned yet? Being questioned. Emotions aren't very stable yet, so it's slowing down a bit. They should all be abducted. This girl called Lin Bebe. You should have an impression. It's the child from the family of that eye injury case some time ago. It's her. He Yingxiong had a deep impression of the case of Chao Dongfeng's eye injury because it was so bizarre. In the afternoon, the forensic report came out, and when He Yingxiong compared them, he immediately noticed several similarities in the cases. Composition of the toxin, modus operandi for wounding, and counter-surveillance capabilities. And the kid. In the afternoon, uniformed officers appeared at the villa and took Yang Xueme away, because Lin Bebe was sent out by Yang Xueme. Although the words of a 6-year-old child could not be a confession for a conviction, It was up to Yang Shueme herself to see if she could withstand the pressure. Yang Shueme was taken away, but it scared Yang Lu's mother and daughter. Luckily, they had left the back door open, so they could put all the blame on Yang Shueme. The words are split. After the van returned to the rental house Lin Su had been to before, it didn't stay long before the duo of Chang and Xia came downstairs with 2 bags of luggage and started the car again. The car made 7 turns, and after an hour or so, Lin Su realized that the car had reached the other side of the city. Cunning. These traffickers are very cunning. This is another urban village. Lin Su climbed into the van. His scent instantly tainted the 2 men, and next thing he knew, he could sense their location at any time. Downtown. There are too many people. It's not easy to get down. Seeing this scene, Lin Su also felt a little embarrassed, but he wasn't going to back down. These 2 were a scourge to keep and had to die. Even if he made a commotion, he had to kill these 2. He admired the psychological quality of this brother Chang and sister Xia. The house was naturally rented a long time ago, but after such a big thing happened, these 2 people even acted like it was nothing, coming out to buy food and going home to cook as usual. Lin Su observed for an afternoon and finally decided to wait for his poison needles to grow before acting, so he climbed out of the car and into the sewer. For 3 days in a row, he fed on cockroaches in the sewers. There was no way around it. Although he couldn't mentally get past eating cockroaches, his body was honest and he couldn't turn down such a delicious treat. 3 days later at night, Lin Su climbed out of the sewers and entered the rented room of those 2. Just entering and exiting the rented room, he cursed the bad luck. Why do I get this scenario every time? I didn't charge VLP. It had to be said that this man named Chan was much stronger than Cha Dongfeng, surprisingly holding on for more than 10 minutes, changing 5 or 6 different positions. This kind of thing has nothing to do with social status or how much money you have. Happiness for the bottom feeders is as simple as that. One thing was the same. After it was over, Django also lit up a cigarette and gulped it down. Then it's time to turn off the lights and go to bed. With regard to this matter of killing people, with the experience of the previous time, Lin Su was already familiar with it. He wasn't even going to use his flying needle skill this time. After all, there were already 2 milliliters of venom, and with just half of the dose injected into each of them, both of them would quickly lose consciousness and go into a coma. This time he still chose to administer the needle injection on his back. Of course, the stronger men were taken care of first, and soon there was pandemonium in the rental house. The screaming and howling in the second half of the night alerted the neighbors. By the time the men from the uniform office received the report and arrived at the place, the 2 men were completely dead, leaving behind only 2 blood-coated bodies and a disorganized room. 2 consecutive homicides had shocked the uniform system in S-City, and this time, the attention generated was even more widespread, quickly circulating on the internet. A reporting party took video of the scene and posted it online, and although it was quickly blocked, the private network group, it went viral. After the information revealed by the uniform department, this murder case and the one 3 days ago should be committed by the same murderer. The uniform department suspects that this is a brand new way of killing, and may even have used high technology such as drones. Even more outrageous is the analysis that the killer is most likely using drones capable of stealth to administer the toxin, or that there are nanobots involved. Soon, the uniformed party slipped up on the identities of the 4 dead. These 4 people, surprisingly, belonged to the same human trafficking gang, and this gang has been the uniformed party's bitter search without result. And these 4 people, it is this gang's clerk in S-City, this time was taken in one pot. Netizens gave the murderer a very pretty country name, Ant-Man, based on the ant toxin he used. Not only that, but some people used Al to draw the Ant-Man's robe and posters for punishing evil. Uniformed Bureau, Heing Xiong has 2 big heads. The impact of the case is too great, and the top has given a death order that the case must be solved within 3 months. But as far as the clues go, it's really clueless. If it was the murderer who stopped committing crimes, Heing Xiong felt that he couldn't even investigate. And emotionally, Heing Xiong more or less admired that murderer for the death of the 4 men. But the law is the law, and whether the person killed deserves to die or not, it should not be judged by someone outside the law. Ant-Man exploded on the internet, and Lin Su, who was the originator, knew nothing about it. When it's all over, go away and hide your accomplishments and fame. Mainly because he doesn't have a cell phone and doesn't even know about these things. Originally he wanted to take a cell phone with him, but then he thought, first of all, it was inconvenient to carry it, and then there was the fact that, nowadays, all cell phones have a location, and he didn't dare to draw any attention to it at the moment. In the sewers, having gained another 90,000 experience points, he now had almost 120,000 experience points. However, he didn't rush to add it to himself, as he wasn't in a hurry to upgrade right now. Once you've upgraded, your body is bound to get bigger, and it'll be hard to hide then. After what he'd learned, this place, the woods where the ant colony was more than 50 kilometers away. At such a distance, too large a body would have a greater chance of being exposed. Even now, in the daytime he doesn't dare to show up at all. Ants that were as long as 8 centimeters were definitely exotic, and anyone who saw them would not be indifferent. In case it was captured on video and uploaded to the internet, it would be a big trouble. So now he was hiding in the sewers during the day, hunting some rats or something to accumulate experience points. When he came out at night, he was also careful and didn't even dare to startle some stray cats and stray dogs. After all, in a big city like this, there were countless cameras on the streets, and there was also a great risk of exposure in the event of a fight. After a few days of day and night, he was finally back on his own turf. He didn't expect to go out this time, but he stayed out for more than 10 days. And when he came back, the ant colony had changed greatly. The colony has increased in number by close to 10,000 in a little over 10 days. And there are more than 70 newborn level 1 ants. Of course, the vast majority of these ants are workers, with 3 princess ants, 4 males, and 4 soldier ants. Lin Su didn't hesitate to take these 10 or so grade 1 ants as his servants. Not only that, he also spent a full 80,000 experience points to raise the 6 male ants and 7 princess ants to level 1. The strength of the entire team, as opposed to their own improvement, was more important. After all, they were bugs themselves, and a large and strong team was the foundation of the bugs. His own promotion during this period of time was just too fast. Once a single value reached 1 after that, every point of promotion would require 100,000 experience points. If he had to hunt on his own, he would be able to maintain a rapid promotion unless he killed often. But that's not realistic, so he needs the team to follow suit. Then, he spent another 50,000 experience points to build more than a dozen tier 1 soldier ants, increasing the tier 1 soldier ant team to 50. In this way, his experience points were almost spent, but the team's potential was raised to a terrifying level by him, because in a few days it would be the day of the wedding flight. By then there would be 10 first-grade ant queens joining the colony, and in time, this colony would be unimaginable. Lin Su's first goal was to unify the city's insect race, and the biggest obstacle to unifying the bugs is the cockroaches. Cockroaches can carry a wide range of pathogenic microorganisms on their bodies and in their digestive tracts, which can be very destructive. Of the 4 pests, flies, mosquitoes, rats and cockroaches are firmly at the top of the list. In the middle of the city sewers, the number of cockroaches was simply too many. It was because of the high number of cockroaches that Lin Su could just take advantage of this to grow and expand, nibbling away step by step. After arranging it, Lin Su sneaked into the villa once again. Today is the 7th birthday of my daughter, Lin Bebe. Meow. The big fancy cat seemed to smell something. But now, Lin Su was no longer afraid of it. Although the other party had a speed of 3-1, his own strength was already far above this big fancy cat, so if the other party really wanted to challenge him, Lin Su didn't mind giving the other party some lessons. Of course, he'd have to waste venom to kill a stray cat now, and he had no intention of wasting it before he'd infiltrated the villa. Fortunately, the cat didn't come over, so Lin Su didn't take the initiative to provoke it, and directly scaled the fence and entered the villa. Upon entering the villa, he noticed the difference. Surprisingly, there were 4 security personnel on night duty today. This was not the case before. The security personnel on night duty, who appeared to be quite professional, were the ones who had just catcalled, and they all moved forward to check it out. Lin Su froze for a moment, and in the next moment, he realized that there was actually a person on the roof as well. Luckily, he followed the root of the wall and came to the grass, or else he could have been exposed by that damn cat that caused him to be exposed. What the hell? Make it look like a bunker. It wasn't hard for Lin Su. Even though he now had a body length of over 8 centimeters, it was still easy to hide in the darkness of the night when he wanted to climb the roots of the wall. The first thing he did was to come to Lin Bebe's room. In fact, he came here once a few days ago, knowing that Yang Shuema had been detained, and Yang Lu had been a lot more honest, and Lin Bebe could barely get by now. At least from the servant panel data, there's nothing unusual about her. Looking in through the windowsill, she was now sleeping peacefully. On the top of the desk, Lin Su saw a picture with the words, "My dad is Ant-Man" written on it. Seeing this, Lin Su's heart froze, and when he looked at the painting again, he only saw that his image was rather strange. Although he was still a human being, there were 2 weird tentacles on his head, and the body was also clad in a layer of reddish-brown armor. Could it be that it's been discovered? Lin Su was puzzled. It can't be. I'm sure she hasn't seen me. Could it be telepathy? To be honest, having such a person relying on him, even though he wasn't biological, Lin Su still felt extremely touched. When he came to the corridor, he realized that it was Chao Dongfeng who had returned. No wonder the security has been beefed up and guards are tight. So you're back. It seems that the two of you have cleared the ice. So it's fine. Things will be fine under my watch. The matter of killing can be put off for a bit longer. When my team is a bit stronger and more powerful, it won't be too late to deal with you guys then. In fact, one of the most important reasons why Lin Su didn't choose to make a move now was Lin Beibei. He was afraid of scaring the child. And Lin Beibei is just now 7 years old. And there is no way he can take care of it himself. As for his own brother, Lin Jing, Lin Su didn't hold much hope. It was such a simple matter. But he would still mess it up. You can't rely on anyone but yourself. But Lin Beibei continued to stay in this home. And he really didn't feel at ease. If only she could take care of herself. Thinking about taking care of himself, Lin Su suddenly had a flash of insight. Yeah, she's my servant. I can use experience points for him. It just so happens that it's her birthday. So consider it a birthday present. So Lin Su opened Lin Beibei's panel. Name, Lam Ebe. Race, human. Rank, 0. Lifespan, 83 years, 75 years. Strength, 0. 26, 0. 26. Speed, 0. 19, 0. 19. Defense, 0. 13, 0. 13. Mental, 0. 6, 0. 6. This value, compared to before, is indeed that much better, but human growth is just too slow. It would take at least another 10 years to reach the adult level. Lin Su couldn't wait. After considering it for a while, he decisively spent 20,000 experience points and added it to spirit. Originally, Lin Beibei's spiritual ceiling was 0. 6, and when he added it like this, it became 0. 8, which was already very close to an adult. On top of that, he directly added 1 point each to his strength, speed, and defense as well, which cost another 30,000 experience points. His experience points had been emptied again. Fortunately, the team was now taking shape. Even if Lin Su didn't go out hunting himself, he could still have a little over 10,000 points in his pocket every day. He's grooming the team for that very purpose. You don't need to do it yourself, and you collect experience points in large amounts every day. Looking at Lin Beibei's latest data, Lin Su's heart more or less settled down, especially the 0.8 spirit, which would definitely allow his near-adult IQ to far exceed his peers in learning in life. Grow up, child. In the future you will become the brightest star in this city. No, on this planet, become a superstar. Name, Lam Ebe. Race, human. Rank, 0. Lifespan, 83 years, 75 years. Strength, 0. 36, 0. 36. Speed, 0. 29, 0. 29. Defense, 0. 23, 0. 23. Mental, 0. 8, 0. 8. Brothers, the city which opens the road to the outside. Everyone help to point a 5-star praise. Free for the love of power. Help to point up. Meow. As if smelling something, the big fancy cat jumped off the fence and into the woods. Lin Su gave a dark cry of bad luck. I didn't want to mess with you. We don't interfere with each other. Do you really want to die? The big fancy cat paused as it seemed to understand what the ant in front of it was saying. Spirit sense. Lin Su wasn't afraid of it. It was that he didn't think it was necessary. After all, the opponent's speed of 3.1 in agility was too high, and even if he were to defeat it, he would have to use up his flying needles. A big fancy cat is no match for a sleeping human, especially against small animals. But as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. The big fancy cat sensed Lin Su's meaning and surprisingly continued forward, its eyes filled with curiosity, looking like it was ready to charge up an attack. Lin Su gave a dark cry. The cat's base speed was already high, and with the burst of speed and far more weight, he might get hurt himself once he started. This was evident in the momentary agility with which it dealt with the rat. No way, can't hesitate. Lin Su was just about to meet the battle when he saw the big flower cat's eyes light up, instantly starting up and sprinting towards him. Flying needles. He couldn't let the big fancy cat get close. Although his own strength was far superior to his opponent's right now, it was bite force and the power contained in his small-sized body that couldn't counter the kinetic energy generated by his opponent's so much weight and speed. The flying needles shot out and went straight for the cat's neck. Such a short response time didn't allow Lin Su to adjust his angle and go for a precise shot. Shoo! The big fancy cat only felt a slight pain in its neck, but it didn't affect its attack. Due to the other party's speed, Lin Su had no possibility of dodging, and was lifted up by the claws of the big fancy cat. But what the big fancy cat didn't expect was that the claws he grabbed this ant with couldn't close, so it directly opened its mouth and took a bite down towards this ant. Facing this huge mouth, Lin Su didn't panic. He opened his forelimbs and quickly pressed against the cat's upper and lower jaws. The big flower cat's mouth, surprisingly, was directly propped up by him for a moment, unable to bite down. Lin Su had a clear perception of his 0.6 strength at this time. Power is reflected in physical strength and small confrontations. The cat's bite was amazingly strong, but surprisingly, he just held it open. The two just faced each other, and the cat threw its head around, trying to shake Lin Su out, but without success. After 10 seconds or so, its body went numb, and surprisingly, it felt its teeth sour as its power began to fade. It was the venom spreading, causing its body to begin to enter a state of paralysis. This was no joke. Although Lin Su's flying needles were not able to carry all the venom out right now, it was still half a milliliter. How could its tiny body carry it? Feeling a strange sensation in his body, the big fancy cat turned around and fled. He even tried to spit Lin Su out while escaping, but at this time Lin Su was unwilling. The big fancy cat scurried off into the darkness, running wildly for dozens of seconds, unaware that the more it increased its movement, the more it accelerated the spread of the toxin. Soon, it collapsed into a sewer entrance, a shrill meow escaping from its mouth. Lin Su had already felt the big fancy cat's biting power rapidly receding by this time, so he also climbed out of its mouth and onto its face. I wonder what the experience points for killing a stray cat would be. In the eyes of the big fancy cat's horror and despair, Lin Su raised his large jaws and clamped them down towards his neck. Just as he pierced his opponent's skin and was about to pinch the throat, he suddenly thought of another possibility and immediately stopped moving. Submit to me, or die. With his spiritual senses, he had been able to transmit his meaning to the Fae. Sure enough, the big fancy cat understood, except that it suddenly froze. Lin Su knew that the cat was thinking. Cats are thinking, and a spirit of up to 0.1 gives them the intelligence of a human 2 to 3-year-old. This intelligence allows it to distinguish itself when facing strong men. But cats are different. The more a cat defends itself and resists obedience when it is threatened. This is the feline's innate kingliness. Bluff, meow. As expected, the other party did not choose to submit, but instead revealed a ferocious look, and a whirring warning came from his throat. Now that the initiative was in Lin Su's hands, he had patience. He only saw him digging the tail pin out of the big fancy cat's neck and sticking it in a different position. Submit. Bluff. Submission. He changed positions again and continued to zap. Bluff. The two just confronted each other. Lin Su had changed dozens of positions. The big flower cat was already all over the place. He threw a shine, only to see that the cat's stats had dropped significantly, but it hadn't yet entered a state of near death. Strength has bottomed out. Speed has bottomed out. It's defense that's okay. It seems that cats have 9 lives. That is to say, tenacious lives. But is there nothing I can do about it? If you don't accept it, just keep stabbing until you're stabbed to death. Submit. An hour later, the big fancy cat's purr was extremely faint and his body was riddled with small holes. It has lost a lot of blood. But even then, the other party surprisingly didn't pass out. Even if it was a human, after being hit by so many toxins, it would have gone straight into shock. But this cat had actually held on for so long. Of course, it could also be that Lin Su kept zapping it so that it couldn't fall into a coma. Just as Lin Su felt that the cat was about to die, he finally received a system alert. Surprisingly, it actually worked, and he got an extra cat servant. Name, unknown. Race, cat. Rank, 0 near death. Lifespan, 14 years 1 day. Force, 0. 3, 0. 0, 1. Speed, 3. 1, 0. 0, 1. Defense, 0. 9, 0. 0, 1. Mental, 0. 1, 0. 0, 1. The big fancy cat had already entered a near-death state, but Lin Su didn't have any experience points for him to recover his state at this time. It's up to you whether you can live or not. Lin Su dragged the big fancy cat into the sewer to keep it in a comfortable position. It was something that he had used his flying needle skill once and had spent most of the night on, so it wouldn't be a good idea to die so easily. Moreover, he knew that the cat didn't die so easily, and was now making this dead appearance because his own venom was working. Once the immune system in the big flower cat's body cleared out the toxin, it was very likely that it would be able to return to its state. It is important to realize that cats' immunity is not comparable to that of humans. Living in a dark and dirty environment for a long time and being exposed to so many bacteria and viruses gives them a stronger resistance to viruses. After a few hours of waiting, Lin Su was surprised to find that the cat could indeed move. Once he checked the panel, Lin Su instantly became excited. The power that was originally only 0.001 had actually recovered to 0.5 at this moment. And not only that, this value was still recovering rapidly. It should be that the toxins are being rapidly removed by its immune system. Cats really do have 9 lives. The ancients are true. In a dark, Only a few beams of thin light falling straight down the sewer. A black shadow rushed forward like a sword. Squeak! Squeak squeak squeak! The voice came to an abrupt halt. Good job, Dahlia, good job! The flower cat was named Dahua by Lin Su. And after only 3 days of recovery, Dahua was alive and well again. With Dahlia, Lin Su was now simply destroying the sewers as he mingled in them. 51st grade soldier ants. 1,000 ordinary soldier ants. Plus Dahlia, the rat killer. Wherever they went, corpses were everywhere. Even Lin Su himself didn't need to participate in the battle. He just hated that there wasn't enough prey. Dahlia carried the dead rat to Lin Su and pushed it forward with her paw outstretched. It means, eat, you eat. Although Lin Su also ate rats, but with honeydew, how could he choose this? And said directly, reward for you. With that, he made a jump and got on Dahlia's back. This Dahlia, from now on, will be his mount. With the addition of Big Flower, the speed of hunting and killing directly doubled. Dahua was going to kill dozens of rats in a day, and adding up all the big and small ones, there were more than 10,000 experience points earned. The ant army's income for a day is just over $10,000. Moreover, the ant army still had battle losses, and the ordinary soldier ants could not be tossed around for more than a few moments before they were consumed. Seeing Dahlia's performance, Lin Su had the idea of collecting some more stray cat servants. If you have a bunch of stray cats working for you, the experience points will rub off on you. So without hesitation, he led Dahlia out onto the street that night to find a new stray cat. Soon he found a civet cat in an alley. This civet cat had a body length of roughly 30 centimeters. The stats were similar to Dahlia's, and Lin Su was very satisfied. Without him having to do it himself, Dahlia fought her way up. Lin Su was on Dahua's back, and when the civet cat wasn't paying attention, he jumped directly onto the other party's back and quickly injected the venom. The civet cat was soon dying as their master and servant fought on, but the next result made Lin Su a little disappointed. This civet cat was too stubborn and didn't become his servant until it died. Fighting for half the night resulted in more than 8,000 experience points, which was a bit of a consolation. After this battle, Lin Su realized that Dahlia's combat power still needed to be strengthened. If I take Dahlia up a notch across the board, she can retrieve some stray cats for me on her own, which saves me a lot of work, too. Thinking of this, Lin Su directly took his existing 38,000 plus experience points and gave Dahua 20,000 to use. That's 20,000, all of which is added to the power. With this, Dahlia's strength was directly raised from 0.3 to 0.5, and in terms of strength, it could already crush stray cats of the same size. After a day of fighting, Lin Su felt that his state was starting to slip. His spirit had declined and he needed to rest. The same was true for Dahua. For safety's sake, Lin Su was returning to the anthill to rest, where he had his throne. As for Dahlia, as was his habit, he would still go to his own territory. Every stray cat has its own territory. It's a feline instinct. Dahua's territory wasn't big. It was just this area of the original Lin Su's villa, plus the bottom of a viaduct bridge on the side of the villa. The sun was more poisonous today, so Dahlia came to rest at the bottom of the bridge. After a continuous battle, it was indeed a bit tired. After all, it was a mortal flesh, and cats also needed to sleep. Shortly after Dahlia went to bed, completely unnoticed by it, a small white car pulled up under the bridge and 2 young men got out of it. The 2 young men glanced at Dahlia. It's it, Zhou Shi. You're in charge of covering it with a cat trap net. I'll prepare the cat bag. A handsome-looking man who looked to be only in his 20s, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt with a pair of yellow sneakers on his feet said. The one called Zhou Shi, who was about 5'7", surprisingly had 6-pack abs. He took out a pole of cat coping net from the trunk and seemed to be quite skilled at it. Lu Sherdong, you fucking won me 3,000 yesterday. You have to treat yourself to a midnight snack after you get off the air today. Lu Sherdong put on his leather gloves, then took out a large towel, a heavy cat bag, and then said while putting on the gloves, a small amount. That said, do you have to be so calculating? Your live streaming income for a day is almost over 3,000, and you only lost 3,000 playing mahjong, and you still remember it after such a long time. What you earn is what you earn and what you lose is what you lose. 2 different things. Alright, when we finish shooting the video this afternoon, let's go to the Strawberry House rooftop lounge bar together for a barbecue. I've heard that the lamb chops there are good, and they're great for drinking. It turns out that Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong, both of them are stray cat rescuer anchors. Their job is to catch stray cats and injure them, match them with appropriate scenes, and shoot videos of the rescue to gain traffic. The rescues are not only videoed, they are also live-streamed. This method was able to garner a lot of sympathy from cat lovers, and by taking advantage of this, the The two made a good living for the year. When he was ready, Joshi gave a silent gesture to Lu Sherdong before slowly approaching Dahua. Dahua was tired for the night and was in a deep sleep at this time. How did he know that the disaster came from heaven? By the time it reacted, the netting had already covered it. Even though it had reached 0.5 strength, half of his strength had not been restored at this point due to insufficient rest, and after clashing a few times, he realized that he couldn't punch the net at all. Quite fierce, Joshi pressed the long pole of the cat trap net dead center. Hurry up, catch the cat in the bag. Seeing that he had control of Dahlia Cat, Lu Sherdong immediately reached for Dahlia's neck. He wore leather gloves and wasn't afraid of being bitten by a cat. But just as he was approaching the cat net, Dahlia turned back and bit down, her teeth piercing through the leather glove and biting Lu Sherdong. Lu Sherdong exclaimed, "Ah, shit, I've been bitten." Joshi was shocked when he saw this scene. They didn't expect this cat to be so strong. But at this time the cat is still under the cat trap. Lu Sherdong returned to the car, took out a 70 to 80 centimeter steel pipe. "Chucky, hold down the net. I'll break its legs." Joshi knew that Lu Sherdong had anger in his heart, and did not say anything, and cooperated to press the pole. Dahlia was inside the net. It was hard to even turn around. Joshi saw its back leg and smashed it hard. Joshi was really furious, and he pumped several sticks in a row, directly breaking both of Dahua's back legs, before putting away the steel pipe. His anger was mostly gone. Just after the duo drove off, a motorcycle wobbled to the bottom of the bridge. The person sitting in the motorcycle was wearing a helmet and looked like a young man by his build. Shit, this motorcycle is too slow and there's no evidence on camera. When Lin Su woke up half a day later, the ground was slightly hot from the late summer sun, but this was exactly the kind of weather that ants liked. The first thing he did when he woke up was think about collecting stray cat servants, but when he saw his control panel, he suddenly had his entire body's fluffy hairs stand on end, because he saw that Ohana's data was extremely abnormal at the moment. Name, Dahlia. Race, cat. Grade, 0. Lifespan, 14 years, 8 days. Strength, 0. 5, 0. 1. Speed, 3. 1, 0. Defense, 0. 9, 0. 2. Mental, 0. 1, 0. 0, 4. What's going on? Is Dahlia in danger? Not really. No one specializes in killing stray cats these days? Why is the speed 0? Could Dahlia's leg be broken? Lin Su guessed correctly. Dahua's leg was indeed broken. When he came under the viaduct, he only saw spots of blood where Dahlia usually stayed. This is Dahlia's blood. And the humans? Could it be an official who specializes in hunting stray cats and dogs? Then there's no need to break a leg. Is there? The pheromone left on Dahlia, which I can't sense, should be beyond the 300-meter range. In this way, there was nothing Lin Su could do. He had to hang his head and go back to the grove. Alas, it's a pity that after all the effort I put in and wasting my 20,000 experience points, I didn't expect this result. Looks like the stray cats need to be recaptured. Returning to the grove, Lin Su had to take his ant warriors into the sewers to hunt again. As for catching stray cats again, he planned to rise to level 6 first, so that he would have more certainty. Meanwhile, Joshi and Lu Sherdong were already starting to record videos. Oops, I saw a stray cat in this corner today. Who is this so cruel? Surprisingly, he broke the stray cat's leg. It was clearly man-made, not crushed by a car. Today, Joshi and I came across this cat by chance, so let's see if we can bring it back to save its life. Whether it can still stand up or not is unknown at this point. Let's bring it back to the pet hospital and get its leg healed first. The two men, one in charge of explaining the operation and the other in charge of taking videos, work well together, and it's obviously not the first or second time they've done it. After taking a few minutes of video, they went back to live streaming the rescue. During the live broadcast, many fans were sending their blessings, and of course, there were all kinds of rewards. My god, who is so cruel? How could they beat him like that? It must be saved. It's so poor. It's a whole hind leg broken off. It's hard to stand up, isn't it? Let's save it first. Inside the live broadcast room, many people were brushing their comments on the entire rescue process, which lasted for 2 hours. Dahlia was bandaged and had her leg bones fixed, but still looked like she was dying. After the wound was sterilized, it could only lie there breathlessly. In order to prevent Dahlia from biting, Joshi also put a ring of horn Elizabethan ring around its neck. From start to finish, Dahlia didn't even hum a single sound. At this point, it was already weak to the core. Just as it was about to pass out, it suddenly smelled food, so it didn't care about anything else. It just trudged up and ate. The live stream continued and the day passed quickly. Lin Su, who had returned to the anthill, looked at the servant panel, only to find that Dahlia's data, in addition to her speed remaining at 0, a few other items, had actually recovered slightly. But he didn't care too much. After all, it was just a stray cat that had become his servant by chance. For the next few days, Lin Su was all focused on earning experience points. The time is about to turn into September and he is due for another promotion. His body length, which had changed the most this time, had reached a terrifying 12 centimeters long. Name, Lin Su. Race, Red Fire Ants. Level, 6 of the First Order. Lifespan, 30 years, 30 years. Strength, 1, 1. Speed, 1, 1. Defense, 1, 1. Talent, Venom 2, 1. 5 ml, Psychic Sensing, Scent Tracking. Your ant pheromones have undergone a mutation boost, and can be sensed by you within 500 meters. Skills, Shumi, Flying Needles, can shoot tail poison needles. Effective range is 20 meters. Can increase range with strength. It takes 3 days for the poison needles to grow back again after they are detached. Can't use venom during this period. Spirit, 1, 1. Experience points, 212. Servant, 10. 000, 000, 13. 633. There is no advancement in talent or new skills with this promotion. System. Why are there no skills in this promotion? Not every advancement has skills, but talents and skills will continue to be upgraded as evolution improves. And hosts can acquire acquired skills by breaking through the shackles of the species itself. That is to say, I am able to acquire skills through my own purposeful training? Yes. From now on, every point of advancement requires 100,000 experience points. It's getting harder and harder to upgrade. For example, raising strength from 1 to 2 requires 100,000 experience points. What was the concept of 100,000 experience points? He would have to kill 2 people, or the ant army would have to hunt for almost 10 days in a row. Why am I using over 13,000 minion points? Is Dahlia still alive? Since he couldn't find the big flower, Lin Su hadn't paid any attention to it. The stray cat with a broken leg had lost its meaning to him, so Lin Su just assumed it was dead. But when I saw it at this point, I opened the panel at random to see it. This look surprised him, only to see that at this moment, the power of the great flower had actually recovered by 60 to 70%, and the defense had similarly recovered by half. The real reason for Lin Su's surprise was the speed of the great flower, which had actually recovered 2 to 3%. The original 3.1 speed was still capped at 3.1, but the real-time status, surprisingly, changed from the previous 0 to 0.6. This means that Dahlia's leg is healing, and it's only been a few days, and it's already almost at the average human level. Could it be that he was adopted by a good Samaritan? That's good. When it recovers, there will be another day to meet. Dahlia wasn't dead, which was good news, but today was destined to be a day of celebration. For the ant colony ushers in the day of the wedding flight and mating. Ants flying by marriage usually had their own fixed time, but after Lin Su took control of this ant colony, everything changed. First-class male and princess ants emerge from their pupae and take to the skies in late August. The male ants were also excitedly lifting their wings, seemingly completely unaware of their impending death. After accumulating for so long, there were enough level 1 male ants, and under Lin Su's control, there were also 20 princess ants. In addition to this, common princess ants and male ants also participate in this wedding flight. Hundreds of ants darted over the grove to mate, the males fighting to inject all their essence. When they were done, they realized that they were weak and seemed to be about to die. But just then, a voice urged itself on, and all the first-class male ants that had completed their nuptial flights flew to the anthill involuntarily. Lin Su had ordered the soldier ants to prepare enough food for them, mostly some honeydew. Not only that, he also prepared some experience points for them to use one by one. The male ants were replenished with food at a time of extreme weakness and felt energized again. Like an angel, first-grade princess ants returned to their original nests under Lin Su's guidance. In order to welcome their return, Lin Su had already prepared a new home for them long ago. There was no need for them to do anything on their own. Watching everything go smoothly, Lin Su felt full of hope. Babe is also 7 years old and will be starting first grade in a few days. What should I get my little friend as a gift before she starts school? No gift is as good as experience points. Go for it, Tart. Earn 100,000 experience points in 5 days. That's the best gift ever. It wasn't just Lin Su who was looking forward to Lin Bebe going to school, but also Yan Lu's family. Since the last time, they don't dare to make a move for the time being, but with such an eyesore in the house, the family is not very patient and looks forward to sending it out one day sooner. After school, you won't have to see it, at least during the day. 7-year-old Lin Bebe, now with a 0.8 spirit, had long sensed all this. It also made her more and more silent, but after all this, she now kind of completely understood what was going on. It turns out that the reason he was sold was because of the name on the top of the real estate license. Lin Beibei is going to school tomorrow. Lin Beibei is not excited and happy or any other emotions. She was rather curious about how she had changed in the last few days. Since 4 days ago, she felt suddenly stronger. Not only did he become stronger, but he felt much more stable when he walked, and even carried the wind with him. When she got up this morning to brush her teeth, she broke a toothbrush with surprising ease and without control. Lin Beibei didn't know what was happening to her body, and this growing strength continued for 4 days. And today is the 5th day. She tried jumping inside the room and surprisingly jumped straight up more than a meter high. How could she know that Lin Su had already added her power to 1, which was the level of an adult, and with a body as light as hers, exploding with the strength of an adult, she was surely going to jump higher than an adult. Lin Su had not only increased her strength to 1, but also increased her speed to 0.8 as well. Lin Beibei was shocked by herself, and then an excited smile appeared on her face. This smile of hers nearly melted this Lin Su who was hiding under the table. It's been a while since I've seen my daughter smile, and as a father, I can imagine how I feel. Just then, Lin Beibei suddenly turned her head to the window and said, "Thank you, Daddy." Hearing this, Lin Su's heart snapped, but he still didn't come out and tried to respond instead. "Babe, tomorrow you go to school and grow another year older, and this is a present from Daddy." To Lin Su's surprise, Lin Beibei wasn't surprised at all, but picked up. "I know, so say thank you, Dad. By the way, Dad, are you a ghost, or are you really Ant-Man?" When Lin Beibei said this, her expression was serious, and except for that childish face, her expression was no different from an adult's. It was at this time that Lin Su realized that with a 0.8 spirit, her IQ was already close to that of an adult, and she was no longer thinking like a 7-year-old. "Why do you ask?" "Dad, I've been thinking about it all this time, from the time I was sold, then came back, and then the events that have happened to me in the last few days, and tying it all together, I feel like there must be someone who was watching over me in the shadows. In the past month or so since I've been back, I've been studying and accessing all sorts of information. Dad, in what way do you exist now?" Lin Beibei's reply directly froze Lin Su. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Su didn't intend to tell Lin Beibei about his current situation. "Babe, just know that Daddy is always there. It's not convenient for Daddy to see you right now, but one day, we'll be reunited." Lin Su was now panicking, mainly because this image of himself right now was really bad. After leaving the villa, he was now a little worried about how he was going to round out the conversation later. "System, may I ask, in the future, if I grow to a certain level, can I change back to my human body?" "No, it can only be said that when one enters the transformation stage, one is able to appear in the image of a human, but the physical essence is not human." The system's answer was dry, but the result made Lin Su feel like a treasure. Surprisingly, it's really possible. How long will it take then? Within the second order. It's all the primary stage of insect life. After entering the third order, the life essence will gain qualitative improvement, and it will also enter the insect race's morphing stage. But the morphing stage is not morphing into a human, but rather, it can reorganize its cells to mimic other life forms to a certain extent, with the insect essence remaining unchanged. That's to break through the third stage and enter the transformation stage. Lin Su hadn't really thought that he would have a chance to reappear as a human, but this one sounds simple, but it's actually quite far away. If he were to follow the current progress, it would take months for him to move up a level now, let alone move up a rank. There is always hope, and with patience, an iron bar is sharpened into a needle. "Ha, Dahlia has recovered. Why hasn't she come back to me? Is it impossible to find your way home? Looks like I need to add 2 points of spirit first. Well, add a little more strength. Anyway, Dahlia is my servant, and the stronger it is, the only good thing it can do for me is no harm." Meanwhile, inside Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong's pet store, the two of them were having a live broadcast. Families, we see that the cats love this cat food, and families who need it can purchase it through the little yellow cart below, and we're ready for 5,000 orders today. Only 5,000. Right, 5,000 orders. 3, 2, 1, get in. Dahlia was eating cat food exclusively at the moment, and I have to say, it tasted pretty good. Watching the sales of the live broadcast dawdle, Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong were satisfied in their hearts, but they completely failed to notice that Dahlia, who was burying her head in a bitter diet of cat food, suddenly had a glint in her eye, and an odd murmur escaped from her mouth, which was originally munching on cat food. Dahlia's eyes suddenly turned up in a spiritual manner, and after observing its surroundings for a while, the memory fragments in its brain that were originally chaotic gradually became clearer and had a sense of picture. Spirit went from 0.1 to 0.3, which is a very large span of improvement. if the spirit of 0, 1, in whose eyes the world was just a chaotic blur of images and had no continuous memory. 0, 3 was already possessing the worldview of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Looking at Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong, a ferocious light suddenly appeared in Dahua's eyes, and certain residual painful images in his brain suddenly became clearer. However, these, Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong did not feel anything. After going off the air, the duo closed the door to the pet store as usual. For the city of S, real life doesn't start until 10 p.m. They didn't know that just shortly after they had just left, inside the pet cage that held Dahlia, the Dahlia cat quickly stretched out its front paw and pulled the latch of the pet cage, and the door of this pet cage just opened in response. Dahlia stepped out of the cage and looked out through the glass door, then walked over to the other pet cage and opened that one as well. This cage held a field cat that was snow white with only a small patch of black on the top of its head. The white cat poked its head out, but was pressed down on its neck by Dahlia's outstretched front paw, and the tremendous force caused this white cat to lie directly on its back at the door of the cat cage. Struggling desperately, the white cat twisted its body, trying to paw away Dahlia's claws with its hind legs, but under Dahlia's powerful strength, it was difficult for the white cat to escape control. Dahlia removed her front paws, and the white cat got up and fled. But in the next moment, Dahlia pounced straight up and swept the white cat to the ground with a sweep of her forelimbs, then pressed it to the ground again in the process. The white cat meowed helplessly, and Dahlia tilted her head and meowed, and when she let go of her forelegs again, the white cat actually followed it obediently with its head hanging down. It's submissive. At this time, there were also constant catcalls from within the several cages next to them, making the whole house lively. Dahlia did as she was told and released another civet cat that was all brown. This civet cat was also unconvinced earlier, but after a few rounds of lessons from Dahlia, it ended up obediently following behind. As for the other pet cats and some pet dogs, Dahlia did not release them. It turns out that this white cat and civet cat, like what happened to Dahlia, were victims who had been hunted and harmed by Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong for traffic. Dahlia walked through the rows of pet cages with a lazy stride, like a monarch patrolling his subjects. In the last pet cage was a 2 or 3 month old kitten, by now bone thin. Meow. This cat was starving for a few days and had only water and an extremely small amount of food each day. Dahlia remembered some of the conversation and knew that the two humans were doing this on purpose, and wondered what kind of script they had for the kitten. This kitten stood up trembling, with a pleading look in its eyes, but instead of opening the cage, Dahlia picked up her own cat food and dumped it in the kitten's cage. After doing this, it jumped up to the window, broke the window switch, and jumped right out. The white cat and the civet cat jumped out with both of them right behind them, following Dahlia as she disappeared into the night. Lin Su didn't expect that Dahua had really come back and brought back 2 partners, which really surprised him a bit. Seeing Lin Su, the white cat and the civet cat meowed under their breath, backing up as they did so, obviously sensing the danger. It's animal intuition. Dahlia flashed a menacing look towards the white cat and the civet cat and circled around the 2 cats as if to say something. Soon, the 2 cats stabilized and slowly leaned towards Lin Su. Meow. Dahlia barked at Lin Su, which made him feel marvelous that he could understand the meaning of Dahlia's meow. This is what the king meant, with adoration, submission. This is spiritual sensing? Doesn't that mean that there are intelligent beings that I can talk to? Thinking about this, Lin Su was thrilled. This was different from the conversation between Lin Beibei, which was one-sided with him exporting his spirit. Lin Beibei was still communicating in human language, but Lin Su was certain that he definitely didn't know the language of cats. To confirm, he immediately passed on his meaning. Dahlia, tell us about your experience. Sure enough, Dahlia began to meow after a little thought. Even Lin Su sensed a very obvious aggrieved emotion in Dahlia's cry. It wasn't articulated very clearly, but he could understand the general meaning. King, I was resting and got my leg broken by 2 men, and then those 2 men healed me. With just a little bit of meaning, Lin Su understood that those 2 people were anchors. There are plenty of these anchors, but as the king of Dahlia, it would be too much to say if he didn't show any sign if his men suffered such an offense. Dahlia, do you want revenge? Meow. Fine. I'll give you the chance to get your revenge in person, but from now on, you have to work hard to catch mice, and subjugate these 2 cats so that they will take me as their king. Meow. Without saying a word, Dahlia turned back and drove the white and civet cats away. Lin Su didn't do anything, just watched quietly. The 2 cats instinctively wanted to retreat, not daring to approach Lin Su, but Dahua ferociously drove away, his mouth emitting a deep, low roar, just like a tiger. The white cat couldn't top it first, as it had been abused by Dahlia and the scene was still fresh in his memory. It was driven to Lin Su's front, and Dahlia stretched out her front paw and pressed it directly down the white cat's neck, pressing the white cat in front of Lin Su. Lin Su also raised his forelimbs and placed them on the brow of the white cat between its two eyes. Submit to me, serve me as king. A green light emanated from the white cat's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. At this moment, Lin Su finally let out a sigh of relief. Cats are just too hard to tame. Not quite the same as dogs, but it finally worked. From now on, your name is Dubai. Name, Great White. Race, cat. Rank, 0. Lifespan, 13 years 11 years. Strength, 0. 3, 0. 23. Speed, 3, 0, 2. 8. Defense, 0. 9, 0. 81. Mental, 0. 1, 0. 1. Since you have submitted to me, I will grant you power. Lin Su knew that the other party could understand him now, so he didn't retract his forelimbs, but instead stroked the white cat's brow with his forelimbs like a godly man, and then used 10,000 experience points to raise his spirit a little. The white cat's eyes instantly lit up as its spirit was raised from 0.1 to 0.2, which was an elevation of its mind. It felt many more clear memories in its mind, and many forgotten fragments had even gradually surfaced at this moment. Meow, king. Feeling the white cat's response, Lin Su was satisfied. It was the civet cat's turn, and once again, he did as he was told. There were no surprises. The same way could be used to subdue this civet cat. To Lin Su's surprise, the civet cat had a speed of 3.2 and a strength of 0.35, and its raw strength was stronger than both the flower cat and the white cat. Just when Lin Su was happy, the system suddenly issued a ding warning. Ding! System warning. Enslaving an alien servant. Mental power is about to reach its upper limit. Please keep the total mental power of the alien servant within twice the host's mental power to avoid mental overload. Ha, there's more to this? My current spirit is 1.0, twice that is 2.0. Lin Beibei's spirit is 0.8, Dahua is 0.3, Dubai and Big Beaver are both 0.2, adding up to 1.6. Wouldn't that be just 0.4 short of the upper limit? Lin Su had thought that he could collect some more stray cats, but he didn't realize that there was this restriction, which was like directly cutting off a path. Also, if I can infinitely enslave the foreign races, then won't I soon become the king of all races? He didn't dwell on it for long. No matter what, everything needed to be strong for himself in the end. On the other hand, Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong never dreamed that the next day, when they came to the pet store, they found such a bizarre scene. The gate was closed and the three cats were gone. They were puzzled. At first they thought it was a burglar, but if it was a cat thief, how could they steal the three cats that no one even wanted for free adoption? You know, they have a litter of beautiful country shorthair cats in the store worth $7,000 or $8,000, and an even more expensive ragdoll cat. If they were stealing cats, such expensive cats were not even touched. How could they instead steal the one that no one even wanted for free adoption? And nothing else inside the store showed signs of having been moved. The two were puzzled, but it could not have occurred to them that it was the cat itself that had rescued them. For the next 3 days, Lin Su took the three cats and swept right through the sewers, trapping more than 10 nests of rats. Together with the ant team, they got 100,000 experience points in 3 days. I have to say, a cat scratching a mouse is simply pleasing to the eye. He added all of these 100,000 experience points to the three cats, without even using them himself. Dahlia's power was increased to 0.8 by him, and both Dubai and Doi, to 0.6. In order to facilitate communication, the spirit of all three cats was increased to 0.3. In this way, communication was extremely smooth. Even Lin Su could, at times, see the amazing sight of three cats chatting with each other. Dahlia, Great White, Big Beaver, Meow. Departure. This king will lead you to take revenge. Meow. The three cats were in a zigzag pattern, majestic, and Lin Su was lying on Dahua's back, really like a monarch. Actually, those two anchors, Lin Su felt that they were not guilty to death for doing so, but the victim wasn't himself, and he didn't want to care if Dahlia and the others wanted to take someone's life. The city is shrouded in night and neon flashes, but beyond the neon, there is the darkness and filth under the lights. The three cats traveled through the darkness, over high walls and over glazed tiles, but silently. Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong's daily live broadcasts are fixed, and their live broadcast today is about rescuing a skinny cat that has just been rescued from the sewers. The cat had been skinny to the bone, and after a bath, the cat's fur clung to its skin, making it look even more bony. That was the effect they wanted. But of course, in reality, everything was self-directed. Zhou Shi, I think we should have a special celebration tonight. The number of people online at the same time in the live broadcast room, for the first time, has broken 10,000. A special celebration? Ha ha, it really should be. But aren't you afraid your girlfriend will find out? Cut. Which one are you talking about? Nana, Shuyun, or Darling? You just blow it. The Oriental no. One clubhouse. The princesses there aren't bad. The two had a chat and started packing up their equipment and getting ready to go out. Just then, however, the lights in the store suddenly dimmed. Chucky, what are you doing? I haven't finished cleaning up my side of the live room yet. Why are you turning off the lights? Lu Sherdong yelled in the live broadcast room. He didn't realize that Joshi was right behind him, thinking that the other party had already exited the live broadcast room and went to the hall. You fault. I'm cleaning up too. It should have tripped. Ka! There was a click from the hall and the two men were puzzled. It was clearly the sound of a door closing. Since it was a glass door, the street lights gave the store a hazy glow even though there were no lights on inside. With the microphone she was just about to put up in her hand, Joshi poked her head out of the door of the broadcasting room to see who was closing the door outside. He was even more puzzled when he saw what was going on outside. There was no one outside, but upon further inspection, three figures walked slowly, their 6 eyes glittering in the dimness. It's 3 cats, as if? Joshi said suspiciously as he recognized the 3 cats. It was too familiar. Even if it was only a hazy shadow, he was instantly able to recognize it. Lu Sherdong was just about to speak when he heard Joshi exclaim, "Ouch!" In the darkness, a white shadow shot up and had now jumped onto Joshi's shoulder. Before Lu Sherdong could react, he felt a stream of sticky, hot stuff jetting from Joshi's neck, spraying himself in the face. Big White sealed his throat with a claw, treating Joshi like a rat, and directly clawed and cracked the artery in his neck. Lin Su saw it all clearly. He didn't expect Great White's attack to be so sharp. This was simply a second kill. I see. 0, 8 strength, 3, 0 speed, sharp claws, superb night vision, plus having intelligence makes a species like a cat, king in the dark. Humans haven't fought in so long that they're simply not on their guard. Joshi's eyes were terrified, his eyes almost bursting out. He no longer felt pain, only fear. The fear of death replaced all other sensations. After a brief exclamation of surprise, he surprisingly just opened his mouth wide, but couldn't make a single sound. This situation didn't need to be said. Lin Su knew that this person couldn't live. It's gone too far. I didn't expect Big White to be so deadly in one shot. Lin Su also tensed up at this moment, because the other person inside the room was also exclaiming and was shouting for help. If someone came over at this moment, he or she might not be exposed, but 3 cats with such killing power would definitely be exposed, and he was now faced with a choice, to kill or not to kill the man inside? If you kill, the other person is really not guilty of the crime. If they weren't killed, the 3 cats would really be exposed, and cats that could kill. If this really got out, it would definitely cause a sensation, and maybe the whole city would be searched for. Even the strongest are scum in the face of human heat weapons. Dead Taoist friends don't die poor. Lin Su made a decision within seconds. Dahlia, Big Beaver, together, kill. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to cut off the roots. The 3 cats swooped up and rushed into the live broadcast room, which was filled with pinging sounds, accompanied by Lu Sherdong's bellowing and smashing sounds. But Lin Su didn't enter the live broadcast room. Instead he began to carefully observe the hall's surroundings and top. He wanted to make sure that there were no cameras here. After realizing there were no cameras, he then climbed in. There were cameras in the house, but they were live cameras and were not turned on. After making sure there were no cameras, Lin Su then looked at the fight between the 2 sides. Sure enough, when humans are prepared, even with only hazy lighting, they can fight back with items in their hands. The man hollered under his breath and grabbed the live frame with both hands, surprisingly repelling Great White. The Great White had just leapt through the air and was swung into the wall by the live frame, and the vertigo made it slow down for a few seconds instead of climbing up immediately. However, Dahlia and Big Raven darted from side to side, and Dahlia took advantage of the man's inattention and had pounced on his opponent's face, grabbing towards both eyes. In an instant, Lu Sherdong's face was covered in blood and he howled miserably. Ah, let me go. I'll never hurt you again. Lu Sherdong never dreamed that a few cats were just a few cats, but they would come back to retaliate, which overturned his knowledge. The 3 cats also knew that Lu Sherdong was begging for mercy, and with their current intelligence, they were already able to understand. But their king hadn't ordered the attack to stop, and they were going all out. The Big Beaver's eyes saw that Dahua grabbed and blinded the other party's eyes. It immediately scurried up and jumped straight at Lu Sherdong's neck. Lin Su anxiously glanced outside the broadcast room and realized that someone was already knocking on the glass door of the hall. The one knocking on the door must have been from the next store, and since he didn't know what was going on inside, he didn't force his way through first. But with so much commotion inside, more people would surely converge, and once there were more people, the guts would grow, and someone would force their way in. Luckily, Big Beaver had already scurried up to his opponent's neck by this time. extending his claws in a vicious grab. Blood sprayed out of Lu Sherdong's neck as he fought to shake the large flower from his face, dropping the live stand in his hands, grabbing the large beaver with both hands, and fighting his way to the ground. But when he exerted himself so hard, blood even more desperately spurted out wildly. A violent crash came from the gate, and Lin Su knew that he had to evacuate. So he made a snap decision and passed out the order to evacuate. He had long ago climbed up to the window and opened the latch, receiving the order to retreat. The three cats didn't hesitate and scurried straight to the windowsill. Soon, the three figures disappeared into the night. Unbeknownst to Lin Su, just across the window in the air, a black drone hovered there from end to end. On a stone bench in the greenbelt, a young man in his 20s was in dead center control of the drone, his eyes filled with terror. The young man controlling the drone is named Luo Yu, a shakeology blogger with only tens of thousands of followers, but he specializes in counterfeiting. He had been eyeing Shangxi and Lu Sherdong for some time now. Luo Yu had always suspected that there was something fishy about the contents of the live broadcasts of both Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong. After all, how could a normal person encounter some suffering stray cats and dogs so frequently? Just a few days ago, Luo Yu had entered the duo's pet store as a customer, and he saw the pitifully skinny kitten, and he didn't expect that it just so happened that tonight, Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong were live streaming the process of rescuing this kitten. When he saw the content of today's live broadcast, Luo Yu became very excited because he had seen this skinny cat a few days ago, but the video that Zhou Shi and the others posted today said that it was a kitten that he had picked up in the sewer today that had gotten stuck in a rock and was starving to death. This proved that the so-called stone jam was a scene designed by Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong themselves. After making sure that he could expose the two, Luo Yu was ready to leave. But to his surprise, his drone happened to capture the sound of the fight inside and the three cats jumping out of the window. The fight inside, however, was all sound and no picture. Luo Yu controlled the drone and tried to follow the three cats, but unfortunately, the cats entered the sewers and he lost his target. A minute after Lin Su and the others jumped out of the window, the glass door of the pet store shattered with a loud bang, rushing in 5 or 6 figures. Someone familiar with the store turned on the lights straight away. The moment the lights were turned on, everyone froze for a long moment. The floor was covered in blood, and there was a man collapsed in the doorway of the live room, blood gurgling out of his neck. Quick, call an ambulance. It's Zhou. Zhou Shi's desperate eyes looked into the crowd and gradually lost their color. A weak voice came from inside the house, and the crowd could faintly hear what seemed to be a cry of cat. Several people rushed into the live broadcast room, only to see Lu Sherdong covered with blood. The whole person is collapsed in a pool of blood. Mouth subconsciously said gradually inaudible words. A middle-aged man of about 50 lamented. Ugh, what a dedicated postulant. All this and he's still chanting about his cat. In the middle of the sewers, Lin Su didn't leave immediately. He was waiting for the results, and if it was the ambulance that arrived and there were no results, he would have to take matters into his own hands and use the venom. Luckily, though, after just a few minutes of waiting, he received over 50,000 experience points one after another twice. To avoid being caught on camera, he took the three cats with him this time and walked several kilometers through the sewers before he dared to come to the surface again. It was about 3 in the morning when they returned to the woods. I didn't expect to kill 2 more people. Although I didn't kill them directly, these 2 really wouldn't have died without me. Lin Su lamented for a while, then restrained Dahua and the others, not allowing them to go out of the woods. From now on, this is the territory of the 3 cats. This is also just in case. 100,000 experience points. Good man. It took a lot of effort to get it. Why don't I just add it to my own spirit so I can still collect a few stray cat servants? Thinking about the combat power of the 3 cats, Lin Su naturally thought about collecting a few more. However, when he spent 50,000 experience points to increase his spirit to 1.5, he realized that he had reached the upper limit, and the system has special tips. The host is currently a first-order life, and his spirit has already reached the first-order limit. In order to increase spiritual power, the life needs to have an essential breakthrough. So 1.5 is the limit of the first rank. Why do I feel like I've become spiritually flooded? With his spirit reaching 1.5, Lin Su immediately felt that many things he couldn't understand before were immediately figured out, and much of the memory seems to be much deeper. Not only that, after the spirit reached 1.5, this time, the 3 cats' revenge action was immediately full of holes in Lin Su's brain, and I'm afraid that it would be a bit difficult to not expose it. There are still 50,000 experience points. Why don't you simply add them to your strength? Even though you can only add strength to 1.5. But the accumulation of small amounts will slowly raise it. With a strength of 1.5, the bite of the jaws isn't quite enough to break gold or iron, but it's pretty impressive. Besides, on the other side, Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong were killed, which is another big case that stirred up the whole city. Perhaps there is a destiny in the underworld. This case, again, fell to the head of He Xiong. Before the serial murder case, the higher-ups give us 3 months must be solved. He Xiong has not been solved. The result is now out of the murder case, and once is 2 lives. This for He Xiong is simply adding insult to injury. He Xiong surveyed the scene, determined that the footprints in the field, there are dozens of them. It is really not good to investigate. After all, this is street frontage, and pet stores still have customers coming and going during the day. Inside the store's live room, however, there were only 2 people's footprints. In other words, the duo's deaths were in the live room, but there were no outsider footprints or fingerprints in the live room. The only thing at the scene was a patch of cat hair and blood. Team He, come and see, there's blood here too. Just as He Xiong was checking out the interior of the house, a henchman called out to him from the window. He Xiong hurriedly went around to the window, and sure enough, he saw spots of blood under the window, as if they were animal paw prints. Following the paw prints, they came to a sewer entrance, and then the paw prints disappeared. This manhole cover shows signs of being newly opened. Open the manhole cover. He Xiong quickly made a judgment, and after opening the manhole cover, he personally entered the sewer. It's basically been established that the murderer washed his body in the sewage here. Xiao Feng, collect hair and blood samples and take them back for DNA analysis. Based on the clues so far, it's highly unlikely that this is man-made. The murderer isn't human? Team He, it can't be, can it? Could it be that this is nothing more than a blindfold for the murderer? Judging by the odor, it is indeed possible that it is a cat, but where would a cat have such an ability? It's too early to draw any conclusions. Let's wait for the lab results before we discuss everything. Although He Xiong found it strange, the evidence at the scene made him make that judgment. In just half a day, all the lab results from the autopsy and the physical evidence at the scene came back. Getting the report, He Xiong reviewed the whole process and felt that his judgment was correct. But that makes it even more problematic because the case has so much impact that he will obviously be questioned if he claims to the public that the murderers are the 3 cats. No one would believe that 3 cats could kill 2 people. This isn't a pretty country movie. This is the real world. In the end, He Xiong stiffly reported his speculation to Deputy Director Liao Guodong. Liao Guodong listened to He Xiong's reasoning while looking at the information in his hand, and the more he looked at it as well, the tighter his frown became. After He Xiong finished his report, Liao Guodong did not speak for a long time. After a full 5 minutes of silence, Liao Guodong said, Captain He, this is merely reasoning on your part. No, Deputy Bureau, from the wounds of the deceased and the DNA report on the wounds, that the wounds were indeed from the sharp claws of an animal, and extrapolating from that alone, it already proves the cause of death of the 2 deceased. Liao Guodong raised his hand to interrupt He Xiong's words, his eyes staring at him dead on. Captain He, think about it. If the case report is written this way, when we report it upwards, will the top believe it? Also, will the public believe it? He Xiong didn't know what to say for a moment. He couldn't say that 2 grown men were killed by 3 cats, right? Old He, is there such a possibility? Think about it. The murderer killed Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong with a sharp weapon, then faked the scene and escaped through the window. Or that after the murderer escaped, 3 cats came out of their pet cages, looked for food at the scene, ended up destroying the scene, and then left through the window that the murderer had opened into the sewers. That explanation, isn't it more plausible? But, no buts. Rewrite the report and get it to me by the end of the day. He Xiong was speechless. This was fudging and deceiving the public, but there was nothing he could do about it. He always felt that there was something odd about the things he had encountered lately. In fact, Luo Yu had wanted to take what he had filmed and report it to the Uniform Bureau, but then gave up, because when he got home, he watched the video and immediately recognized the 3 cats. These 3 cats, he had all seen them in Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong's videos and in the live broadcast. At that time, these cats were extremely miserable, almost on the verge of death. To make sure that what he saw wasn't true, he also went back to the video from a few months ago, where he saw the dying civet cat and the white cat that was stuck in the silt field in the countryside, unable to see its color at all and dying. That's them. Here's a video of a white cat rescue, and here's a video of a civet cat rescue. Now it seems that the flower cat's leg should have been artificially broken. These 2 ruthless people, for the sake of traffic, simply did everything. Now someone else's victim has come back for revenge. Heaven forbid. But I don't understand how these 3 cats can be so smart. And 3 cats killing 2 people is so unbelievable that I would never have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Originally, Luo Yu still wanted to expose Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong's accounts, but after last night, he was prepared to wait for a while. Now he was more interested in the 3 cats. I must find them. Besides, He Xiong returned home. He tossed and turned, always felt that these recent cases of human life, there is something connected, but what exactly is the problem? Now also did not think through. Dad, I'm home. The door opened and his son's voice pulled He Xiong back from his thoughts. Wife Luojiao changed her shoes while saying, Old he, I'll go cook. You stay with your son and chat for a while. Yes, although He Xiong is good at his job, he is also a good man who cares about his family. No matter what kind of pressure I encountered at work, when I came home and saw my wife and son, everything felt so worthwhile. It is a man's duty and a man's happiness to be able to give to those he loves and who love him. Jie, today at school, is there anything happy? Tell daddy. Aha, I've had a lot of fun today, but the most fun of all, I made a girlfriend. Girlfriend? At this time, Luo Jiao walked out while tying her apron and said, what girlfriend? Kids don't know any better and talk nonsense. However, that girl is truly amazing, even the teacher is in awe. Oh, could it be a prodigy? Prodigy or not? Or whatever. He Xiong didn't care at all. He was just asking, mainly because he wanted to chat with his family a few more times about topics they were interested in. I don't know what a prodigy is, but that little girl, who finished all her first grade classes in 1 week of school, is a god. It's a bit of a god, but it's not impossible. Some families will spend money on teachers to prep their children's curriculum before they go to elementary school, just so they don't lose at the starting line. We don't need to envy others. Just study normally. He Xiong is very thoughtful. His family is healthy and his children are growing up happily. That's enough. He Xiong didn't care much about other people's children. He just chatted casually and stopped paying attention. Dad, I want an Ant-Man. So many people in our class have them. Of course, He Xiong knew about the Ant-Man who had recently caught fire, which made him helpless. Those online merchants are just too good at catching hotspots. Good, Daddy's ordering for you online. He suddenly seemed to have caught some key point. Ant-Man, cat, animals. Could these two cases be related? Could they have been committed by the same person? The murderer assumed the name of an animal to commit the crime? Until now, He Xiong was wondering how the real culprit who launched the case managed to create the illusion that the animal was the murderer. In fact, he himself is the same as the deputy director Liao Guodong. Inwardly do not believe in what ants kill people and cats kill people this thing. Lin Su didn't realize that he had caused so much trouble for He Xiong, who was currently at the reservoir in the woods, standing on the back of a large flower and looking at the lake. Water is a place ants can never conquer. Lin Su didn't want to have any shortcomings, so he wanted to try and get into the water. And with the 3 cats hunting rats every day, there are few rats left within a radius of hundreds or thousands of meters. That's why Lin Su had set his sights on this reservoir. There are fish in the reservoir and there are big ones, but the result was predictable. Originally as a human who could swim, the situation turned out to be completely different after he turned into the form of an ant. He has no lungs and can only breathe through his trachea. He has 10 stomata, each of which is connected to a thinner trachea, which runs all over his body and finally connects to the wall where the cell membranes are in direct contact with each other. But alas, his stomata are in his abdomen. It wasn't just Lin Su who was like this, all the ants were like this, which led to him not being able to breathe air at all after he went under the water with his abdomen touching the surface. Lin Su tried. If he closed his breath, holding on for 2 minutes was already his limit. Not only is he afraid of water, but Dahlia and the others are too. Lin Su knows that cats are afraid of water, but they can swim, only that they have very little contact with water. So the cat's fear of water is actually psychological, and once this psychological hurdle is passed, there is no problem, and all he had to do was drive them down. Dahlia, great white, big beaver, swim in the water every day. Stick to it for half a day for 3 days, and the king grants power. Hearing that said king was going to grant power, the 3 cats' eyes lit up, but none of them went into the water at first. Lin Su's eyes looked towards Dahlia. You're their leader. You take the lead, get in the water. When the king gave a direct order, Dahlia didn't dare to disobey it, even if there was no reward. She could only go all out. Just heard a splash. Dahlia rushed into the water with her eyes closed. At this time just into the fall. The water is not cold or hot, just the most comfortable period. Dahua did not feel any discomfort after going into the water, but out of fear, it was also paddling around trying to get back to shore. But when it looked up, it found Lin Su standing there. Feeling the majesty of the king, Dahlia immediately turned around and swam towards the center of the lake, possibly because of the elevated spirit and the wisdom that had opened up. Soon, Dahlia surprisingly overcame her primal fear with will and began to play in the water. Seeing this scene, Great White and Great Beaver glanced at each other, and without needing Lin Su to drive them away, they actually took the initiative to pounce into the water. It wasn't long before the 3 cats were chasing each other inside the water like 3 ducks. At this moment, The most depressed person was Lin Su himself. I can't really swim with the air holes in my abdomen. I can't be allowed to swim on my back all the time. Can I? The point is, I want to backstroke, but I can't do it. The ant's legs were long on its abdomen, and it didn't have the ability to turn backward at all, which meant that it was impossible for Lin Su to touch his back, and in that case, backstroke was also impossible. Seeing the three cats gradually adapt inside the water, Lin Su embarrassed himself, but it really wasn't that he didn't have the courage to go into the water, it was that his body was simply not built to do it. System, I want to gain the ability to swim. Is there any way? The host can acquire new skills through his own efforts. Bullshit, how am I going to get it without talent? Without physical conditioning? Host, please know that no species is omnipotent, and to break through the species barrier requires the host to put in the effort to break through the barrier themselves. Listening to the cold system voice, Lin Su could only shake his head. East End, Voyage Apartments. They say it's an apartment, but it's really just a farmer's house with a fresh coat of paint and air conditioning. With a little renovation like this, a second-hand landlord can take a room that was originally rented for $400 or $500 a month and bump it up to $800 a month. Luo Yu was lying on a single bed, and next to his pillow, there was a pack of cigarettes, a cell phone, and a pack of toilet paper. Paper towels are a bedside essential for single men and need to be within reach. He was eager to find clues about the three cats, but he went to the place where Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong had taken the video and turned around a few times without finding any traces. In fact, he also knew in his heart that the location where those two took the video was also chosen later, and was not the original territory of those three cats. Right, one time I followed the two of them on my motorized bike. Luo Yu suddenly thought of something, so he hurriedly pinched out the cigarette in his hand and got up in a hurry. Half an hour later, he had ridden his motorized bike and arrived under the viaduct where Dahlia had been caught. Is it supposed to be here? The last time I followed them here, I didn't see them catch that big fancy cat, but that night, they came out with a video of rescuing that big fancy cat. Luo Yu felt that he should not be wrong in his speculation, and he began to search carefully in the neighborhood, and he also released his drone. After his own and the drone's search, Lo was once again disappointed. He hadn't found any sign of the big fancy cat. Is it because it's daytime and cats don't come out? By the way, cats are nocturnal animals, usually hiding and sleeping during the day before coming out at night to move around and forage for food. Thinking of this possibility, Luo Yu planned to wait until evening to look for it, so he rode home on his little electric donkey, intending to come back in the evening. Even in the first half of the night, Luo Yu didn't even go out, because he knew that the first half of the night in this kind of metropolis wasn't too different from the daytime. Only after 12 o'clock at night did Luo Yu eat some barbecue at a barbecue stand, drank 3 bottles of beer by himself, and came under the viaduct. After midnight the reservoir this piece of quieter than the rest of the place, in addition to the reservoir down the side of the mountain, even past the dozen villas lit up, is the viaduct above the occasional car whistling past. Luo Yu also don't know whether it is nervous or excited how, at this time early to that big flower cat can kill the strength of the brain behind. After looking around under the viaduct, he took control of the drone and carefully flew up to a low altitude and searched the neighborhood. It was a good thing that most of S City was not a drone control zone, and his drone could roam at will. After 10 minutes, Luo Yu's excitement faded, because he searched the neighborhood, especially the dozen or so houses in the villa area. He did see a few cats, but he didn't find any big fancy cats. But he didn't give up. Where was this going? As long as he could find out, even if he had to squat all night, he didn't care. It was only after searching a dozen times and still no results that Luo Yu somewhat started to get impatient. He's starting to expand his search. Behind the villa is a small hill, and up the hill is the reservoir, the very same reservoir that holds the water for the East End. Seeing the dark woods behind the villa, Luo Yu's heart stirred. He immediately turned on the infrared shooting mode and controlled the drone into the woods and up the hillside to the reservoir. The drone came over the reservoir, and Luo Yu, who was outside the forest, immediately had his eyes. His drone was connected to a tablet, and at that moment, he had already seen the screen where 3 images appeared. It's them, I found them. Luo Yu spotted the 3 cats. But next, a scene that left him dumbfounded appeared, only to see that the 3 cats actually kept diving in the water and seemed to be playing in the water. Not only that, but these 3 cats, surprisingly, sometimes catch up fish in the water. How is that possible? A cat diving for fish? Am I looking at this the wrong way? Luo Yu couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Su, at this moment, was completely unaware that overhead in the night, a drone was filming the reservoir. He would have paid attention once in a while, but it was 4 or 5 in the morning. Where would any human being be so perverted as to come to such a remote place at this hour to engage in aerial photography? Outside the woods, Luo Yu felt that everything in front of him had subverted his own perception, and this was completely a blind spot in his knowledge. I'm rich. I'm turning over a new leaf. This video, if posted online, will definitely cause a sensation. Even without the revelation about Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong, just the separate video shot tonight is going to explode the traffic once it's sent out. Luo Yu was excited. He joined the medium video. A medium video that can explode to 1 million broadcasts will be able to earn a few $1,000s. If it is 10 million broadcasts, or even tens of millions of broadcasts, the income can be imagined. It is possible to earn more than $100,000 from one video. Not to mention, it is a video that overturns everyone's perception. Calm down. I want to be calm. It's not my money until it's in my pocket. I have to plan. Disclose the truth about Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong as well. Make a 3-episode video compilation. Each video will explode. And this one piece of content, as a grand finale, detonate the network's killer app. Thinking about it, Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh out a pig squeal. For a clearer video, he controlled the drone to land slowly. Just as the helicopter was getting closer and closer to the lake, Lin Su on the shore noticed movement. Drones. Seeing the drones close at hand, Lin Su felt that something big was wrong. Not good. Exposed. Seeing the drone on the lake, Lin Su was first surprised in his heart, then immediately calmed down. The drone was following the 3 cats in flight, seemingly taking close-ups and not noticing itself. I don't know if this is a private or official drone. If it's official, it's in big trouble, but it doesn't matter. I just need to get this drone out of the way, and the other side should come here looking for it. So there's something to do then. If the other side doesn't come, then we'll just have to move. At this moment, Lin Su had already given birth to the idea of killing and exterminating people. Destroy the receiver, lose the signal and the drone will crash. With his current 1.5 spirit, he had been able to react quickly and find the best way to respond. Lin Su turned around and crawled towards the woods, 1 point of speed, giving him the same speed as a human darting. In only half a minute, he had returned to the anthill and set off in command of more than 20 male ants. These 20 or so male ants were his airborne army, and they were all level 1. Promoting to level 1 was just the starting point, without Lin Su having to use experience points for the male ants. These male ants were also able to reach a higher data stage of level 1 by growing on their own. At this point in the male ant's life, a month or so has passed since the wedding flight, and some of the stats are good enough. In Luo Yu's perspective, he only saw a red mist swooping in and didn't see what it was. The next moment, he lost control of the drone, and it crashed directly onto the lake. The drone suddenly cut off the signal, and Luo Yu was anxious in his heart. It was his life. This one drone cost him a couple $1,000s. That's a lot of money for a guy who doesn't have a job and makes $2,000 or $3,000 a month with just that traffic. While it's true that with the video material on hand right now, it's possible to explode traffic, there are all sorts of variables before the money is in your pocket. If you don't make any money, you're in big trouble. Luo Yu visually measured the distance from the foot of the mountain through the grove, climbing up the hill to reach the lake, which was just over 100 meters. It's easy to climb up there, naturally. Although it was said that this water storage reservoir had warning signs that no one was allowed to enter. It was almost dawn and there were certainly no managers at this point. But when he thought that those cats had actually killed 2 people, Luo Yu backed off again. He was in a real dilemma now. Just wait, there's still an hour or so to go before dawn. And as soon as it's light, the cat will surely have to go back to bed. So we can sneak in then. He was completely oblivious to the fact that in the middle of the woods, a giant ant was lying on a tree, staring at him dead in the face. As long as he had the intention to leave, there was absolutely no way that Big Ant would let him escape. Seeing Luo Yu take his cell phone and start playing the game, Lin Su was relieved. Needless to say, the other side must have waited for dawn to pick up the drone. Unsurprisingly, as soon as the sky dawned, Luo Yu began to look into the woods every few minutes. About 6:30 the other side began to feel their way toward the woods. At this time Lin Su wasn't in a hurry. If he was at the edge of the woods, once he made any noise, he was still a bit worried about startling others. Luo Yu was also extremely careful. After entering the woods, he walked while observing the surroundings, and only after not finding any traces of cats did he then continue forward. A short distance of 100 meters. This guy even spent 20 minutes, which came to the reservoir. Seeing his drone lying there silently, Luo Yu's face was overjoyed. Oops, lucky, it didn't fall inside the reservoir. Seeing his drone, Luo Yu looked towards the surroundings and after not finding any movement, he decisively rushed up. Just as he picked up the drone and turned around to go down the hill, 3 cats appeared in his field of vision. This directly scared Luo Yu a big jump. 3 cats appeared in 3 directions, and with the reservoir behind him, Luo Yu realized that he seemed to be surrounded. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, I just dropped something here. The three cats didn't have any expression. They just looked at Luo Yu coldly, which made him feel a little hairy in his heart, and he unconsciously said those words. In fact, he didn't know if the other party could understand, but these three cats had a record of killing 2 people, and Luo Yu was only subconsciously communicating. But apparently communication is not working, for the 3 cats were slowly approaching, their glowing eyes somewhat oozing. Luo Yu knew that he had to run, but just a few steps into his run, he realized he was very wrong. Where can a 2-legged man outrun a 4-legged cat? Just as he ran 4 or 5 meters, the large flower cat that rushed head-on, directly jumped 3 feet high and lunged towards him. That aura of the big flower cat gave Luo Yu the illusion of facing a fierce tiger. Still, he didn't believe that a cat could have much strength, and as long as he rushed down the hill and came to the clearing at the bottom of the hill, he would naturally be able to call out to someone. But he was wrong. Dead wrong. Just when he thought he was going to dash away from the oncoming big fancy cat, the strong impact crashed into his chest, causing Luo Yu to stumble directly. Although Ohana only had 0.9 strength, his speed was far from human. Under the rapid impact, although the great flower itself was knocked out, it was in time to stop the speed of Luo Yu's impact. Right at this moment, Luo Yu only felt a pain in both of his shoulders, and 2 consecutive giggling sounds. The white cat and the civet cat had already scurried up to both of his shoulders, their sharp claws each tearing his clothes right off, the fiery pain letting Luo Yu know that he had been injured. It's just 3 cats, but it's so strong. Luo Yu shook his shoulders fiercely, wanting to shake the 2 cats off of him, but in the next moment, he realized that he was wrong again. The 2 cats clawed at his tattered clothes. Not only did they not get shaken off, but instead, they also clawed at his neck left and right. Feeling threatened on both sides, Luo Yu died and hurriedly reached out to cover his neck. This covering caused the second cat's claws to grab onto the back of his hand. The stinging pain on the back of his hand directly caused Luo Yu's entire spirit to almost collapse. Ouch! It hurts too much. The backs of both hands, each with a scar that went straight up his arm, made him feel as if he had been scalded by boiling water, and it was simply too much to bear. Help! Luo Yu crumbled and yelled. His right hand clenched and punched his left shoulder, trying to knock the civet cat off the top of his left shoulder. But that civet cat was incredibly flexible. Directly with a twist, it reached the top of his head and grabbed Luo Yu's hair and pulled it back. Luo Yu ate the pain, unconsciously tilted his head back, and the whole person fell on his back. Just as he wanted to roll over and stand up to continue his escape down the road, he suddenly felt countless tingling and itching coming from his legs. This tingling was tingling with tingling, and Luo Yu didn't know what was happening. How did he know that at this time? The inside of his legs' pants were already densely crawling with ants. Ah! The stinging pain made him want to scream involuntarily, but an even more unbelievable scene appeared. A huge ant appeared on the tip of his nose, and the ant stretched out its forelimbs and grabbed his eyelids, causing his right eye to open directly. Just as he wanted to continue shouting for help, a voice entered his mind. Shut up, or I'll destroy your eyes right now and make you blind. Today's encounter directly overturned Luo Yu's perception. This ant actually spoke in human language. Besides, the ant was so big, it was longer than half his face. Eyelids were pulled by this big ant to death. Luo Yu didn't dare to make another sound, and even more so, he didn't dare to move, because if he moved, this ant would absolutely waste his eyeballs. There's something to be said. Big brother, I won't scream. I won't scream, I promise. Luo Yu himself didn't even realize that he was talking to an ant. At this time, Luo Yu's shock can be imagined. 3 cats can swim and fish. Even if it's not enough, they can also use tactics to surround themselves. Even if they could surround themselves, they could even directly defeat a human and crush him throughout. That's not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is an ant that big. An ant of this size was not even a problem. This ant's tentacles, which were waving in front of Luo Yu's eyes, could even talk to himself. Luo Yu thought at the moment that he was not climbing into an ordinary grove, but a fantasy kingdom. Luo Yu didn't dare to move or scream. The pain was real. The sights in front of him were real, and he had really entered the fantasy kingdom. Here cats catch fish and ants talk. He unconsciously substitutes himself into the kingdom. This big brother ant, I really intruded into your territory unintentionally. Please don't make things difficult for me. Big brother ant and the 3 cat brothers, and let me go. I promise that after I get out, I will often send you guys fish. By the way, big brother ant, you like to eat honey, right? I'll also send honey. Big white, you're the cat brother. Your whole family is the cat brother, and I'm the female. Submit to me, take me as your king, or die. Ha, can you change the terms to something else? I'm a human, and I entered your kingdom with no ill intent. A change of terms, so be it. Then you will be food for these subordinates of mine. It just so happens that they have never eaten a human before either. With that, Lin Su jumped off of Luo Yu's face and onto Dahua's back. Luo Yu hurriedly braced his hands on the ground and tried to get up, but just as he exerted himself to get up, he suddenly felt that he couldn't use the lower half of his body. He looked down in confusion, and his entire body was stunned, only to see that from his waist down, red and black ants covered layer after layer, his entire lower body, not even a little gap. That's when he felt the horrible tingling and stinging, the poison of hundreds of level 1 soldier ants and more than 2,000 ordinary soldier ants. Would it be something that Luo Yu's fleshly mortal body could stand? Coupled with the 20,000 to 30,000 worker ants, all of which had crawled onto Luo Yu's body. This had caused Luo Yu to be completely paralyzed from the waist down. Not only that, but the ant venom was also able to conduct through the bloodstream, quickly entering all parts of his body. At this moment, Lin Su wasn't afraid that Luo Yu would escape at all. Ah! Pop! Just as Luo Yu wanted to scream, Dahua slapped a claw on his mouth, directly tearing his upper lip and turning it into a hair lip. No shouting, or die at once, Lin Su warned Luo Yu. It was at this moment that Luo Yu was truly afraid, his eyes filled with despair. It seems that the fantasy kingdom is not as harmonious and friendly as it is portrayed in the movie. Big brother ant, please, let me go. I really didn't mean to intrude into your kingdom. It's been said, if you don't submit, then you die. There are many ways to die, and you are now experiencing the most peculiar one, which is to be eaten alive by ants. Can't you feel it? Soon the ant toxins will spread to your brain and you will go into shock then. Of course, at my command, these ants will start gnawing on your flesh, and you'll wake up in pain, then watch as your skin is eaten, then your muscles, then your bones. As for the heart and brain marrow, I will reward the 3 cats, they should enjoy it. Lin Su originally wanted to directly kill this person in front of him, but it suddenly occurred to him that it was inconvenient for him to take care of Lin Beibei, so he could find someone else. Moreover, he also needed to cultivate a human agent, and since this person had sent him to his door, it was just right. Luo Yu wasn't as strong as he thought, and by the time Lin Su finished speaking, he had already gone into shock. Is willpower that weak? After being a bug for so long, Lin Su had forgotten how much humans were afraid of pain. Ants have pain nerves and will feel pain, but ants have exoskeletons, so as long as the exoskeleton isn't broken, they don't feel pain unless they hurt their antennae. Lin Su hadn't felt pain for so long that he had forgotten what it was like to experience tens of thousands of ants tearing at a human skin. Roya woke up quickly. He was awakened by pain. Please, leave me alone. I really didn't mean to intrude. Luo Yu felt tingling and severe pain all over his body, and he couldn't even speak out loud anymore. His neck had stiffened and he rolled his eyes, realizing that a layer of ants had spread across his face and were beginning to gnaw at his skin. Lin Su still only had one sentence. Submit, or die. I submit. Submit. Luo Yu said submissive on his lips, but Lin Su knew the little secret in his heart. The system didn't respond. The other party must be thinking of temporarily relieving the pain, and as soon as they slowed down, they would flee the place and call for someone to exterminate the 3 cats and the big ants. The system didn't show that the other person was already a servant. That is, they didn't really submit. The way to break down the other person's mental defenses is to just uncover what is really going on in their consciousness. Lin Su didn't make the ants stop nibbling, but patted Dahua's fur and said, forget it, let's go and continue to catch fish. This person won't submit. Think of it as rations. It's amazing that he's thinking of escaping from here with a reprieve and retaliating later. Luo Yu was seen through, and his heart was suddenly as cold as death. No, I won't. I swear, I will never retaliate. There will be no retaliation, but running away will be, so you're still going to die. Saying that, Lin Su had already turned around and left on his big flower cat. He no longer needed to stay here because the system would show if the other party really wanted to submit. If this person wouldn't submit to himself and be his slave after such torture, then death was death. Luo Yu fainted again. When he woke up again, only his eyes were still moving, and the rest of his body was completely paralyzed. It looks like I'm already dying. I was too greedy to come back and pick up the video just now when it was already saved inside the tablet software. Hey, I don't know how long this will take before I die. That big ant just now should be the king of this ant colony. Entering the fantasy kingdom, am I actually going to become a slave of an ant kingdom here? Just as well. If I don't become a slave, I'll die and leave nothing behind. Anyway, in the fantasy world, being a slave is being a slave. At least I can still live. Lin Su came to the reservoir and had long since put Luo Yu's matter behind him. At the moment he was bored watching 3 cats chasing small fish in the water. Letting the cat out of the bag was one of the best choices he'd made in a while. As the rats in the neighborhood died, Most fled because they felt threatened. So in the long run, unless one moves further down the sewer, experience points will grow slowly. But now with the fishing route, the scope of his business immediately became wide. The fish can't run away. They're all in the reservoir anyhow. But just half an hour later, he realized that the system had actually changed. That human, surprisingly, did submit, or rather, resigned himself to his fate. His will had been broken and he had completely recognized the reality that he would do anything he was told to do as long as he could stay alive. Lin Su immediately opened this person's control panel. Name, Luo Yu. Race, human. Rank, 0 near death. Lifespan, 79 years, 0 years. Power, 1, 0. Speed, 1, 0. Defense, 1, 0. 0-3. Spirit, 1, 0. 0-2. Strength and speed have gone to 0, so it seems to be truly dying. Luo Yu's stats were moderate, and at the moment, probably due to the poison, he had fainted, so his strength and speed naturally went to 0. The current Luo Yu was almost a living dead man. The ants retreated from him, and Lin Su looked at the young man whose body and face were covered in a bloody mess, and sighed in his heart. AI, when did I become so disrespectful of life? There's no way around it. I have to in order to survive. Anything that threatens my existence has to be removed. Luo Yu was in shock for over 24 hours this time. When he woke up once more, it felt as if there was some kind of extra connection between himself and that huge ant. Even he felt an irresistible sense of obedience towards that ant. You look much better. You can't move yet, but you should be able to digest something and drink some water. I'll have Dahlia bring you some water. You need to hydrate and get rid of the toxins. Hearing this, Luo Yu curiously turned his eyes towards Dahlia. He was curious. This cat was able to hit water? However, the next scene made Luo Yu have to admit that he had indeed come to a fantasy world. The cat took a stone with a groove in it out of the bushes and dashed off to the reservoir. When the cat came back, the groove in the stone was really full of water, and the cat had deliberately not let the water spill out. The big flower cat used its claws to break open Luo Yu's mouth and poured water through his mouth in a single gush. Luo Yu almost choked. Luckily the water was barely poured in and a sense of comfort came from his body. After drinking water a few times, Luo Yu's physical state slightly improved. Luckily, although the ants had pierced almost every part of his body, they were all just skin wounds. And soon, Luo Yu turned into a blood-cocooned man. Just as Luo Yu slowly recovered, an even more fantastical scene appeared. It made him sure he was 100% into a fantasy world. He saw the 3 cats, under the command of the big ant, actually carrying over a broken iron pot. It looks as if it's going to be cooking. The civet cat was plowing the mound while the white cat grabbed a few fish from the reservoir and threw them in the pot. Again and again, the big fancy cat added water to the iron pot. The big ant also carried a lighter from somewhere and started to build a fire to cook fish soup. Whoever saw this scene would not consider themselves normal. The vast majority would think they were dreaming. Luo Yu, however, knew that what he was experiencing now was definitely not a dream. I should be traveling through. There should be a boundary underneath this forest that allows one to travel between the 2 worlds. The world below is the world I experienced before, and coming to this forest should be a fantasy world. I wonder if I can still go back. After confirming that he had crossed over, Luo Yu was excited instead. I didn't realize that something with such a low probability of crossing over had befallen me, and now the first thing is to survive. This ant is so big that those 3 cats recognize him as their king, so it must be a powerful existence in this world. I'll start by being his slave. Although the starting point is a bit low, but at least I've passed the first hurdle of crossing over. The survival stage. Let's start with an inventory of my cards. A cell phone. A tablet. I don't know if the drone can be fixed. If it can be fixed, that would be great. I've heard that they all have systems after traveling through them. Systems, where are you? System, come out. He screamed in his mind and was not disappointed when he felt no response. According to the plots of those web novels, it takes a while for some people to awaken their systems after crossing over, and I might be this kind. It's also possible that there's something else I haven't experienced that's triggering the system. Luo Yu imagined wildly in his own world, which in turn excited him, and his immune system became a bit more active, speeding up his recovery. Soon the fish soup was ready. The refreshing aroma made Luo Yu swallow a mouthful of water, and the 3 cats and the big ants had already begun to feast on the food. Cats eat fish. Luo Yu knew that, but ants eat fish, and they have to eat cooked ones, which made him have to marvel at the magic of this fantasy world. It also gave him even more of a desire to explore the world further. After a few fish were finished, Dahua held the stone bowl in his mouth and a bowl of fish soup was directly poured into Luo Yu's mouth. After 2 bowls of fish soup, the big ant and the 3 cats disappeared into the woods. Next, Luo Yu realized that there seemed to be no other insects in the woods other than ants, except for the mosquitoes. But there aren't many mosquitoes either, because there are lots of male ants in the air to hunt them down. Male ants hunting mosquitoes was something Luo Yu had never even heard of before. This is the fantasy world I traveled through. It's really fantastical. Sewer world. Lin Su didn't disrupt his hunting rhythm at all because of Luo Yu's arrival. He takes his team in the sewers during the day and then fishes in the reservoir for a few hours at night, which is quite fulfilling. And in this way, he was getting more and more experience points, and had already accumulated 200,000 in a few days. 200,000 to himself might add up to 2 points, which is just a power increase from 1 to 3. But to give it to a servant, the effect is incomparable, because all of his current servants, except for Luo Yu and Lin Beibei, none of them had any of them reaching 1. Lin Su originally wanted to raise the level of the latter one to the second level, but then he thought on second thought that the vast majority of the ant colony was now ordinary ants, and even the first level ants only accounted for about 1%, so it wasn't a suitable time for head boosting. Buggy boosts are supposed to be step by step, consolidating a good level of power before moving on to head boosts. Get at least 30% of the first-class ants. As the first-class ants continue to increase, the ordinary ants will gradually be eliminated, and this time will not take long. I think, let's add my own power first, and see what the cap is for this level. He had already pressed his power to 1.5 before, and this time when he added more, Lin Su had already reached the upper limit of this level with only a mere 150,000 experience points. The data cap for this level is 3. There were still 50,000 experience points left, and Lin Su didn't intend to use them immediately, because after a week, Luo Yu had regained his mobility. He wondered if he should set up a proper reward system for being a new servant and give some benefits as well. As a servant who could walk normally in the human world, Lin Su decided to give Luo Yu some tasks, but with Lin Su's understanding of humans, there was no benefit. Even if he could control the other party through the system, the other party could still be negative. Human emotions are quite complex and cannot be comprehensively summarized by the simple word spirituality. After eating the bland and tasteless fish soup for a few days in a row, without even putting salt in it, Luo Yu finally eliminated the toxins from his body and was able to move freely. Luo Yu, you're almost recovered now, so it's time to return to the human world. Back to the human world? Brother Ant, I'm just going to leave? Luo Yu had a hard time traveling back, but it turned out that listening to the other party, it seemed as if the other party knew how to return to the human world and was going back to his old life. He was definitely not happy about it. Be careful what you call yourself. I am your king and you have submitted to me. Lin Su made a harsh criticism of Luo Yu's playfulness. Good, my king, I was just wondering. I'm just going to leave? Of course you can't just leave like that. You are my servant and I will give you some tasks. You need to complete the tasks I give you or I will give you punishment. A mission? My king, what do you mean? I'm still in this world even if I'm out of these woods? Lin Su? Of course it's this world. You need to complete the tasks I give you, and when you do, I'll give you some rewards. As my slave, in order for you to better fulfill your task, I now grant you power. Luo Yu, here it comes. It turns out that my system isn't self-contained, but rather, I trade with the NPCs of this world, do things for them, and then gain growth. Honorable king, do as you command. What do you want me to do? Promise to complete the task. Lin Su sat on Dawa's back and beckoned his forelimbs towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu hurriedly came over, his whole body crouching on the ground like a devout believer. Lin Su's tentacles made a point on his forehead, and Luo Yu's entire body immediately shook, feeling like his entire body was filled with power. This is the power that this king has bestowed upon you. You can understand it this way. If your power was 1 before, you now have 1.5. If you complete the task I have given you, the remaining 0.5, I will give it to you the next time you arrive. Also, everything you saw today, you have to keep it absolutely secret, and the video of Dahlia and the others, you have to make sure that it can't be leaked out. Hearing Lin Su's words, Luo Yu was thrilled in his heart. No wonder he felt like his whole body was suddenly permeable, and it seemed like his muscles had tightened up quite a bit. Thank you, my king, for the power. King, please command. Please don't worry, king. Your slave will keep your secret. Lin Su, as expected, human beings are like that. Having milk is like being a mother. This time I'm going to give you a mission. Find me a cell phone. The identity needs to be absolutely secure. Luoyu, it's too easy to count this as a mission. Just buy a random cell phone and use my ID to get a card. Sure enough, crossing over is the protagonist. As long as you hold on to this thigh tightly, the benefits are definitely plentiful. King, don't worry. I promise to complete the mission. Luo Yu felt like he was about to take off. It was like a dream until he left the grove. He threw a few punches in the air to try out his strength and realized that it felt really different. Back in his rental house, Luo Yu had been in a state of excitement. He realized that the entire world was exactly the same as it was before he crossed over. The only change was that he could actually gain power. He even made a phone call to his parents, who were far away from home, and found that nothing was any different from before. It seems possible that I am now in a parallel world, and should no longer be able to return to my previous world. Whether or not that is exactly true remains to be verified. But what does it matter? As a traveler, I'm the one destined to become the protagonist of this world. If it's still the original world, then isn't that like getting stuck in the world's bug and being able to travel through fantasy worlds at will? Luo Yu looked at his card. All the funds came together and there was still more than 5,000. Enough to buy a decent cell phone. The next day, he had everything all done. And in the evening, he rode a small donkey and delivered the cell phone to the grove. Looking at this cell phone, Lin Su's heart was also a little excited. It had been almost half a year since he was reborn, and during this time he would not have any recreational activities, waiting to be out of touch with the entire world. Starting today, he is able to swim in the ocean of human society again. Luo Yu looked at Lin Su with bated breath and didn't need to think to know what it meant. But as he watched Lin Su carefully pressing the password, opening his cell phone and trying out various functions, he didn't dare to say anything. It was only after a long time that Lin Su finally spoke, and Luo Yu knew that the mission reward had come. Very well, you've done a good job on this mission. I grant you power. You now have two choices. You can gain pure power or you can gain a speed boost. You can gain 0.5 speed and surpass World Flyer Bolt to become the world's #1. Hearing this, Luo Yu was instantly nonplussed. A task so simple that one has a chance to become a world flyer. I want speed. King, please add 5 to my speed. Luo Yu reverently lay down on the ground and waited for the king's bestowal. Yes, Lin Su didn't hesitate and spent 50,000 experience points to add 0.5 speed to Luo Yu. He had only gained a total of over 50,000 experience points in the past 2 days, and this almost emptied it again. Thank you, my king, for this gift. Your faithful slave would like to continue to serve you. Having gained strength and speed so easily, Luo Yu was thrilled. He was going to continue to open quests. According to some rules inside the game, sometimes taking the initiative to ask NPCs would gain quests, even hidden quests. He also can't wait to get out and run around now. The next task you have to accomplish is to find a first grader named Lin Bebe at the experimental elementary school. Become friends with her, gain each other's trust, and provide protection to him for a period of 3 months. Good. Promise to finish the job. It was just a first grade student. Luo Yu felt he could handle it. If you are able to complete this task, you will gain 1 point of strength or speed. You'll even be able to proportion that 1 point to strength and speed at will. Thanks to my king's generosity, I'll be sure to complete the task as soon as possible. Lin Su couldn't wait to take revenge on Chao Dongfang and Yan Lu. The reason why he hadn't acted was because he had considered that Lin Bebe had no one to take care of him. Now that he had Luo Yu, he had no more worries. All that was needed was for Luo Yu to be able to take care of Lin Bebe. Luo Yu excitedly left the grove and came to the highway. He directly trotted a lap to try his speed. As a result, after a few minutes of running, he was outright dumbfounded by his speed. It is said that the ultimate instantaneous speed of human beings is the highest instantaneous speed of 44,722 km per hour created by Jamaican Flyerbolt, but one's own full sprint speed just now should be no less than this. If it was gaining a little more speed, he was afraid he would catch up with the bus. My god, just buying a cell phone. Such a simple task, and I became the #1 flyer of mankind. This is the protagonist's aura of a traveler. If I join the Chinese track and field team now, I'm afraid I'll be a sensation in the world, right? Roya had the idea of becoming a track and field athlete. Meanwhile, Lin Su, who had obtained a cell phone, was equally excited. The first thing he did was sign up for a video account and start swiping up. Lin Su was bored as he swiped his cell phone video, and half a day quickly passed, when suddenly, he swiped a strange message. The Bermuda Triangle fog, which has remained in place for 4 months, is now expanding and has covered almost the entire Bermuda Triangle and the islands therein. 3 exploration ships from beautiful countries have entered it, and so far there is no news. What's going on? When I eavesdropped on Yang Lu and Chao Dongfeng's chat earlier, it seemed to have started then. Why hasn't it dissipated yet? Puzzled for a moment, he didn't really care. Next, though, he swiped a similar message. Fog in Egypt has left at least 300 people missing in more than a dozen car accidents. Perhaps he spent more time on the 2 foggy videos, so the video's official big data pushed a couple more relevant messages to him. Sichuan Black Bamboo Gully fog does not dissipate for months. The management has banned any tourists to enter. According to expert speculation, The fog comes from the ground. Black Bamboo Gully may contain a large number of geothermal resources, but for the time being has not found the source of the fog. The specifics, yet to be confirmed. Haizgugu is very magical and mysterious. Known as the Bermuda of Huaxia, located in Sichuan Haizgugu town, it is one of the most complete and original ecological communities in China. Pretty country California Death Valley fog zone stuns. Explorers have no return. A series of foggy videos were frequently brushed by Lin Su, and Lin Su was also a little curious. He carefully read the comments below and found that many of the comments were so strange that he wanted to laugh when he looked at them. Some even say it's the countdown to the Earth going into rift. Everyone found no fog all appeared in the north latitude 30 degrees. This is the whole north latitude 30 degrees to crack. The heat of the ground overflowed. Encountered cold air condensed into fog. Everyone get ready. When the Earth after the crack, it will turn into two parts. Want to live in that part? Everyone hurry up to move and choose a place. Undertake a wire project to bridge the two sides of the globe. 10,000 meters of wire. Send planks. Open up the grid upstairs a bit. I just swiped one for $9.90 a meter inclusive. A series of godly comments that made Lin Su laugh. All kinds of strange views come and go. Some people even say that it is the recovery of aura. The Earth is going to become a cultivation world. The imagination of these netizens. Let Lin Su call out that the brain hole is too big. I've read too many novels and I'm bewitched. Can this world be so magical? Lin Su spat. But the next moment, he suddenly froze. He thought about his current state. Rebirth. System. Upgrade. The essence of life is elevated. It's all so fantastical. It's a shame I can't fly. Or I'd have to go and see what's going on. The closest is Sichuan, but it's over 1,000 kilometers away, so it's impossible to get there. There's no need to be too concerned. Just work hard to improve yourself, no matter what happens to the world. I have the upper hand now. I'm an insect race, have my own team, and already have the risen prototype. And my own strength is already not bad. With the help of the system, what else am I afraid of? These merely gave Lin Su some sense of urgency. It wasn't enough to make him feel scared. All he needed now was to hunt down another 400,000 experience points to move up another level. It's only half a month enough if you don't use your experience points for anything else. In another half a month, the offspring of the new level 1 ant queen will officially break out of the cocoon. By then the growth rate of the ant team will be more than 10 times of the current one, and the ant colony will usher in a real expansion period. That's what Lin Su's bottom line is. After the ant's nuptial flight, the queen begins to lay eggs, but with newly laid eggs, there is a 14-day incubation period. After the little ant hatches, it still needs to grow, and finally turns into a chrysalis, and after it breaks out of the cocoon, it will take some more days, and this will become a mature ant that can be used for a long time. Now Lin Su was waiting for this batch of ants to start maturing. There were 10 level 1 queens, and even if each queen laid an average of 600 eggs per day, that's 6,000 new mature ants per day. That's 60 a day if it's 1% of the first level. That's 60 level 1 ants, and there's bound to be a few soldier ants among them. It's only October, and at the end of the year, it's exciting to think about. Uniform Bureau. He Xiang was listless and extremely depressed. 3 months had passed and the mega murder case had not been solved. Not even a clue, and that put him in no spirits to do anything. The murder case in front of him is not solved, and the pet store murder case behind him is still in a stalemate, which makes Xiang feel that he has never failed so much. Am I really preoccupied and at a dead end? The deputy may be right. What makes me think the real culprit is a cat? Fong, pull up the surveillance of the entire neighborhood within a month before the murder. I want to view it from start to finish. The whole neighborhood? Team He. There are hundreds of cameras in the entire neighborhood, and it's a bit too hard to check them from start to finish for a month. And most of the surveillance only stores the last month. Not many keep backups. Just check the ones with backups. Soon, team member Xiaofang had organized the disk, and He Xiang began to scrutinize the video of the entire neighborhood. He sped up the video and, with years of professionalism, began to observe every person and even every animal in the video. These two turned out to be no good themselves, and it seems that all the videos were well directed. He Xiang didn't have any other emotions regarding Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong earning traffic in this way. As a law enforcer, what the law doesn't allow is what he has to focus on. Beyond that, he doesn't care. After 3 days of video viewing, He Xiang had sorted out all the people he felt were connected to the pet store. Then he spent 2 full days sorting through everyone else's exclusions. Xiao Feng, help me look up this person's information. Good. Team He. This person is a tenant of the Farhang apartment and a video blogger named Luo Yu, 22 years old. This is his specific information. He Xiang stared at the computer screen. stroking his chin while checking out Luo Yu's information, his teeth biting the dry and cracked dead skin of his lower lip. The dead skin of his lip was torn out of his blood. This man doesn't have a pet, yet he's entered the pet store twice. And there were 4 times when Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong went out, and he tailed them on an electric bike. The most important thing is that on the night of the incident, a camera had caught him. The Farhang apartment is 2.3 kilometers away from the pet store. It can't be a coincidence that he came here. He Xiong slapped his stool as he found a new clue. Xiaofang froze and individually pulled up Luo Yu's video and watched it over and over again. Team He, you really don't say. This guy is sneaky and has a drone with him. The backpack is so big. Could it be the murder weapon? But we don't have any evidence. That's not a good way to make an arrest, right? Make bold assumptions and be careful with the evidence. But we can't scare the snakes. Xiaofeng. Starting today, the squad will work in 2 shifts. Keep a close eye on him for me, and see if there will be any discoveries. Luo Yu didn't even know that he was being watched. He was preoccupied with his mission at the moment. As a traveler in this world, even if you are the protagonist, then you have to play by the rules of the game. Since the NPC had given the quest, one had to fulfill it. The day after he received the assignment, he went to the entrance of the school, and first talked to the security guard for half an hour, handing over several huazi, and only then did he see Lin Beibei in class 1 and 5. At this time he didn't rush to show his face in front of Lin Beibei, but came back to do his homework. For 3 consecutive days, he had been asking about Lin Beibei's situation sideways through chance encounters with other students in class 1 to 5. Back at the apartment, Luo Yu wrote down all the information he had inquired about. Prodigy, enrolled in 1st grade for a month, already self-taught through 3rd grade and surprised the principal. But it's strange, all the other 1st graders have their parents pick them up after school, but not Lin Beibei. The reason is that she's an orphan. Her adoptive father Lin Su, who is the chairman of Sunrise, died in a car accident half a year ago, and her stepmother doesn't care. And there's been a kidnapping incident, a personality disorder, and fewer friends. Hobby, Ant-Man. What's with the coincidence? But there are a lot of fans of Ant-Man nowadays. After all, it's normal for 7-year-olds to have this hobby. Just start with hobbies. Thinking of Ant-Man, Luo Yu hurriedly started searching online. Soon, he made an unexpected discovery. The cause of the Ant-Man incident was actually really related to Lin Beibei. Ant King, Lam Ebe, Ant-Man. What exactly is the relationship between these 3? Could it be that the netizens guessed correctly that it was really this Ant King who killed the traffickers and rescued several children? Could it be that after I came out of the woods, I really didn't go back to my original world, but the whole world? A parallel world different from my old one? Yup, I came down from the woods and didn't cross any knots at all. That's just it, since I've already crossed over. I'll just survive in this world and become stronger step by step. Luo Yu firmly believed that he had traveled. Soon he had what he thought was the perfect contact plan. The next afternoon, Lin Beibei was dismissed from school when several 3rd graders blocked her at the intersection. Lin Beibei recognized these guys. One of the fat guys was called Lu Qi, the principal's nephew. Just as Lu Qi blocked Lin Beibei at the intersection, in the fast food restaurant on the opposite side of the street, Luo Yu watched the scene with an old sense of humor. These kids, of course, he arranged, and he went to a lot of trouble for this. Lu Qi is a notorious school slag, able to enter the experimental elementary school, solely because of the relationship between the family. A few others, Lin Beibei didn't recognize, but she had seen them all before. Lu Qi blocked Lin Beibei at the intersection and crossed his arms. Lin Beibei, you have something that interests me. Give it to me for a few days if you are sensible. Lin Beibei froze slightly, but quickly reacted. This was bullying. She didn't move. Oh, what is it? I heard that you have an Ant-Man hand puppet, and it just so happens that I'm also a fan of Ant-Man. That hand puppet I love. Lend it to me for a while. Otherwise, hey, how about otherwise? Otherwise I'd be blocking you every day after school. I heard you're a feral child you picked up, and your dad was in a car accident. Gah! And your mom cuckolded your dad and doesn't want you. So I don't think anyone would stand up for you if I beat you up, right? Saying that, Lu Qi rolled up his school uniform sleeves in a Tarzan-like manner. Seeing this, Luo Yu felt that it was almost time for him to show up in time. So he exited the fast food restaurant and headed toward the intersection. Just when he was still a dozen meters away from the intersection, he only saw Lin Beibei say expressionlessly, "It's no problem if you say I'm a wild seed. I was originally picked up, but you insulted my father. Then I'll have to teach you a lesson. Ha 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 ha, teach me a lesson. With a little man like you?" Lu Qi laughed so hard that his neck was crooked, and his classmates followed suit. Just as Luo Yu raised his hand to stop this, suddenly Lin Beibei moved, only to see her stretching her feet against Lu Qi's heels, her small body shoulders leaning towards Lu Qi's chest. Lu Qi's body, which was at least a head taller than his, was directly unsteady and fell on his back. You have to know that Lu Chi is a third year, and is relatively fat, more than 100 pounds of body. Even if it is an adult, you have to use some force, but Lamebe dropped him easily. A few of Lu Chi's classmates first froze, then a tall skinny guy rushed up and came to push Lin Bebe with both hands, trying to push her down. Where would Lin Bebe spoil him? Directly grabbing the other party's palm, violently threw it towards the side, throwing the tall thin man directly out, staggering 7 or 8 steps, also falling to the ground. This scene directly put Luo Yu look silly. His hand at this time is still suspended in the air. The mouth wants to stop Lu Chi words. Hard to hold there did not say out. Not only was Lu Chi shocked, there were also 2 people inside the car not far away with stiff faces. These 2 people were none other than Hiang Xiong and his subordinate Fang Yuanzhang, who had personally come to keep an eye on Luo Yu. Fang Yuanzhang rubbed his eyes vigorously, suspecting that he had misread the situation. He naturally knew Lin Bebe, and he was the one who made the record when Lin Bebe was kidnapped before. Team He, am I mistaken? Lin Bebe, this strength, how can it be so great? Although Hiang Xiong was also surprised, his expression was well controlled, only his eyes were thieving. 7 years old, that chubby little boy. The visual estimate should be about 110 pounds. For what directly fall down? But she just wrestled with a dexterity. A stronger person is possible. But to push a man who is leaning on himself more than one head directly 7 or 8 meters. This is not normal. Why is this Luo Yu deliberately looking for people to surround Lin Bebe? It looks like he's trying to stop it. That's trying to put on a show to make contact. In a flash, he and Xiang associated many things. It was like he had discovered a new continent. He seemed to be grasping at things, but it was getting more and more confusing. The death of a human trafficker and the murder of a pet store owner are 2 completely unconnected cases in which connected characters are coming together. There can't be such a coincidence. There must be some clue I haven't figured out. Or maybe these 2 cases were originally one case. While Hiang Xiong was thinking pie in the sky, on that side, Luo Yu had already awkwardly walked up. Since things had come to this point, he could only go on with his head. Hey, what kind of men are you brats? Bullying such a small little girl? As soon as he said this, Lu Chi shook his head and climbed up with his face full of aggression. He was about to retort with a question about who was bullying who, but Luo Yu didn't give him a chance to speak. Why don't you get going? Luo Yu's appearance was really a bit awkward. The little fat man stood up aggrieved and confused, scratched his head, and when he saw that it was Luo Yu, he hurriedly greeted several of his classmates, and they all ran away in a puff of smoke. Little girl, are you okay? Luo Yu tried to control his expression as much as he could to make himself look amiable. Do I look like I'm up to something? Lin Bebe asked rhetorically. Luo Yu was speechless. Tell me, what's the point of arranging this? Could it be that you're in cahoots with the traffickers who were abducting children together? By the way, this arrangement of yours is really clumsy. Hearing Lin Bebe say this, Luo Yu was directly blinded. The other party directly poked and prodded him. It was obvious that he was seen through, and that his own purpose was misunderstood. No, I'm not a human trafficker. You mustn't misunderstand. I admit that I wanted to approach you on purpose. But don't worry, I'm not a bad person. It's not up to you to decide if you're a bad guy. I'll see. Tell me, what do you want? Lin Bebe wasn't afraid at all. She was now clear about her own strength. The average adult girl's strength was not as good as her own. Moreover, she had a guess about the identity of the visitor. And since Lin Su had arranged a protector for her, it was impossible for her not to greet him in advance. Luo Yu felt in Lin Bebe's body that the other party was like an adult. Regardless of strength or mind, it was already no different from an adult. Thinking that this is a fantasy world, he was shocked. Could it be that she is also a traveler? NPC wants me to protect a traveler? Not necessarily. Maybe some of the natives of this world have strength beyond the norm. This could be a different world from the one before I travel through. Thinking of this possibility, Luo Yu put away his contempt. Actually, I know your name is Lin Bebe. Let's put it this way. I found you special, so I want to approach you and make friends with you. Do you have time to have a drink together? I don't mean a drink. I mean to buy you a cup of milk tea. Good, no problem. I have time now. Lin Bebe answered dryly. This surprised Luo Yu, who then led Lin Bebe into a milk tea store. Both of them ordered a cup of milk tea each, and only then did Luo Yu organize his thoughts. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Yu, a video blogger with no proper job. Aha. Lin Bebe just gave a him and then continued to drink her milk tea. Are you an alien? Luo Yu suddenly threw out such a question, his eyes staring at Lin Bebe dead on, wanting to see the other party's expression change. But next, he was a little disappointed, because Lin Bebe didn't have the slightest change in expression and was still drinking milk tea seriously. What's a shifter? It's the body that has special abilities. That I'm not. But if being a lot stronger than your peers counts, I am. Lin Beibei didn't hide it because it was pointless. The other party had seen it all. Hearing Lin Beibei's answer, Luo Yu knew at least one answer. That is, this world really exists people with abnormal abilities. And this one in front of him is it. As for whether Lin Beibei was also a traveler, this he couldn't ask directly. He needed to verify it himself. He didn't intend to reveal his powers, so he decided to appear as an avid follower of the shifter. Wow, my guess was right. You really are a shifter. You know, I've always believed that shifters exist in this world, only that I've never found one. It's my quest to become friends with a shifter. We can be friends, right? Lin Beibei suddenly looked straight at Luo Yu with her eyes, as if trying to discern the truth of his words. Could be, if you can buy me milk tea every day. That's it? It's not that complicated. And of course, there's the reason that I have very few friends, and people my own age don't really fit in as my friends, and you're the first adult who's offered to be my friend. Lin Beibei didn't tell him that just last night. Her father came to her room again and told her that he would arrange for a trusted person to protect her. This person's name, then, is Luo Yu. She didn't know that if it wasn't for the two extra vicious dogs that suddenly appeared inside the villa, Lin Su would have come to inform her. From the beginning to the end, Lin Beibei had already guessed all about Luo Yu's identity. And when the other party introduced himself, Lin Beibei was already completely sure. That was one of the reasons she was so calm. Seeing that Lin Beibei said so easily that she could become her friend, Luo Yu's heart was actually a bit surprised. He still said tentatively, since we've already become friends, then I don't mind giving you a ride home today. Yes. It's not just today. You can pick me up from school tomorrow too, buy me milk tea, and take me home, or even every day after that. Royu, is this mission that simple? The task was simple. Luo Yu was even happier, and then brought, again, the topic to the topic of the altered one. He didn't expect Lin Beibei to have really studied this aspect, and to speak in a set way. Not at all. A child state. I've been checking the internet for shifter-related information lately, but as you know, all of this stuff is just speculation, and there's no official confirmation. But there's some recent news that I think I should pay attention to. What news? Across the globe, fog near 30 degrees north latitude. Although countries have officially blocked the news, there are some private explorers that have found something. Luo Yu had swiped some of these videos before, but hadn't paid attention to them. He didn't have Lin Beibei's early exposure to the weird world. I only heard Lin Beibei continue. Someone found an animal mutated within the fog zone. Not an ordinary change, a genetic mutation, becoming more powerful. The official data given is that the concentration of oxygen in the foggy area becomes greater, 8 percentage points higher than that in the normal atmosphere. But some people have measured that there are unknown substance components within the fog that can make other animals genetically enhanced. Even people. There's still this? I swipe the video every day. How come I didn't see it? Luo Yu was startled. If this was true, then his own advantage as a traveler would become weaker. I also happened to see it once, but that one video was soon gone. And even later on, all the accounts of the videos about this aspect of the content were also banned. Originally, I thought this was someone's attempt to get attention. But the officials went so far as to ban the accounts. So to understand it the other way around, is it because this has touched on certain truths that it has been banned? It's quite possible. It seems necessary for us to explore it ourselves sometime. Unbeknownst to Luo Yu, he subconsciously used the word we. The book began to recommend. Brothers, if you think it is okay, please give a 5 praise. Thank you very much. If there are so many seconds of time, you can also come to a free for the love of power. Your support is my writing the greatest power. He and Xiang and Fang Yuanzhang had been in the car watching Luo Yu's poor performance, but what happened next was beyond the duo's expectations. It's amazing how that big and little one just hit it off. The two of them talking and laughing at the milk tea store. An hour or so later, a small group of people came out of the milk tea store, and Lin Beibei even got on Luo Yu's motorcycle. Follow it. He and Xiang wanted to figure out this clue, and absolutely would not allow the duo to leave his sight. A few minutes later, they watched as Luo Yu sent Lin Beibei back home. Team He, what's going on here? These two wouldn't know each other already. Would they? Won't. If we knew each other, there wouldn't have been that thing that happened at the street corner before. And haven't we already investigated it clearly? Luo Yu spent some money in order to encourage Lu Qi and the others. So if we knew each other, it wouldn't be necessary at all. However, Lin Beibei is someone who has experienced kidnapping. It is reasonable to say that she would be very guarded against strangers. But why does she seem to have no defense at all against this Luo Yu? If we figure this out, I think a lot of things can be figured out. Ignoring this for now, let's go to the school and investigate Lin Beibei's situation. Figure out if there's any knowledge of this matter of Lin Beibei's strength being greater than normal. This is simple. The teacher of the experimental elementary school. I have acquaintances. Just make a direct call and let him help inquire. Good. Contact now. Immediately. Right away. Half an hour later, He and Xiong had gotten Lin Beibei's school information. This Lin Beibei is your son Jia's classmate, and he's a recognized prodigy in school. It's only been more than a month since school started, and she's already finished all the third grade courses, and the principal even arranged a third grade test paper for her to do in order to verify the matter, and the result was a perfect pass. By the way, the feedback from the physical education teacher is that there's nothing out of the ordinary. Running and strength don't show anything special. The feedback from the physical education teacher is not normal. It's something she's showing on purpose. And analyzing what we've seen, her physical fitness is definitely far beyond that of her peers. I happened to hear Jia mention that there was a prodigy in their class. I didn't expect it to be her. But in that case, it's a good idea. I can have Jay invite her over to the house and test the waters then. That's a good idea. It's still you, who reacted quickly. No matter what, she's a little kid after all, so with a little bit of effort, you can always get some words out of her. While Luo Yu, who considered himself the protagonist, was complacent, Lin Su, who was underneath the ant colony and on top of the skeleton throne, was a bit distracted. He always had a feeling that something was going to happen. The feeling was so mysterious that he even felt the air change, seeming to become sticky. What's the situation? Lin Su was a little unsure and felt as if some natural enemy was about to descend. So he climbed out of the throne and came into the nest of the ladder. What he didn't expect was that as the caller of the ant colony, Hoi was also on pins and needles at the moment, and the speed of spawning had slowed down. Considering that the ladder was only a level 1 and his spirit was not yet opened, Lin Su was not in a position to ask anything. But the next message that Huchi passed on to him made some sense. Rain, heavy rain. Water is the natural enemy of ants. Nature's cruelest punishment for ants. But if it was just a heavy rainstorm, he would be absolutely fine on his own. The ant colony would be in trouble. When he was a human being, he also more or less understood that ants could sense heavy rain before it came, and that this was the time they would choose to move. But as an ant of his strength, he shouldn't feel scared, because he had also experienced heavy rainstorms before. He wouldn't have felt the slightest sensation, only sensing in advance that the air humidity had indeed increased. What went wrong? Lin Su was puzzled. Right. Cell phones. Thinking of his cell phone, he immediately climbed into a tree hole and opened it to start checking the weather. Hey, cell phone charging is also a nuisance. The rechargeable treasure is out of power. The cell phone is still left with the last frame of power. This damn Luo Yu. Still not come back to report work? Lin Su cursed and opened the weather software, and a large spinning circle came into view. Holy shit, it's a typhoon. S-City is a metropolis located in the southern coast. Located in the subtropics, it is normal to have so many typhoons a year. But Lin Su clicked to take a look. The direction of this typhoon, impartial, is from the southern sea straight towards the S-City. The distance has only 400 kilometers, 15 kilometers per hour forward. The center of the wind force of 17. Super typhoon, although the forecast is that it's weakening. Once it makes landfall, the damage it causes will be immense. If we hadn't prepared in advance, the flash floods caused by this typhoon would never have been able to carry it as far as the mud nests of the ant colony are concerned. If it was a colony in the past, because of its small number, it could just find a hole in a tree and escape the natural disaster. But now that the colony is 100,000 strong and has tens of thousands of unhatched eggs, it's not so well hidden. The queen, on the other hand, although she sensed that a big rainstorm was coming, she wasn't able to accurately predict how big it was going to be, so she merely asked the worker ants to reinforce the nest. Right. I can dig a cellar, like the kind of cellar in the countryside where you store sweet potatoes when you're a kid. The cellar is warm in the winter and cool in the summer, so it can be used as a real long-term lair, and it can be upgraded and renovated later to become a real bug dungeon. I'm so talented. Bugs living in a cellar. That's really no one else. It just so happens that 3 cats are free labor, and with their current paws they should be able to dig a small cellar in a day. The program is ripe for the taking, and doing what you want to do is the quality of a successful entrepreneur. Lin Su now managed and operated his team as if it were a business. He quickly found the right spot, which was a little steeper dirt slope with some short bushes on top of it, but next to it were taller and deeper bushes that were relatively hidden. The 3 cats began to dig according to Lin Su's requirements. The cellar merely needed an opening of just over 30 centimeters, allowing 2 cats to work at the same time. But after digging the hole, the inside can be opened wider and you can have 3 cats working at the same time. Looking at Dahua's efforts to dig up the soil, but because his paws were too small and his strength was not quite enough, every time he dug out the soil, there was only a small piece of soil. Lin Su was a little anxious. This speed doesn't work, why don't you just add more power? Dahlia's stats today are 0, 9 strength, and while her claws are sharp, she doesn't dig well. To add 0, 9 to 1, 0 power, 10, 000 experience points were needed, and Lin Su had now accumulated 210, 000 experience points, which he had prepared for himself to use to advance to the next level. That's just it, it's a bargain. Just as he wanted to see the effect of Dahlia's power after adding it, the result was that the system prompted that with a power of 0, 9, it was already the upper limit. A spirit of 0, 3 was a level 0 cap. This Lin Su knew, but he really didn't think that a cat's power would only need 0, 9 to be promoted to the next level. Doesn't that mean that if I then cap Dahlia's defense and speed, it can be upgraded? Thinking about this, Lin Su was slightly a little excited. Will a cat of the first level get bigger in size? How strong will it be? Can it catch bigger fish? Now that Dahua and the others were catching fish inside the reservoir, they were basically catching some small fish and shrimps, and they had never caught any fish over half a catty, so at most, they would only have a few dozen experience points. If Dahua was able to become stronger, and could catch that kind of 2 or 3 catty fish by then, there would definitely be more experience points. Good. Where's the return without the investment? Cheap. Lin Su never expected that he would have thought that by spending tens of thousands of experience points, he would be able to raise the Great Flower to the first level, but he thought wrong. Spending 50,000 experience points to raise Dahlia's speed from 3,1 to 3,6, and as a result, he hadn't even reached the upper limit. He was kind of tempted to back out, but seeing Dahlia's figure, which had become more agile as she dug, made it that much more worthwhile for him. I'll see how much you have to add before you reach the cap. A minute later, Lin Su was in tears. Another 40,000 experience points were spent until Dahlia's speed became 4,0, and only then did the system prompt that the upper limit had been reached. 90,000 experience points. 3 days harvest, and it's all yours. Even after spending 90,000 experience points, there was still the defense item that hadn't been added. Luckily, Dahlia's 0,9 defense is capped after adding up to 1,5. This cost 150,000 experience points, and Lin Su's flesh ached. But looking at the system prompt that he could upgrade, he got excited again. Meow. As Dahlia let out a hiss of pain, Lin Su knew that it was about to start changing. Great White and Great Beaver were visibly startled by the hiss, and the two cats hurriedly retreated to the side. Lin Su stared dead on at the changes in the large flower, and sure enough, he realized that its body was expanding and lengthening as far as the naked eye could see. Dahlia looked pained, her eyes bloodshot and her face fierce. The reorganization of the body's bones and the stretching of the myofascia are definitely painful, but for today's 1,5 defense, these can naturally be survived. The change was experienced in just 10 minutes, and Dahlia was already bathed in blood, with cat hair all over the floor. This is the old hair from before. The new cat hair has grown in the last 10 minutes. Meow. It knew that all of its changes were a gift from the king, so after the pain faded, Dahlia dragged her tired body to Lin Su's body and slowly prostrated herself. Good, very good. Big White, Big Beaver, go and catch 2 fish to energize your big brother. Meow. Big White and Big Beaver hadn't yet reacted from within the shock, but the king's order was not something they could resist, and almost by reflex, the 2 cats rushed towards the reservoir in a frenzy. At this moment, Lin Su was thrilled in his heart, because he looked at the promoted Dahlia, and surprisingly, she had a natural skill. Compared to the natural skill, Dahlia's 50-centimeter long body had been directly ignored by Lin Su. Name, Dahlia. Race, cat. Grade, 1. Lifespan, 30 years, 28 years. Strength, 0, 9, 0, 6. Speed, 4, 3, 5. Defense, 1, 5, 1, 2. Talent, Vajrablade, triple front claw burst enhancement for 10 minutes. 1 burst per day. Mental, 0, 3, 0, 3. Looking at Dahlia's natural skill, Lin Su was thrilled. What is the concept of strengthening 3 times? My goodness. It's really ants over cats. Isn't this Uncle Wolf's skill? But the foundation is different, and ants start too low. Then what will be the terrifying effect if the tiger advances? That said, these 150,000 experience points are so worth spending. The team's combat power is now equal to a qualitative increase. Now can we challenge the 2 evil dogs? Earlier in the day, when Lin Su went to the villa, he found that Chao Dongfeng had raised 2 vicious dogs, which should be newly bought back. He tried several times, and finally managed to avoid the vicious dogs and enter Lin Bei's room, telling her about the arrangement he had made with Luo Yu. After coming back, Lin Su looked up on the internet and learned that the two vicious dogs were actually Eastern Japanese warrior Tosa dogs. The Toho samurai Tosa Inu is the king of fighting based on the original fighting dog, absorbing the bloodlines of various top dogs in the world. And this canine was once known as the world's first giant fierce dog, which has a special big fighting tournament. As a large dog Tosa Inu, their average height is over 71 centimeters, and their weight is divided into different categories. Generally large ones are 50 to 60 kilograms, while the super large Tosa Inu weighs more than 60 kilograms. The two Earth-left dogs that Lin Su saw both weighed roughly 50 to 60 kilograms, figures that exceeded the average human, so he could only walk around them. Comprehensive fighting ability, not just strength. Although Lin Su's current strength was no weaker than those two vicious dogs, his speed was far worse, and the fighting ability was definitely not a little bit worse. The body of the insect race limited his level of single combat. It's not enough. Strength-wise, Dahlia is still a bit short, just faster than the Earth-left dog, and defense is about the same. In single combat, Dahlia isn't necessarily a match, and the other side is still two. But with my poison needles, it's absolutely fine if we fight 2 against 1. He decided to tackle the two vicious dogs once he had advanced another level. Just as Lin Su was silently planning, Big White and Big Beaver each returned with a fish in their mouths. They respectfully placed the fish in front of Dahlia, who didn't make a fuss and just nibbled on it. Eat 2, 3 or 4 2 fish, then get back to work. Looking at Dahlia's rampaging adamantine sharp blades, Lin Su was happy, only to see Dahlia swinging his front paws so hard that clay splattered out of his behind so quickly that it was practically a pangolin. In 10 minutes time, it had actually dug a hole to the inside that was fully 50 to 60 centimeters in length and 40 centimeters in diameter. After the adamantium claw effect passed, though, the speed slowed down, but since his sharp claws were a bit bigger than the great whites and theirs, he was able to dig quite a bit faster. After spending half a day, a cellar with an opening of 40 centimeters in diameter and 3 cubic meters inside was dug. At this time, the typhoon has begun to land in S City. From Lin Su and their place, has been very close. The gale has begun to blow up. The big trees are struggling to resist. There wasn't much time, but it was still enough to move, and at Lin Su's command, more than 100,000 ants began to move in an orderly manner, and the scene was extremely spectacular. In Lin Su's experience as a human being, typhoons tend to be continuous heavy rainstorms. The colony soon completes its move, and the latter directs the construction of a new home. Lin Su was lying on Dahlia's back, looking down the mountain through the hole, only to see that the winds were gusting and rolling in dark clouds outside, and the entire city was plunged into dimness. All around us was the sound of crashing water, which was the stagnant water from the mountain that was converging down the hill. From time to time there were loud clicking noises overhead, and some of the taller trees were blown right off by the high winds. This was the power of nature, and at this time, he was still too small in front of this great power of nature. The violent storm continued for a whole day, and it was not until the evening of this day that the wind gradually became lighter. But the rain did not abate. Go, Dahlia, let's go to the reservoir. There will be heavy rainstorms in the next few days, and the water from the reservoir will not have a big impact on your cellar if it is drained in time, but if it comes out, you will be in big trouble. However, just as they were braving the heavy rainstorm and had just stepped out of the cave, the scene in front of them directly made Lin Su dumbfounded, only to see the front suddenly appeared more than 10 wet stray dogs. These stray dogs, a few of them are still relatively tall, although Lin Su cannot recognize what breed this is. But look at the momentum, know that not to be messed with. It turned out that the typhoon brought too much rain. The water convergence has been the neighborhood of all the roads flooded, and even some houses. The first floor has been flooded a small half. These stray dogs didn't have a place to go, so they actually ran up the hillside to Lin Su's territory. Stray dogs breaking into the territory was totally unexpected. Meow. Dahlia's hair stood up all over her body and a warning came out of her mouth. But Lin Su grabbed its fur on its back and ordered it to back off. At the moment, the rainstorm continued. The ant army could not come out at all, and even if they did, they could not be a match for so many large animals. Dahlia looked warily at the group of big dogs and took a step back, but the stray dog had already spotted Lin Su and barked furiously towards Dahlia. A group of stray dogs barking furiously, coupled with the sound of thunder coming from the sky from time to time. This aura, even Lin Su was a bit terrified. Lin Su backed off. But it was clear that the stray dogs weren't going to let him go. He hurriedly used the illumination skill. What breed? It has a whopping 1-2 power. The other dogs had mediocre stats, but there was a white dog. Lin Su didn't recognize the breed, but it was extremely tall and had 1-2 strength, which was exaggerated. but the big white dog just barked furiously, and the first one to rush up was a brown teddy behind him. This teddy barked and blustered his way past the big white dog, but it was clear that it didn't dare to come right up and bite. A scampering seed. So arrogant. Manhwa, arrest him. Receiving Lin Su's command, Dahlia directly and quickly stretched out her right forelimb. At this speed, Ling Su swore that he hadn't even looked too clearly before Dahlia had completed the maneuver. It only looked like Dahlia had slapped Teddy, but the next moment, Teddy let out a miserable scream. It turned out that both of this Teddy's eyes were directly shattered by Dahlia's long, sharp claws. With his eyes directly blinded, Teddy couldn't find his way at all, and in his panic, he rolled down the hill. There's water all down the hill, and this Teddy kind of won't survive. Good job. Retreat. Lin Su knew that stray dogs wouldn't be scared just because of that. Sure enough, just as Dahlia turned around, several medium-sized stray dogs pounced on her. Luckily, Dahlia's speed was much higher than theirs, and that was how she dodged a bullet. Dahlia quickly ran back to the cellar, but the stray dogs rushed up like crazy and directly blocked the cellar door. Two stray dogs even put their heads together and even started digging up the dirt in the doorway. Of course Lin Su couldn't let the stray dog plow away the soil at the cellar door, because then the surrounding water would roam into the cellar and his team would be finished. That's just it. Dahlia, I'll add the rest of my 60,000 experience points to you. It's up to you. Great White, Big Beaver, you guys rush out together as well and draw some firepower for Great Flower. At this point, if Lin Su still hid and couldn't spare experience points, then it was very likely that the ant colony that he had worked so hard to develop was going to be destroyed in a single nest. Dahlia's power instantly soared to 1.5, and the powerful power boost caused its confidence to soar wildly as it charged straight out of the cave entrance. Great White and Big Ravens followed closely behind, and Lin Su directly climbed onto Great Flower's abdomen in order not to affect its battle. Seeing Dahlia rushing out, the two digging dogs immediately bit up, but Dahlia ran right into it. The great speed and power made Dahlia look like a pile of iron as she slammed into the side of one of the dogs. Lin Su clearly heard a click. The dog's spine was actually directly broken. The other dog bit into the empty space, and suddenly there was a flash of light, and it was the Great White and the Great Beaver charging at him at the same time. The dog had no idea of the strength of the Great White and the Great Beaver, who were already 3 times as powerful as before and had surpassed this big dog. In just one look, the dog's neck was bitten right off by the Big Beaver. Lin Su also didn't expect such an effect from the 3 cats rushing out. He wasn't careless, though, because the big white dog just watched it all silently, not even barking furiously at the beginning. A dog that bites doesn't bark. You could tell by the look in the big white dog's eyes that the guy was waiting for the killing blow. Sure enough, just as the remaining 7 or 8 dogs rushed towards the 3 cats, the big white dog moved, only to see it stick to the ground and charge forward, straight for Dahlia's neck. This dog's weight is at least 80 to 90 pounds, and its strength is not weak, and its speed is fast. If this is pounced on and another dog bites up, Manhwa will be crippled if not dead. Although it was said that Dahlia now had 1.5 defense, but how could a body of flesh and blood stand up to a dog's bite? My turn. Lin Su, who was ready to go, couldn't possibly let this happen. He had invested so much and hadn't yet recovered his costs. Just as the big white dog came after him and was about to bite Dahlia's neck, Dahlia's limbs pushed hard and scampered high into the air. This scamper was over a meter high. The big white dog lunged directly into the air, and the 3 dogs behind him, colliding with the big white dog in one place, immediately rolled down a piece. However, just as the big white dog shook its head and tried to look up, Lin Su, who was hiding in the belly of the big flower, found an opportunity to swoop down and directly pounced on the big white dog's face. Everything was arranged by Lin Su. As soon as he jumped into the big white dog's face, he flashed his tail pin straight up and stuck it in one of his eyes. Venom instant. Lin Su didn't stop and jumped onto the back of the big flower the moment it also fell down. There was no way around it. He needed Dahlia's agility. At this moment, Manhwa also unleashed its Vajra sharp edge, and after sensing that it had safely received Lin Su, it didn't even pay attention to the large white dog that quickly turned around and backed up, but instead pounced towards another slightly smaller dog. The dog didn't even know Dahlia's strength, and relying on its larger size, it directly opened its mouth and pounced. But the next moment, it only felt a blur before its eyes, a pain in its neck, and its entire body flew out to the side uncontrollably. The dog rolled over a couple times and crashed into a tree, blood pouring from his neck, and didn't even react. Dahlia didn't even look at the dog, and after dodging the other dog's attack, she turned around and pounced, her sharp claws nonchalantly scratching the dog's neck. That's just sadistic. Without the threat of the big white dog, Lin Su didn't even need to make a move, and Manhwa solved the 2 stray dogs within 3 seconds, the Great White and the Great Beaver. However, We're not having it so good. The great white had been bitten on the back leg by a dog that was dragging the great white backward and was flinging its head around to try to hit the great white hard. There's no way around it. Big White is facing 3 dogs, all of whom are bigger than him on the other side. Big Beaver, on the other hand, was biting in circles with 2 dogs, each winning and losing, with both sides hanging on to their colors. Seeing that the other 2 dogs were also biting towards Dabai, Lin Su directly commanded Dahua to fly down. As if it were lightning, Dahlia slammed right into one of the dogs, then paused and clawed at the other dog's abdomen. Put! The dog was gutted right through Dahlia's claws and ran away screaming. Without the threat in front of him, Great White immediately endured the pain and turned back, clawing at the dog's face behind him. The dog's face was suddenly drenched in blood, but he still bit down and wouldn't let go. By this time Dahlia had already tackled the 2 dogs in front of her and pounced on it again. The dog still won't let go. And surprisingly, it won't even run when Dahlia, the big killer, comes. It wasn't until the adamantium sharp blade called out on its neck, clawing his neck with a click, that the dog ate the pain and let go of its mouth. The dog's head, however, was no longer straight. The 2 dogs that were tangling with Big Beaver saw the situation and turned around and ran. But how could Big Beaver let them get away when he saw that he had gained the upper hand? It went straight after it. Dahlia had wanted to take a look at Dabai's injuries first, but Lin Su on his back sent it a command. Chase, kill them all, don't spare a single one. Without the slightest hesitation, Dahlia turned around and chased after Big Beaver. Dahlia's speed, nowadays, were comparable to a stray dog. In just 10 seconds or so, had already whisked up a stray dog, without any hesitation or strength to resist. This stray dog was directly scratched by Dahlia with a claw. The effect of the adamantine claws hadn't faded yet, and all the stray dogs present, if singled out, had no way to fight Dahlia one-on-one, and Big Beaver had by now caught up with another stray dog not far away, and the 2 were fighting. Moments later, Big Beaver returned covered in blood. At this time, Lin Su suddenly realized that his control panel data jumped, and his experience points, which had almost cleared to 0, increased by 158,000 all of a sudden. He looked at 230,000 plus incoming, another 10,000 plus incoming, and the most dramatic was a 60,000 incoming. Seeing this 60,000 plus entry, Lin Su immediately came to the big white dog's side, and sure enough, he found that this guy had already hung up. Oops, I was thinking of taking this guy as a servant, but I didn't realize it was the first one to gar. As for the other stray dogs, there was a big gap between their strength and this big white dog. Lin Su didn't even consider it. There's dog blood all over the hillside and all the stray dogs are dying. Lin Su looked at his control panel with excitement in his heart. For every dog that died, his experience points would increase by a large amount. Basically 20,000 or more. The one with more than 10,000 should be that Teddy, screaming the most fiercely, but I didn't realize it was the weakest. Half an hour later, his experience points were pegged at over 360,000. This is a big payday. More than $300,000 coming in at once, and a dog stew to boot. With 360,000 experience points, Lin Su had the feeling of earning $1 million for the first time. Power has been capped, now on acceleration and defense. After 200,000 points of acceleration and adding the speed to 3, sure enough, the speed had reached the upper limit. Then he spent another 100,000 points to increase his defense from 1 to 2. Seeing Big White limping over on his hind legs, Lin Su was a little too impatient. Everyone has gone all out in this battle. Great White, come here. This king grants you power. Great White meowed and lay down in front of Lin Su. Lin Su wasn't stingy, and directly gave it 30,000 experience points, all of which were added to defense, increasing Great White's defense to 1. 2. Big Beaver, come over here and receive the king's power too. The Big Beaver jumped over excitedly, and Lin Su similarly added 30,000 experience points to its defense. Staying alive was the hard truth. Both Cat's strength had been added to the 0.9 cap, and between speed and defense, Lin Su chose to add their defense. The rain washed over the bodies of the stray dogs and washed their blood down the hill. What happened in the forest, as intense as it was, didn't affect the human world at all. It was really raining too much, and there was thunder in the sky from time to time, and all the human beings must be hiding in their homes at this time of the day. Lin Su didn't forget the purpose of his coming out, and after taking care of everything, he came to the reservoir. The water level in the reservoir had risen quite a bit, but it wasn't about to fill up with water, so it seemed like the drainage system was doing a good job. While the center of the typhoon has passed, this rainstorm has just begun and will last for so long that it's impossible for the ants to come out during that time. Dahua, we're relying on you for this period of time. So let's go to the reservoir to kill fish and make a small profit. After Big White and Big Beaver recover, they'll join again. Meow. He had originally wanted to target stray dogs and cats, but surely it wasn't so stealthy to leave the woods and go downtown to kill them. Now his own team of bugs couldn't even top a natural disaster, let alone the complexities of human society. Time back to 15 minutes ago. In the middle of the villa, two quiet Tosors, as if they had heard something, tried to leave from Yang Lu's villa, but a security guard pulled both dogs. Xiao Dongfeng is also at home today. These two Tosa dogs are the ones he bought through a friend to guard the house. Seeing the abnormalities of the dogs, Xiao Dongfeng is also a bit surprised. The Eastern Samurai Tosa, as a fighting dog, attacks other dogs aggressively and cannot coexist with other breeds, not even male Tosa, so Xiao Dongfeng bought this as a male and a female. This dog is fierce, yet usually quiet and does not like to bark. It is not a barker even when angry or fighting and is known for being patient, calm and brave. This dog is very soft with family and children, and can also be friendly with guests. But today, the two dogs were barking at the door. Xiao Dongfeng looked out the window. At this time the center of the typhoon although the past, but there are still 7 or 8 winds. In broad daylight he did not dare to open the window. Yang Lu said, "What's wrong with the Major and Mrs. Major? Do they sense any danger? It can't be that the water is coming out of the reservoir, right?" The two dogs are called Major and Mrs. Major. Xiao Dongfeng said, "Don't worry, that reservoir is located high. As long as the drainage is opened, it is impossible to roam out. It should have been held in the house for a long time, so when the rainstorm stops, let them take it out for a stroll. I think I still need to have my mom take them out for walks more often, so they know who's in charge. Mom, when the typhoon passes, you take the Major and Mrs. Major for a walk around." Duyue was cooking in the kitchen at the moment, and naturally, she who loved to listen to gossip would not miss the conversation in the hall. "Good, ask Qinger to bring more too, but don't bite your own family." Yang Lu's younger brother, Yang Qing, has now moved in, and he lives on the 3rd floor. The city is now closed for classes and business on typhoon days, so he's not at work. I've gotten so good at playing with them that now they don't listen to the security guards. They listen to me. "Dinner is served. Dinner is served. Bei, come down and eat. Grandma has prepared a lot of food for you today." Duyue shouted excitedly towards the 2nd floor. Lin Bei in the room on the 2nd floor froze. In the past, this grandmother was not treating herself well, but in the last few days, for some reason, she suddenly warmed up, as if she was her own granddaughter. Not only Duyue, but Yang Lu and Xiao Dongfeng had also recently changed their attitudes drastically, making it seem as if they were really family. Even Yang Qing came to join in the fun and occasionally had to play with her, and once even came to pick himself up in front of the school in person. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Lin Bei knew that it was impossible for these people to have a drastic change in attitude towards themselves for no reason, but she acted like a child. Although she never called Yang Lu's mom or Duyue's grandmother, but she always managed to squeeze out a little smile when she ate. Next thing you know, a table is literally sitting at the dinner table like a family. All smiles. "Come, Bei, this is the sweet and sour pork ribs that grandma made especially for you. And this plucked banana." Duyue gave Lin Bei dishes with a kind face, and Lin Bei didn't refuse. But she didn't say anything either. Yang Lu unprecedentedly asked Lin Bei about some things at school, but no matter what she asked, Lin Bei just responded with an okay sound. It's been more than a month since school started, and Yang Lu hasn't been to a single parent-teacher conference, so she has no idea how Lin Bei is learning. Of course Lin Bei didn't believe that this family would be so kind to her. They must have an agenda. Sure enough, halfway through the meal, Duyue started talking. "Bibi, where did your ID and birth certificate go? How come I didn't find them when Grandma cleaned your room 2 days ago?" "I put it away." Lin Bei vaguely guessed something. The family still won't give up, and it's still the house that's the problem. He actually put his ID card and birth certificate into Luo Yu's hands. "So can you take it out? Your mom wants to use it for something." "Can't. I don't have a mom," Lin Bei answered stiffly. This time, Yang Lu and the few of them froze. They didn't expect that Lin Bei would answer so directly. Yang Lu could no longer control her anger. "I'm your mom, whether you recognize me or not. I'm your guardian. You'd better hurry up and bring me your ID and birth certificate. You eat my food, wear my clothes, and you still don't recognize me. But it doesn't matter. As long as you take out your documents, I'll send you back to the orphanage." It turns out that Yang Lu family discussion decided to guardianship notary public for proof of guardianship. With a certificate of guardianship, you can directly transfer the minor's real estate in the capacity of guardian. But for this document, you need to use the child's ID and birth certificate. Of course, this can also be relost for processing. but taking pictures, but also have to lend Bebe cooperation to do so. Do Yue and Yang Lu didn't want to wait a moment longer? In the face of Yang Lu's threat, Lin Bebe was not afraid in the slightest. I didn't eat your food and wear your clothes. These are all my dad's leftovers. Good, you can send me back to the orphanage. Saying that, Lin Bebe directly slapped her chopsticks on the table and turned around to go upstairs. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect that Lin Bebe would have this attitude. Chao Dongfeng didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. He knew that he couldn't say anything because ever since he came to this home, this kid had never looked at him squarely. Of course, he never took the initiative to talk to Lin Bebe, as if the two were strangers to each other. Dongfeng, do you think she knows something? Did he hear it in his heart when we usually talk? Chao Dongfeng shook his head, the glass eye in his left eye glowing white. What could she know? A 7-year-old child. How could she possibly understand what real estate means? If it really doesn't work, I think you still can't spoil it and just use force. Du Yue also nodded. Yeah, a 7-year-old kid. We still can't handle it? If we can't, just use force. Like Xiao Chao said. Anyway, you're his guardian. Isn't it normal to hit your own child? She's so young, can she still get away with it? At this time Yang Qing also said. Sis, brother-in-law and mom are right. It's just a kid. Maybe we don't need to do anything. Just threaten more and compromise. It's not too late to take action when it's really not possible. This matter can't be delayed any longer. Seeing as Lin Bebe will grow up day by day, when she understands, then it will be too late. Yang Lu thought for a long time before she said, Good, I'll try tomorrow, and if it really doesn't work, then I'll have to use the method you guys mentioned. Yang Lu's reluctance to use violence is considered not so much in terms of emotion as it is in terms of herself. After all, if the matter of child abuse got out, or if Lin Bebe called the police, she really couldn't say anything. At this time, Chao Dongfeng also came out to cheer her up. Don't worry about it. It's such a small thing. Where do you need to think so much? In case something happens, I still have some connections with the Uniform Bureau, so as long as you don't get killed, I can make sure you'll be fine. With Chao Dongfeng's backing, Yang Lu finally made up her mind. But everything they said was all heard by Lin Bebe upstairs. She purposely left the door open, knowing that the family would surely discuss their plans after she left the table. After learning that she was about to be violated, Lin Bebe was also a bit anxious. She looked out the window at the hazy sky, the torrential rain still pouring down, and how she wished inside at the moment that that voice was ringing in her head. Dad, what do I do? After a long time, there was no reply, and she forced herself to hold back her tears and didn't cry. After everyone had fallen asleep, she silently got up and cleaned up. She wanted to say goodbye to this heartbreaking place. She used scissors to cut the covers one by one, and after connecting them, she climbed down through the window. As she climbed over the fence from the corner, she felt a sense of relief, even though it was dark outside and the torrential rain had soaked her body all over. A few moments later, on the empty long street, a thin figure carrying a school bag slowly walked forward. The moment Luo Yu opened the door, Lin Bebe finally couldn't hold it together and tears mixed with rain flowed down. Although he now had a 0.8 spirit, he was after all only 7 years old and couldn't really be that strong after such an experience. Oops, what's going on? What happened? Luo Yu was startled, realizing that there was a heavy wind and rainstorm outside right now. I ran away from home. With a simple conversation, Luo Yu immediately understood that he was aware of the situation. It's okay, I have brother to cover you. Hurry up, go take a shower first. I'll find you some clothes. Don't catch a cold. I'm not that fragile. Rent me an apartment tomorrow. I'm going to disappear. Remember, when anyone comes, don't say you've seen me, including the uniform. Seeing that Lin Bebe didn't have much heart to speak, Luo Yu didn't say much, silently giving up his bed and sleeping on the sofa himself. The next day, though, Lin Bebe caught a cold. Although Lin Su had added defense to her, even as an adult, it was almost impossible not to catch a cold under these circumstances and with a bad mood. Luckily for Luo Yu, he didn't have a job. The only thing he had right now was a mission, and this just came in handy for him to get it done. Instead, Lin Bebe, who was sick, felt, for the first time since her dad left, that she was sleeping so soundly. Despite being sick, she insisted that Luo Yu handle the rental of an apartment for her. Luo Yu couldn't resist, so she had to rent a room in the same apartment. Luckily at this point, although there was still a torrential downpour, the wind was much lighter and the rental was going well. While Lin Bebe slept soundly, Yang Lu's family flipped out. The family is all dumbfounded when they discover the modus operandi outside the window. It's hard to imagine a 7-year-old doing something like that. In cases like this, it is possible to report to the Uniform Bureau even if there are not 24 hours. Soon enough, the people from the Uniform Bureau came. But only after they pulled up the CCTV did they realize that the people had surprisingly disappeared after leaving the villa. Lin Beibei now has a spirit close to that of an adult and naturally knows to avoid the camera. All of this happening in the villa was unknown to Lin Su, who was close by. Just last night while Lin Beibei was out, he was still at the reservoir, silently watching the 3 cats catching fish in the reservoir. Dahlia, go, get a big one. It's almost dawn. Time to get off work. After last night's test, Lin Su realized that even if he didn't kill the stray dogs, the investment in Dahlia was worth it, because Dahlia was surprisingly able to catch big bluegills of about 10 pounds right out of the water. A 10 or so pound big bluegill is a lot of experience points. Over 1,000 for one. Killing a dozen or so in one night, Dahlia alone created over 10,000 experience last night. Together with big white and big ravens, the night's harvest amounted to 20,000 experience points. At this rate, in just 4 more days, one would be able to gather the values needed for the upgrade. But after killing so many big fish, just burying the corpses is a lot of work. It was still raining heavily. Lin Su's cell phone had run out of battery, so he couldn't see the weather forecast, and he didn't know how much longer the rain would continue to fall. The inside of the sewer must be full of water. He would not dare to go down there, so he would have to rest during the day. In the blink of an eye, it was nighttime again, and just as he was about to lead Dahua and the others to continue hunting, a silhouette suddenly appeared within the forest. With his breath, Lin Su knew that it was Luo Yu who had arrived. What's with this Luo Yu? The typhoon hasn't completely passed and he's here in the rain like this? Luo Yu carefully climbed up the hill and was taken aback when he first saw Dahlia. The cat turned out to be more than twice as big. Luo Yu secretly thought, this Ant King's subordinates must have evolved. It seems that the NPC I followed was right. He can provide power to me in addition to his other subordinates. I have to hold on to this thigh properly. King, I have something to report. Before you report, bring the reserve charge. By the king's command. Luo Yu respectfully handed over the 2 rechargeables, and Big Beaver picked up the bag and entered the cellar. Say, is there something wrong with the mission? No, it's not the mission that's gone wrong, it's a bit of a situation. Please instruct the king. Last night my protection target, Lin Beibei, suddenly ran away from home and came to find me and asked me to rent her an apartment. I can see that she's not in a very good state of mind, and she has a cold, so I'd like to ask the king, how should I handle this? In case her family or the uniform bureau comes to my door, do I hand over the person? In fact, Luo Yu thought about it. Last night, although the city was shut down and closed down, but in case a camera captured it, and other people came to the door, he was not really good at it. Conceal it with all your might. By the way, do you know the reason why she ran away from home? Lin Su looked at Lin Beibei's status bar and realized that it really wasn't good. I don't know. She doesn't really want to talk, but when she found me last night, she was crying. I think she was very aggravated. Good, you go back and finish your mission well. As soon as Luo Yu left, Lin Su's thoughts flew into calculations. Yang Lu has always wanted my villa. That must be the problem. Now her brother is also living in the villa and wants the 3rd floor of the villa. The family is all one and the same. Bibi ran away from home. It's not possible that she suffered domestic violence, is it? Daring to domestically abuse my daughter is simply looking for death. When I upgrade, the first thing I'll do is to settle the score with you guys. Family, 1 for each, don't even think about escaping. Meanwhile, in the uniform bureau, Fang Yuanzheng came to the bureau cursing. We're the only ones on call when the whole city is shut down. What's the matter with us? At this time, a crisp voice came, and Fang Yuanzheng immediately replaced it with a smiling face. This is the bureau's bureau flower. Lu Yuan. Round face with some baby fat. The figure is convex and curved. A short-tailed braid pressed under the hat. Looking playful and cute without losing the English. Fang, you come and look at this case. This missing girl, you've handled it before, so I didn't call anyone else, and I purposely called you here. No problem with that. Fang Yuanzhang laughed generously. It's okay, where do I dare to have an opinion? The round beauty call, no matter the end of the world. This handsome man hit the fly to run to. You're going to die, don't be poor. Come and see. Fang Yuanzhang came to the computer, took a look at the record, and was extremely surprised. What's wrong with this family? Why do they make all these troubles? Last time that housekeeper is still in there and hasn't come out. Now there's another situation. Money really kills people. I'll call the police. Call Team He. This family is complicated. The case may need Team He. He and Xiong soon arrived at the scene. He team. Look. The scene didn't move. It was a cloth cut from a quilt cover that came down and climbed out of the corner. Did you pull the surveillance? Tuned. Their home surveillance shows that the child Agila. This fence is more than 2 meters high. The child started rushing over. directly from the use of inertia and the corner of the two walls of the bulge, climbed to the top of the fence, even if it is an ordinary adult, is not so sharp. Of course he didn't know that although Lin Beibei only had the strength of an ordinary person, she was light in weight and could jump more easily than an adult. He Yingxiong pondered, and the first thing that came to his mind was where Lin Beibei had gone. Luoyu, Far Hang apartment. Luoyu didn't expect the uniform bureau to come so quickly. He had just returned home half an hour ago. You are Luoyu. Please cooperate with the investigation. Fang Yuanzhang and He Yingxiong were invited into the house by Luoyu. Fang Yuanzhang asked various questions while He Yingxiong observed Luoyu's demeanor and the traces in the house. Luoyu had made up his mind a long time ago anyway, and he beat a dead horse. The other side wants him to confess on his own without any evidence, which is definitely no way. Even he won't admit that he knows a kid named Lamebe. He Yingxiong also didn't want to expose the fact that he had followed the other party a few days ago, so he didn't dwell on it too much after not asking for results. After leaving the apartment, He Yingxiong said, Lin Beibei didn't go anywhere else, so she must have come to him. But his home is too simple and it's easy to deal with the first and last, so we can't see any traces. By the way, should we bring him to the station to take a statement? There's 24 hours. If he's the one who hid the person, I don't believe he won't show his face. Fang Yuanzhang proposed. No, you just need to arrange for someone to keep an eye on the door of the apartment to see the amount of food he buys. People always need to eat and drink. What if he orders takeout to be delivered to his door? We can't check them one by one, can we? Fang Yuanzhang issued a soul torture question. Then we have to keep an eye on it. I don't believe he won't go out. Big deal. When the typhoon passes and the landlord comes back, we get the surveillance. Then everything will come out. I'm getting the feeling that there's something wrong with this Luoyu, and that Lin Beibei, too. The two of them could very well be the key to us solving the two murder cases. Fang Yuanzhang really didn't guess wrong. For 4 consecutive days, they didn't find Luoyu going out. It was obvious that Luoyu had ordered takeout. The typhoon has passed and the heavy rainstorms have finally stopped. On Lin Su's side, he had finally saved up enough experience points to transform once again. At this point, his body length had morphed from 12 centimeters to 15 centimeters, exceeding the size of most bugs. Name, Lin Su. Race, red fire ants. Level, 7 of the first order. Lifespan, 60 years, 60 years. Strength, 3, 3. Speed, 3, 3. Defense, 3, 3. Talent, Venom 3, 3, ML, Psychic Sensing, Scent Tracking. Your ant pheromones have undergone a mutation boost and can be sensed by you within 800 meters. Skills, Illumination, double rows of flying needles, tail needles increased to 2. Effective range is 25 meters. Can increase range as strength increases. Each poisonous needle takes 3 days to grow back again after detaching. Spirit, 1. 5, 1. 5. Experience points, 485. Servant, 100. 000. 000, 33,633. Already first rank level 7. Speed, strength and defense are already far beyond ordinary people. And 2 flying needles now. I didn't expect flying needles to develop like this, although there are no new skills added. But this is like having an extra flying needle skill. Not bad. Hillside Villa. The typhoon has passed, and the torrential rain has turned into a drizzle. But the temperature has not picked up in the past few days. 3 cats quietly approached the villa, and the leader was naturally Dahlia, who had already become a level 1 being. Dahlia flipped up the fence, and Lin Su, who was hidden in his abdomen, immediately activated his illumination skill, looking at the 3 security guards inside the villa's courtyard gazebo one by one, as well as the 2 on the roof. It had to be said that human potential was really great. The 5 security officers were all quite professional, and 4 of them had a strength of 1. 5. The strongest one turned out to be a terrifying 2. 0. Originally, Lin Su hadn't thought of killing them, but if these people were really so dedicated that they had to stop themselves in their tracks, then they would have to kill God in the face of God and Buddha in the face of Buddha. He was going to settle this family once and for all this time. Whether it was because they wanted to take revenge themselves, or because of the crimes they committed against Lin Beibei. After observing for a while, Lin Su realized that it seemed like he couldn't really do it if he wanted to sneak into the villa silently. The security guards were secondary. It was mainly the 2 vicious dogs that had their noses too far up their asses. As soon as Dahlia appeared, these 2 vicious dogs smelled it and directly pounced over with a furious attitude. Dahlia stood on the fence and wasn't afraid of them pouncing on her. After all, it was a 2-meter-high fence, and these 2 dogs couldn't really handle it. But the 2 dogs felt threatened by the sight of such a large cat and let out a whirring sound from their mouths. The security personnel also noticed the situation and 2 of them walked over and shined oversized flashlights to check out the situation. After realizing it was a cat, the 2 men lost interest. Although Dahlia reaches a length of more than 50 centimeters, it is not uncommon to see a cat of this size. Meow. Dahlia let out a short scream that was provocative. A slightly larger dog barked furiously in response. The two sides just stalemated at the fence. At this time, Lin Su also finally thought of a way. Transfer the tiger away from the mountain. Let Big White and Big Beaver provoke these two dogs here, and it will be easier for us to climb into the villa from the other direction. It's my human ingenuity that counts. I'm going to brew a mega extermination tragedy tonight. Thinking of a way out, Lin Su directly commanded Dahlia to withdraw back. Having retreated back, he was in no hurry, and it was a full hour before the two cats appeared on the fence. Big White and Big Beaver pick on the two dogs. What's going on tonight? Are there fish in the villa? One big one came in front and now two more. Yes, so, there was a typhoon storm the other day, but two dogs came over to take shelter from the rain, but no cats were seen. Are you silly? A flood can still drown a cat? It's you who drowned the cat won't drown. Is there any way to get those two cats? Get another snake in the whatchamacallit? Oops, it's chicken, dragon, tiger and phoenix. Make soup. Don't even think about it. The captain is watching from the roof. You can screw after work. The more the two security guards talked, the more excited they became, whispering in the middle of the night, causing the captain upstairs to alert them directly over the intercom. Unbeknownst to them, however, another cat had scaled the wall and made its way up to the third floor behind them. Dahlia can now climb up any wall that isn't smooth as if it were flat. Dahlia entered Yang Qing's room silently. However, the scene he saw after entering caused Lin Su to be dumbstruck. Yang Qing wasn't the only one inside. There was someone else next to him. And it's two. Both are in good shape. That playful? These two are innocent. My main targets are their mother and daughter and Xiao Dongfeng. Yang Qing has nothing to do with me. Forget it, just let him go. Yang Qing was completely unaware that he had already walked inside death. When they reached the first floor, Dahlia quickly found Du Yue's room. The room was unlocked, though, and could not be unlocked from the outside. But this, for Lin Su, was simply too small. You know, it's his house, and the renovations were done under his direction. Soon he found the hole in the air conditioner's copper pipe. The copper pipe had foam filler punched into the side of it, and being a petite ant, all he had to do was remove the foam filler to drill in. Dahlia waited outside, and after a few minutes, Lin Su opened the door from the inside. The next step requires a quiet crime. There was no need to turn on the Vajra sharp edge at all. Dahlia merely climbed up to Du Yue's bed and aimed a full-force grab at her neck. The next moment, Du Yue's throat and arteries were scratched to pieces together. By the time Du Yue reacted, she had already found herself spraying blood like a stream, because the mouth of the throat was opened wide. The breathing was completely leaky, and no sound could be made inside the mouth anymore, only the whirring sound inside the throat. She tried hard to cover her neck, but it didn't help. It wasn't until then that she saw a huge flower cat standing above her chest, and on its back, a horrible ant stared at her in death. Du Yue's face was filled with pain and doubt, and that was when she seemed to hear a voice. So that you can die with a clear understanding. I am Lin Su. Hearing this voice, Du Yue thought she was dreaming and was filled with disbelief. Within minutes, she was silent. Still less than 40,000 experience points. Too weak. Am I being inhuman? No, I'm not supposed to be human now. To survive in this world, I can't afford to think like that. And any softness of heart is disrespectful. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Su left the last vestige of his humanity behind. On the second floor, the door to the room was unlocked as usual, but it was equally difficult to defeat him. The moment the door to the room opened, everything was doomed. Da Hua, like a judge, stood on the bedside table next to the bed, and Lin Su looked at the two sleeping people with a complicated heart. Yang Lu used to be the closest person to him in the world, but all it brought him was betrayal. When Xiao Dongfeng first joined the company, Lin Su still remembered the situation clearly. This is a young and energetic young man, more than 10 years younger than himself, with passion and ambition in his eyes. At that time, Lin Su had complimented Xiao Dongfeng, saying that he liked this, capable and ambitious, a great general of his own. But it was this great general that he had raised up that had taken everything from him. Endless remorse surged into Lin Su's heart, and at this moment, he could no longer control it. Accept my revenge, Xiao Dongfeng. It's all over, and everything I've endured, you'll return it tenfold. This time, Lin Su was going to do it himself. He jumped off of Dahlia's back and flew towards Xiao Dongfeng's face and stabbed him in the eye that wasn't blinded. This chapter kills Du Yue. Some people may think it's too cruel, or too much, but I will say that the evil in one's heart is no longer under control when one has the power to control the life and death of others. But there is nothing to limit that power. A mournful scream startled everyone in the villa. Lin Su, however, wasn't in a hurry at all. He had unlocked the door and was ready to retreat. He must make sure that when Chao Dongfeng died, he knew what a big mistake he had made. Ah, my eyes. Who is it? Who the hell are you? Last time it was his left eye. This time it was his right, and he knew he was done for. It's me, Lin Su. Lin Su's voice sounded in his mind, and the moment Chao Dongfeng heard it, he couldn't believe his ears. How is that possible? Aren't you already dead? I saw your corpse with my own eyes. I was dead, but I'm back. And what you brought upon me, I want you to pay back tenfold. Now you can die. With that, Lin Su raised his large jaws and stabbed down towards the aorta on Chao Dongfeng's neck. He hadn't exerted too much force, merely pinching Chao Dongfeng's aorta, breaking an opening. He wants him to die slowly, and he wants Yang Lu to watch him die too. At this time, Yang Lu has been scared silly, completely do not care that he has nothing to wear. Just like this is open mouth looking at that cat and that ant. What the hell are you guys? Thanks to you guys, I'm now an ant. Now I'm back. It's you? What's going on? Yang Lu felt like her brain wasn't enough, but just then, she suddenly thought of something and reached out her hand to fumble under the pillow. Thanks to your blessings, you have turned me into what I am now. I am now back to take revenge. By the way, your mom, Du Yue, has already gone on the road ahead of you guys, so I'll send you guys there now, and you should still be able to catch up. Dahlia jumped onto the bed and approached slowly. However, the one thing that Yang Lu touched out from under her pillow made Lin Su's whole body tingle. It was a gun, a blackened pistol. These two, probably because of the several things they had experienced in front of them, had become birds of a feather, even getting something like a pistol. But her reflexes, where could she compare to Lin Su and Dahua who were out there every day, fighting for survival? Only to see Dahlia quickly extend her sharp claws and wipe over Yang Lu's neck. Yang Lu's face was horrified. Her entire body trembled continuously. Her pistol slipped, and she didn't pull the trigger at all. Me, ambulance, I'm dying. I can't believe I'm dying. Yang Lu was already scared out of her wits and her speech was incoherent. She was already fuzzy in her consciousness and soon lost her voice. As for Chao Dongfeng, he was still conscious, but he was also filled with panic. Mr. Lin, please let me go. It's me who's wrong. I know it's me who's wrong. As long as you can let me go, I'll give everything back to you. And the sound of crashing came from outside the door, and Chao Dongfeng felt that as long as he stalled for some time, he should still be saved. Lin Su's voice disappeared, and Dahlia had already carried him to escape from the exhaust vent. The moment the door was slammed open, Chao Dongfeng was instantly relieved. Soon, though, he realized something was wrong. He was blind, but saw everything inside the room. He saw security crashing into the room, people calling the police, people calling ambulances. He even saw himself lying there covered in blood with someone pressing on his neck. The house was in chaos as the major and the major's wife flung themselves onto the bed. A security guard took the two dogs down and then the two dogs stormed out of the room and the security guard couldn't even pull them. Then he also saw Yang Qing, but he seemed to have been stunned and stood motionless in the doorway. Aren't my eyes already blind? How did I see all this? Could it be? Am I dead? Until this time, Chao Dongfeng didn't realize that he was already dead. He tried to return to his body, but passed through it, unable to do anything at all. At one point, he felt like he was about to dissipate, and then he did, slowly. At this moment, Lin Su had already received a 40,000 plus and a 50,000 plus experience points into his account. He was going to tell Dahlia to run towards the woods, but quickly changed his mind. Both he and Dahlia were now covered in blood and could only dart in the opposite direction. Just when he thought it was about time and wanted to enter the sewer, there was a sound of wind behind him. It's two dogs, those two evil dogs. Slow down, Dahlia, slow down again. Wait for them. Yeah, turn left up ahead. Into that alley. Dahlia turned into an alley, but it was a dead end. It turned around, and without any hesitation, without even barking, the two vicious dogs pounced directly. However, right at this moment, Lin Su directly launched the flying needle skill, and it was a double row at once. Two flying needles shot out at the same time. The varmints felt a slight pain above their noses, but it didn't stop them from moving. Dahlia took an in-place jump and pounced on the right wall, then stomped her way to the left wall again. By the time it landed, the two vicious dogs had pounced, but had also turned around. That agility is worthy of a fighting dog. The two sides exchanged places. Lin Su knew that although Dahua was strong, the stats of these two evil dogs weren't low. Although both were only around 2.0 on top of their strength, they were still quite a bit stronger than Dahlia's 1.5 strength. And they're big, around 60 kilograms, which is enough to give them an advantage on impact. The two Malamutes straightened up and pounced on Dahlia once again, but Dahlia was up to her old tricks and the two swapped positions again. Dahlia's speed was quite a bit faster than the two evil dogs, meaning that agility was much higher. So if he was bent on dodging, the two evil dogs couldn't really take him for a while. When the positions were exchanged for the third time, one of the vicious dogs suddenly lunged forward, but then his feet went limp and he fell down. Lin Su could see that this was his own toxin working. Sure enough, the other dog stumbled as well. However, this dog was quite smart. Knowing that he was about to fall, he even stood still and let out a wild bark from his mouth, trying to use it to scare off Dahlia. But Dahlia's 0.3 spirit is quite a bit higher than this vicious dog's 0.2 spirit, and crucially, it has a real tactical commander on it. Even at this point, Lin Su just let Dahua watch until his opponent fell. This vicious dog was relatively large and should be a male dog. Seeing that it didn't scare off Dahlia, it began to bark furiously while showing a ferocious expression, while slowly backing up and approaching the vicious dog on the ground that was no longer moving. Soon, the two dogs collapsed together and could only barely raise their heads, barking furiously towards Dahlia. At this time, Lin Su was naturally nonchalant. Dahlia, kill! Without hesitation, Dahlia pounced straight up, one of her forelimbs slapping viciously at a vicious dog, knocking its head off course, then quickly pressing down, her fangs gnawing down towards the other's neck. Only a click was heard, and a vicious dog's neck was thus bitten off by Dahlia. The other vicious dog let out a wail, but without any mercy, Dahlia walked over and stomped on the dog's head, snapping its neck as well. Dahlia's strength gave Lin Su an extremely strong sense of security, especially when paired with yourself. It's simply unbeatable. Two such Toho Samurai Tuzo dogs, two vicious dogs known as fighting dogs, were taken care of in this way. Moreover, the experience points brought by these two evil dogs directly shocked Lin Su. My god! 187,000 points and 196,000 points. It's really a bullseye. One night, 310,000 experience points. This harvest is too much. Back in the cellar, Big White and Big Ravens were already waiting. Looking at Lin Su's safe return, the two cats immediately swooped over and licked one after another on his back, complaining about their worries. Alright, it's over. We'll discuss the rewards tonight. First up is Dahlia, the biggest contributor. Lin Su directly gave it 50,000 experience points to add to its strength. Ohana's power came to 2,000, which is a pretty bombastic stat. Once you activate the Vajra blade with this base, within 10 minutes, you can already solve most of the problems. Big Flower was so excited that the person stood up, constantly waving out his claws, scratching in the void. This comical action, if Lin Su was able to laugh, at this time, it was estimated that he had already laughed himself to death. Alright, stop, don't step on my children. Next was Big White and Big Ravens. These two didn't directly take credit, but they also played a not insignificant role. Lin Su spent 30,000 experience points each and directly raised both of their defenses to a cap of 1.5. If they have a 4.0 speed cap as well, that's only a few tens of thousands away from an upgrade. On the question of whether or not to directly level up Big White and Big Ravens directly, Lin Su was a bit torn. There were still 200,000 experience points left, which was more than enough even if he upgraded them all. But Lin Su had other ideas. There's 200,000 left. Split it 20,000 to BB and simply add her spirit to 1.0 first. There's still 180,000 to go, so I'll add a little bit myself anyhow. Just as Lin Su was thinking about it, the sound of sirens and ambulances suddenly came buzzing down the hill, so he had to temporarily suppress the urge to use up his experience points and prepare to stay in case of an emergency. If in case the other party came to his door, he could just level up Big White and Big Ravens to level 1, and then he might still have a fighting chance. Even if he withdrew, he would still have one more safeguard. It's too late for that. Lin Su didn't need to return to the scene to check it out. He had already collected all his experience points before the ambulance came. The Uniformed Services Bureau cordoned off the scene, and Ho Ing Hung was the first to arrive at the scene, where all sorts of inquiries and investigations were carried out in an orderly manner, while the others only felt surprised. He and Xiong became more and more alarmed the more he looked, confirming his suspicions. This time it's ant toxins and cat hair at the same time. He affirmed that there was a connection between the two previous cases and was certain that the same people were responsible. Together with this case, the total number of lives is already 9, and if it is reduced to one case, even the city council can't suppress it, and the situation must be reported. Unless the case is solved in a short period of time, then it's not a report on the situation, it's a report on the battle. Team He, Vice Bureau Lu is here in person. Fong Yuanzheng carefully reminded He Yingxion, who was surveying the scene. So what if he's here? Let him wait. I've got something new. It turned out that He Xiong found blood in the vent inside the room. The exhaust fan was unloaded, but the caliber of this exhaust fan is only 40 centimeters. A normal adult is impossible to pass. Feng, set up the stairs. I need to see what's going on outside the second floor vents. Yes, soon. The stairs were set up and He Xiong climbed up himself. Sure enough, he saw blood marks on the outer wall, and then sampling, out in the yard. Though, the blood and footprints were all gone, mainly because it was still drizzling from the sky and the rain washed right off all traces. Team He, Vice Bureau Lu wants you to come over. He's being pestered by reporters and wants you to come over and report on your work. Fuck the press. Can't see I'm surveying the scene. It's raining and every minute that passes there could be traces gone. Lu Yuan came over from the front door to call him, but He Xiong's temper is not good. Plus this period of time was anxious by this case. Even more directly burst out foul language. Lu Yuan also knows that this is the golden time to handle the case, and since it is still drizzling, the case gets harder with every minute that passes, but there's no way around it. She has to account for both sides. Team He, Deputy Bureau Lu, that you go over there first. It will only take 3 minutes. Vice Bureau Lu explained. You go over and say what you should say. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Just remember this. He Xiong really had no choice but to take off his gloves while walking, muttering under his breath. Damn, I'm all wet. And you guys are so good. You all know how to hold umbrellas and holler at each other. But just as he was about to go over, a voice came from inside the intercom. Team He, found it. Found the bodies of their 2 dogs. Come over and take a look. Inside the walkie-talkie reported the location. He Xiong decisively did not bother with Lu Guodong. Directly got on the motorcycle, and Feng Yuanzheng 2 people quickly left. The address given by a colleague was just over a kilometer away, and they soon reached a dead end. And the one who found the 2 dogs was a police dog. At the scene of the fight, there was a puddle of blood, and there were blood-stained claw marks on the wall, representing the fact that the place had experienced a ferocious fight just now. The bloodstains on the wall were not washed away by the rain because the roof had an extension, but that's about it. The dogs can't continue to track by scent. There is no way. The clue is broken. He Xiong can only go back to wait for the results of the laboratory, but what he didn't expect was that the next day, the whole case was exposed online. Inside the office, Lu snapped and slammed his cell phone on the table. These journalists, and these video-eating people, are just abominable. That's nonsense. What spirit cat man? Who saw the cat? Just based on some wounds. You're making it up? What spirit cat man has teamed up with Ant-Man to punish evil? This is a lawful society. He Xiong, take a fucking look. Yesterday I asked you to come over and explain. You made excuses. And now look at what's spreading on the internet. It's just bullshit. He Xiong also didn't expect what happened last night to spread across the internet so quickly. He didn't dare to say anything now, because from this morning's report, combined with his on-site investigation last night, the deceased was really similar to the last pet store case. Only this time the ant toxin showed up again, and the 2 dogs were in the exact same situation. He was almost tempted to wonder if all that was being passed around on the internet was true. Just when Lu Guodong's fire was hard to dispel, the telephone bell suddenly rang. A moment later, Lu Guodong hung up the phone and coldly said to He Xiong, "You heard me. The chief called. He Xiong, from today onwards, you are temporarily suspended from your duties. Also, this series of cases has alarmed the top. Tomorrow there will be special people coming down to investigate. You organize all the information and prepare to hand it over." He Xiong was in tears. He had never encountered such an odd case after so many years of handling cases, but he was a little glad that someone else had taken over this case so he could take a good rest. Lin Su saw that the hillside had been busy and bustling all night, but no one had found this place, so he felt that he should not have left any traces. In this way, he could use the remaining 180,000 experience points as originally planned. At this stage, my strength and defense don't seem to be of much use, but my speed, although it's also a 3, is short compared to other animals, especially some of the flying birds. Their speed is generally 6 or more. Even Dahlia's speed has reached 4. Why don't I just accelerate first? He spent 100,000 experience points on his speed, and kept the remaining 80,000 for now. It's a guarantee that something special will happen, and that's the deposit, because he had also seen it on the internet. The rumors of Spirit Catman and Ant-Man brushed the internet. This area where he was located was in the spotlight, so naturally he didn't dare to go out during the day during this period of time, and he had to be careful when he went to the reservoir at night. Since the rain hadn't stopped and the sewers were out of bounds, there was very little profit in just taking Dahlia and the others to catch rats, so he had to stock up. Keeping some liquidity is good for the proper functioning of the company. It's a crazy growth period for the ant team, with at least 6 000 or more new ants added every day, allowing the team to quickly take over a small half of the cellar. When Lin Su thought that the rain was going to continue to fall for days on end, it suddenly stopped, so he pulled the team into the sewers again after almost a week. The sewers had been cleaned by the flood and were now dry and clean, and the cockroaches were indeed much less. But Lin Su soon realized a problem: there were more rats. And not just the usual number of rats, large and small, running around like overgrown carp. I see. The rats will have had their original holes flooded out during the flood and are now looking for a new home. Without a place to live, they are anxious. Isn't that just right? Dahlia, Big White, Big Beaver, strike with all your might. Don't hold back, kill for me. Where did the three cats need so much nonsense from Lin Su? They had already scurried out, and wherever they passed, not a single live mouse could pass through. And at this moment, Lin Su himself was surrounded by tens of thousands of soldier ants, like a torrent of steel, sweeping his way. The dozens of soldier ants that would wait for the first few dozens of the first to enter the first level were only a foot away from the second level, and their strength was such that they could already strangle a cockroach on their own. Not to mention the fact that the level 1 soldier ants were already over 100, and often when they encountered a nest of cockroaches, it would only take a few minutes to completely resolve the battle, and the battle damage would still be minimal. Dahua, you all have your battle power raised quite a bit now, so you don't need to move with us. Let's split up in 4 directions now and kill to your heart's content. But remember, never go out of the sewers or be exposed. Meow. The 3 cats scampered away. They too may have been confined for a long time, and when they were freed at once, they immediately let themselves go. Seeing the steady increase in experience points, Lin Su calculated that according to this efficiency, earning 30,000 points a day shouldn't be a problem. But it was after more than 10 minutes had passed that his experience points suddenly surged, unexpectedly increasing by more than 10,000 at once. What the hell? These guys, what did they do? Just as he was puzzled, the column of experience points flickered once more, adding another sum of almost 20,000. Lin Su instantly thought of something. That's not good. Destroying the ecology. When there are fewer cats, there will be more rats. No, isn't it good for me if there are more rats? A couple of guys must have broken into another cat's territory and gargled someone else, but this is also a path to a quick rise. I can't keep harboring this place in the future. The resources of a place are always limited. Lin Su still had his old inherent thinking as a human being, thinking that stray cats and dogs were pitiful and that it was not easy to survive in human society. So he didn't even think in this direction. But now that I think about it, cockroaches aren't pathetic? All are life. All beings are equal. Let them loose to kill. The weak are the strong. This is the primal law of life. This day had caused Lin Su to be extremely excited, because the battle results of this day had reached a terrifying 200,000 tons. Nice guy, the total funds are up to 280,000 again, and it's a question of how to distribute them. That's 190,000 of them, caused by Dahlia and the others. Dahlia, Great White, Great Beaver, all come here. The king grants you power. 3 licking dogs, cats farting around. He spent a total of 90,000 to increase Dahlia's speed to 4. 3, Great Whites to 3. 3, and Big Beavers straight to 3. 5. There's no way around it. The Big Beaver's original speed was 3. 2, and its initial strength. It's stronger than the Great White. Seeing that Big White and Big Ravens were also about to be promoted to level 1, Lin Su forced himself to hold back the anticipation in his heart and didn't upgrade them immediately. Rules are rules and should never be broken unless there are special circumstances. This is Lin Su's experience in managing businesses. Incentives for employees should never be given too much at once. The human heart can never be satisfied. If you give too much at one time, you will have to give more the next time, or else there will be resentment. 280,000 spent 90,000, 190,000 left. Lin Su gave himself 100,000 to add to his speed as usual, adding his speed to 5. 0. Add 5. 0. It's already among the slower speeds that are flying. A normal physical adult human long-distance running speed is about 4 to 5 meters per second. An hour can run 16 kilometers. 5. 0 speed. That is 80 kilometers per hour, which has been able to barely keep up with the speed of the car. 20 meters per second. Now that's a normal running speed, not a burst of extreme speed, and that's pretty impressive. At the rate this efficiency is going, I'm afraid I'm going to have to upgrade again soon. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. On that side He Xiong was suspended and surrendered his equipment, but only after a day's rest at home. He was called again by a phone call from his unit. He thought he was going to be involved in the case again, and when he arrived at the unit, it turned out not to be the case. previously suspended from his duties. He organized the case information and left it to the person sent from above. But it turned out to be the person from above who also named him to review the case, including his reasoning process. Inside an office, he met the so-called person from above, only to find an ordinary-looking older sister who looked to be in her 40s, slightly chubby, and only about 1.6 in height. When this big sister saw Hyeong-seong come in, there wasn't a single smile on her face, and she didn't even raise her eyes to look at Hyeong-seong, but instead, she was coldly consulting his case report. Hyeong-seong wanted to introduce himself, so he spoke. "Hello, I'm He. Stop, don't make a sound while I'm reading the information. Stand to the side and wait until I tell you to open your mouth before you do." This woman roughly interrupted the words of Hyeong-seong. Angry Hyeong-seong, hands and feet trembling. "Damn, you called me to come, and then let me look at your face, you fucking witch onion." Although he thought this in his heart, he didn't say it out loud. After a full half an hour, the woman raised her eyes and glanced at Hyeong-seong, then continued to withdraw her gaze to look at the information, and said with a condescending tone in her mouth, "This one called Lin Bebe. You've been squatting for a while. Go, take me to find her. Also, this Luo Yu, bring her back directly. Don't worry about anything." Hyeong-seong had actually figured out over the past 2 days that there was a key figure in the entire series of cases, and that was Lin Bebe. This can be traced back to the earliest case of Chow Dongfeng's eye injury, where Lin Bebe, who was just over 6 years old at the time, was directly ignored. Then there was the kidnapping, where she was again directly present and a key victim. All 4 of the victims of the kidnapping had been contacts with Lam Ebe, and the pet store case, although she had no direct contact with it, was later taken over and hidden by Royu, a connected person in the pet store case. The final villa tragedy. All the dead were more than nominal family members of Lin Bebe, and afterward, according to survivor Yang Qing's statement, Lin Bebe ran away from home, most likely because she heard about Yang Lu's impending domestic violence against her. All of this, if 1 or 2 of them were coincidences, that would be all. But the whole series of cases that could be strung together on her axis, that couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Hyeong-seong did not include these speculations of his in his report because it was a personal and subjective reasoning. "I didn't realize the woman was not paying attention to anything else and caught this line right off the bat." For this woman's decision, Hyeong-seong couldn't refute it. He was even suspended from his duties now, and it is clear that even the Deputy Bureau Lu Guodong has quite a lot of respect for this woman, and has already explained when he came in that he will do everything under his orders. Hyeong-seong took the woman out, and to his surprise, the woman didn't take anyone else with her. Walking out of the unit, Hyeong-seong drove the car. At this time came the voice of the woman in the backseat said, "Hyeong-seong, right, you're very good, but was victimized by your deceitful boss. After today, anything you see, you have no right to disclose to anyone, even your family, your boss. Otherwise, you can't afford the consequences." Ha! The woman's headless sentence made Hyeong-seong stare. "Your report is slightly different from the one you submitted earlier, but I can see your speculation from within your information, and it's something. There's a good chance that this series of cases involves something that you have trouble understanding, and it's outside of your perception, so it's understandable. Don't ask me any questions. Drive." Hyeong-seong was confused by the woman's clueless and unspoken attitude. He didn't even know the other party's name. Let me ask, what is your name?" "Yan Ling. I'm in a department that you're not of a high enough rank to know about." "Oh, Hyeong-seong should be." While the heart spit, "This looks, with this name is really not matching, on this collapsed nose, but also geese spirit. If you don't see the person, just listen to the name, will really be misunderstood as a beautiful woman. Yanling, try saying that to your face." Voyage Apartments. Luo Yu was swiping the video in a bored manner. He didn't have anything else going on lately, so he just waited to get the job done. He himself was already the protagonist of this world. Where did he still need to worry about earning money? With this thinking, he borrowed all those flower bar, borrowing bar, micro borrowing money, Donyang borrowing and other various online lending platforms. I didn't realize that he, who usually lived on a tight budget, had gotten almost $200,000 after all this fuss. He even had a couple of credit cards with a combined limit of almost $100,000, just when he was still dreaming of relying on the traveler bug, dominating this world, stepping through the blue star, and ruling the Star River. The door was knocked on. Who? He was immediately alert, because it was unlikely that he, a single loser, would have anyone knocking on his door without ordering takeout. Besides, he didn't know rent this time. From the Uniform Bureau, "I, Hyeong-seong, am looking for you to understand a little something. Open the door." "It's this grifter." He muttered a curse, but he didn't dare not to open the door, because the traveler would surely encounter all sorts of difficulties, and he needed to face them bravely. "When I finish this mission, By then, you grifter. You won't even be able to chuck my heels. Yanling entered the room and only gave Luo Yu a cold look before standing in the center of the room and began to survey his room. This process was only a dozen seconds or so, but the aura she brought with her made Luo Yu's heart tighten. Tell us, where is Lin Beibei? Yanling stared at Luo Yu dead in the face. What Lam Ebe? I don't recognize it. Luo Yu put on a blank face. Don't recognize? You pick her up from school every afternoon and you still don't recognize her? Yanling didn't bat an eye. Luo Yu instantly panicked. Yingxiong, take him away. Ha, what do you mean? Which one did I commit? I haven't gone out this whole time. Luo Yu was baffled, and his natural fear of the uniform bureau made him almost forget that he was powerful. Yingxiong didn't move. He thought that Yanling was scaring the other party. What? I can't command you? Yanling looked over with cold eyes. Really want to take it away? Yingxiong asked rhetorically. Take it away if you're told to. What's the point of wasting words? Yingxiong had no choice but to get his hands on him, ready to subdue Luo Yu. He grabbed Luo Yu's wrist and tried to abduct the other man's hand to his back, escorting him out the door. At this time, it occurred to Luo Yu that his power had been strengthened. He threw it with such force that Yingxiong surprisingly failed to hold on to it. Yingxiong, after all, is practiced. The strength is far above the ordinary. Luo Yu this fling, although he was careless to be wrenched free, but he reacted immediately after a quick tackle. The trend will be handcuffs stuck in Luo Yu's wrist. It was only then that Luo Yu realized that strength alone wasn't enough. Skill was also important, and the other person's power was no weaker than his. Hey, hello, Captain you're out of order. Oops, gently. Yingxiong didn't bother to pay attention to Luo Yu's shouting, and when he reached the corridor, the bastard was still clamoring loudly. While Yingxiong didn't react, Yanling noticed. This guy purposely made such a loud noise, which was a reminder of their other target, Lin Beibei. Lin Beibei is definitely in this building. Yanling looked over towards the apartment corridor, and sure enough, when it came to something like this, everyone had curiosity and opened their doors to check it out. There are over 20 homes on this floor and only 2 of them are not open. The ones that didn't open the door were either the room where Lin Beibei was, or no one was home. Yingxiong also reacted immediately when he saw the woman's behavior. He dragged Luo Yu and headed in the direction of the 2 doors. Yanling followed behind as Yingxiong knocked on the first door, and there was no response from inside. Just as he was about to speak, a cold voice came from behind him. Go away! Yingxiong had to get out of the way, but as a result, in the next second, only to hear a bang, this woman actually kicked the door right open. The quality of that door was also okay. Surprisingly, it could not withstand this woman's kick. The chain head were directly removed by violence. Yingxiong and Luo Yu were each taken aback, and Luo Yu was even more downcast after his surprise, because Lin Beibei was in this room. Take her. Yanling had long known through the information that Lin Beibei was born with huge strength, but she ignored it in the slightest and directly grabbed the back collar of Lin Beibei's clothes and lifted the whole person directly out. Lin Beibei didn't resist either. She had already sensed this woman's strength, which was far too powerful than ordinary people. Yingxiong drove the car while recalling the kick that Yanling had just given him. He could do it himself, but it would never be as easy to right as the other side. This woman's strength, when it was really terrifying. He himself was also professionally trained and was considered one of the best, but he was definitely not this woman's opponent. Before, when he was in the presence of this woman, he only felt that the other party was a bit unapproachable, or a bit fierce, but now that he thought about it, he knew what the reason was. This woman has killed people, and probably killed more than one person. Get back to the station and find me 2 quiet rooms with no surveillance and no interruptions from anyone. Yanling coldly commanded. At this point, Yingxiong had already been conquered by her and could not give birth to any resistance, and could only nod his head in agreement. Luo Yu and Lin Beibei were locked up in a room that looked like 2 offices. Even Yingxiong couldn't just enter. Yanling first interrogated Luo Yu, who naturally didn't dare to say anything, and who originally had nothing to do with the murder case. Luo Yu thought that the other party would just lock himself up for 24 hours without any evidence, so it was no big deal. The other party didn't do anything to him and went straight to Lin Beibei's room again. Lin Beibei was more direct. She said nothing, as if she had become a dullard. To Luo Yu and Lin Beibei's surprise, after the questioning, the woman never appeared again. 3 meals a day were delivered on time, but the person who delivered them was Yingxiong. 24 hours soon passed, but Luo Yu didn't feel any intention of being released. Luo Yu took advantage of the time to deliver the food and hurriedly asked Yingxiong when he could go out, but Yingxiong could only shake his head helplessly. He promised Ruoyu to go and ask him about it. So Yingxiong really went and asked, "Let them out? Are you still so naive? But it's out of order." We don't need to conform to the rules when we do things in our department. You take a look at Luo Yu's cell phone. This is the content of all the recent call records and message records that I have found out. He Xiong read it over and said, this Luo Yu hasn't had many contacts lately, but judging from the contents, they all seem to be inconsequential people. Using Luo Yu's cell phone number, send a message to all the numbers in his address book, and the content will be written, Lin Bebe and I have been captured in the Uniform Bureau. Quick rescue. Ha! He Xiong felt like his CPU wasn't burning enough. You don't have to. Just send the message. Yes. After sending the message, Yan Ling said, He Xiong, I think you already have a rough guess of my identity. If you can pass this test, I can be your recommender and let you join our department. Ha! Don't be surprised. You're doing alright. I've read the case investigation information you've put together and it's barely adequate. I'm going to quiz you now. What do you think my intention is in sending this text message? He Xiong went over everything inside his head, and suddenly he seemed to have caught some kind of vein. Could it be luring snakes out of their holes? He guessed weakly. Right, you're very good. After sending this message, everyone who is related to Luo Yu will receive it, including those monsters. Those monsters? Could this series of cases really not be man-made? Right, I'm pretty sure. In fact, I surveyed all the sites before you arrived and concluded that humans can't do these things. But humans can't do it. Humans can control and command something else to do it. This main messenger should be related to Luo Yu or Lin Bebe. He will come back again. I now have the mind to recommend you for the department. After all, it's pretty good to think of this step like you, who has never been exposed to this kind of thing before. If you're willing to join, I'll continue to talk to you. Otherwise it'll only be bad for you. Not good. I do. Just kidding. Xiagua Security Bureau. This is the department that has the right to do special things. There is an opportunity to enter it. How could He Xiong let it go? Okay, I'll tell you now. Just half a year ago, the fog you brushed up against at 30 degrees north latitude appeared on the surface to be a geothermal phenomenon according to the experts. But in fact, this time it was different. These fogs seemed to come from the ground, but they contained a particle that could change the genes of living things. In the fog, the genes of some creatures had been altered and they became stronger. Our department has been working on it for a long time and has gained some progress. But we didn't expect that the city of S, which is more than 1,000 kilometers away from where the fog appeared in our country, would also see the appearance of such genetically evolved creatures. It seems to have started radiating anywhere around the globe. Hearing this, He Xiong slapped his thigh. Oops, I didn't let the inspectors go through and compare the genes carefully at the time. I just had them do the routine tests. Otherwise I should have known about it long ago. It's not your fault. No one can think outside of perception. All the doubts were solved one by one in He Xiong's mind, and at this time, he only felt that the stagnation in his heart dispersed, and the whole person was much more relaxed. He was more concerned with the case itself than joining a special division. Since they have evolved, can we deal with them in case they come? After all, we haven't seen them and don't know anything about them. He Xiong thought of this immediately after realizing the truth of the matter. Yan Ling's gaze showed approval. You're thinking right, but that's something you don't have to worry about. I've got it covered. Seeing He Xiong's confused face, Yan Ling directly brought him to a place, and this place, right next door to the Uniform Bureau. Next door was originally a company office, but it turned out to be surprisingly empty now. He Xiong didn't expect that this woman would have such a big hand. After entering the next door, He Xiong saw nothing but a dog. It's a Rottweiler. To be exact, Rottweiler trained to be a police dog. But this Rottweiler, surprisingly, is at least 80 centimeters tall. So big, He Xiong unconsciously exclaimed. Seeing He Xiong's reaction, Yan Ling's face was slightly amused, but she quickly collected herself. It is not an ordinary Rottweiler. This is a genetically evolved Rottweiler. Its strength, not to mention you, even if it's me, if I don't use a firearm, I won't be its opponent. Hearing this, He Xiong heart-shocked. Even the ordinary Rottweiler, strong body, swift movements, strong, has been listed as a banned dog by a number of cities. He has also seen dog trainers train Rottweilers as police dogs, and when they attack with a fierce impact, a strong bite, and a ferocious tear, the trainer's assistants are often rushed down and the bite site has an electric shock. He Xiong felt that he might not be as good as an adult Rottweiler if he didn't have a weapon. The strength of a genetically evolved Rottweiler, he simply dared not imagine. Plus more for book lovers such as Liang Chu, Gushu Miracle, Ouyang Xingqing, One Rain, One Heart, Jiangnan Yuan, I Want to Listen to the Rain, Xin Life Early, Gon Shuren, and Naga. Thank you for your support. Lin Su didn't see the text message first, because his cell phone was hidden in the cellar and it was impossible to take it with him. It was only after returning from a day out hunting that I found this message. Before that, between him and Luo Yu, they never contacted each other through text messages either. Today was another full day. After adding speed to the 3 cats yesterday, today was even more efficient, earning a full 220,000 experience points. He once again had 310,000 total experience points. With the sweet spot in front of him, Lin Su didn't even think about it and directly allocated 90,000 experience points to the 3 cats, adding 0.3 speed to each of them. At this point their speeds became 4, 6, 3, 6 and 3, 8 respectively. He himself had of course added 100,000 experience to his speed, which had become a terrifying 6, 0. That's really catching up to car speeds, 100 kilometers an hour. This can't go on. 120,000 left. It's not far from the time when this king will dominate the blue star. Wahahaha. Lin Su joyfully looked at his data panel, then began to prepare to continue brushing his cell phone. But when he saw the message alert, he was confused. What's the situation? How could Roya send me such a message? At first glance at the message, he immediately fluffed up and nearly stormed off. But after a moment, he immediately calmed down. There needs to be a way to free the two of them. But why was Luo Yu able to send a message if he was captured? Nope, this can't be something he sent himself. It was to lure me out. But does the other guy know that it's cats and ants that do it or not? Since the other party needed to use this tactic to lure me out, it proves that Luo Yu didn't expose my situation. Otherwise, the Uniform Bureau would have come straight to my door. Also, if I go and forcefully free them now, won't that just expose them? And it would also prove that they are related to me. A foreigner? They who were originally fine are not fine instead. I see. It's a phallic plot. If I do show up, they'll be connected to the case. If I don't go out, they can't be in danger. They'll be locked up at best. In that case, I'll leave it alone for now. But we can't not make preparations. The ant colony is now a good size. But to humans, it's still a mole cricket. Once it's found, it's a matter of minutes before it's going to be exterminated. 200,000 ants sounds scary, but it's just a few ant sprays away. At this moment, Lin Su even had the idea of abandoning the ant colony and exclusively taking the route of the beast race. Worms are just too hard up front. But then he turned to his data panel, which had hundreds of millions of minion points on it, and although he couldn't use it yet, the potential of the bugs in the future was unlimited. It was true that the bugs were weaker in the early stages. After all, their individual combat power was extremely weak, but once their numbers grew, it would be a disaster. Just think of a locust plague. Even without an attack it's scary. After thinking a lot, Lin Su ended up looking at Big White and Big Beaver. That's just it. It's cheap for you guys. Let's get you guys upgraded first. Big White originally had a speed of 3, 6, and sure enough, after spending 40,000 experience points, he had reached the cap and could choose to upgrade. Big Beaver even had 3, 8 stats already, and Lin Su didn't even think about it before using 20,000 experience points. But the next moment, what made Lin Su dumbfounded was that there was no hint that he could upgrade. What the hell? Isn't the cat speed limit 4,000? He tried spending 10,000 experience points again, and the result was predictable. The use was successful, and the Big Beaver's speed reached 4,1. And there's no hint of an upgrade. There was no way out. And when it came to the situation, he could only keep adding with a hard head. But after adding to 4,2, the hint that it can be upgraded finally appeared. Both cats had begun their genetic metamorphosis. And at this point, Lin Su's experience points were only 40,000 left. Great White, who had completed his metamorphosis first, had middling stats, leaving him with some regret, as Great White didn't have any talents or any skills. But the next Big Beaver whose metamorphosis was complete made Lin Su excited. Name, Big Beaver. Race, cat. Grade, 1. Lifespan, 30 years, 28 years. Strength, 0, 9, 0, 9. Speed, 4, 2, 4, 2. Defense, 1, 5, 1, 5. Talent, Phantom Cat, instantly double speed. Splits into a residual shadow with the same appearance as the main body. Lasts for 3 seconds. Cooldown half an hour. Mental, 0, 3, 0, 3. Awesome. My Big Beaver brother. I'm calling you brother. It's an illusion. You've broken the laws of physics with this talent. Not to mention me. Even Einstein would have to call you brother. If this is a one-on-one fight, the Phantom Cat is a divine skill. Who is your opponent? Of course Big Beaver knew he was different, and was running all over the hillside in excitement at the moment. Shoo! Lin Su was dumbfounded as he saw a black lightning bolt pass through the bushes. No! Not right, it's 2 channels. Although it only lasted for 3 seconds. The left and right civic cats were simply unable to distinguish their true forms within those 3 seconds. This is if you use this move against your opponent and your opponent recognizes your true body wrongly. Then within 3 seconds, what should have happened has already happened. Of course, big ravens aren't quite as powerful right now, and their attacks are nowhere near as powerful as Dahlia's. If Dahlia's adamantine blade was paired with the phantom cat talent, the potential would be truly endless. Seeing how Big Beaver was behaving, Dahlia, in order to show the majesty of her boss, directly stood up as a human being and raised her paws high in the air for a quick scratch. Okay, I know you're the best. You saved it. It'll always be your little brother. Hearing Lin Su say this, only then did Dahua reappear on all fours, pacing high and mighty in the open space. Only Great White lay dejectedly on the ground, like an aggrieved little princess, licking his fur from time to time. Lin Su also didn't forget to encourage it. Dabai, don't be depressed, don't be sad. You're not like them. You're a mother. As long as you're willing, as powerful as they are, they'll have to lie at your feet and sing conquest. The Great White doesn't know what singing conquests is for, but he does know what it means to lie at his feet. Meow. Lin Su stretched out his forelimbs and patted Great White's forehead. Employee management. Good employees should be appreciated and poor ones should be encouraged. In the past few days, Lin Su had already seen that Big White's food intake had become smaller. Although he had never owned a cat, he still had a little knowledge base in this area. This Great White was in heat. If Great White's spirit was still 0-1, it would probably be pissing around to attract the opposite sex at this moment. However, due to the increase in spirit, after higher intelligence, the brain's control over emotions also went up. The 3 cats were no longer the most primitive of beasts, but had essentially become intelligent beings. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Dahlia to stride around Great White. Roll, get out of here. Lin Su's voice came, and Dahlia meowed, drooping her head in shame. I mean, you guys roll together, and if you want to do that, do it somewhere else. We support free love here, but refuse to spread dog food in public. With a whoosh, Great White popped up and went behind a distant bush. Dahlia seemed to be a bit dumbfounded and called out towards Lin Su. What are you standing there for? Why don't you go after them? Then Lin Su shook his ant head helplessly, and Dahlia disappeared behind the bushes. Where has this silly Big Beaver? Silly run off to? This is great. We'll just have to go outside and look for it ourselves. At this time, Lin Su suddenly thought of a problem. Do big beavers produce first-class offspring if they are out looking for female cats? The consequences of this are a bit unpredictable. Uniform Bureau. He Xiong is the only one who looks up to Yanling in these 2 days. But the duo waited for 2 days and nights without any movement. He Xiong didn't even close his eyes for 2 days and nights. However, 2 of Luo Yu's friends did come over to visit in the past 2 days. But these 2 were quickly ruled out. These 2 friends of Luo Yu are also anchors. Their lifetime is in the evening, and the time of the crime is also in the evening. Each has an alibi. Of course these 2 days He Xiong is not idle. He Luo Yu's address book every number for identification and examination. First excluded most of the numbers not in the city after the number. The remaining less than 100 numbers. After 2 days passed, He Xiong was a bit anxious. But Yanling was calm. It wasn't until the evening of the 3rd day that Yanling told He Xiong, the other party isn't taking the bait. It seems to have recognized my ploy, so I can only take the initiative. Yanling's main thing is still to make the other party take the initiative to come to the door and sit on the charge that Luo Yu has collusion with the other party. But obviously, the other party is not buying it. Active? We can't even find where the other guy is. Can we? Instead of answering him, Yanling opened a special website and entered the city's phone numbers left over from the lineup into it. The next moment, an unfamiliar satellite map was displayed in front of He Xiong's eyes. This is the exact location of each phone number entered. Let He Xiong surprised. Yanling's cell phone number positioning. Then the Uniform Bureau usually use the positioning system, the location to be too accurate. After zooming in, seem to have seen the specific location. We'll line them up ourselves, one by one. It's a bit of a hassle but it won't take more than a few days. Bring Willis. Willis is the police dog. The Rottweiler. Good. Do you want more manpower? At least bring up the upper expedition. He's been with me for 2 years. He's not bad in all aspects. And his observation skills are excellent. He's a good seed. It's fine. That Fong Yuan Jiang. There are some things that have to be temporarily evaded. What he shouldn't know, he can't know. Otherwise it won't be beneficial to him. Unless he is able to enter our department in the future. This kind of secret is never allowed to be revealed. He Xiong of course knew that if this kind of thing was known to the public, it would definitely cause panic, and society would be in chaos by then. Imagine how horrible it would be for the public to know that there really are genetically evolved animals in this world that can pose a threat to human life. That's why the time they chose to act was at night. because the night was deep and quiet. Even if a fight broke out, the traces could be erased with ease. Okay, I'll let him be the driver. By the way, where do we start? What do you think? Xiong knew that the test had come again. He looked at the map and pointed at a place after a little thought. Here, this is close to the villa of the last case, so close that Luo Yu even has an address book contact here. The place Xiong was pointing to was exactly the woods of the reservoir where Lin Su was. Good. Check the identity of this phone number. The phone numbers are all real names, which is also used by the management for ease of administration and also to prevent fraud and crime. As soon as Xiong checked the phone number, all of a sudden, the two of them looked at each other. This phone number is surprisingly Luo Yu's own ID card to do, and the processing time is not long. Both felt as if they were getting close to the truth. Go, bring a few bottles of black diamond insecticide, check your guns, and leave immediately. Yan Ling stood up long. No need to wait for Fang Yuanzheng? Xiong was still thinking of bringing up his juniors. No wait. Xiong had no choice but to drive his own private car, taking Yanling and the Rottweiler over to the reservoir. Although a city was a cosmopolitan city with a very rich nightlife at night, it was already past 12 o'clock and the distance was just over 20 kilometers, so it took half an hour to get there. Xiong parked his car on the side of the road about 300 meters from the reservoir, then took his cell phone and looked at the location shown on the map and began to walk to find. And Goose Spirit followed behind, holding Willis, the Rottweiler police dog. Soon they came to the edge of the woods, but it was so dark inside that they couldn't see anything. Instead, Venice the Rottweiler's eyes were fixed dead center in the direction of the grove, her brow furrowed. The two men knew something was going on inside the woods when they saw Willis in this state, because the Rottweiler is characterized by a wrinkled forehead when he is nervous. Xiong was certainly nervous at this point, so he had already put on his helmet, turned on the lighting on it, and pulled out his sidearm and loaded it with a silencer. He'd never faced this before either. It would be fine if it was a human being, but according to the analysis of the recent discussion with Goose Spirit, the opponents were not only the person who never had any clues, but also the three cats under that person's control. With a gun in his hand, Xiong was immediately much more confident. Although Yanling was powerful, by this time, she similarly held her gun in her hand. But what made Xiong speechless was that this woman also pulled out a pair of sunglasses from her pocket and put them on. Seeing Xiong's doubts, Yanling explained, "This is the department's standard equipment, capable of operating at night, not only with night vision, but also several modes such as heat sensing and infrared detection." Xiong was speechless. If he hadn't brought a helmet with him, he would be in the dark right now and would be worse than a dog. After all, the Rottweiler not only had a sensitive nose, but its night vision was also several times that of a human. Good for her, and such an outfit. Instead of letting him take the lead, though, the woman let Willis walk in front of her. In fact, they had been spotted long before they had just reached the bottom of the woods. At this moment, Lin Su was on a certain tree, staring at them with a deadly stare. Originally, Lin Su thought that they were dogs and men who came out to play, but after seeing them each take out their guns and organize the black diamond insecticide spray in their fanny packs, he instantly understood. Xiong he recognized. When the light on the other person's helmet lit up, he had already recognized it. Who the woman next to him was, Lin Su didn't know. Due to the distance between them, Lin Su didn't really hear their conversation clearly, so he used the illumination skill. This look directly woke Lin Su up. How horrible! What is this woman's identity? The woman had 2.5 strength, and 1.3 speed, and her defense was 2.3, which wasn't the most important thing. The scariest thing was that the woman had skills, and it's 2 skills. The first is a skill called Marksman. Marksman, pistol skill with a 99% chance of hitting a static target within 10 meters. The second one is a skill called Grunt, fighting and killing, proficiency in judo, karate, and free fighting styles and the ability to use them to quickly kill a target. Compared to this woman, although Xiong's stats were also good, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to go more than a few minutes in someone else's hands. Originally, this woman's data was already blowing up, but Lin Su was directly shocked after shining a light on the dog's data. Name, Willis. Race, dog. Grade, 1. Lifespan, 33 years, 25 years. Strength, 5. Speed, 3. 2. Defense, 3. 5. Talent, explosive loyal dog. When his master is under mortal threat, he can explode twice his strength to protect him until the danger is removed or he dies. Mental, 0. 3. That dog's data nearly shook Lin Su off the top of the tree. He originally thought that Big Flower and Big Beaver were already very powerful. He didn't realize that the police dog was also only at level 1, but its strength reached 5. It was just as well that its strength reached 5. The owner was in fatal danger, and was able to explode twice as much strength. And there's no time limit on this outburst, and it's too much. It stays in an outburst state until it's killed. Seeing that the other party was about to step into the woods, Lin Su's mind was doing quick calculations. As for what reason the other party had found this place, he no longer had time to explore it. The other side has handguns and is a mortal threat to Dahlia and the others. Handguns are no threat to ants, but that black diamond spray, it's a godsend against ants. The black diamond insecticide spray works on the principle that the haze particles enter the breathing holes of the ants, blocking them and causing them to suffocate and die. What's even more terrifying is that this stuff contains a nerve agent that can paralyze the insect's nervous system, making the ants unable to move normally or even eat food and die. But this black diamond isn't impossible to deal with. No matter which method of killing the insects, it requires the haze particles to enter the ants. As long as I give the order that all ants are forbidden to breathe, then there will be no problem within 2 minutes. But can the fight be resolved in 2 minutes? Can't. That's why Dahlia and I and the others are still waiting in the dark. Since Big Beaver and Big White had upgraded, another 2 days and nights had passed, and in these 2 days and nights, Lin Su had accumulated 460,000 experience points. And this was the time to think about releasing funds and making up for the shortfall. There wasn't much time left for Lin Su. Boys, it's time for you to show your power. With 460,000 experience points, he could upgrade almost 400 or 500 ordinary soldier ants to level 1. Without any hesitation, Lin Su began to frantically add points, directly selecting more than 300 soldier ants that were about to be upgraded and raising them to level 1. Instead of the existing 200 or so level 1 soldier ants, he upgraded the soon-to-be upgraded generals 1 through 10 to level 2. The process would take a few minutes, and by then, he would have 10 level 2 soldier ants and 500 level 1 soldier ants, and more than 5,000 ordinary soldier ants. Of course, in the event of such a crisis, besides the soldier ants, the worker ants were also going to participate in the battle, and he also had the aerial troops, the 20 level 1 male ants and several hundred ordinary male ants. Male ants with the ability to fly can act as his command carriers, specializing in delivering various commands to him to the ant colony. In this way, he could hide in a secluded place and command the ant colony's battles across the air. Ordinary ants, which could only be used as cannon fodder and fire attraction to disrupt the opponent's battle force. Only a level 1 life could do damage to such a powerful enemy, and it would take Dahlia and the others and himself to actually kill those two and the dog. At this time, Dahua and the others were hidden in the top of the tree, and Lin Su was also hiding behind the leaves in the top of the tree, so the other party would have a hard time noticing even if they used night vision glasses. What's more, those two didn't even look up, but headed straight for the center of their lair. Lin Su didn't know what means they used to do this, and positioned themselves so precisely. He needed to stall for a few minutes, waiting for the ant colony to metamorphose. As for himself, he now had a speed of 6.0, so he himself was the best person to slow down the opponent. Lin Su made an immediate decision, decisively exposed himself, climbed down from the top of the tree as fast as he could, and deliberately rubbed against the bark of the tree, making a swish sound. Sure enough, both the two men and a dog immediately turned around and looked in Lin Su's direction. What is it? Is it a cat? Heinxiong's helmet flare couldn't even make out what was in the shadowed part of the tree trunk, and he could only judge from the sound. Unlike Willis, go! Hearing the order, Willis scurried out with a whoosh and pounced on Lin Su's hiding place, but Lin Su was too fast, and with a swish, he was in the tree again. It seems to be an ant. This time Goosebumps caught a glimpse of a shadow through his eyes, but it was just enough to catch the shadow, and when she raised her gun to fire, the target disappeared into the foliage at the top of the tree. No wonder. Such a big ant. This has obviously gone through several evolutions. Heinxiong, pay attention to the surroundings. Don't forget there are still 3 cats. Lin Su was scared at this point. He just wanted to go home to his mom. There was no way not to be scared, because as fast as he was, he couldn't jump. There are very few species of ants that can jump, and he, the red fire ant, can't jump, so he can only move quickly with the help of tree trunks, branches, unless he abandons his attachment and falls out of the tree in a freefall motion. Chirp! A bullet grazed his tail and startled him. This is Yenling shot. I have to say, this sharpshooter skill is really tugging. Fortunately Lin Su at this time belongs to the high-speed movement state, otherwise it will be a shot to collapse. If it was Dahlia and the others, in this situation, I'm afraid they would have already been hit due to their slightly slower speed and too large of a target. And the dog named Willis, although he kept seeing Lin Su, he could only follow and scurry around the forest. So what if you're even more bullish? You don't know how to climb a tree, and you're a clown in front of this king. Lin Su muttered and spat in his heart, and once again ducked into the leaves. Of course, he couldn't do anything with this dog. The other party's defense was too strong. He didn't know if his flying needles could pierce into the other party's muscles, and even if they did, but with the other party's powerful physique, he didn't know if he would be paralyzed. So he's waiting for the perfect moment. It has to be a hit, and it has to be a hit to the vitals, like the eyes. What makes a killer weapon is that it must have the effect of injuring the enemy with a single blow when used. It's not easy to hit a target as small as an eye, because the other guy is moving too, and fast. It has to be short enough to hit the eye, and there's this dog that doesn't move. Seeing that he had stalled for 2 minutes, Lin Su was in no hurry and continued to wait for his chance. Suddenly, he saw a thick underbrush ahead of him. It was wooded, but not pristine. Underbrush was everywhere, but none of it was lush. This one was slightly larger, and Lin Su scurried down from the tree, this time without a sound, directly into the bushes. The dog didn't hear a sound, but in his afterglow he saw a black line cross the ground. The bushes were leafy and he couldn't see much, so he planned to get closer and probe with his nose. A sensitive nose is one of the characteristics of the Rottweiler. It had already locked onto Lin Su's scent, and as long as Lin Su was in the bushes, it would be able to find him. Lin Su was also quite nervous at this moment, because the woman behind this dog was raising her gun to the bushes, and her glasses were reflecting an ethereal light, so they should be a technological product. But Lin Su didn't want to wait any longer. This was a perfect opportunity to hit this dog hard. He had even heard the dog breathing. Sure enough, just as the dog slowly approached, a better opportunity presented itself. Due to the dog's large size, its proximity blocked the view of the woman behind her, and also blocked the woman's gun. The perfect opportunity arrived. The dog blocked the person behind it. Lin Su didn't hesitate for a second. Directly extending his tail from the leaves, the tail needle shot out. He had already calculated that his tail pin would be able to easily strike through the leaves, appearing before the dog's eyes by surprise, and leaving no time at all for the dog to react. Without any warning, the dog just suddenly had a pain in his right eye and let out a strange sound. Hearing this sound, the goose spirit behind him immediately understood that the dog had suffered an attack. But at the moment, despite her proximity, she found no sign of the bushes. Even the thermal imaging of her glasses didn't have any images, and the only heat source was a dog. She already knew that the target was in the bushes ahead of the dogs. Snort! A cloud of smoke sprayed towards the bushes. It was He Xiong who pulled out the black diamond spray and made a burst towards the bushes. At this moment, Lin Su, after shooting out a tail pin, immediately retreated towards the distance, running wildly with lightning speed, following the blind spot of the woman's vision that was blocked by the dog's body. Instead of doing anything to him, the spray gave him cover. Shoo! There was a soft thud, and Goosebumps knew that the ant had run away again. She really didn't expect an ant to be so cunning. Could it be that it even recognized the object in my hand as a pistol, knowing that a pistol is a deadly threat? It can't be, even if they are human beings. There are a vast majority of them who have never seen a real pistol, only in movies and TV. But this is an ant. How can an ant recognize a pistol? And it actually knows how to jam. Knows to wander into blind spots in the line of sight and hide behind tree trunks and leaves to avoid detection by the glasses. This is an ant? Sure, it's not a human? Even if it has evolved several times and has intelligence, what it hasn't seen should be outside of perception, right? For the first time since taking over the case, she was puzzled. Yanling thought as she examined the dog's eyes. This dog is also really powerful. Yanling forbade it to bark. In the case of being stabbed inside the eyeballs and his whole body shivering with pain, he really didn't make a sound. It would be awesome to take this dog as a servant. It would be heavenly. Unfortunately, this kind of dog is known for its loyalty, and even in the face of a death threat, there's a high probability that it won't be able to be taken in. The enemy's hero. My enemy. It seems like I have to kill this dog first. Otherwise, once I let him unleash his explosive loyal dog skill, even if he's injured and his status slips, it's still quite terrifying. And I'm afraid that Dahlia and the others won't be able to get close to him. Even if it was Dahlia, now it was only 2-0 strength. Compared to this dog, it was a long way off. Plus, if bursting faithful dog erupted with double the strength, I'm afraid that this dog didn't need to move its mouth to bite, and directly slap Dahlia to pieces. With over 10 points of strength, hitting 1-5 defense, it wasn't much different from a 30-year-old adult hitting a 5-year-old. Yanling and He Xiong probed in the direction where the ants had disappeared, but found nothing. He Xiong, the intelligence of this ant is very high. The ant's body temperature should be around 30 degrees. The current outdoor temperature, at 23 degrees. My glasses, surprisingly, can't detect it. That is to say, it is likely to know that this glasses of mine has a thermal imaging function. Yanling didn't expect the target to be so tricky this time. If it was simply an animal that evolved and became stronger, She had many ways to deal with it, but now it seemed that this ant had even evolved its intelligence to be close to human. No, not wisdom, knowledge, even human knowledge seemed to be there, as evidenced by the fact that the other side would pinch line of sidewalks and avoid thermal imaging detection. No way, he can know the function of the glasses? Then this is too outrageous. He Yingxiang's worldview was shattered again and again. It should be a problem with the owner of this ant. Maybe its owner trained it. Then we need to be more careful. Forget it. Let's give up tracking it for now and go find the location of the cell phone. Goose Spirit always believed that the ants and the 3 cats would have a master. That someone was controlling them behind the scenes. Otherwise none of this would make sense. And in fact, her guess was right. Except that this person controlling behind the scenes, they would never have guessed that it was the ant itself. The 2 men and the dog turned around, and the dog's eyes were bleeding outward from inside. But he didn't look the least bit different. Lin Su had to admire this police dog. The training was so on point. He Yingxiang walked in front while Yanling personally broke the back. Lin Su at the top of the tree watched their movements while observing the dog's data. The data is slipping. Just half a minute. Its power has become 5, 5, 4, 8, and not only that, other data is also slipping. It seems that my toxin is spreading through it and it is not immune. They're going to the cellar. They must be stopped. When he heard that Yanling had positioned his cell phone, Lin Su's first reaction was to stop it. And just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt something was wrong and stopped. Nope, it's a lure. A sound bite. The purpose is to lure me and the cat out. Sure enough, just as Lin Su paused, the woman turned around violently and raised her pistol high. But the next moment, her face changed. There was nothing to be found. The ants hadn't appeared. The cat hadn't moved. And there wasn't any heat-sensitive source in her spectacle field of view. Yanling, trouble. Is the intelligence high enough for this? Even a normal human wouldn't have recognized her ploy within these few seconds. But the ant, and the cat who was obviously hiding in the shadows, were surprisingly not caught in the trap. Yanling knew that in such a dark night of the jungle, the mounds of earth and the thick foliage could isolate his glasses from probing, and as long as the other party deliberately hid, it would be difficult for him to actively find out. The other guy didn't fall for the trick, so he had to actually go to the location of the cell phone he had located. By this time, they were very close to the cellar. Woof woof! Willis the dog spotted the cellar entrance and sprinted toward it, and Yanling immediately turned back, raising his gun again to check behind him. This was the time when the other party was most likely to be exposed, because according to her analysis, this was most likely one of the nests of that ant and cat. But she was disappointed. Still nothing. Just as she turned back to check the dark hole, the dog suddenly wailed. Not the barking kind of barking, but the kind of shrieking that kept coming out of his mouth. The dog yelped in alarm as it turned back on itself and bit itself. Ants! It's ants! So many ants! He Yingxiang saw the ants on the ground, suddenly pouring out in all directions. The ants spread like running water toward him and the dog, except for not touching the goose spirit. Goosebumps turned around, his thermal imaging glasses seeing heat all over the floor, and the pistol had no idea where to hit. Quick! Spray! He Yingxiang also reacted to the fact that he had the spray in his own hand. Snort! He Yingxiang gave himself a few sprays before aiming a spray at the dog, but this didn't create any deterrent effect on the ants at all, and He Yingxiang only felt the inside of his pants leg all the way to the bottom of his foot. The sharp pain and numbness was simply unacceptable, and the widespread death of ants just didn't happen. He had no choice but to slap himself vigorously on the spot where he had been bitten, but it didn't help at all. There were just too many ants, and he also saw that all the ants were coming towards himself and the dog, who was already rolling around on the ground. But these ants just weren't crawling towards Goose Spirit. He Yingxiang, you old woman, I'm sure you've been expecting it, but you didn't tell me about the potion on your body. I give you life, but you so pit people. I quit. Thinking of this, the star-uniformed officer, surprisingly, bellowed, shit, it's too evil, I can't stand it. Then he left the dog and Yanling behind and frantically drew himself up towards the bottom of the hill. This scene not only made Yanling whole, but Lin Su, who was directing the swarm's actions through the flying male ants in the dark, was also surprised. Of course Lin Su didn't want He Yingxiang to come out of this forest alive, but it happened suddenly, and he would definitely have to show his figure if he went after him at this moment. The ugly woman's dark muzzle, already looking for a target, should never be exposed at this time. This marksman's skill, it's so annoying, but running away is running away. Anyway, this grove is too small to accommodate my future bug army. Sooner or later I'll have to change places. The entire slope of this side of the woods, from the cellar to the road below, is just over 100 meters. He Yingxiang rolled and crawled, and in only 10 seconds or so, he was already on the highway. Having reached this position, Lin Su had no more thoughts of chasing after him, but this woman, Yanling, clearly had no thoughts of retreating. She hadn't originally counted too much on Hien Xiong, an ordinary person. She relies on Willis the police dog. Sure enough, the ant colony couldn't help Willis yet, and the clever police dog, with a few rolls on the ground, crushed a large swath of ants, but too many level 1 ants, and even level 2 ants mixed in, and huge amounts of venom were injected into its body, accelerating the dog's decline in status. The strength has slipped below 3.0 and the speed is already at 1.5. Even if they unleash their skills, Dahlia and the others should already be able to rely on their absolutely superior speed to maneuver around it. It'll be 2 minutes soon, and it's almost time for the ant colony to withdraw. Otherwise there will be a lot of casualties. Now Lin Su had long since summarized the characteristics of the red fire ant's toxin. The toxin is not primarily lethal, but rather paralyzing. Poisoned dogs have the fastest decline in mobility. At this point, the woman, Yan Ling, was no longer focusing on the entrance to the cellar, because she thought that if she found the cell phone, she would be able to find the owner of the ants, and as the saying goes, catching a thief is the first thing you do, and by controlling the owner of these evolved animals, you can control the whole situation yourself. But after she saw the hole, she immediately knew she had misjudged. The cell phone was a trap. The other person wasn't here, or that person was in control in ways they didn't yet know. She began to lead Willis away from the ant's nest, and after making sure that there were no more ants on Willis, she was ready to search the surrounding area. Her eyes were looking for any wireless cameras or drones or other devices nearby. In this situation, this woman was still so calm, and Lin Su couldn't help but admire her. How was he to know that the woman was too confident in her own strength and police dog Willis? She also had no idea that Willis's form had slipped so badly and was continuing to do so. It wasn't like there was a spirit sense as a means of communication between them. After all, humans and dogs were different, so she had to observe for herself. Yan Ling still felt at this point that even if the 3 cats appeared, Willis was perfectly capable of fending them off or even killing them. His own task was to kill that ant, not to mention that with his own pistol, he had a bit of trouble finding a target against small-sized ants, but with cats, he was sure to kill them as soon as they dared to show up. After making sure there were no electronic devices around, Goosebumps was puzzled. There is no communication device, only a cell phone. The cell phone should be in the hole, but that hole is so small, there is no way to hide someone. What way did that person remotely command the ants and the cat? Just as she was wondering, an extremely small point of light flickered out of sight and was caught by her glasses at the source of the heat. It's male ants. Flying male ants can carry pheromones for messaging. Yenling finally figured it out, and what she thought was indeed 8 or 9. The only mistake was that what she saw today was already all there was. There was no one behind the scenes at all. Evolutionary male ants. As long as we follow these evolutionary male ants, we can find the controller behind the scenes. After discovering the other party's method of communication, she didn't act immediately, but silently calculated through the thermal imaging function of her glasses. A lot of heat sources appeared among the glasses, and soon she got results through these male ants. She didn't find the mastermind behind it, but she found out where Lin Su was hiding. Finding out Lin Su's location, she didn't launch an attack at the first opportunity, but pretended to continue searching and slowly approached. Pistols have a limited range, and the closer you get, the more you can build with a single shot. Lin Su didn't know that the other party had already found his position. He had also been waiting for that police dog status to lower. Of course, the lower the better, preferably unable to move. I don't know if it was a coincidence that the woman was getting closer to him as she searched aimlessly through the woods. At a certain moment, the woman suddenly raised her head, her dart gun aimed at where Lin Su was. She fired. Chirp! The bullet passed through the leaves, causing Lin Su's entire body to run like electricity. This was a natural reaction to a sudden crisis. Lin Su knew that the other party had discovered him, and had discovered him a long time ago, but now was not the time to think about the reason. The bullet had passed through the foliage, and the violent spinning brought the leaves covering Lin Su to the sides quickly. Lin Su also sort of understood bullets. This kind of pistol usually had 4 rifling inside the barrel, some even had 6. The bullet passes through with a violent spin due to the rifling. This spin stabilizes the bullet, and when it hits the target, the violent spin allows the bullet to burrow into the target more easily and continue to spin at the point of impact, causing muscle and blood vessels near the bullet hole to shatter. That's why all those movies and TV shows where you get shot and there's just a small hole and nothing else. That doesn't make sense. Lin Su knew that as long as he was grazed by a bullet, then he would also almost certainly die, because one's body is so small. If one grazes it, then the entire body will be in the middle of the bullet's spinning power. The only way he could survive right now was to take off on 6 feet, jumping away from the tree trunk with his whopping 3.0 strength focused on all 6 feet, but his 6 limbs don't have the ability to bounce. In the nick of time, Lin Su couldn't think too much. Almost at the cost of breaking his joints, he fought to flick on the tree trunk, letting the reaction force catapult his body out. Bang! The bullet hit the tree trunk, but not Lin Su. Just now, all of Lin Su's power was concentrated on his 6 feet, and this power directly caused his tiny body to sprint out like a bullet, flying more than 100 meters and disappearing on the other side of the woods. Yanling snorted coldly. After all, it's just a mole cricket, so what if it evolves again? These males. Goosebumps thought to himself that he had hit the large ant, as it was obvious that the ant had been disintegrated as the bullet hit the trunk of the tree. All she had to do now was find the ant's body and make a final confirmation. As for the 3 cats, they were better to deal with than ants in her opinion. No other reason than that he had a gun in his hand and a police dog. Willis, at his side. She took K9 Willis in the direction of the ant that had been crumpled up, and soon, through her glasses, she could see a hot mess on the ground from a distance. The mass of heat was in the exact shape of an ant, lying there motionless. Seeing the body, Yanling was finally relieved and hurriedly walked over, ready to collect the body. This is evidence of the mission, and you will be able to gain resources after turning it in. This resource is not money, but a substance that is about to be developed and is undergoing human clinical trials that will enable human evolution. The thought of being able to evolve like Willis and gain even more power was already thrilling in her mind. Just as she approached the body, though, she noticed a slight movement in its tail. The strong sense of crisis made Yanling react quickly, only to see her body shorten and roll on the ground towards the side. This was a trick to dodge bullets, according to her guess. Even if this ant was seriously injured and not dead, and was able to make a final strike, it would be nothing more than a poison needle. She had indeed guessed correctly. Lin Su's 6 legs at the moment all had their joints reversed, and as long as he moved, he would experience severe pain all over his body. But it doesn't affect his tail movement. The poisonous needles shot out, and with the woman's reaction speed, it was impossible to dodge them. He clearly felt his poison needles shoot into his opponent's skin, and it was the neck. Yanling, who had hit a roll, only felt a pain in his neck, but it didn't hurt much. Expecting that this poisonous needle toxin of the other party was not to be underestimated, she immediately got up and raised her hand, wanting to once again give that abominable ant a shot. But it was at this moment that a strong sense of crisis came from behind. 3 lightning-fast figures came swooping in, their 6 glittering eyes as jewels in the night. Running at the front of the pack was a flower cat, and Goose Spirit turned his gun around so he could try to give the cat a shot first. But in the next moment, the civet cat next to him came after him, quickly overtaking that one and pouncing on himself. Yanling planned to take care of this one first, and the other 2 would have Willis to hold them off for her. As long as it was given a block for a split second, she could keep shooting. But just as she was about to pull the trigger, the civet cat scurried to the side and turned into 2. Not only that, not only did the 2 civet cats look exactly the same, their speed had also steeply doubled, and in the blink of an eye, they were on the verge of pouncing in front of themselves. Chirp! The civet cat's shadow dissipated, and Yanling knew that he had chosen the wrong target. The police dog Willis, of course, had noticed the sudden turn of events, and he had already been on standby. But the speed with which it pounced on the incoming one was significantly slower. In that less than a second, the real civet cat had already pounced in front of Yanling, biting down towards her hand that was holding the gun. Without any sound, the back of Yanling's hand was bitten, and the civet cat, due to its speed, crashed towards her body with inertia even after biting her hand. However, Yanling's reaction was also extremely fast, only to see her entire hand flinging to the side, thinking to throw the civet cat out. But the civet cat bit down on the back of his hand with a death grip, and his entire body dangled from her hand. The sharp tearing pain made her almost let go of the gun in her hand, but at this moment she knew that letting the gun go would probably kill her. So despite the fact that her face was twisted, she didn't put the gun down, but fought to try and aim at the one white cat that was flying at her. Chirp! The shot rang out again, the silencer smoking, but it didn't hit its target, because as Yanling pulled the trigger, the civet cat's claws that were biting it to death slammed into her hand, making it impossible for her to aim. She had no choice but to raise her right hand and blast a fist towards the white cat. With the power of her punch, she thought to herself that she would have no problem even breaking a cat right out of its frame. But the next scene that happened made her feel shocked and a little scared. She clearly heard the sound of ribs breaking on the white cat's body, but the cat landed on the ground with a twist, dislodging some of its strength. Then without a moment's pause, it pounced straight over and took a bite out of her thigh. It was so good, one cat hanging from her hand and one from her leg, that the sharp pain was so intense that she could barely hold it. Not only that, but she felt her strength diminish and her body began to stiffen. Not good. It's the strenuous exercise that's accelerating the toxin run. We'll just have to watch Willis. Willis didn't let her down, and seemed to be mad at the moment, as the fur on its entire body exploded, making it look like its entire body was a circle larger and unusually powerful. It was the police dog Willis who exploded with his riotous loyal dog skill, taking a bite out of Dahlia who tried to pass him. Dahlia was blocked by this giant, and although she was a bit surprised in her heart, she directly erupted her adamantine sharp blades and threw over a quick slap. Seeing this scene, Yanling sneered in her heart, "Cat that doesn't know how to die. Don't say you just evolved once, even if it's a steel sword. Willis can bite off a piece of it for you." Just as she was thinking that, an unbelievable scene appeared. Willis suddenly body stalled, and did not bite that flower cat. Not only that, that flower cat slap swept over. The sharp claws actually directly scratched the corner of Willis's mouth, cracked a full more than 10 centimeters of mouth. The gash was not only long, but also deep, extending from the corner of the mouth to the back of the neck, like opening the entire dog's mouth 10 centimeters wide. A series of question marks appeared in Yanling's mind, and suddenly she thought of the ant's toxin. She knew that the toxin from the ants would affect Willis, but she didn't expect it to affect him so much, directly reducing Willis's speed and strength to freezing point. Just as she froze, a sharp pain came from the back of her right hand, causing her to simply release her grip on the gun. The civet cat hanging from the back of her hand bit right through one of the tendons on the back of her hand, preventing her from ever pulling the trigger again. At the same time, she realized that her reflexes were no longer keeping up with her brain, and she was a step too slow in trying to shake off the two cats that were biting at her. A sense of powerlessness surged through her, and she could only guard her vitals to the death. But the next scene made her despair. Countless ants came from all directions and began to climb rapidly towards her. Not only that, Willis also looked like a hulking drunkard at the moment, with dozens of wounds scratched out on his body by that big fancy cat, especially a wound on his abdomen that was 20 centimeters long. Even his intestines had fallen out. Willis was barking impotently as he seemed to realize he couldn't save his master. With a spirit of up to 0.3, it knew exactly what it was facing now, and could only get the attention of the others by barking furiously. The sound rang through the night sky, but drew nothing but abuse from afar. Who would understand a dog's cry for help? Others will just think it's a mad dog. As for Yanling, this woman, she could not make a sound at this time, because that civet cat, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, even scratched her throat. Her consciousness faded, and she took one last look at the big dog that had fought for her until it was drenched in blood. "I'm not willing to do this. Just one step. Just one step. I can accumulate enough merits to be one of the first to use the evolution liquid." Why? Goose Spirit's body had been completely covered by dense ants, like wearing a thick armor. Not far away a big scary ant lay on its back, and all the ants felt the king's anger. The king's anger made them rise to the occasion and keep tearing at this man lying on the ground, who was not breathing, and they continued. At this moment, Lin Su finally received an income of experience points. 165,000 points. That's too big an income, more than 3 times the average person's. Lin Su's heart felt slightly better. With that income, the battle paid off a little, but it wasn't enough to make up for the loss. His army of ants lost hundreds of first-class soldier ants. Ordinary ants lost even more than 20%. That means more than 40,000 common ants died. There are hundreds of soldier ants in this one. After getting the experience points, Lin Su didn't use them immediately, but endured the severe pain and used his joints to support his body as he crawled towards the dog that was surrounded by 3 cats. "Submit to me, or die. I'll only say it once. Woof woof. Submit to me, or die. I'll say it again. Woof woof. For the last time. Ugh. Forget it. Kill it." Dahlia's sharp claws scratched the Rottweiler's neck, and after a few minutes, the faithful dog was completely out of breath, and Lin Su had finally received his experience points. A whole 350,000 more. In terms of individual animals, that's a horrible number. The battle was too grueling for the victor to win anything more than a crushing victory. Looking at the 520,000 experience points, Lin Su was slightly comforted inwardly. It was only then that the great white silently stepped aside and plopped down on the ground. Dahlia walked over and licked her tongue on Dahlia's belly. A tragic, sad atmosphere spreading through the small wooded area. Great White had 2 broken ribs and she thought she was going to die. Meow. She was saying goodbye to her king. Lin Su crawled over with difficulty. "Goodbye. You won't die. Give this king a good life." After saying that, he directly spent 100,000 experience points and added them to Great White's defense. Adding defense couldn't directly heal, but it made the body's resistance rise directly by a level. And with 1.5 defense and 2.5 defense, the body was no longer in the same state. It's the ability to stay alive that counts. Lin Su didn't hesitate and directly spent 100,000 000 experience points on Dahlia and Big Ravens as well, increasing both of their defenses to 2, 5. His own defense was originally 3, 0, and he decisively spent 200, 000 experience points to directly add it to 5, 0. He needs to recover from his injury quickly in order to facilitate a strategic shift for the entire team. Obviously, this place is exposed. The one who escaped, Hiying Xiong, will definitely take action. Great White's injuries were more serious, and his own joints reversed, and although he endured the pain and righted himself, it took time to heal. The place is to be moved, but definitely not too far. Not only he himself was injured, the ant swarm broke his arms and legs, and hit as much as 20% more. Looking around, Lin Su surprisingly didn't see a foothold for himself in this city. Sewer? No. Once it rains, it floods. Do I have to move to the real mountains? It's not impossible, but one would have to give up the colony that was so hard to build up, as only a small amount would be taken away. Just to the east of S City, about 30 kilometers or so, was a mountainous area. It would be possible to go there if you only brought along the queen and some level 1 ants. But Lin Su didn't want to leave S City yet because Lin Beibei hadn't grown up yet. And if you move it immediately, the Great White's injuries will worsen and you may have to give it up. Suddenly, he looked up the hill to the villa, whose gate was locked. At this time the villa due to the murder, sensationalized the whole country. Buy as no one dares to buy, or even give someone else to live. Others do not dare. As for the current ownership, half of it was in Lin Beibei's name, while the other half, Yang Lu was dead, and his brother Yang Qing didn't know where he had gone into hiding and didn't dare to return to this place at all. The most dangerous place is the safest place, and the villa is connected to the sewers, so even in case something happens, I can evacuate at the first opportunity. This is it for now. We'll move again if there's a situation, and as soon as Big White and I have both recovered from our injuries, moving will be easier. Lin Su never thought that he would be able to return to his house again one day. Get your fill, then move. Eating human flesh. Lin Su could never do it. With such good dog meat, he wouldn't let Dahlia and the others go for human meat. So all the ants gathered around and soon cut apart a 100+ pound Rottweiler. Lin Su plopped down on a dog's leg and chewed on the raw meat. Yummy, worthy of an animal that evolved once. It tastes so much better than that big white dog. Even at his current size, he couldn't actually eat much. But rules are rules. He's the king, and even if he can't finish it, the dog's leg has to give it to him. Dahlia and the others shared a leg with each cat and left the rest for the ants. Lin Su spent a few thousand experience points to raise the latter one to level 2 as well. But the ants started from a low point, and after ascending to the second level, the latter's pitiful 0.05 spirit was still unable to communicate with spiritual senses. After eating some dog leg meat and drinking some dog blood, Lin Su felt that he had recovered a lot of his state. But just as he was about to set up the move, he suddenly froze. He had originally had integer data, and suddenly the data was actually displayed after the decimal point. What was a 3.0 power cap is now 3.001. A 5.0 defense becomes 5.001 as well, with the exception of spirit and speed, which had reached their caps and remained unchanged. Both of these were able to be boosted, with a 0.001 increase appearing behind them. While this is an extremely small change, it does add up. What happened? I didn't use my experience points just now, did I? Just when Lin Su was puzzled, the number behind the decimal point unexpectedly changed again. 0.001 became 0.002. Could it be? He looked over to the mutilated and fragmented dog meat that was being feasted upon. Dahlia's stats have increased as well, and so have Big Beaver, and Big White. System, what's the situation? Please answer. The answer given by the system immediately. Food and exercise are all ways to increase a creature's stats. There are higher and lower levels of food, and evolved creatures are more likely to increase their stats as they can provide essentially higher levels of energy. I see. So it seems that this planet, in the future, won't be as peaceful as it is now. Just as Lin Su and the others were cleaning up the battlefield, Hiying Xiong's side had been waiting in the car, but he hadn't seen anyone come back. Naturally, he had heard Willis's barking and knew the situation wasn't promising, but he hadn't expected a man and a dog to die there at all. In this case, you can't call for backup even if the person is dead. Once the Uniform Bureau was alerted, the word spread. Everyone has friends and family, and it's inevitable that those in the know won't get drunk, and it's even more inevitable that they won't caution their families. When the next morning came, Hiying Xiong knew the result. Strangely enough, Hiying Xiong had a feeling of relief. It was amazing that he thought the woman was better off dead. Then no one would know that he had ever been involved or that he had known the inside story. He was still paralyzed in the lower half of his body at the moment, and his head was a bit dizzy, so he was in extremely bad shape. But there was nothing to do but act like nothing was wrong at this point and drive the car home. After 2 hours of sleep, he then regained a bit of energy and then thought about how to do this report. Thinking about it, he felt he had to hide the fact that he was involved. He could only be a handyman himself, and he dared not write a word as to what had really happened. People are selfish. And then the Uniform Bureau could only report the ambiguous facts as described by He Ying-xiong. Lin Su broke his head and didn't expect that the one who escaped, He Ying-xiong, not only didn't bring anyone over the next day, but instead, he tried his best to hide the facts. As for the 2 people who were imprisoned, since there was no evidence whatsoever, then they had to be released. Luo Yu walked out of the Uniform Bureau in a daze. The past few days were like a dream, and it just came out like that. Where to? Later, I'll talk to my second uncle about something. Luo Yu saw a well-mannered man, probably 27 or 18 years old, wearing a handsome suit. On this man's arm, hung a wonderful woman with high heels, heavy makeup, and an excellent figure and face. Lin Beibei also has no choice, although it can come out, but the Uniform Bureau must be guardian or immediate family to pick up. She had to call the second uncle Lin Jing's phone, but what she didn't expect was that her second uncle had brought his girlfriend, Lu Yanyan, with him. Last time she wanted to go to the second uncle to hide a little bit. Is this woman to the second uncle face? Which let herself again by Yang Lu led back, and finally suffered from the kidnapping of the disaster. So when she saw Lu Yanran, Lin Beibei also put away her smile. Uncle too. Belle, what's going on here? I don't know what happened. It's just that Yang Lu tried to force me to agree to transfer the house that my dad left me to her, and when I didn't agree, she tried to use force, so I ran away from home. Then she died, and so did Chao Dongfeng. And so did his mom, and that was it. Seeing Lin Beibei's bewildered face, Lin Jing expected that such a small child must not know what had happened either, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. It's like this, now that Yang Lu is dead and you don't have any relatives, currently only second uncle can be your guardian, otherwise you'll have to go back to the orphanage. Would you like second uncle to be your guardian? I do. Lin Beibei doesn't want to go back to the orphanage. Of course, Uncle Tu didn't know that she absolutely trusted Luo Yu now. Because this was the protector assigned to him by Dad. He trusted Dad. Even if her second uncle didn't become her guardian, she could still let Luo Yu do it. She had long ago checked the law beforehand, and for an outsider without any blood relationship to be a guardian, all she needed to do was to go through the consent of her neighborhood committee, villagers committee, or the civil affairs department. Just as Lin Beibei agreed, the woman holding Lin Jing next to her suddenly interjected coldly. Lin Jing, it's fine for you to be her guardian, but our house isn't big. So don't lead her towards it. Oh. Hearing his girlfriend say that, Lin Jing's face suddenly became unnatural, but he didn't retort either, clearly waiting for Lin Beibei to pick up the conversation herself. Second uncle. Don't worry. I naturally have people who take care of me and won't bother you at your home. I only need a guardianship name. By the way, Yang Lu died. She inherited 40% of the company's shares from my father. I am the first heir. Second uncle. You will help me hold the shares for me at that time. Just give the dividends to my designated account every month. Yes, it was par for the course, but Lin Jing was still surprised that such a thing came out of the mouth of a child who was only 7 years old and in first grade, and so professionally put. What with the substitute shares and the jargon like first heir, it's amazing that you know your way around. He agreed, but the woman next to him suddenly interjected. It's a matter of course to give you the shares in lieu, but the dividends? You're so young now. Why do you need so much money? You don't want to be cheated by others. Or how about this? The dividends will be temporarily kept by your second uncle, and then give it to you in installments when you become an adult at the age of 18, the woman said, and looked meaningfully at Luo Yu next to her. Apparently she thinks Luo is the liar. Whether Luo Yu is a liar or not, actually she doesn't care. What she cares about is the money. The market value of Sunrise Technology is more than 200 million, although it is not very big, but 40% of the shares, the annual dividends are said to be tens of millions. She has long been heartbroken. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed Lin Jing eye to eye to pick up Lin Beibei. Just when she thought she could steadily hold Lin Beibei looked up and looked straight at her, her face expressionless. Lu Yanyan, who the hell are you? Dare to mention the matter of my shared dividend? You and my second uncle didn't even take a marriage license. You're not even a member of our family. And you dare to hit on the matter of my family's shared dividends? Everyone at the scene froze when Lin Beibei said this. Everyone's mouths turned into an O shape, except for Lu Yanyan. At this moment, Lu Yanyan's face had turned into a pig's liver color, and after a slight lurch, she reacted and raised her hand to fling Lin Beibei a slap. Don't! When Lin Jing tried to stop it, it was already too late. His hand fished for air, but the next moment, the scene that dazzled everyone appeared again. only to see Lin Bei's figure short. Lu Yanyan slapped drew a blank, but Lin Bei got up and lifted his foot, kicking over, directly kicking at Lu Yanyan's belly. Lu Yanyan's face changed drastically as she felt like she was being hammered in the abdomen and her body involuntarily fell backwards. This scene changed so much that not only did Lin Jing fail to stop Lin Bei, he was even too late to hold Lu Yanran, so he just watched as Lu Yanran fell on her back. Lu Yanyan felt the back of her head hit the concrete floor, and her entire body almost fainted. Trying to get up but unable to do so, Lin Jing rushed over to help, only to find blood coming out of Lu Yanran's hair. Oops. No good. It's bleeding. Get up. Get in the car. I'll take you to the hospital. Lu Yanran climbed up in bewilderment, only to see Lin Bei pointing at her nose. Useless thing. With this much strength, you also want to get your hands on my Lin family's property. By the way, according to the protection of minors law, even if I beat you to death, you don't think you can do anything to me. It was only then that Lu Yanyan remembered that Lin Bei didn't even have a guardian, and Lin Bei turned her head towards Luo Yu and just walked away. As for Lu Yanyan's crying and fussing towards Lin Jing, she didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to it at all. She trusted Uncle Tu to know how to choose. Of course, even if Uncle Tu didn't become her guardian at that time, she still had Luo Yu as a way back. Lin family villa. The gate was locked tightly, and whenever someone walked through the door, there would be an inexplicable sense of mystery. A big fancy cat was lying on the sun umbrella on the roof terrace, while Lin Su was lying next to it, basking in the long-lost sun, with a piece of dog meat in front of him. Even in a normal cat, it is possible for ribs to heal themselves after being broken. A cat like Great White that had already evolved, and with Lin Su adding defense to it, allowing the muscle tissue at its broken ribs to heal quickly. This served to fix the broken bones, and it wouldn't take long for it to be able to fight for itself again. Lin Su realized that his injuries were still recovering quite quickly from eating that dog's dog meat. It's only been just over 10 hours and it seems like he can already move his joints. That wasn't the most important thing. The important thing was that he realized that after his joints had regrown, he could actually break his legs over and turn them 270 degrees flexibly. This is the equivalent of human legs and hands, being able to elbow their way out. Does this mean I can get in the water and swim? And backstroke? And it's possible to jump too? Is it a skill that amounts to pushing the limits of a species' physical structure? In his excitement, he immediately checked his attribute panel. Sure enough, a new skill appeared within the skill column, jumping. Jumping, your joints have undergone structural changes, breaking through species limitations and gaining the ability to jump and bounce in any direction. Oi, jumping is routine for other species, but ants need to go through such pain, and it counts as a skill. Specialized jumping ants are another story. After sighing at his fate, Lin Su planned to give it a try as it had been too long since he had skipped. After trying his feet and feeling that it didn't hurt too much anymore, he exerted his force, all 6 legs firing at the same time, and catapulted himself up towards his right side. Ah! The jump didn't take his soul. Lin Su felt the parasol rapidly moving away from him, and in the blink of an eye, only a small top was left, and the large flower on the top had turned into a small dot. A breeze blew, and he only felt the sky spinning, and even the greatest strength had nowhere to be used. So he just drifted out with the wind. After the upward force stopped, he realized that he was already high in the air, and that it wasn't the villa below him, it was the same grove of trees that he had been in before he relocated. After a sizzling sound, he fell from between the leaves to the ground. Luckily, he now had a 5-0 defense and a light body, so a fall like that wasn't much of a problem. No way. I'm afraid the height of my jump is over 30 meters. What's the concept of 30 meters? 8 or 9 stories high. It's not surprising though. My strength is currently 3 times the strength of a normal adult, and my body is so small it makes sense to throw myself so high. It's just that the body is too light and easy to float. In the future, I have to train properly, feel the flow of air more, and if I can master my body, this jumping skill of mine, it's not too far from the effect of flying. Now that we're in the woods, let's go to the reservoir and see how swimming works. After going down into the water, he realized that just as he thought, he could now swim. Although his body was not well controlled in the water, at least he would not be suffocated to death. And again, what it feels like to swim as an ant is completely different from what it feels like as a human. When he was a man, he would sink down in the water, but after becoming an ant, all he had to do was to lie down in the water, spread his 6 legs slightly and paddle slowly on the surface, and he was able to sunbathe at a leisurely pace. After swimming for a while, he started back into the woods to practice his strength and body control when jumping. After an afternoon of tossing and turning, the results were surprisingly good. He was now able to jump up in a single bound directly outside the villa's walls, landing precisely inside the balcony on the top of the villa's 3rd floor. This kind of jumping ability couldn't increase his battle power by much, but it greatly enhanced his survivability. Suffice it to say, if he were to go out now, he could go anywhere in the city. Big time. Returning to the roof, Lin Su was surprised to find that a lot of level 1 ants had appeared in the colony. In just one day's time, before that dog had finished digesting, the level 1 soldier ants had already exceeded 500 and had returned to pre-war levels. Not only that, but several male ants and hundreds of worker ants had risen to the first level. It was also Lin Su's first time being an ant, and he didn't know exactly how the battle power of ants was after they swarmed. But after last night's battle, he clearly realized the terror of the insect race. If the opponent didn't have the ability to attack in groups, it really was an ant that bites the elephant. So the most important thing about bugs is not individual strength, but numbers. No wonder the system gave me so many servant points. So the answer was in the data panel. I just didn't pay attention to it before. Luckily, I haven't taken many detours yet. That said, why didn't that Hiying Xiong bring anyone? Could it be that you were scared by my kingly aura and didn't dare to come? He had stayed on the roof today just to observe the movements of the uniform bureau. Moreover, he had sent dozens of first-class male ants on the roofs of various intersections, so that he would be the first to know once a car came by. But strangely enough, there was no movement until nightfall, while Hoing Hung is no more, and the uniform bureau is not here. Luo Yu is. Luo Yu sneakily climbed into the forest and came to the cellar by the faint light of his cell phone. King, my king, no response. In fact, Lin Su had already arrived. Right behind him on the tree trunk. From the villa to here, it was just a matter of him bouncing twice, and that was the benefit of the jumping skill. The reason why he didn't show up was that he didn't know yet if Luo Yu had a tracker or something like that on him. Luo Yu betrayal is impossible. Lin Su believes in the system. Of course, everything about him is brought about by the system and can only be trusted absolutely. Luo Yu called out a few times and saw that there was no response, so he prepared to look around the neighborhood. Just as he hadn't gotten more than a few steps, he suddenly kicked something under his foot and almost tripped. What the hell? Cursing, he stood up and glanced at his feet with his cell phone, and nearly shrieked in fear. It turned out to be a corpse, a human corpse. He turned and ran down the hill, but after a few steps, he suddenly felt wrong again. I'm a traveler. Travelers are supposed to run into weird things. It's called a strange encounter, and this is the king's territory. After settling down, he decided to head back and see who the body was. It's that ugly woman called Yen Ling. How did she die here? Luo Yu muttered to himself, puzzled in his mind. But just then, a voice suddenly came to mind and said, "Speak of this woman, and report carefully to the king everything you've done during this time." Luo Yu heard Lin Su's voice, but he did not see the real body, so he could only tell the whole process to the corpse with fear and trembling. After listening to Luo Yu's narration, Lin Su confirmed the idea in his heart even more. This goose spirit is someone sent from above. If there's one, there's two. It seems like I should enhance my strength as soon as possible and prepare to deal with it. Strength is the only thing to rely on. No matter who you are, no matter who you were sent by, soldiers come to stop, water comes to cover the earth. Plus one more chapter. Thanks to Fengyu, play Terrier God. Thousands of pairs of eyes. Feelings? No. 3 knives to hide 2 sides. One of the majority of readers. 3 ginger does not give more. Remembering the dream and memory of the shadow. Gush miracle. No delusion of the moon. Liang Chu. Small Tongshen. Like pig badger Lin Su. Xin Ya. Hu Maimo. Dang Xiaohu. Jeff. Rancid overnight. Listening to the book to reduce the age of the moon's old lady. Peak. Too much. Thank you. Luo Yu. Now this king will give you a third task. Hearing that Lin Su was going to release another quest, Luo Yu was excited. I knew I should make a trip. This is the right trip. This NPC is quite powerful. Honorable king, please feel free to leave the task to me. I will not let you down. This mission is simple. I want you to become Lin Bei's guardian and hold 40% of her shares in Sunrise Technology in her stead, and move into the Lin family villa with her. Good. Ha? Luo Yu answered without even thinking about it, but soon realized the problem. Where did he know how to manage a company? Substitute 40% of the shares. That's going to be the chairman of the board. What? Can't do it? No, I can definitely do it, and must. Just kidding. As a traveler, this challenge are afraid to face. Then how to become the protagonist of this world? The big deal is to buy some books on business management, and make up for it. Yes, Luo Yu claimed the mission, briefly asked for the reward, and then left joyfully. He had 2 quests on his mind right now, and if both were accomplished, his strength would change drastically. After Luo Yu left, Lin Su reviewed the whole thing, and the whole thing was pretty much organized by him. Hiying Xiong is too naive. in front of special power. He thinks that this kind of thing can be hidden? He must have known that the woman had died in the woods, but did nothing about it. I can be sure that this Hing Xiang is concealing the situation and pretending that he is an uninformed person. But this is good. He can stall me for a few days. But the disappearance of this woman, Yan Ling, he definitely has to report it. Otherwise he can't report the progress. It should be just in these few days. The top will soon notice the problem. And the next batch of people to come may be even more sinister. All day today, the whole team had no income at all. Of course, this is a special case, as Great White is injured, and Dahlia and Big Beaver have to dig out a hidden space under the floor of the villa as a nest to build an underground palace of ants, connected to the sewers. In the future, even Luo Yu and Lin Beibei would not be able to know that the villa's underground. There was still a dark world hidden. Luo Yu and Lin Beibei, on the other hand, would be Lin Su's front for covering up. The colony also has a lot of injuries and needs to recuperate, so today is a big vacation. This can't go on. I still need 400,000 experience points to upgrade, but there aren't any left at all. And even if it's not enough for me to upgrade, I still have to upgrade all of Big White and the others before I can face the next crisis. Big White's injury. If he recovers under normal circumstances, it will be hard to return to his peak state without a month or so. After all, it's a broken bone injury, but if it can succeed in advancing, then it can immediately shed its bones, and it's like healing the injury in the process. Lin Su carefully calculated that the defense of all three cats had reached 2.5, which was already the upper limit. For strength, Dahlia's 2.5 is also at the cap, but Big Beaver is only 0.9, and Great White is also at 0.9. Strength alone required 160,000 experience points, and speed hadn't been added at all, so a conservative estimate of speed would be more than 100,000 as well. This would add up to close to 700,000 to 800,000 experience points before he could upgrade all of himself and the three cats and steadily get through this crisis. But with the big flowers and beavers alone plus the ant colony, it's only about 100,000 per day, so it's going to take almost a week to get the 800,000 going. It's too much of an insurance policy. I have to get a full upgrade in 3 days. Where are you going to hunt so many experience points in 3 days? If we were to kill cockroaches and rats, it wouldn't take 30 days. It's not very efficient. Mainly because the rats aren't focused and it takes a long time just to find them. Stray cats and stray dogs would be really messed up if they were hunted around in broad daylight. Humans can be taken away quickly by thermal weapons if they send out a large number of uniformed personnel. Human thermal weapons can not only pistols, there are also a variety of flamethrowers. Laser guns, too really hard to fight. As long as they are tracked, that is really a million ways to die. Where will we find so many to hunt? Lin Su fell into deep thought. But soon, he thought of a place. Right, why didn't I think of that there? A slaughterhouse. My goodness, I should have thought of that. In S City, in the East District alone, there are 3 slaughterhouses. One specializing in killing chickens, one specializing in killing pigs, and one slaughterhouse for cows and sheep. After some deliberation, Lin Su planned to go directly to the chicken slaughterhouse tonight. Comparatively speaking, killing chickens didn't have so many experience points, but if you killed a cow or a pig, it would be too much of a commotion. Once his mind was made up, he began to organize the evening's activities. Dahlia was in charge of guarding the house. After all, Dabai was now in the recuperation stage of his injuries and did not have any combat power. After 12 o'clock, Lin Su and Big Beaver set off. He chose the Big Beaver because of its color, which was better for hiding at night, and because it was the fastest and less likely to be exposed. Soon they arrived at the chicken farm on the outskirts of town. Arriving at the chicken farm, Lin Su froze. The rest of the suburb is pitch black, but only this chicken farm is like daytime inside, and there are more than 10 workers working inside. Lin Su really didn't want to have a murder, or else things would get bigger and bigger, so he hid in the shadows and quietly observed. After some observation, he then realized that his previous perception was wrong. Previously, he had always thought that killing a chicken was just a bunch of chicken killers wiping the chicken's neck with a knife, but after seeing this factory, even he, a person with extensive knowledge, was quite surprised. Surprisingly, it is not people who are killing the chickens in the factory, but one assembly line machine after another is running. Workers simply hang live chickens upside down on hooks above the tracks, which bring rows and rows of chickens into a stainless steel box. By the time the chickens came out of the other end, they had been killed and all the feathers had been plucked. After squatting for a short while, Lin Su felt that it didn't make any sense and had to go find out where these chickens were caught from. Following the car carrying live chickens, they finally found a large tin room. There were only 2 workers inside this tin room, constantly loading baskets and baskets of chickens onto the truck. These are temporary chicken sheds designed to take in and store chickens sent in from farms all over the country and then hauled to the slaughterhouse to be culled. After the load of chickens was finished, the two workers started smoking and chatting there. Today's batch has been pretty much killed. 2 more loads and we're off. It's good that you're getting off work right away, but I've got a ton of things to take care of. In that batch yesterday, more than 3,000 died, and I don't know what the reason is. These dead chickens. I still have to wait for all of you to get off work to process and distribute them. Hey, so many dead chickens. Don't even know what the cause is, and then dare to send them to other people's restaurants. The money earned is missing the great virtue. Ha, why else can people make money and become big bosses and we can't? The two workers were chatting casually, and Lin Su was listening clearly from the shadows. He really didn't think that chickens that had been dead for a day could be processed and then continued to be delivered to restaurants. This chicken boss. It seems that even if I kill his chickens, it won't do him any damage. He sends them out as usual. So who knows, this kind of person really deserved death by 1,000 cuts. If I were really the Ant-Man, I wouldn't be able to say that I do the people a favor today. Why don't we just create an Ant-Man out of it? I think Luo you would be fine. It was not until 4 a.m. that the workers in the tin room got off work and locked the door. Lin Su naturally wouldn't be polite, and quickly went through the vent and entered the tin room. Upon entering the tin room, he realized the spectacle was spectacular. Inside the rows and rows of iron cages, the uncountable chickens were extremely crowded, and there was no room to even walk. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of chickens in here. This is really an unscrupulous businessman. So many chickens, crammed into this space. It's strange if they don't die. Entering the chicken coop, Lin Su almost didn't die from the stench inside. There's no way around it. Ants have a very powerful olfactory system and it's not easy to turn off. He opened the chicken coop and forced himself to hold back the stench from the coop as he zoomed the beaver into the cage. These chickens didn't feel any danger at all, and the big beaver entered the cage and went straight for the kill. Lin Su himself was not polite, jumping onto the chickens, and with a single clamp of his large jaws, he directly snapped the throat of a chicken. The experience points of these chickens surprised him. It's surprising that a chicken is only 300 plus experience points. It stands to reason that any more than that, a chicken is bigger than a rat of any size. But the experience points are minimal. Soon, Lin Su figured it out. These chickens are hyped up products that may have grown to 2 or 3 pounds in a month, and they haven't even seen any other life but human beings. A cat of this size broke into the cage and didn't cause much of a reaction, so it was clear that they had never even seen a cat and didn't know how ferocious it could be. The killing, which took place from the early hours of the morning until the morning, did not stop during that time. Lin Su didn't even know how many chickens he had clipped to death. He only knew that his experience points were dabbling up, and he had never been so comfortable. Throughout the entire process, he only had one thought, and that was that he must hunt down 1 million experience points today. As for whether it was dark or light, he couldn't care less anymore. It was only when the experience points exceeded 1,070,000 that he realized it, and it was a relief. Go, big beaver, time to retreat. Lin Su looked at the chicken feathers and chicken carcasses all over the ground and felt that this was a bit too eye-catching. This thing is not too big, not too small. The owner of this chicken farm, if you go to the uniform bureau, things are going to cause some unnecessary trouble again. Just then he saw where the 2 chicken farm employees were last night. There was heck of a lighter there. This unscrupulous adulterer. I'm doing the people a favor, right? The thought of it made what had been a bit of a guilt trip less stressful. So many roasted chickens. It's cheap. Looking at the chicken feathers all over the ground, Lin Su decisively lit the fire. Big beaver, rip who? The fire from the chicken feathers spread and soon ignited the troughs and some plastic equipment, and the whole chicken farm was thick with smoke and flames. Lin Su, who was the instigator, was already riding a big beaver and escaping at this time. Civet cats are everywhere, and the big civet is just a little bit bigger, so it won't arouse anyone's suspicion at all. Big beaver took Lin Su all the way to the wind, slowing down a bit when there were people, and going full speed when there were no people, and within half an hour, they had returned to the villa. One thing Lin Su guessed correctly was that he didn't gain experience points from chickens burnt to death in this way. This is probably how the system is set up. There is no way the system could be bugged like this. If it was such an easy way to gain experience points, then he would have just gone ahead and burned the primeval forest, and I'm afraid that he would have been able to burn his way up to the 3rd rank in a day. A total of 1,070,000 experience points. Good lord, this time it's really developed. After admiring his masterpiece, Lin Su began to distribute it. First, there is the great white, which has an injury, and every little bit of quicker relief from the pain is good. He even went as far as to walk up to the great white himself and grant it power. While systematic binding is one aspect, emotional bonding fills employees with a sense of belonging. After spending 250,000 experience points, all of Great White's stats had reached their limits, but Lin Su quickly realized and asked something he had overlooked, and that was the spirit. His current spirit was 1.5, while the alien servant's total spirit was now 2.9, about to double his spirit. The system had warned that an alien servant's spirit could only total less than twice his own. System, what happens if the total spirit of the alien servants is more than twice mine? The system was quick to respond. There is a possibility of defection. It's just a possibility, right? Can you give a probability? There is no probability. The host can avoid servant defection by cultivating feelings. The probability of defection is also related to the servant's species, and cannot be uniformly determined. In that case, it doesn't matter. Lin Beibei is fine. The 3 cats and I get along pretty well, and I'm sure I won't defect for a while. As for Luo Yu, I haven't invested much in him anyway, but I know humans, driven by profit. I believe he knows the benefits of following me. Lin Su didn't know that Luo Yu was treating it as an NPC at the moment, an important NPC that could give him a boost, and there was no possibility of defecting. After some consideration, Lin Su decided to maintain his previous plan and spent 20,000 experience points on Great White, adding Great White's spirit to 0.5. Soon, the Great White began to metamorphose and upgrade. As expected, although Great White experienced pain during the metamorphosis process, the shedding of his bones also meant that his previous injuries would automatically heal in the process. Name, Great White. Race, cat. Level, First Order 2. Lifespan, 50 years, 48 years. Strength, 2. 5, 1. 9. Speed, 5. 5, 3. 2. Defense, 2. 5, 1. 5. Skill, elementary immortality, ordinary life, but with an indomitable spirit. After experiencing life and death, you possess the ability to double your defense when faced with a deadly threat again. Mental, 0. 5, 0. 3. Holy shit. Seeing the acquired skills that Great White had gotten, Lin Su directly exploded. Also experiencing life and death, he himself gained a simple jumping ability. And look at Great White, immortal, and still only a beginner. He could already explode double defense at critical moments. What would it be like to advance to intermediate or even advanced level later on? It can't really have an immortal body, can it? At this moment, the big white, where still looks like a cat, is simply a small old axe. With a length of 70 centimeters and sharp eyes, the Great White looks majestic. However, after evolving, Great White was the first to prostrate himself again, sticking out his tongue and licking Lin Su's forelimbs. Great White, your bravery is recognized by me, so I give you strength, and we will live on and grow stronger. There's no way out. There's a possibility of defection. He had to be gracious and play the emotional card. Meow. The change in the Great White quality made Lin Su look forward to the next metamorphosis of himself. Great Flower and Great Beaver even more. Lin Su knew that every enhancement of life didn't necessarily produce new talents and skills. Sure enough, after spending less than 200,000 experience points to upgrade Dahlia, there were no new talents or skills, but Dahlia's original talent has taken on a new dimension. That's the fact that Vajra Blade was originally only 10 minutes for one burst, but now it can reach 20 minutes. Name, Dahlia. Race, cat. Level, First Order 2. Lifespan, 50 years, 48 years. Strength, 2. 5, 2. 5. Speed, 5. 5, 5. 5. Defense, 2. 5, 2. 5. Talent, Vajra Sharp Blade, 4-claw burst enhancement tripled for 20 minutes. Can burst once per day. Mental, 0. 5, 0. 5. It seems that in the future, Dahlia will be an attacker, even if she doesn't have any other skills. As long as Vajra Sharp Blade can be raised all the way up, she might be able to explode for a few hours at a time. And that would be quite terrifying. Next up is Big Beaver. Big Ravens didn't give birth to a new skill either. Just the Phantom Cat skill, with a new twist. Name, Big Beaver. Race, cat. Level, First Order 2. Lifespan, 50 years, 48 years. Strength, 2. 5, 2. 5. Speed, 5. 7, 5. 7. Defense, 2. 5, 2. 5. Talent, Phantom Cat, instantly double speed. Splits into a residual shadow with the same appearance as the main body. Lasts for 5 seconds. Cooldown half an hour. Mental, 0. 5, 0. 5. 3 seconds to 5 seconds is kind of a boost. It's not an essential boost, but the current speed is 5, 7, and after activating the skill, there's a 5-second period to double the speed, which is quite explosive. Over 300 kilometers per hour in 5 seconds. What's that? This was no longer flying too slowly. If it was to hit something in the middle of the process, he was afraid that he would be crashed into a meat pie. Lastly, Lin Su himself. His strength was only 3.0, speed was 6.0, defense was 5.0, and after spending 400,000 experience points, he finally added all the values to 6.0. Metamorphosis is something that makes ants suffer but look forward to. He has reached 18 centimeters in length with this metamorphosis, and his body is not as easy to hide as it used to be. Name, Lin Su. Race, Red Fire Ants. Level, First Order 8. Lifespan, 100 years, 100 years. Strength, 6.0, 6.0. Speed, 6.0, 6.0. Defense, 6.0, 6.0. Talent, 4.3 milliliters of venom. Spirit sense. Scent tracking, your ant pheromones have undergone a mutation boost and can be sensed by you within 1,000 meters. Skills, illumination, 3 rows of flying needles, tail needles increased to 3. Effective range is 30 meters. Can increase range with strength. After each poisonous needle is detached, it will take 3 days for it to grow again. Jumping, your joints have undergone structural changes, breaking through species limitations and gaining the ability to jump and bounce in any direction. Team vision, you can share to a minion's vision at any time, regardless of distance or space. Spirit, 1.5. Experience points, 172485. Servant, 1.000.000.000. 45,636. With the addition of another tail pin, it's now possible to triple needle and select 3 different targets at the same time. Lin Su didn't know if his tail pin would continue to increase. Right now he felt like his tail was like the rear of a sports car. A row of 3 exhaust pipes with 3 sword spikes sticking out of them. It was a little weird. It won't continue to increase in the future, right? In that case, then my tail would be too ugly. The scent tracking range had also been improved, from 800 meters to 1000 meters. This skill might not seem strong, but it was practical when you thought about it. These skill upgrades are to be expected. But looking at the skill team vision, Lin Su was a bit nonplussed. This, team vision, now that's a true buggy god skill. Finally, I've been given skills that I can utilize as a team. With this, I can globally bullwoo, which is extremely useful both during battle and for scouting in general. I could even set up eyes all over the city right now, switching at all times to watch for incoming attackers. In his excitement, Lin Su was the first to directly share Lin Bei's perspective. A magical scene suddenly appeared in his mind at the moment, as if his field of vision was like a range in which a big screen suddenly appeared, like a movie, and the scene was completely different from the world in front of his eyes now, and the world before us exists as it is. It's an increase, not a switch. That means I can see the scene I could have seen in front of my eyes and still see everything the person being shared sees. At this time Lin Bei was reading a book, and the content of the book being read, Lin Su could see it as clearly as she could. This little guy, he's already reading this kind of book? It turned out that the book Lin Bei was reading was a book titled A Brief History of Humankind, which Lin Su had read before and was very thoughtful. Switch Roya's vision to see. Switching to Luo Yu's world. Lin Su was speechless. This guy had a darkness in front of his eyes, and he could still hear the sound of snoring. Wasting time sleeping like this in the middle of the day? What a big heart. Is he in no hurry at all for the task I gave him? Just as Lin Su spat, Luo Yu's eyes opened. Lin Su was even able to clearly see the entire process of him washing up, as well as fixing his hair in the mirror. After finishing his hair, he only saw Luo Yu talking to himself in the mirror. Hey, handsome guy, you're the protagonist of this world. Hurry up and go fulfill your mission. That said, the Ant King, this NPC, is really generous. Could it be the protagonist's aura of me? The traveler, playing tricks? Hearing the word traveler, Lin Su's heart tightened. Luo Yu is a traveler? There are even travelers in this world? I'm an NPC? This is a game world? If he's a traveler, could there be other travelers? A series of questions surfaced in Lin Su's mind. He intended to track Luo Yu with careful observation, and fortunately, everything about the other party was now within his control. Lin Su didn't rush to switch out of Luo Yu's field of vision, but kept watching to see what secrets he had. It's like living life from Royu's point of view, and it feels amazing. I only saw Luo Yu prepare some personal information, and then went to Lin Bei's room, prepared some information, and after double-checking it, he took Lin Bei to the street office to go through some formalities. He took the initiative to be Lin Bei's guardian, and as Lin Bei who absolutely trusted Luo Yu, she naturally quickly agreed. After completing the formalities, the duo planned to move immediately, and it was obvious that Luo Yu was looking forward to the rewards for completing the mission. and almost didn't want to wait a moment. Lin Su cut off Luo Yu's vision after a moment of stun. Spirit dropped by 0.1. This team vision. It's kinda spirit consuming. It was expected that Lin Beibei and Luo Yu would move to the villa in the afternoon, so Lin Su would no longer need to follow his vision. And there would be plenty of opportunities to investigate Luo Yu's identity anyway. He then switched his field of view to the latter one, a level 2 ant queen, and what appeared on the resulting screen was an extremely dark environment. The latter is underground with no light source. Switch to Dahlias and see. Just as soon as everything changed, Lin Su found problems. First of all, the colors in the field of vision. The color of this world that Dahlia saw was surprisingly different from Lin Su's own. If Lin Su was an ant looking at the world with compound eyes, naturally, it was needless to say that his eyesight was poor, but he was now in a state where his soul was looking at the world, so his perspective and colors were the same as a human. He had been a human being for more than 30 years, and had long ago become accustomed to human behavior patterns, so he was not used to the ant's perspective. But the world Dahlia saw was monotonous in color, only blue and green. Holy shit, so I've always been a big green ant in Dahlia's eyes. This guy is still nearsighted. Lin Su knew that a cat's eyesight was weaker in the daytime, especially under this kind of sun, and its eyesight was like a tenth of a human's. I see that this eyesight is more than a tenth of a human's. 2. Is it because of evolution? Yes, Dahlia has already evolved twice, and her eyes are definitely getting better step by step. In addition to the color, Lin Su also noticed that Dahlia's perspective was much wider than Lin Su's own, almost twice as wide, and it could see both sides of its body. Experience it again at night. Show me a cat's night vision. Afterwards, Lin Su experienced the perspective of Soldier 1 and an ordinary soldier ant, and realized that the world of ordinary soldier ants was almost all pixels, making it difficult to distinguish things. But Soldier 1, as a level 2 soldier ant, was already able to have a blurry picture, especially for dynamic objects, which are already sensitive. At this moment, Bingyi was leading a team of soldier ants to hunt cockroaches in the sewers, and Lin Su could only see the rough outline of the cockroaches through its perspective. Ordinary ants can be said to be of little or no help to me at the moment. They don't really serve as my scouting carriers, at least a level 1, but a level 1 isn't enough either. It can only distinguish the species of dynamic objects, and that's barely enough to see the faces of even a Soldier 1. So I've got a long way to go to build a scouting network all over the city. But right now I don't need to spread my scouting network all over the city. I just need to set up eyes over at the Uniform Bureau. Today, I will arrange for this new batch of princess ants to have a wedding flight. I still have more than 100,000 experience points. And before the new princess ants take their wedding flight, I have to raise some of the male ants to level 2 first. After the level 2 male ants have completed their wedding flights and their status is restored, it's time to send them on scouting missions. Lin Su was now envious of these male ants himself. If he had been able to be reborn earlier and gained the system before his wedding flight, then he wouldn't have lost his wings. I don't know if my wing membrane will ever grow back. The wedding flight was about to begin, but then Lin Su realized a problem. He hadn't been managing the ant colony directly, but when the wedding flight started, he realized that since none of the male ants died during the last wedding flight, there were more than 20 level 1 male ants that survived, and this time, all of them had been upgraded to level 2 by him to participate in the wedding flight as well. The level 1 male ants that matured during this time, there were even more than 50 of them, which caused a mismatch in the number of level 1 princess ants. Level 1 princess ants matured this time, a mere 38 of them. There are too many wolves and not enough meat. That's what patriarchy brings. Am I going to have to upgrade my regular princess ants to level 1 to match the numbers? Just as well. It's just a matter of spending a little more experience points. So Lin Su began to start matching according to the number. He first upgraded 22 old male ants that participated in the wedding flight last time. In a few minutes, all 22 level 1 male ants would have turned into level 2 male ants. But just as he was about to continue building level 1 princess ants, he suddenly realized something was wrong. What is this? Surprisingly, he found a new talent other than venom in a male ant that had just been promoted to level 2. And this new talent, surprisingly, is also flying needles. He hurriedly examined all the newly promoted male ants and found that 2 of them had awakened the flying needle talent. Hung 2, male 9. I haven't paid attention to this. I ignored this when I promoted one of them before. Now I have to check it thoroughly. Those with new talents can be focused on cultivation. After rechecking it all over again, he realized that General 1 and General 3 also possessed the flying needle talent. Why are all of them flying needle talents? System, please answer. The flying needle talent is the host's genetic talent, and all of the host's offspring carry the host's talent gene, and with the awakening of the offspring's genes, all of the offspring have a certain chance of awakening the talent skill. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Su was excited. He had performed the wedding flight once himself, and then he had advanced all the way to the next level and never participated in it again. Because of his size and strength, even the latter one wouldn't be able to withstand a shot from himself to her. But it was that one time that passed on her genetic gifts to the latter, who could keep spawning without the need for a nuptial flight. Even the other ant queens now, they were all his and Ho Yi's offspring. The entire colony had his genetic heritage. My goodness. I'm afraid the ant colony will become a powerful artillery unit in the future. Wouldn't such an ant colony be invincible? Knowing that right now, his own flying needles had a range of 30 meters and there were 3 flying needles. If there were thousands, millions and millions of such soldier ants, how terrifying would it be? This time the wedding flight was on the roof. And looking at the scene, Lin Su thought of that kind of large social scene. However, after this wedding flight, the ants could no longer be seen above ground. They would only appear in the underground royal palace, hidden in the darkness. Because next, Luo Yu and Lin Bebe would move into this villa. The very night Lin Bebe and Luo Yu moved into the villa, a case that was just as sensational as the extermination tragedy occurred in S City. Only one person died in this case, but the sensation it caused to the citizens of S City was no less than the extermination tragedy. Because the person who died in this case was the famous crime-solving expert of S City, the chief of criminal investigation, He Yingxiong. He Yingxiong was killed in an alley not far from his home. There were no traces of fighting at the scene, and his death was strange, being strangled by an extremely small rope-like object and suffocated to death. Meanwhile, in the underground aisle of a subway station in Dongcheng district, a cloaked homeless man was lying on the ground, but judging from what he was wearing and the clothes padded on the ground, the man did not look like he used to be short of money. This homeless man is the sole survivor of the extermination. He's Yang Cheng. Yang Qing's eyes were lifeless as he watched the young men and women coming and going in the aisles to catch the subway. Just then, a tall and thin man with a handsome face, hair flowing over his shoulders, and a guitar case on his back walked up next to Yang Qing in the distance. The long-haired man sat down against the wall, opened the guitar case, and took out a log-colored chipped folk guitar. And if you looked closely, the guitar strings, one of them, still had the slightest trace of red. The man sat down next to Yang Chang, sweeping the strings and singing, walking up the Changban slope alone. The moonlight was too gentle, and then it didn't bear fruit. Yang Qing, what's that? A combination of Chow Chow and later is fruitless? Yang Qing is a hobo who has no income since he lost his sister Yan Lu as a backer. As for Yang Lu's villa, he didn't dare to go back at all after that kind of thing happened. Besides, Ant-Man and Spirit Catman had been rumored so much lately that he almost believed them. With the jumbled string of lyrics, the magical vocals, and the clear guitar, Yang Qing surprisingly felt attracted. He finally looked up, a light inside his eyes. Only the long-haired man didn't even look at him, and his fingers flew across the guitar with the dexterity of threading a flower. This guy plays so well, and he's a singer? He could be a teacher at any training center, right? Even if we do live broadcasts, we mustn't make a few $100s a day? Just as Yang Qing was rambling, 2 working girls who looked to be in their 20s picked up their cell phones and started taking pictures and recording videos of him and the long-haired man. Wow, so cool. Sure enough, not only were people taking pictures, but people were throwing money inside the guitar case, because fewer people used cash. Surprisingly, some people started scanning the QR code on top of the piano case and transferring money directly by scanning the code. Good lord, this long-haired man had only strung together such a song, and there were more than 10 people surrounding him, and some people were shouting for the handsome man to do another song. Only $50 today, already earned, enough for living expenses. Break it up. The long-haired man's speech is also good. Like a gentle spring breeze, inside the voice has a young vigor, but also has the vicissitudes and perseverance. Yang Qing wondered how such a person could be reduced to becoming a wandering singer. And this handsome man, surprisingly, has money to spare. The crowd dispersed only when the long-haired man put the guitar in its case, and Yang Qing was ready to close his eyes again. Your name is Yang Cheng? Just as he closed his eyes, a voice rang beside his ears, the magical voice of the long-haired man. Yang Qing's eyes widened. How do you recognize me? Not only do I recognize you, I also know your situation. Your sister Yang Lu and brother-in-law Chao Dongfeng just died, and your mother Du Yue went with them. You don't have a job. You've been mingling with your sister, and now you have nothing. You, who are you? How did you know? Yang Qing didn't recognize this person in front of him at all. He thought the man was a liar, but on second thought, he was in such a state where he had nothing left for anyone else to lie about. You came here specifically to see me? Yang Qing was uneducated, but not stupid. You guessed it. I have nothing. All the glory I once had is gone. All the women I once had have run away. All the brothers I once had have left me. And if you want anything from me, then I'm sorry to tell you that you'll get nothing when you look at the state I'm in now. Yang Qing's words were filled with despondency. During this time, after all his friends had learned that his sister had died and that he had no financial resources, one by one, those friends who had once called him brother and sister had excluded him from the circle. No, you can actually have it all. You're just intimidated. The long-haired man spoke without thinking. Your sisters can be yours, you just don't dare to fight for it. And all of this, I can do it for you, and can guarantee that there is no risk, as long as you listen to me in everything. The long-haired man said so, but Yang Qing was not at all moved. Ha, easy for you to say. What makes you so sure? Are you better than the Uniform Bureau? My sister and my brother-in-law, and my mom, they died for no reason. The Uniform Bureau didn't have a single word to say, and they couldn't even find the cause of death. I don't want to get involved. This is permeated with great horror. It's already a fluke that I'm alive now. Thinking of the misery he had seen that night, Yang Qing shuddered, and suddenly gripped his head hard with both hands, rubbing his hair into an even bigger mess. Humph, Uniform Bureau? What the hell? That legendarily powerful He Xiong. What the hell? It didn't even carry me for a single move, and I've already sent him away. How else do you think I found you? Sent him away? That one. You are? Yang Qing's voice trembled a little. He was really trying to run away from all of this, but he didn't realize that trouble would always find him. Right, I'm the murderer. What? You don't dare to say? Afraid of being silenced by me? Don't worry. If you promise to listen to me in everything, I'll make sure you're fine. But if, the long-haired man in front of him looked handsome and harmless, but Yang Qing suddenly remembered the red marks on his guitar strings just now, and his heart inexplicably trembled. He figured out that a guitar string that killed the Brigadier General of the Uniform Bureau, and the other party didn't hide it in the slightest. He didn't dare to say it explicitly, but the other party still said it. It was obvious that the long-haired man didn't care about this matter. You, who the hell are you? What do you want? You don't have to know who I am. If you do, you'll die. Of course, you have to cooperate with me now, or die if you don't. The long-haired man said casually, with the slightest hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth, badass and handsome, as if death was a casual thing for him. But this was a great terror from heaven for Yang Qing. After a long time, he said with a bitter smile, all right, I admit it. How am I going to cooperate with you? Very well. Your willingness to cooperate saves me a lot of trouble. Let me put it to you this way. The deaths of your family, and the deaths of the traffickers' gang, are all because of the same reason, which is that you moved someone, or you wanted to move someone. Lin Beibei? Yang Qing had actually thought of this a long time ago, but there was really nothing he could do about it. Looks like you're not as stupid as you look. Yeah, it's Lin Beibei. That's why I want you to use Yang Lu's younger brother's identity to seize 40% of Sunrise Technologies' equity, as well as the Lin family villa. That way, whenever Lin Beibei is aggrieved, that person will appear and I'll kill him. Ha, you mean, let me be the bait? But how am I, an outsider, going to seize the stake? You have no other choice, and you're not an outsider. So what if Lin Beibei dies? But why don't you just kidnap Lin Beibei? She's just naturally stronger. It's nothing special. Of course I could do that, but I have a bad habit of being elegant. As you can see, I'm an instrumentalist, an elegant man, and don't want to be so direct. Yang Qing, you're graceful? When you killed He Xiong, why weren't you graceful? Is it elegant to strangle someone to death with a guitar string? The real reason why the long-haired man didn't directly kidnap Lin Beibei was certainly not because of elegance, but because the strength of the person who could make Yanling disappear silently was definitely not that simple. If it was only Yanling, the woman, it would be fine, but that dog, even if it was himself, it would take a lot of effort to handle it. He was just being careful, using Yang Qing to lure the other party out, observing first and knowing his enemy. Yang Qing questioned in his heart, but the long-haired man seemed to have heard him. Are you trying to say that it was inelegant for me to kill He Xiong directly? Tell you what, he died inelegantly because he was dishonest. He thought he could be reasonable in front of people like us, but he was wrong. I have absolute strength. I don't need to be reasonable. I just need him to honestly tell me the whole process. But he had something to hide, so he died an inelegant death. Reason is a rule made by the strong, for the weak to follow, and the strong don't need this shit. Yang Qing understood in a flash. Like me, if I don't cooperate, you'll be unreasonable and kill me. Luo Yu and Lin Beibei moved into the villa. Unlike Lin Beibei, Luo Yu was very excited. Ha, the treatment of travelers is different. All kinds of strange encounters. In the previous world, if I wanted to live in a house like this, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance to struggle for 100 years. I didn't expect that the NPC would directly give a quest and live in it. The key is that there are rewards to be had for such a simple task. This is the protagonist's halo. Speaking of quests, I'm supposed to be turning them in now. Moving here even saves me the trouble of turning in quests. It's just out the door and to the left. It's so cool. After nightfall, Luo Yu waited until Lin Beibai fell asleep before he went out alone and entered the woods. King, my king, are you there? I've come to hand in my quest. Luo Yu carefully called out, causing him to be really surprised when he found the large flower cat that suddenly appeared in the moonlight. When did this flower cat get so big? Eyeballing Dahua's current weight. I'm afraid it's 50 to 60 pounds. If Luo Yu didn't know that this was originally a cat, I'm afraid he would have to suspect that the other party was a scampering species of leopard. King, I've completed my mission. I've registered as Lin Beibei's guardian, and I've already moved to live in the villa without any problems. Honorable King, please give me power. Luo Yu paid his respects while stealing glances at the large ants on the big flower cat. Roy, this ant is really big. No, it seems bigger than last time. Good, very good. Do you want power, speed, or defense? The effects of strength, speed and defense. Luo Yu had already learned about them a long time ago, and before he came to turn in his quest, he had already figured out what he wanted. Honorable King, I want power this time. After being easily taken down by He Xiong last time, Luo Yu realized that his pitiful 1.5 strength was simply not enough in front of skill. Moreover, he realized that He Xiong's power was not weaker than his. Most importantly, He Xiong was so strong in his own eyes that he ended up being ended by someone else. When he saw the news, he was shocked, so he chose to enhance his power this time. Not only that, he spent a lot of money on ordering weaponry and training equipment online, ready to improve himself on top of his skills as well. Good. I now grant you the power to enhance your strength by 1 times the initial amount of your own body, and now your power, if quantified, can be interpreted as 2.5, which is about to reach the limit of human beings. Lin Su endured the pain and used 100,000 experience points on Luo Yu. Feeling the explosive power hidden inside his body, Luo Yu was excited inside. It was really because this time the task was too easy, just as easy as the last time I bought a cell phone. Honorable King, your servant thanks you for your gift. Please, is there any other trouble you need me to take care of next? Lin Su, this is fucking really treating me like an NPC that I can pick up quests and squeeze at will. He Xiong is dead? Yes, but I've only seen the news, and I'm not too clear on what exactly is going on. Honorable King, if you want to know the specifics of this matter, I can inquire for you. Lin Su, this kid, dog smart but with this strength of yours, now it is estimated that it is only comparable to He Xiong, the person who killed He Xiong. How can it be simple? You think you are invincible because you are a traveler? Oh, there's no need for you to inquire about this. Don't leave the villa during this period of time, and Lin Beibai don't go to school. Wait for my news. If there is something urgent, you can come here directly. I can hear you calling. Good. Luo Yu was slightly disappointed. Just when he thought he had no luck this time, the king's voice came back into his head. You have to work hard to learn business management, and when you take control of Sunrise Technology and are able to mobilize funds, I want you to buy the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse in the Eastern District. Hearing that there was another quest, Luo Yu was instantly excited. Although he felt strange as to why the king wanted him to buy a cow and sheep slaughterhouse, he did not ask more questions in this regard and directly accepted the mission. He felt that the quest might have been randomly issued, or maybe this quest was related to the main quest. As for what the mainline quest was, Luo Yu hadn't figured it out yet, but he wasn't in a hurry. After doing more quests, the main quest would naturally appear. Even if there were no hints, he could still analyze it himself. Ever since he gained over 1 million experience points by killing chickens, Lin Su had no interest in the sewers anymore. He's got his eye on slaughterhouses for cows and sheep. Of course, it was still too difficult for the ant colony to go against the cows and sheep, and they had to hang out inside the sewers for now. But Lin Su himself was already too lazy to enter the sewers to kill cockroaches, and even killing rats he found a bit boring. After finishing his conversation with Luo Yu, he decided to make a trip to the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse in the latter part of the night. This time, like last time, he brought Big Beaver with him. Dahlia and Dabai were crouching near the sewers, and as for what to hunt, that was left to their own discretion. The ant colony, on the other hand, goes hunting for cockroaches and even rats. As usual, Lin Su arrived at the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse and it was already around 3 in the morning. As he expected, the cattle and sheep slaughterhouses also operate at night. Lin Su first came to the sheep killing operation room and found that there were just too many workers here. Killing sheep is not as simple as killing chickens, although it is also hung upside down and hung in a row, but it has to be operated manually. It looks like the next step is to arrange a job for Luo Yu to kill sheep. Lin Su thought badly, remembering Luo Yu's expression when he heard about his mission. He gloated a little. Travelers doing the butcher's job of killing sheep. Hey, worst traveler ever. After seeing the sheep killing operation, he went to the cattle killing operation. Through the glass he saw the whole process of killing the cow. The slaughterhouse workers took a cow and weighed it first, and a cow turned out to be more than 1,000 pounds. After weighing the cow, the workers bound the cow, and Lin Su thought they were going to stab it with a knife, but then he saw that the cow straightened its whole body, and even fell in place. So it's by way of high voltage electrocution. My goodness. It's fortunate that I didn't rush over there, or else I'm afraid I would have been electrocuted in passing. Lin Su pinched a sweat. The workers stunned the cow directly by means of an electric current. By this time some of the workers had gone out for a smoke, while others were preparing some tools. A few minutes later, a trailer was wheeled in, and the crowd hoisted the cow up by hand and began the work of scalping, de-hoofing, pre-skinning, and so on. Seeing this, Lin Su vaguely had an idea of his own. He had wanted to kill the sheep, which would have been relatively easy, but sheep aren't chickens, and that sheep pen wasn't too far from the slaughtering operation, so if he made a noise, he'd find out soon enough. This process of workers killing cows, if controlled well, may be a sitting duck. That cow just now, it was more than 1,000 pounds. Lin Su used his illumination skill to look at it. The cow's speed was indeed inferior to a human, but its strength was astonishingly high at 12.5, and its defense was also a terrifying 8. With these numbers, there was no telling how many experience points one could gain if they killed a few cows themselves. Lin Su stared at the entire slaughtering process of a cow and felt that killing a cow was still quite troublesome, and it didn't seem like he had much of a chance if he let himself do it. He looked toward the high voltage switch, wondering if he could get a chance to flip that switch himself once the cow was tied up, but after tying up the cow, these workers just flipped the stun switch and didn't leave, which is not good. Big Beaver, we need your cooperation this time. During the process of tying up the cows, you go outside and make some noise, preferably a bigger one, such as opening up the barn and letting a few cows out, preferably herding one, to lure everyone away so I can operate. Lin Su only needed 10 seconds before he was certain that he could enter the slaughter room, turn on the electric shock switch, and then retreat in one piece. He had 6.0 speed now, and with the jumping skill, it was perfectly doable. Meow. The Big Beaver also had 0.5 spirit now, and its comprehension ability was even greater than before, so as soon as it heard it, it knew what Lin Su wanted it to do. So Big Beaver turned and stealthily disappeared into the darkness. He still had to step to the bullpen first. The timing of the riot was very important, and it had to be created while the workers were in the process of tying up the cattle. Not long after, Big Beaver returned once again, and Lin Su once again shared specific plans with him. After the cow is killed, broken down and bagged, the workers move on to the next cow. Soon the workmen brought in another cow, this one no smaller than the last and strong as a mountain all over. Lin Su clearly felt that this cow was not willing to go towards the side of the operation room, and even the workers had a hard time pulling it. Surprisingly, it knew that over there was the slaughterhouse, and seemed to know that it was going to die, so it tried hard to turn back. Lin Su gave this bull an illumination skill and realized that the bull's spirit actually had 0.19. No wonder others say that cows are humane. This cow can indeed read a lot of things, only it can't speak. But so what? On this planet, humans are the masters. Humans will only take what they want from the other animals, and it's up to them to live and kill. Moo, moo 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 moo. Hearing the cows bellowing, Lin Su even understood that it was saying, "No, I don't want to die." The mental sensing skill is really annoying. I can actually understand cow language. The bull, though possessing over 12 points of great strength, was ultimately unable to exert its power because it was held by the nose and dragged into the slaughterhouse. Once again, Big Beaver dived into the darkness and entered the bullpen not far away. The barn was opened and Big Beaver jumped on the tail of a cow and took a hard dig under it. This was the plan that Lin Su and Big Beaver had discussed. Lin Su went so far as to cite the African ergo hyena's anorectal surgery program. A sharp pain came from behind that cow and it lurched forward, toward the outside of the barn. Outside the barn were several trailers, which were clanking and clanking as they were rushed by the cows. The sharp pain kept on going, and the big bull charged. Soon the cow had actually dented the door of a small sedan. The minivan immediately let out a piercing siren, and the workers who were tying up the cows wondered what was going on outside and what all the commotion was about. In desperation, they had to hastily tie up the cows casually and rush out in droves. Just as they rushed out, Lin Su arrived at the door of the slaughter room with a single bounce from the window. A couple more small distance jumps and into the slaughter room. Seeing the electric shock switch, Lin Su didn't have any hesitation and directly jumped onto the switch. With the switch being closed, the bewildered cow just straightened up and fell over on all fours, sideways. However, Lin Su did not receive any experience points. This cow is still alive. He hurriedly shared the big beaver's vision and realized that there was chaos outside at the moment and no one would be coming in at all. So instead of rushing away, he closed the current switch again. After a few operations, he finally received a huge amount of experience points. Seeing this amount of experience points, Lin Su almost forgot to leave the slaughter room. My god, it's over 600,000. This cow's experience points. A full 601,550 points. A value that even if they kept killing chickens, he and Big Beaver would still be busy for a few hours. Lin Su excitedly left the slaughter room. When a worker finally grabbed the reins of the cow outside and took control of the situation, no one knew why the cow was out of control, and some even thought that one of the co-workers had forgotten to close the door of the barn, which caused such a big commotion. This is something that someone has to be responsible for. The car was vandalized and I'm afraid the repairs will cost a small few $1,000s, so someone has to pay for it. By the time the workers had reclosed the mad cow and entered the slaughter room again, the cow to be slaughtered was already dead straight on the ground, having long since lost its voice. Holy shit, which one of you just hit the switch? Everyone denied it, but no one would look deeper than to assume that some co-worker was nervous about leaving and did it in passing. At this moment, Lin Su, however, had already returned to the bullpen. Just now, this cow, after a rampage, not only broke its own head, but was also tethered directly to a concrete pillar inside the barn by the workers because of its violent struggle. Lin Su intended to kill it. As for being discovered, he no longer cared so much, believing that those slaughter workers would be the next to execute the cow. As for the strange death of this cow, those workers would at most be used as a talking point after drinking. And now that he was strong, he was no longer afraid of many things. So what if the rumors of Ant-Man resurfaced? As long as he could kill this bull, he might rise one more level, then come to the peak of the first rank. This was a good deal. Thinking of this, Lin Su didn't hesitate, and after entering the barn, he directly jumped onto the neck of this bull, raised his large jaws, and stabbed down towards the neck of the big bull. Moo! The big bull ate the pain and let out a long hiss, but the motion was such that the workers were no longer indifferent. They had made sure that the cow was tied up by them, and even if it was more powerful, nothing would go wrong. Lin Su's strength of up to 6.0 was concentrated inside this small body. Cutting through cowhide and puncturing arteries and blood vessels and trachea was a breeze. Just let you die faster and lessen your pain. I'm being kind. Even with the constant bloodletting, the big bull was dying at an extremely slow rate. Luckily, Lin Su had all the time in the world right now, and it took a full 20 minutes or so for the cow to completely die. This cow has slightly fewer experience points than the last one, but it's over 580,000. Together with the ant swarm and Dawa's harvest from them today, looking at his current high of 1,260,000 experience points, Lin Su's heart was also slightly excited. I didn't expect the last few days to go so smoothly. It's almost like being on an airplane. He suddenly had the idea of moving the anthill to the slaughterhouse. Must buy this slaughterhouse, or collect the owner of this slaughterhouse. Cows are the second most numerous of all large species after pigs and sheep, and are easier for me to kill than those wild species in the wild. You can also buy the hog slaughterhouse, so I'm afraid it will grow faster than surviving in the wild. The key is comfort. It was still light when Lin Su returned to the villa's underground palace. Even Dahlia and Dabai have yet to return. The latter one sensed the return of the king and moved his obese body to release affectionate pheromones. Lin Su played with the latter's tentacles. Go raw! The latter one was boosted to level 3 by him. The latter was the specific manager of the ant colony, and Lin Su couldn't let its strength fall. Next he inspected the entire underground palace. There are now 76 level 1 ant queens, but only the latter one is level 3. 76 ant queens, with a daily spawn of over 40,000 eggs, will be terrifying in the future as long as there is enough food. There is no longer a regular queen inside the anthill. He now had a large surplus of experience points, so he simply raised a batch of ordinary soldier ants to level 1 once again, and the army of level 1 soldier ants reached 1,000. In the final analysis, the ant colony is where his foundation lies. In the past 2 days, the group of ant queens from Wedding Flight had already started laying eggs. It didn't need to be a month. After 20 days or so, the colony's daily increment of mature ants could reach 40,000 to 50,000, and that would be the true outbreak period. It will soon be winter, and ants will no longer be out and about below 15 degrees. But for one thing, winter in the south is extremely short, just a few months. Secondly, now the proportion of first-grade ants is getting bigger and bigger. Whether they will be affected by the temperature or not is still unknown. If Class 1 ants are not affected by temperature, then winter is no trouble for the colony. He still had over 1 million experience points. The next step was his own metamorphosis, and he was going to raise himself to the 9th level, the last level of the First Order. He ushered in the final metamorphosis of the First Order after using 900,000 experience points directly on himself. The armor crumbled and the newborn body broke out of its cocoon. A giant red and black ant with a body length of 22 centimeters stood proudly. Name, Lin Su. Race, red fire ants. Level, 9 of the First Order. Lifespan, 200 years, 200 years. Strength, 9, 0, 9, 0. Speed, 9, 0, 9, 0. Defense, 9, 0, 9, 0. Talent, 5, 4 milliliters of venom. Spirit sense. Scent tracking, your ant pheromones have undergone a mutation boost and can be sensed by you within 1500 meters. Skill, illumination. For rows of flying needles, tail needles increase to 4. Effective range is 40 meters. Can increase range as strength increases. Each poisonous needle takes 3 days to grow back again after detaching. Crash, jumping advancement skill, great strength and speed, allowing your jumps to produce an impact comparable to that of a bullet, combined with a strong upper jaw that allows you to pierce through any object whose defenses are beneath your strength. However, there are 2 things to be aware of when using this skill. First, if the target's defense exceeds your strength, it is likely to have dire consequences. Second, once the skill is activated, it will mobilize your entire body to explode, and your body will enter a period of weakness until it has energy to replenish it. Team Vision. Spirit, 1, 5, 1, 5. Experience points, 102486. Servant, 10,045,636. Avalanche, my god, I'm invincible. For poison needles, plus avalanche seconds, I'm going to hit 10. Looking at avalanche, the advanced skill, the changes in the other skills were directly ignored by him. As for the 2 points that need attention, this is easy to understand. Lin Su definitely couldn't go for a defense target that was higher than his own strength. It was no different from actively hitting a wall. As for the weakness period, big deal. Just don't use it until the time comes when it matters. With this collapse skill, if it was a one-on-one fight, then he was definitely not afraid of anyone, even if the other party was a cow. My current strength is 9, 0, 9, 0, just ask me, whose defense can reach 9, 0? That cow is only 8, 8. With the avalanche skill, Lin Su felt that if he were to face a Rottweiler at that time, and directly give him an avalanche, that dog would have to go straight to the ground. As for the woman called Yen Ling, that's something to think about. She's got a gun. I wonder if this disintegration skill of mine is stronger or weaker compared to the power of a pistol. I'd probably still come up short. A cow certainly can't hold up to the power of a pistol shot. I just don't know the upper limit of penetration of a pistol bullet. Human thermal weapons were a nightmare for low-ranking beings. Even if Lin Su was as strong as he was now, the thought of almost being shot by that woman in the trunk of a tree was still a bit disturbing. Low-ranked beings were, after all, flesh and blood, and were still ants in the face of hot weapons. When am I going to go to the zoo to shine a light on the elephant's stats? Normal handguns can only form light wounds to elephants. If I know the elephant's defense stats, I'll probably know the gap between me and normal handguns. But the pistol also has a strong and weak points. The pistol, the king of the great power of the desert eagle. It is said that a shot can kill an elephant. Between me and the desert eagle, there should still be a large gap. Lin Su's short-term goal right now is to be able to survive with the pistols that come standard with the Uniform Bureau. Once he goes up against the Uniform Bureau one day, he doesn't have to be afraid. The Desert Eagle has the same caliber as the Barrett sniper rifle, which can't be handled by the average person. And very few people can fire several shots in a row, because it's too heavy. At a whopping 1 pounds, it's simply not going to be standard issue for the Uniform Bureau. The appearance of the collapse skill made Lin Su excited until the next day. In the morning, what Lin Su didn't expect was that his younger brother, Lin Jing, took the initiative to come to the villa. Following him, there was naturally that Lu Yanyan who had been clinging to Lin Jing. Lu Yanyan was wearing a sun hat, and could vaguely see a little bit of white gauze showing at the back of her head. In the villa hall, when Lu Yanyan saw Luoyu, she revealed a look of disgust and never looked at him squarely since the beginning. Lin Jing leaned against the sofa in the middle of the hall, while Lin Beibei sat next to him in a well-behaved manner. Belle, today, second uncle has come to say 2 things to you, and of course, it's to ask for your opinion. First, that is the matter of being your guardian. Don't worry, no matter what, second uncle is willing to be your guardian. Secondly, this matter is a bit sudden. That is Yang Lu's brother, Yang Cheng. He suddenly found me, wanting that 40% of the company's shares. His reasoning is simple. While you are a possible first-order heir, you don't have proof of Yang Lu's guardianship. He argues that in the event that Yang Lu has no children, he, as the younger brother, is the heir. including the other half of your house. Yang Qing still dares to show up? This was Lin Beibei's first reaction. At this moment, Lin Su had already shared Lin Beibei's vision and had heard what Lin Jing had said. In response to Lin Beibei's reaction, Lin Jing didn't think more about it, but said, "Why don't you dare to show up?" He must have already done a lot of homework if he can think of all this. By the way, about the guardian matter, Lin Jing hadn't finished speaking, but it turned out that Lu Yanyan, who was next to him, interrupted him and said, "Belle, it's better for second aunt to speak. Your second uncle can be your guardian, but I still say that it's okay to hold the shares on behalf of you. But the dividends, it's impossible to give it to you so early. You have to wait until you're at least 18 years old. Of course, during this period, we will help you pay for all your expenses, including the costs of the lawsuit with Yang Qing, tuition fees, and living expenses, which will be deducted from your dividends at that time. By the way, your second uncle and I have already registered, and now I'm a member of the Lin family. As for hosting the wedding, we're in the process of choosing a date." Lu Yanyan this time the bottom line is enough. When talking did not even look at anyone, just looked at the water in the teacup that was in his hands. His right hand gently shook the teacup. The water inside the cup slowly turned. Lin Beibei unexpectedly looked at Lin Jing, who spread his hands and did not retort. "Is that what Uncle Tu wants to?" Pretty much. Belle, you're only 7 years old, and second uncle is also afraid that you'll be cheated. Don't worry, don't you trust these things to second uncle? Lin Jing looked at Lin Beibei's eyes, and for some reason, he always felt a little hairy inside. He didn't have any bad intentions, and he was right to consider that. According to the normal process, Lin Beibei, a 7-year-old, did need a guardian to represent everything. Lin Beibei also knew that although the second uncle was not a particularly capable person, at least he wouldn't be bad enough to come and hit the idea of his own shares and dividends. At least not right now. Of course, people change, especially when you have something and it becomes a habit. It's especially hard to get you to hand it over again. That kind of thing. Seeing that Lin Beibei didn't say anything, Lin Jing continued. "Belle, the priority now is to quickly finalize things, because since Yang Qing dared to approach me, he has naturally made all preparations. Second uncle has asked the lawyer, your account, and Yang Lu are on the same book. Even if you don't have a guardianship certificate, the fact is, she was your guardian before she died. We just need to find a good team of lawyers and have a good chance of winning. Of course, this thing still has to go into operation. After all, no one can guarantee that the lawsuit will be won. Everything, after all, still has to be done by people. The thing about lawsuits is that you win a lot, but in case someone else has a hard enough backstage, it might change things. Uncle Tu, I'll tell you something now. I have a new guardian now." "A new guardian?" Lin Jing said he didn't understand. "Uncle Tu, we already went to the notary yesterday, and my new guardian is him. By the way, his name is Luo Yu." Luo Yu tried to keep himself as poised as possible at this point, reaching out his hand and crossing the coffee table to shake Lin Jing's hand. "Mr. Lin, hello, my name is Luo Yu. I'm Lin Beibei's guardian. Actually, if there are any matters, you should be the ones to talk to me. By the way, regarding Yang Lu's 40% shares in Sunrise Technology, I'll be the one to hold them on behalf of you, and there's no need to trouble Mr. Lin." Lin Jing was confused. He got up to shake hands with Luo, but it was merely a reflex, in the habitual politeness of a gentleman. "Hello, Ro." Lu Yanyan said she didn't understand. It took her half a minute to figure out what had happened. Wait, Luo Yu right? Who are you? Coaxing such a small child and taking away the Lin family's property. Are you still considered a human being? Lu Yanyan thought that Luo Yu was scheming for the Lin family's property just like her. And Luo Yu realized that he really couldn't refute when the other party questioned him like this, because who would believe it if he said it? Luckily, that's when Lin Beibei spoke. "I arranged all of this. Lu Yanyan, this is my house. My house. Even if you registered with my second uncle, if I want you to get out, you have to get out. I'm just giving my second uncle face by letting you stay here. If you speak again, I'll beat you out." When Lin Beibei said this, Lu Yanyan instantly turned pale, but she didn't dare to speak again at all. She's still sore from the head wound. "Belle, what are you talking about? He is your second aunt. Also, this Luo Yu is indeed an outsider, and as your second uncle, he is obligated to be your gatekeeper. You must not be deceived." Lin Jing also felt that this was not normal. "Second uncle, I've already settled on this matter, so there's no need to talk about it. By the way, the shares of the company are also being held for me by Luo Yu. Since Yang Qing jumped out, then you should notify the shareholders meeting that Luo Yu and I will be there at 10 tomorrow morning, and we will officially take over the company. As for any tricks Yang Qing has up his sleeve, we'll take over." But until the court ruling comes down, Luo Yu will be the chairman of the company. Seeing that Lin Beibei looked like she didn't want to say anything more, Lin Jing couldn't say anything else. To be honest, he was a little lost at this point. Lin Beibei actually trusted an outsider and didn't trust herself, her own second uncle. He wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Lin Beibei. Second uncle, you're not my guardian now. You don't need to care so much, and you don't have the authority to care so much. As for the other matters, let's bring them up at the meeting tomorrow. Lin Jing and Lu Yanran were driven away just like that. Inside the underground royal palace, Lin Su was dissatisfied with his brother's performance. What a brainlessness, so disappointing. Find a woman like that and take her at her word. Lin Su didn't care too much about Lin Jing's incompetence. He was now thinking about tomorrow morning. Yang Qing, that uneducated dilettante, couldn't and wouldn't dare to come and rob the company shares and the house in the first place, but if he had that kind of ability, there's no way I wouldn't have helped him out. There must be someone behind him, most likely the one who killed He Yingxiong. 9 times out of 10, the other party has staged this to use Yang Qing to cause trouble and lure me out. The person who appeared in the face of that dog and goose spirit's failure must be quite a bit stronger than them, and this person's style of behavior, bold but cautious, should not be easy to deal with. But so what? I now have the ability to jump. I have the avalanche skill, and my strength and survivability are already several times that of before, so what's the harm in going to meet you? When it comes to emergencies like this, Luo will definitely go to the woods. As expected by Lin Su, Luo Yu went out furtively in the second half of the night. He met Lin Su as he wished and recounted the events of the day. Lin Su didn't tell Luo Yu that he already knew the whole process. He was trying to test Luo Yu to see if the other party was hiding anything. After determining that there was no untruth in what Luo Yu had said, Lin Su seemed to consider it for a moment but didn't give any other account. Just attend the shareholders meeting tomorrow as normal. Honorable King, do you have anything to say at the shareholders meeting tomorrow? Lin Su, this guy still wants to claim the mission. No, just follow the process. Everything else, I'll make my own arrangements. Luo Yu left the woods with a slight disappointment in his heart. After Luo Yu left, Lin Su also returned to the underground royal palace. Instead of resting, however, he began to make arrangements while it was still light. Lin Su was still cautious despite his greatly increased strength. The 3 cats walk in the darkness and barely appear in the light. Not only that, there were dozens of male ants in the sky scouting the way first. Once they found a camera that they couldn't avoid, then dozens of male ants swarmed up and quickly destroyed the camera's line, ensuring that the 3 cats wouldn't be exposed. Just walk and stop, full of less than 20 kilometers of travel, but even walked for more than an hour. At around 3 in the morning, they finally arrived at their destination, the Jinlong Mansion. Jinlong Mansion is a 32-story office building, and Sunrise Technology is located on the 18th to 21st floors of this office building. Looking away from this building where he was at the peak of his career, past events flashed through Lin Su's mind. There was a time when this was the place where one's dreams began and ended. Just as Lin Su had just dived into the underground parking lot, the long-haired man in a black business car in the underground parking lot, who had originally seemed to be drowsy, opened his eyes violently. Next to the long-haired man crouched a cat with long limbs and a short tail, its fur almost entirely brownish-gray. But if Lin Su saw this scene, he would definitely not think that this was an ordinary cat. Those who know what they're doing can definitely tell that it's a wild beaver, a cat that likes to eat cats. Cats meet defenseless, even hounds are afraid of the largest cat. As expected, it's coming. Lin Su entered the underground parking lot, and the first thing he naturally did was to send out instructions to the male ants to look for cameras. Of course, he only vandalizes cameras that are in the way, and generally just goes around them. But just as the male ants had left, he felt a slight tremor in Dahlia's body. Dahlia, what's wrong? It was a trembling from the soul, uncontrollable, and Lin Su felt it on its back. King, this is the territory of the strong. There is an aura left behind by the strong. I feel oppressed. Strong man? Lin Su was puzzled, but he saw that Big White and Big Ravens on his left and right were also uneasy, showing some signs of hesitation. He hurriedly probed the pheromones, and sure enough, he found that there were traces of other animals' scents in the air, but the traces didn't have any special feeling for Lin Su. Could it be the species barrier? I don't feel this aura threatening me. But just as he was wondering, there was the sound of extremely faint breathing coming from the corner in front of him. The breathing sound was extremely weak, but Lin Su's current strength was naturally able to capture it. He immediately switched the male ant perspective, and sure enough, he found something after switching the perspective of that location. Just around the corner a few cars back, a cat-like creature was striding forward. Soon, the cat could be seen without the male ant view, and the other party had no intention of hiding. When seeing the cat from his own perspective, Lin Su then understood how Dahua and the others felt. It's a cat, but is the natural enemy of all cats. Wild beaver. The wild beaver, also known as the jungle cat, is the largest genus of cat in the family Felidae, still different from the lynx, who, although larger than the wild beaver, is in the genus lynx of the cat family. Lynxes don't eat cats, but wild beavers love to eat even the cat genus of the same clan, and he has a natural bloodline suppression of other cat species. This thing is ferocious. In ancient times, because it dares to fight with the family dog, often prey on domestic cats, is the natural enemy of domestic cats, so domestic cats are called civet slave. Of course, the wild beaver overpowers the other cats because it has the strength to do so. The moment Lin Su saw this wild beaver, he had already thought of many questions. First, the other side purposely sent out wild beavers to be used against cats. Secondly, since there are means purposely designed to deal with cats, there must also be means for ants, because the other party must already have some understanding of the situation. Thirdly, this was a trap. The other party had already figured out that they would lay out their own layout in advance, so they had laid out their own layout right before they did. Thinking about this, Lin Su didn't have any panic. He started by throwing a shine skill at the wild beaver. Name, death. Race, cat. Level, first order 2. Lifespan, 50 years, 44 years. Strength, 5. 5, 5, 5. Speed, 7. 9, 7. 9. Defense, 4. 5, 4. 5. Talent, unify all cats. Any feline genus of the same rank will be suppressed by bloodline and spirit in front of you, and will be able to utilize up to 70% of your battle power. Skill, swiftness, a king who wanders in the jungle. Rich combat experience allows you to burn energy in your body at any time to enter the combat state. The combat state of all attributes increased by 30%. Mental, 0. 5, 0. 5. What? Lin Su thought he had misread it. To rule over all cats, this was someone's gift, recognized by fact and history. He had nothing to say, just like his own toxins, which were known to be powerful. But this swiftness skill made Lin Su directly speechless. The combat state boosted 30% of all attributes, and crucially, it was still available at any time. Okay, actually, let's not grow others' ambition and destroy our own. A 30% boost is no match for me. Lin Su comforted himself in his heart. Old me has higher attributes than you, jumps higher than you, and my crashing skills are no weaker than yours. It's just that I'm afraid that Dahua and the others won't be able to top it. The other party's stats were already so much higher than theirs, and they also suppressed 30% and took the initiative to raise it by 30%. And since they are the same rank too, their basic attributes must be quite a bit higher as well. So it's estimated that they won't even be opponents in a 3-on-1 fight. On one side is the beginning of level 2. On the other side is the peak of level 2. And since they were not originally rivals, I'm afraid that the numbers don't make up for the huge gap in strength. Death slowly approached, and Dahlia slowly backed away. Lin Su didn't forcefully drive them forward either. He had thought of a couple of options in that electric moment. The first thing he thought of, naturally, was to withdraw first, because this wild beaver named Death appeared here. That meant he had already entered the trap. Moreover, the opponent was in the dark and he was in the light. The preferred choice was to avoid the front line for the time being. But in the end, the possibility of another option prevailed in Lin Su's mind. The other party hasn't appeared yet, and I have male ants scouting at all times, so I can get the first change in dynamics. This Reaper is a bait, or a test, then I'll kill it at the first opportunity. As long as I kill fast enough and complete the decimation before the opponent can react, I'll be able to break the game. And killing the enemy of the bloodline will definitely give a big boost to Dahua and their confidence, allowing them to break through the psychological barrier and lower their fear of being suppressed when they encounter the wild beavers in the future. During the time that Lin Su had made his decision, the long-haired man inside the business car was staring at the computer screen in the car with a deadpan. The screen showed 3 big cats and dozens of red points of light. So that's how it is. But I'm curious as to how the person behind the curtain is controlling these 3 cats and that group of ants. Is it also through drugs? Could it be that medicinal agents capable of mutating animals have also appeared in the civilian world? The fog zone has long been blocked by the military. Even flies would find it difficult to fly through. And it's impossible for so many mutated creatures to run out at once. This is serious and must be reported immediately. The long-haired man sent a quick email before his eyes looked dead at the screen. At this time, Lin Su had already ordered the 3 cats to advance instead of retreating, forming a triangular position and launching an attack from 3 directions. What death? Death must die too. What Lin Su didn't expect was that the first one to rush up was actually Big White. Great White, good for you. Lin Su was well versed in the essence of leading a team, and when he praised Tobias this time, Dahua and Datsa would definitely be unwilling to show any weakness. Sure enough, the great white was praised and became 3 times faster, leaping up ferociously and pouncing on the Reaper. Dahlia and Big Beaver launched themselves at the same time, and instead of leaping up, Big Beaver tore towards Death's tail. As for Dahlia, he hadn't activated the Vajra Blade skill. Instead, he clawed down at the Reaper's back in his normal state of sharp claws, facing the attacks from 3 directions. The Reaper didn't run away or even dodge, only to see its entire body's hair stand up at the roots, and its entire body looked suddenly huge. Lin Su knew that this death god was making himself look even bigger and appear more majestic by the way his hair was standing up. The Reaper was unleashing bloodline suppression. It had sensed the threat of the 3 cats, but didn't think it was much of a threat, so it wanted to meet the 3 directions directly head-on. The first to take the brunt of this was the first to rush up, Big White. The only thing that could be seen was Great White's leaping body, but when it fell, it was casually slapped by the god of death's outstretched claws, and it actually flew away, crashing into a car with a loud roar. Lin Su saw from the panel that Great White's defense, at the time of death's sharp claws descent, suddenly became 5-0. Immortality is a passive skill, and the passive skill was just triggered. In other words, just now, Death's casual swipe of his claw was a deadly threat to Great White, truly terrifying. No, the defense of Dahlia and De Ravens is similar to that of Dabai. There is no immortality. Once they are hit, they are going to be seriously injured. Should I unleash the collapse and take care of this fawn first? Just as Lin Su was considering it, the long-haired man in the car pulled out a remote control and pressed it. The remote control was pressed and a dozen or so cars in the parking lot were suddenly spraying haze from underneath them. This was the trap that the long-haired man had prepared for the ant swarm, and since the other party took the initiative to attack without even testing the waters, he would just release the haze and prepare to strike directly. Lin Su hadn't decided whether to unleash his avalanche skill or not, but he ended up realizing that the underside of a few nearby cars spewed out a haze. Not good. Looks like this is a trap against me. He is certainly not afraid of these bug sprays. With his current strength, it didn't matter if he didn't breathe for 10 minutes, but the male ants flying in the sky, they just didn't react for the most part, because the spray appeared so suddenly. They did not receive the king's instructions. The male ants were falling, and Lin Su knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to kill the god at the first opportunity. Otherwise, the team would face the result of being attacked from the back. Avalanche. Without any hesitation, he crashed straight down from Dahlia's back, landing on all 6 limbs and snapping. When the god of death saw Lin Su, the sharp claws that grabbed at Dahlia immediately changed direction and grabbed towards the black shadow that was pouncing on him. But what it didn't expect was that the black shadow was too fast. So fast that it exceeded its reaction speed. It was also the first time Lin Su had unleashed the collapse skill. He hadn't even tried it before, so he didn't know the effects. But when he touched the body of the Reaper, his mind was greatly set. At such a close distance, if it couldn't be put together in one blow, then this avalanche skill and his own stats must be false. The system is a fraud. Lin Su opened his jaws and sliced through the Reaper's skin like a rag. His entire body was not blocked in any way, but continued to drill into the opponent's skin like a bullet. The defense of his muscles had almost no effect on him, and only his bones made Lin Su feel resistance. But that doesn't help. Almost within fractions of a second, he pierced through the body of the wild beaver and charged out the other end. Just as he wore it out, an extreme feeling of weakness hit him. All of this, however, was in Lin Su's plan, only to see that as soon as he plummeted to the ground, he immediately leapt up and catapulted himself towards the painfully collapsed death god. This time he wasn't trying to hurt his opponent, but to devour. He needed to recover as quickly as possible. The downside of the crash skill required energy to compensate. Before the opponent was even dead, Lin Su had already pounced on its wound and directly buried his head to suck blood. Snap! 3 consecutive slaps came from behind. It was the dying wild beaver trying to slap Lin Su to death with its front paw, but a defense of up to 9-0 makes such attacks seem ineffective. Lin Su just grabbed both sides of the other party's wound with a death grip, tore it with force, enlarged the wound, and buried his entire head into the wound, sucking it in violently. Although his state was slipping badly at the moment, he was not something that a severely injured opponent could easily harm. After a few puffs, he felt full, but the slumped state, which did not immediately recover, took time. It was also at that moment that the sound of hurried footsteps came from the distance. It's human footsteps, it's only one. Lin Su immediately made a judgment, but he didn't back down, and he wasn't going to. 4 against 1. If he didn't even have the courage to face it straight on, then he, the king, was too unkingly. The sound of footsteps quickly approached. What Lin Su didn't expect was that the one who came was a long-haired man wearing black leather boots and a black leather jacket. The long-haired man looked svelte and carried a guitar with a helmet under his armpit. If you don't know, You'd think this is a literary young man who likes to play with locomotives. The long-haired man glanced at the situation on the ground. His handsome face frowned, and the anger in his eyes almost burned Lin Su to death. Good, very good. It seems that I have underestimated you guys. This wild beaver, which I specially applied for from the department, cost me a big favor. And now it is even injured by you guys like this. Originally I wanted to subdue you, keep your lives and hand them over, and send you a chance. Now it seems that if I don't kill you guys, I won't be able to say goodbye to myself. With that said, the long-haired man slowly put on his helmet, his entire body shrouded within black, even his hands wearing black gloves. Lin Su knew that this person's outfit was not a biker playing outfit, but a battle armor, special protective clothing. He was the chairman of Sunrise Technology, and he could recognize some materials at a glance, but this set of battle armor, he couldn't even recognize what it was made of. It seems that this is also specifically used to deal with ant swarms, but I don't have an ant swarm with me right now. But a battle armor like this should be hard to break, and it's just as useful to use against us. At the first moment this person appeared, Lin Su had already used the illumination skill on him. Name, Luluan. Race, human. Level, First Order 1. Lifespan, 150 years, 123 years. Strength, 5, 9, 5, 9. Speed, 4, 8, 4, 8. Defense, 4, 5, 4, 5. Talent, hearing and recognizing sounds, within 10 meters of your body. Even the slightest sound cannot escape your keen hearing. Skill, Suiryu Ichiban, Japanese sword drawing technique. Instantly generates a burst of power 3 times your own strength when you draw your sword. And the speed of your sword is 10 times your own speed. Spirit, 1, 5, 1.5. With such good equipment, and such talent and skills, are the elites among humans? All this strong? Listening to the sound to recognize the position, Lin Su more or less some understanding. This is the Chinese ancient martial arts strongman's mandatory course, mainly to deal with concealed weapons. It seems that his flying needle skill happens to be restrained by this person, but the Japanese sword drawing technique had surprised Lin Su. This sword drawing technique is a famous sword technique of the Japanese nation. Just one move. Drawing techniques are all done with the knife in its sheath, and since the shape of the knife is somewhat curved, the drawing of the knife produces an explosion of speed and power through this curved movement, often after the fact, which is very strong. But 10 times the speed made it unimaginable for Lin Su. This Luluan's speed was 4, 8. If it produced 10 times the speed, wouldn't that instantaneous burst of blade speed be 48? This meant that as long as it was locked, it was impossible to dodge it, unless it was carried hard. But there was one present that counted. As long as they were cut by this water flow a knife chop, it would be either death or injury. No one could carry it. Suddenly, Lin Su froze. Where's the knife? The opponent's hands were empty. No knife at all. Ka-ching! Just as Lin Su was puzzled, Luluan took the guitar behind him and slapped it to pieces. And Lin Su's doubts were solved at this time. Turns out there was a knife hidden right in the headstock neck of that guitar up to the bottom of the back. The knife was about a meter in length, and the sheath portion of the knife should be over 80 centimeters by visual inspection as well. Lin Su's heart trembled as he looked at the slightly curved blade. He was reminded of the biggest difference between humans and animals, and that was being good with tools. Based on the current surface data, it seemed that against such an opponent, himself and Ohana and the others had no advantage at all. Facing Luluan, who was fully armed and didn't have the slightest crack, Lin Su knew that he couldn't take it on the chin. His water flow a knife chop. The knife is not sheathed on it. The knife is sheathed. Either you die, or I die. Obviously, there was one on the spot that counted. There was no one who could block a knife. Even Lin Su could imagine that once he was cut by that knife, he would definitely be cut in two. Attention everyone, keep your distance. Use the terrain to avoid him. Play hide and seek with him. I'll have my way. Only Luluan took an arrow step and rushed towards Delia first. Just as he was about to draw his sword, he only saw that the big fancy cat, as if he had expected it, directly rolled on the ground, and rolled into the bottom of an SUV. Luluan had no choice but to look back. The other two cats and a large ant were staring at themselves dead on in 3 directions, but didn't dare to move forward, always keeping a distance of about 3 meters from them. Then we'll take care of you first. Luluan turned around and stepped, rushing to Lin Su in 3 steps. Just as he was about to draw his knife, the big ant in front of him unexpectedly leapt up and disappeared into the crack of the car behind him in the blink of an eye. Fuck, so smart? Lauren admonished herself. No, hurry, we're a young man of literature. Keep it classy. He turned his head to look at the white cat and the civet cat again, feeling as if the white cat was a bit fatter, and that the white cat would be easier to pursue even if it was hidden in the darkness. After all, in the white of darkness, as long as there was a hint of light, with his strength, he would be able to see clearly. So without saying a word, he just turned around and drew his sword. It was true that the Great White was not so nimble, but it had long received the king's orders, and as soon as the other turned, he lunged into the darkness. A wisp of fluff floated up behind the Great White, startling its body. Just as Luluan had just swung his sword into its sheath, a flying shadow shot towards him. However, Luluan was not the least bit concerned that this civet cat could not possibly pose any threat to him. Sure enough, the cat looked menacing, and its sharp claws clawed at his shoulder, not even scratching his protective suit. Just as Luluan wanted to reach out and grab the civet cat, the cat had no intention of entangling itself at all, and directly flung itself behind him, landing and darting out of sight. Just a moment ago, Lin Su had shared the perspective of the great beaver and saw the entire process clearly. Big beavers 2-5 attack. The sharp claws actually couldn't even scratch that protective suit. Even the traces didn't leave a trace. It seems that the defense of this protective suit far exceeds 2-5. Only the adamantine sharp blades of Dahlia and I have the possibility to break the defense. But I guess there won't be another chance like that now. Wait a little longer. Let's tangle with him for a while. As long as we can drag him until that so-called god of death breaks off, we can be considered to have the upper hand for the time being. On this side, Lin Su was thinking hard and couldn't think of a way to break the enemy. And on the other side, Luluan was actually quite regretful. I should have known better than to drag it out so much. What's wrong with carrying a gun? It'll kill you. He regretted that he hadn't brought a gun with him. If he had a gun in his hand at this time, although he wasn't a great shot and might have difficulty hitting that ant, he would still have no problem dealing with a target as big as a cat. Just as he was contemplating whether or not to pull back and see if he could save the Reaper, there was a sudden soft snap in the distance, and one of the lights in the corner went out. Trying to use the darkness against me? Ha ha, just in time. I've practiced my ears for so many years. Even the slightest sound in the darkness won't be able to escape. You guys want to use the darkness to sneak attack me? I can just take the opportunity to clean you up. Luluan let the big ants destroy the lighting inside the garage one by one, and all of a sudden, the whole garage became pitch black. He waited quietly for his opponent to make a surprise attack in the darkness, and sure enough, soon enough, he heard the sound of thin cords ahead of him, but after waiting for a few moments, no movement was heard from the three cats and the big ants approaching. As a top agent, Luluan's patience was there, and he just stood still, ready to make a move. But the next thing he knew, he suddenly heard a soft snap, as if something had been uncovered. Then another bam is heard in the distance. No good, it's the vent. In fact, Luluan's helmet had a light on top of it, but he didn't turn it on. But after hearing the sound of the vents being destroyed, he realized something was wrong. The other guy is trying to run. Unsurprisingly, by the time he turned on the light and made it to the vent, all he could see was a trail of blood. By the time he looked back again, the Reapers were gone. Death is dead. At this time, Lin Su and the others were rapidly evacuating inside the vents, and the big beaver was holding the body of the Reaper. So where did he care about the blood? Soon they escaped the vents and went straight into the sewers. Don't eat too much. We have to fight later. After receiving 530,000 experience points, Ling Su immediately made the decision to withdraw. The opponent was wearing a protective suit, and he couldn't test the opponent's defense with his life, not even the life of a servant. He could only wait until he recovered and converted 530,000 experience points into battle power first. He used 200,000 experience points for himself and added all of them to his strength, increasing it to 11, so that against Luluan, he would have a greater certainty of breaking defense. Not only that, in response to the skills of the three cats, he used 100,000 experience points on Dahlia to increase her strength to 3-5. With a strength of 3-5, Dahlia's adamantine sharp blade had a much higher chance of breaking defense after triple reinforcement. As for Big White and Big Ravens, they used 100,000 experience points to add defense and speed respectively. The Great White's defense was added to 3-5 and the Great Raven's speed was added to 6-7, which made the overall strength of the three cats. When using their skills, take a quantum leap. Previously, he still had tens of thousands of experience points left, plus this time, with 30,000 left over from killing the Reaper, he directly raised all the remaining male ants to level 3 again. There were 17 male ants left, plus there were male 2 and male 9 before. Surprisingly, there were a total of 7 male ants that had awakened the poison needle talent skill. The 17 male ants were still in the underground garage, and Lin Su shared their vision at all times, observing Luluan's movements. Sure enough, after an hour or so, Luluan finally went inside his business car and removed his helmet, supposedly ready to rest. Good, I can't believe I don't have a chance. You can't wear a helmet all day long. Now that you've entered the car, I'll block you in the car, and with such a small space, I'll see how you can perform the water current 1/. But before that, a little surprise to show you why the flowers are so red. Boys, off you go. Here's your chance. Coming to the vent again. Lin Su recalled the 7 male ants with flying needle skills at the first opportunity, and told them to follow his way into the car, intending to give Luluan a few injections first. Although Yuji and the others were now over 2 centimeters in length, there were still gaps in the business car even if it was well sealed. Air conditioning, ventilation ductwork, seat crevices, they all have access. Of course Luluan wouldn't really sleep. Even if he did, he was still in a semi-sleeping state. He leaned back on his side in the passenger's back seat, and almost every few minutes he would open his eyes and look at the surveillance system he had installed himself, because he knew that the man would never give up, live or die tonight, and would never wait until dawn. He had the acumen of a professional agent. Sure enough, as time passed, he saw 3 figures appear in the parking lot, quietly approaching towards his car. Hooked, Luluan did not move, still maintaining his sideways lying position, while his left hand held the sheath of the knife in a death grip, and his right hand rested on the hilt. Through the monitor's screen, he saw a dozen points of light flashing. So it's like this. These male ants, they are the channels for transmitting information. Could that person still recognize the pheromones of the ants and communicate effectively with them? Couldn't care less. By the time I kill these cats and ants, that person should show up as well. If he doesn't show up by then I'll really go and kidnap that Lin Bebe. Just as Luluan was motionless, using himself as bait, 7 ants appeared on the backrest inside the commercial vehicle. These 7 ants were none other than Yuji and the others who possessed the flying needle skill. If it was an ordinary ant, it would naturally be very simple to climb into the car, but it took Yuji and the others a long time to do so. The truth was that they were already relatively large, more than 2 centimeters in length. Originally they could have easily climbed in through the edge of the car door, but now they had to go with the gap where the seats joined. But it was finally done. This also really made Lin Su, who was waiting at the door of the ventilation pipe, sweat. But it was finally the first step. Luluan never expected that he and his opponent were already close to each other. Just as he was staring at the screen with a deadpan stare, a subtle wind sound suddenly came from beside his ear. So subtle that with his strength, it was extremely difficult to detect it. But he sensed it and reacted quickly, cocking his head. Unable to help the suddenness of the incident and its proximity, he only felt a numbness in his scalp, and a full 5 flying needles landed in his hair. What the hell? Luluan twisted his head, and with the faint light from the headlights, he saw a few ants quickly disappearing into the seat cracks. The pinprick of pain quickly disappeared, and he realized the gravity of the situation when he felt only a numbness in his scalp. But by this time, he had no time to think about the consequences, because the 3 cats had already reached the outside of the car. Luckily, he'd deliberately parked in the very back of the lot, so all he had to do was kick in the door and roll on the ground to pull out his knife. He even had the whole process figured out, but just as he quickly put on his helmet and kicked the door open, ready to roll towards the car, 3 black shadows unexpectedly pounced directly on him. These 3 black shadows, rushing directly inside the car door, could almost fill the entire door. Luluan's figure that lunged outward collided with those 3 black shadows, and his entire body unexpectedly failed to roll out of the car door smoothly. He realized that he was in big trouble. If he couldn't get out of the car, he wouldn't be able to draw his sword at all, and he wouldn't be able to use his water current 1/. He was glad he was wearing a protective suit. His opponent had no use for attacking anywhere but his own head. Luluan leaned back and lifted his foot, kicking a white cat out 7 or 8 meters. He still had a death grip on the sheath with his left hand, and with his right hand he swung his fist to try and knock the big fancy cat that had grabbed his chest away. He was still very confident in his protective suit. Even the Grim Reaper would have a hard time breaking through it, so he didn't think these 3 cats could give him trouble. But just as he struck out with his fist, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and the sound of his protective suit ripping reached his ears. Hearing this voice, Luluan was shocked. The flower cat's claws were so powerful that they had ripped a gash in the protective suit on his chest. Go to hell! Luluan was furious and didn't care about elegance. He directly threw a heavy punch, but just as he threw a punch, the big fancy cat leapt backward and jumped outside the car. All must die. You all must die. You've managed to piss me off. Now there was only one civet cat left in front of the car, and Luluan missed the big flower cat and took his anger directly on the civet cat. In his rage, he reached for the back of the civet cat's neck, trying to lift the other party straight up. But the next moment, this civet cat even casually scurried to the original position of the big flower cat, and fiercely grabbed towards the tear in Luluan's chest protective suit. Luluan grabbed an empty hand. He didn't expect the civet cat's agility to be so high, The stabbing pain coming from his chest made him realize that if he didn't want to find a way to turn the situation around tonight, he would have to be accounted for here. There was no way out. He had to force his entire body, leaning hard against the back of the seat, using the reaction force body towards the car door to force out. As long as he got out of this door, even without a protective suit, he was certain that he could kill all 3 cats with his water current 1//. But just then, the 2 cats, 1 flower and 1 white cat, crashed towards themselves again. The flower cat in particular, whose sharp claws seemed to emit a cold light, made a grab down towards his shoulder. In the face of such an attack, Luluan only had one thought. Even if he was a little bit more injured, he had to get out of this door. So he ignored the attacks of the 2 cats and squeezed hard towards the outside. The white cat slammed into his chest, and the flower cat slammed into his shoulder, and a sharp pain came from his shoulder. And once again, Lauren heard the sound of the protective suit ripping, but this time he was always relieved that the man was out of the car. Just as he rolled on the ground and just stood up, a sharp and also subtle sound of wind reached his ears. Concealed weapons. Nope, it's an ant's tail pin. Luluan correctly made his judgment, and as he rose to his feet, he drew his knife. The knife comes out and returns to its sheath. Lin Su only felt a flash of cold light. He didn't even see the shape of the knife at all. The whole process took less than half a second. His flying needles had already been knocked down, and Luluan's knife didn't seem to have been pulled out at all. Of course, Lin Su's flying needles this time were nothing more than a test. What a water current 1//. Such speed, such precision. Simply horrifying. Lin Su marveled in his heart when he saw this slash. Humans are often able to defeat the strong with the weak in the face of beasts, not by their own strength, but by their use of tools. He had long heard of this Japanese sword drawing technique, and it was said that when martial arts were prevalent in ancient times, some people drew their swords thousands of times a day for decades in order to practice this sword drawing technique, which led to this surefire sword. This Luluan was so young that he had mastered this kind of stance that could be described as a sword that would surely take a life, making Lin Su both helpless and admiring at the same time. But the more it goes on, the more it's going to kill him tonight. Befriending such a person can put one's life in danger at any time. The enemy's heroes, my enemies, will be killed when they meet. 3 cats and an ant in 4 directions surrounded Luluan, but did not attack. Just as Lin Su secretly resolved to kill the Luluan in front of him tonight no matter what the cost, Luluan made a new move. He was seen quickly rushing towards the big fancy cat, ready to charge his step and strike his blade. Dahlia retreat. Without the need for Lin Su to remind him, Dahua had already rolled on the ground and ducked under the chassis of an SUV when Luluan took his first step. Luluan did not make a knife. Because the water flow a knife chop does not come out of the knife is already out of the knife will take a life. Lin Su observed the changes in Luluan's data. The opponent's status was slowly dropping, proving that the toxin was still working, but not too much. Probably the reason why Lauren's defense was also extremely high. But when experts fight, the slightest dip in status can affect the outcome of the battle. Luluan tried to strike quickly several times, but the 3 cats and the big ant always kept a distance from him. As soon as he went up, the other party dodged and didn't let him have a chance to strike, which made him a bit agitated. After a few fruitless strikes, he suddenly felt a bit distracted. Nope, my form is slipping. Could it be that the ant tail needles from earlier carry toxins? Luluan instantly felt a crisis. It has to be a quick battle. I'm afraid it will be dangerous if it drags on. Of course there was danger. It was obvious that the other party was deliberately delaying, trying to wait for his status to continue to decline. But there was one thing that Luluan couldn't figure out. How that person behind the scenes was manipulating all of this. From the moment the 2 sides took a look at each other, the kind of male ants that could fly never appeared again. If the other party had already formulated the tactics long ago and then told these cats and ants, then the execution of these cats and ants was too strong, as if someone was personally present to command them. Lauren couldn't figure this out, and he'll never get a chance to figure it out. After a few intense chases, his condition slipped by a small half, and Lin Su realized that his opponent's condition no longer continued to slip. In other words, there was no longer any point in this kind of consumption, and he decided to take the initiative. Just as Luluan pounced on Dahlia again, a subtle wind sound suddenly came from behind him. I can't believe there's more. Luluan didn't expect that ant to have a tail pin, but his reaction was also fast enough, as his protective suit could not be broken at all by this kind of tail pin except for 2 holes on his chest and shoulders, so this time he only needed a twist of his shoulders to dodge it. It was inertia to be able to dodge it with a twist, but he forgot that his form had slipped and he wasn't as agile as he was then. Giggle! The sound of a tail pin entering flesh reached his ears, which surprised Luluan. This time it's a drilling pain, because this one needle was several times thicker than the ones planted before, and it penetrated deep into the bone marrow, nailing it directly to his shoulder blade. Lin Su didn't expect the sneak attack of his to come to fruition. Then he was once again in no hurry. The poison carried by one of his tail needles was not comparable to a few tiny third-grade ants, and if the other party continued to wear out like this, it would only take 3 minutes, and they would only be left to be slaughtered. Just as Lin Su was about to continue stalling for time, Luluan did something that left him dumbfounded, only to see Luluan suddenly pulled his legs toward the exit of the garage and ran, and shouted loudly under his breath, "Help! Help! Murder!" This scene was something that Lin Su couldn't have imagined even if he had broken his head. This person is not even following the rules, running just to run, and still shouting for help. What kind of master is this? Lin Su remembered clearly that if he turned around 2 intersections and had a few dozen more meters, he would reach the exit of the garage. At this man's speed, it's a matter of 10 seconds at most. Once you're out of the garage, even if it's after 5 a.m., there will be someone at the security booth outside, and then there will be witnesses. Chase, Big Beaver, even if we are exposed today, we must forcefully kill this man. This Luluan's skills were too restrained, and that water current slash, it was simply an animal's nemesis. It couldn't be killed without dying. Big Ravens leapt forward and activated the Phantom Cat skill. Lin Su disappeared into thin air with a whoosh, and with a speed of up to 9.0, he was already caught up by both of them before Luluan had even turned the first corner. Just then, Luluan, however, took a step, and with an evil smile on his face, he turned around and drew his sword. The water flowed with a chop, but he didn't draw his sword as quickly this time, and the moment he turned his head, the wry smile on his face suddenly froze. Why are there 2 identical civet cats? Whatever. Chop. Drawing is all about focus and never getting distracted. Without focus, Batajutsu had ceased to be that skill of striking out and killing. Without focus, the speed, power, and even the angle of the outgoing stroke will be off. Put. Luluan was delighted in his heart. This move of retreating to advance finally worked. He chopped into the real body of the civet cat. Although there was some hesitation in making the slash, and the slash wasn't as perfect as it could have been, it was done after all. However, it was because the water current slash had turned into a normal blade technique that the great beaver was able to twist in the air and avoid the vitals. The slash hit, but only slashed through the big beaver's back, taking away a chunk of the fur on its back. Just as Luluan habitually returned his sword to its sheath, a black light flashed. Put. The sound was almost simultaneous with the sound of the knife being sheathed. Then Luluan felt a pain in his heart, and it was a sharp pain. He looked down, and blood spurted out wildly from the spot on his chest where the suit had broken. What made him feel the most horrible was that the ant, which was about 20 centimeters long, had burrowed into his body and was wreaking havoc inside. Luluan made an instant decision and directly stretched out 2 fingers and pinched them towards the ants in that hole in his chest. He tried to pinch the ants out. In his current state, if he could just clip the ants out, there was still a chance he could survive. But just then, a sharp pain suddenly hit his left chest. My heart. No way, how could I have died? And die so inelegantly? Still want to die gracefully? Giving you a pain in the ass is already a bargain. A sudden voice appeared in Luluan's mind, and Luluan looked around blankly. Don't look, let you die realizing that I'm the mole in your eyes. Luluan, who was about to lose consciousness, painstakingly lowered his head and looked at the hole in his chest. What the hell are you? His heart was pinched right through by the ants, and he quickly lost his breath. Lin Su withdrew from Luluan's body just in time to hear the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the entrance. Alas, another murder. The Uniform Bureau will be busy. Oh, elegant, laugh it up. Dahlia, grab his knife. Let's go. Luluan died and became 550,000. But Lin Su did not go to Yang Cheng. If Yang Cheng dies too, then these 2 cases will become one, and then Luo Yu and the others will be in trouble. Without Luluan's support, Yang Cheng was afraid that he would run faster than a rabbit, and this kind of small person, Lin Su felt that there was no longer a need to care. As expected, Yang Cheng didn't show up at all for the shareholders meeting at 10 o'clock that morning. Lin Beibei and Luo Yu smoothly took over Sunrise Technology, and Luo Yu even became the chairman of the board. After the shareholders meeting, Luo Yu sat on the boss chair in the chairman's office, feeling like he was dreaming. Chairman, greetings, I am your secretary. My name is Guoqi. This is the information you asked for. I've prepared it for you. Secretary Guoqi is tall, about 1.70 meters or so, with a concave and convex body, a white dress short dress, showing off her figure, especially the milky white snowy child in front of his chest. Almost a small half of it was exposed. Looking at Luo Yu almost drooled. His eyes fluttered. He didn't dare to look at it more at all. But who can resist that? Seeing Luo Yu's look, Guoqi snickered in her heart and faintly reminded. Chairman, this is the financial statement you wanted. It was only then that Luo Yu reacted. Good, that's so good, you're doing great. He picks up the financial statement, but where does he read it? Lin Beibei, who was sitting on the sofa next to him, really couldn't stand to watch, and walked directly to Luo Yu, snatching the information with one hand. In the ant colony's underground royal palace, the sunlight filtering through the slate cracks looked like a white arrow, leaving rows of light spots on the earthen walls. Lin Su looked at the big beaver that was in pain, and the palm-sized piece of fur under its feet, and there was nothing he could do about it. The big beaver's injury wasn't fatal, but it was definitely painful. It was a piece of skin the size of a human's palm, and it had been cut right off like that. Although such a large piece of epidermis can be ripped off and regrown as usual, the process is too much for the average person to bear. Great beaver, your valor tonight has been recognized by the king, who will grant you the power to heal yourself. Saying that, Lin Su lifted his forelimbs and made a point on the big beaver's forehead. He added big beaver's defense from 2-5 to 3-5. The big beaver's agonized expression immediately soothed a lot, making his head stretch up and lick Lin Su's forelimbs. Well, big beaver, you were brave, and one of the hind legs of this wild beaver is yours. The wild beaver carcass was only eaten a small half, the rest they brought back all. This is the big beaver, they can see the booty. Naturally, they must understand the distribution. Both Dabai and Dahua had done a great job in this battle, and Lin Su also offered some encouragement, each rewarding them with 100,000 experience points. Dahlia's strength came to 4-5, while Dabai still added defense, which had been 3-5 with a 1-point boost. Lin Su was now prioritizing his points based on their skill traits. There's 250,000 left, so I'll just add the power myself. After adding his strength to 12-0, Lin Su realized that his strength had already touched the upper limit. It's getting closer to breaking through the limit of first-order beings, and there's still 150,000 liquidity left to save up. As long as we buy a slaughterhouse, we'll have better days in the future. That way, not only will there be a constant flow of experience points, but it will also provide food for the development of the ant colony. Right now, the number of ants in the colony was only less than 300,000, and the vast majority of them were ordinary ants, and the food consumed was not much. The food that the ant colony itself got from going out to hunt and kill was already enough for the colony to grow. But in another 10 days or so, a new batch of eggs will begin to hatch, and every day, 40,000 to 50,000 juvenile ants will break their eggs and emerge from their shells, and by then, the daily demand for food will increase drastically. In just 10 or 20 days, the ant population will break the million mark, and the amount of food consumed each day will be staggering. If it's a normal ant, the food consumption is not that big. But if it's a promotion, food consumption increases exponentially. Of course, as of now, even in the city, it would be simple to feed millions of ants if the requirements are not too high. But what if the colony has more queens when the time comes for another wedding flight? It is important to realize that without large-scale wars and human extermination, ant colonies grow geometrically. After millions, the next level is millions. Even for ordinary ants, a million also amounted to more than 100 pounds of body weight, plus mutants. The number of 10 million. It is already tons of ants. That's a lot of food to consume. You'd have to eat a cow a day. Time soon came to night again, and in the middle of the woods, Luo Yu once again looked for him. This time, however, he was only halfway through his mission, having merely taken control of Rising Sun technology. The first day he seized control of Sunrise Technologies, he contacted 3 slaughterhouses, and it was at night that he came to report on the situation. Honorable King, there are some special circumstances that I need to report to you. Say, Luo Yu felt that this mission was more difficult because it involved his own knowledge blind spot. It's like this. I took over the company, checked the financial statements, and found that the entire company has less than $2 million in working capital. Even if I could embezzle it, that wouldn't be enough to buy any slaughterhouse, let alone a cattle or sheep slaughterhouse. What? Sunrise Technology has less than $2 million in liquidity? Yes. I had the financials reconciled today, and it's just 1.4 million, and the market value of that cow and sheep slaughterhouse is at least $30 million, and that doesn't even include the land building. Lin Jing the loser. Without thinking, Lin Su knew what was going on. In its own hands, Sunrise Technology has a market capitalization of more than $200 million in just a few years, and is able to mobilize more than $20 million in liquidity year-round. He believed that even if Chao Dongfeng was in control of the company, it wouldn't be that bad. After all, the bottom was there, and Chao Dongfeng, no matter what, the ability is still there. It's only a few months. It's impossible to make the company like this. The only possibility was this younger brother of his, Lin Jing. Did you find out where his money went? There are some signs. The details are still to be investigated. But there is a problem. The company's financial department, originally with Chow Dongfeng good relationship with the financial director Zhou Jihui, was taken down. The financial department is now in the hands of the general manager Lin Jing's brother-in-law. It is difficult to intervene in. At the moment, I've only heard that Mr. Lin is going to hold a wedding this month. And the wedding is being held in a newly purchased villa. And the source of funding for this villa is most likely from the company. Lin Su, that son of a bitch. Don't the other shareholders have an opinion? For the other shareholders, apart from the 40% of us, the 28% of shares that originally belonged to Chow Dongfeng are in the hands of Chow Dongfeng's elderly parents, who don't know anything at all. There are also a few small shareholders who are all afraid of Mr. Lin, and they also don't dare to question him. So, basically the company belonged to Mr. Lin in control. Of course, according to my and Lin Bei's analysis, the actual controller is Mr. Lin's wife, Lu Yan. Hearing this, Lin Su lamented in his heart. Both brothers were planted in the hands of women. But can you blame women for that? At the end of the day, it's the men themselves. Lin Su had originally thought, this kind of thing let Luo Yu directly report to the Uniform Bureau is. But if he reported to the Uniform Bureau, the time above will be delayed again and again. He must directly solve the problem. So he has to personally take action. Of course, before taking matters into your own hands, you first have to raise yourself to the first rank. Only when strength goes up can we face the storm that follows. With Lu Luan's death, what he had to face next would not be an ordinary situation. Lin Su thought quickly. It is impossible to just let it go. Lu Yan he will go to solve it. And the slaughterhouse must be acquired. After figuring out the steps, he stopped dwelling on the matter and had Dahlia bring in a knife. It was the same scimitar that Lu Luan had. After handing over the sword to Luo Yu and explaining some more about the blade drawing technique, he told Luo Yu to take the sword back, and he and Lin Bei could choose to cultivate it. Of course, everyone had their own path, and what skills to cultivate. He did not do to force. After Luo Yu left, Lin Su didn't stop and directly took Dahua and went to the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse. This time, he was going to break through the Great Realm, and vowed not to return until he broke through the realm. Even if he made a commotion, he didn't care. According to the system's reply, there was a fundamental difference in life between the first and second orders. Between an ordinary life and a first-order life, it could actually only be considered a quantitative change. And the first order was merely laying the foundation for the second order. Work hard. Tart. Tonight is going to be a real step up to power. The cattle and sheep slaughterhouse is still operating on the assembly line as usual, as if the last accident had never happened at all. The last time a cow crashed through a car door, no cause of the accident was found, and the slaughterhouse owner had to take the blame. However, for the owner who supplies beef and mutton to the entire East End, this amount of money is nothing but a trifle. Dahlia, let's not rush. I'll inject the venom first, then watch my eyes. Dahlia, boss, your eye color is green even if you change it. May I ask how I can see it? Meow. Lin Su touched the middle of the herd. This row passed. There were hundreds of cows. Each one was a meat cow weighing 1,000 pounds. There was no need to choose. He went straight to a random one, climbed up on the back of the cow and took a shot. The cow felt a stabbing pain in her back, but only gave a short moo and quickly adapted. It's just a shot. It doesn't really hurt much. Lin Su didn't inject all the venom into one cow's body, and in order to increase his efficiency, he switched to another one to continue injecting. 5 milliliters of venom is not comparable to the old string of decimal points after 0. If it was all injected into the body of a cow, he suspected that he could just poison them all to death. But his target tonight was not one cow, but 5. 5 cows, each injected with 1 milliliter of venom by him, but the cows themselves were unaware of it. You're all going to die in the next few days anyway, so instead of going through the horrors of being dragged off to the slaughterhouse, I'm going to euthanize you. There's no need to say thank you. Just call me a good guy. A good ant. Moo. The first bull unexpectedly transmitted an echo, and Lin Su even heard the other party. Spirit sense. It was an emotion of extreme sadness and despair. This cow knows she's going to die one of these days, and it's been in a constant state of fear for the past few days being held here. Lin Su hurriedly used the illumination skill and checked the data of this cow. Holy shit, Spirit 039. This is already the equivalent of a 3 or 4-year-old human child. Old bull, I'm very sorry. I can't save you either. The only thing I can do is to make your death quicker. What do you think of that idea? Despite the fact that this bull had such a high spirit, it couldn't be helped. It was just an ordinary bull, not the bull demon king, and even if it was recruited as its servant, it didn't seem to be of much use. Moo. The cow had no choice but to get down on the ground on all fours and resigned herself to letting Lin Su hurry up and do it. Dahlia slowly walked towards the cow's neck, and Lin Su turned his head away, unable to bear to see this next scene. There's no way around it. That's the way the world is. The weak are the strong, and it never changes. Ever since mankind began to truly rise as the rulers of this planet 100,000 years ago, the entire planet has become mankind's pasture, and any other life that lives needs to live according to mankind's needs. Some beings live to provide food for humans, such as chickens, ducks, pigs and goats. Some beings live to provide labor for humans, such as cattle. And some beings live better by providing companionship for humans, like dogs and cats. But either way, it's trying to adapt to human ways to survive. And if it can't, then it goes extinct. This bull didn't make a sound until it died. Until Lin Su gained 680,000 experience points. Old ox, don't worry. The power you contribute will be one of the forces that will change all of this. With these 680,000 experience points, he already had 700,000 total experience points, which was enough to increase his strength, defense and speed to 12. Lin Su didn't have any hesitation and directly added all of them, and started molting right in a corner of the bullpen. With Dahlia around, he didn't have to worry about anything. Right in the middle of the metamorphosis, he vaguely felt as if the world was different. There seemed to be some extra strange aura in the space. Invisible, untouchable, very faint, but that aura, he felt it tangibly. Without much to feel this aura, Lin Su was still more concerned about his intuitive changes. Name, Lin Su. Race, red fire ants. Level, second order 1. Lifespan, 300 years, 300 years. Strength, 12, 0, 12, 0. Speed, 12, 0, 12, 0. Defense, 12, 0, 12, 0. Cosmic force, dark energy from the depths of the universe. A true life force that can raise its upper limit through experience points. But after use, it can only be replenished by the body's own sucking up of cosmic force from space or by devouring substances that contain cosmic force. 1, 0, 1, 0. Talent, enhanced venom 6, 0 ml. You have become a force being, with cosmic force power throughout your body, and your toxins are greatly enhanced. Spirit sense. Scent tracking, your ant pheromones have undergone a mutation boost and can be sensed by you within 2,000 meters. Fiery ring of fire, cosmic force forms a flame shield. No need for oxygen supply. Same temperature inside and out. Possesses 3,000 degrees of heat. Adds 30 to defense. Skill, illumination. 5 rows of flying needles, tail needles increased to 5. Effective range is 50 meters. Can increase range with strength. Each poisonous needle will take 3 days to grow back again after detaching. Disintegration. Team vision. Spirit, 1, 5, 1, 5. Experience points, 3486. Servant, 100,135. 636. Seeing the changes in his data panel, Lin Su didn't move for a long time. He looked foolish himself. This, cosmic force? I'm a force being now? Enhanced venom. It's a pity that I used up all the venom just now. Otherwise I really wanted to try it out and see if I could directly poison a cow. Ring of flaming fire. My goodness. It's so cool. Defense plus 30, together with my original base defense of 42. I don't believe bullets can still penetrate me. This 3,000 degrees of heat is too much. Isn't it? I only know that the temperature of ordinary flames is only a few hundred degrees. I don't know exactly how many degrees, but 3,000 degrees is a bit terrifying. Lin Su, as a business leader, has had specialized safety training. He knew that the inner flame of the flame had the lowest temperature due to the lack of oxygen. But in a fire, the outer flame of the flame, which had the highest temperature, exceeded 500 degrees Celsius, and the human body would only feel burning in pain. Above 800 degrees Celsius, the human body will be burned immediately. When the temperature exceeds 1,000 degrees Celsius, the human body will lose consciousness instantly. What's 3,000 degrees? The temperature of the iron is also between 1,300 and 1,450 degrees. Since it's forming a fiery ring of fire around my body, creatures that come close to my body will have to withstand this high temperature, right? Lin Su still had a lot of questions he didn't understand and wanted to ask the system. But now he couldn't wait to try out the flaming fire ring first. Looking at the cow he had poisoned, he crept silently over to it. A foot-long 25-centimeter ant crawling on a cow's head is not something the cow would ignore by any means. The cow shook her head vigorously even though she was already feeling a bit tired from the toxin and standing seemed a bit difficult. However, Lin Su's 2 front limbs grabbed the bull horns on both sides, and the fiery fire ring was launched blatantly. At this moment, he felt a strange power he had never felt before surging out of his body. forming a blazing red elliptical sphere outside of his body, wrapping his entire body all around. The sphere was extremely hot, but his own body was surprisingly unaffected. This is no ring of fire. This is a fire egg. Right. Lin Su was in the middle of spitting, but he saw the big bull underneath him suddenly violently shaking his head with force, while a miserable wail came out of his mouth. In only a few seconds, Lin Su felt his body sink, and when he looked closely, he saw that all the blood and flesh on the bull's head had snorted and turned into a puff of smoke. The bull's head's grimy white bones were already visible. This wasn't the most shocking thing. What was even more shocking was that the bones on top of the cow's head quickly turned red, then black, and then also turned into green smoke and dissipated away. In just a few seconds, a large hole was burned in the bull's head, and the part of the bull's head that came into contact with the fiery fire ring was actually vaporized in its entirety. Lin Su hurriedly retracted the ring of flaming fire, and a stream of cow blood sprayed and poured all over him. Boom! The big bull collapsed to the ground, dead beyond repair, and turned into more than 600,000 experience points. How horrible! Lin Su himself was shocked. A quick look at the data shows that what was a 1,0 force value has become 0.92. It's only consumed less than 10% of the force. The force is being used very efficiently. The mysterious dark energy in the universe really isn't something to sneeze at. For the flaming fire ring, Lin Su was extremely satisfied. His current strength, compared to before, could be said to be a heaven and a earth. Don't look at this fiery ring of fire like a defensive ability, but when used well, it could turn into a powerful attack skill. If one were to suddenly unleash a fiery ring of fire on the way to unleashing the avalanche skill, one would simply be transformed into a flaming bomb. Calm down, don't fool around. We don't know how fast the cosmic force will recover yet. Instantly killing this bull, Lin Su gained 640,000 experience points, and he turned his head to look at the other 3 bulls that he had poisoned and numbed. Fuck it, who cares? Now that I'm at this level of strength, I can directly obtain a large number of experience points and raise the entire ant colony to a higher level, even if I'm discovered. But what can anyone do to me? When the power under control reaches a point where the face is not one of annihilation, but of negotiation, peace is backed up by great power, they will surely act even more aggressively next, and only when they are truly beaten up can they gain the power to be seen in the right light. Thinking about it, Lin Su also knew that currently, humans merely had a lot of scruples. Otherwise, if they had directly sent the Uniform Bureau brightly with a flamethrower, their own little colony of ants, and 2 or 3 other big cats and kittens, would have long since turned into a dragon, tiger, and phoenix soup. In order to get as many experience points as possible, Lin Su didn't hesitate to unleash the ring of flaming fire again and kill the 3 bulls. The commotion over here has also finally caught the attention of those workers outside, and a few of them are already opening the door to the barn, ready to come in and check it out. Lin Su knew that he had to retreat today, and this would definitely cause a not-so-small reaction. Once the slaughterhouse reported to the Uniform Bureau, things would be even more complicated, and it would be better for him to leave first. Killing a cow and killing a man are 2 entirely different things. Being a human being for more than 30 years, the pissiness of the grassroots officialdom, Lin Su knows too well. Killing a few cows is just a matter of killing a few cows, and even if it's weird, they'll choose to put it to rest and make a big deal out of it. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of economic loss. For the slaughterhouse owner, it is not unacceptable. Absolutely will not make a scene inside the city. Maybe in the street office thing on the conclusion. And maybe this slaughterhouse owner won't even report it to the officials, because if he doesn't, he'll lose nothing at all. After all, the cow is dead, but the beef is still fresh. But if someone dies, the grassroots officials can't even suppress it. Together with the 150,000 experience points he had saved earlier, he now had 2.7 million experience points in his possession, and he would have to go back and distribute them properly, as the ant colony was about to undergo a drastic change. On the way back, Lin Su then had the time to ask the system about some of his doubts. System, dark energy from the depths of the universe. Dark energy here. Is it dark energy? Am I a dark creature? The antithesis of light? No, the host's understanding is wrong. The universe consists of matter, and dark energy, and ordinary beings can only perceive matter, while cosmic force beings, on the other hand, can perceive dark matter and dark energy. But the dark energy, which occupies 68% of the mass of the entire universe, has complex properties, and only a tiny fraction of it can truly be the cosmic force that living beings can utilize. The cosmic force does have attributes, but there is no positive or evil. It is just a higher order energy of the universe. You're still only just stepping into the cosmic force life level and you don't feel much. So it's better to improve your life attributes in a solid manner. Lin Su nodded thoughtfully. No wonder. Humans have theorized about dark matter and dark energy since the time of Einstein. But due to the fact that they cannot be perceived and cannot be observed, they can only manifest the existence of dark matter and dark energy through the cosmological constants and scalar field models. But so far, there is no concrete observation. For this advancement, Lin Su was already very satisfied, and his only regret was that his wings hadn't grown out so far. If I could grow my wings back, then the world would really be a great place to go. That's just it. It's good enough. The heart is not enough. Returning to the underground king's palace, Lin Su began to work on distributing the experience points. It was then that he was surprised to find that the so-called warning of the possibility of betrayal by a servant was gone. Once he asked the system, he realized that he was now a second-order force being, and his spirit had been strengthened, and the original twofold limit had now become threefold. That is to say, there is no possibility of betrayal by his alien servants as long as they do not exceed a total spirit of 4. 5. Now that you do the math, the total spirit of 3 cats and 2 people is only 3. 5. So you can recruit another alien servant or 2 with no problem. 2. 7 million experience points. That's too much. Don't even know how to use it. Then let's raise the battle power around us all over again first. Raise all the queens to level 2. And also create another batch of level 1 princess ants and male ants to wait for the next wedding flight. There's still some time before dawn. We still need to go to that douchebag Lin Jing's place. Getting money to acquire the slaughterhouse is the main focus. I suspect that Lin Jing has some sort of handle in that woman's hands. Otherwise, with my previous knowledge, he wouldn't be this weak, would he? Don't think about that for now. We'll see when we go. If you eat mine, you'll have to spit it out. The injured big beaver was rightfully the first to be targeted for promotion. It's also nice to find a solution to its painful problem. Big Beaver's current speed was 6, 7, and after spending just 100,000 experience points, he had already reached the limit of 7. As for defense and strength, it was a total of 250,000 experience points spent to bring defense up to 4, 0 and strength up to 4, 5. After spending another 20,000 experience points to raise Big Raven's spirit to 0, 7. The conditions for advancement were finally met. 380,000 experience points gone just like that. And while Big Ravens didn't spawn any new skills after the promotion, the talent, Phantom Cat, had changed its duration to 7 seconds. Soon, both Dahlia and Dubai also advanced to the 3rd level. But it was clear that the 3 cats who had originally felt that their battle power was amazing and had been arranged by Lin Su to be an important force were now unable to keep up with Lin Su's pace despite their progress. After raising all 75 ant queens to level 2, Lin Su realized that there were still 13 million experience points. With so much surplus, why don't I just add some power to myself? The crash skill relies on it. Money is not money if it doesn't flow. Lin Su had spent 300,000 to add power to himself, and as a result, he was shocked to find that the power had risen from 12 to 15, and he hadn't even reached the upper limit. I'd like to see how much it takes to reach the cap now. Anyway, there were many experience points, so he planned to directly add the power to the upper limit of this second rank 1 before saying anything. But in the process of adding points, the more he added, the more alarmed he became. Trouble, it's hard to upgrade now. This has added up to 20 points of power, and surprisingly it hasn't reached the cap yet. Only 430,000 left. Shall we continue? Lin Su was in a tangle. Go on, at least have something in mind. It wasn't until after adding the power to 24 that Lin Su's heart finally felt relieved. The power is exactly double what it was when I just entered the second rank at level 1, which means that for the second rank to go up a level, I need to double my base power. There are only 30,000 experience points left. Some minor hiccups, but not much. Dahlia, Big Beaver, Great White, you guys keep hunting, and this time when you go out, this king won't take you with him. Lin Su looked at the 3 guardians who meowed in response, and his heart gained strength. When the colony is in its formative years, it is still not strong enough to fight and needs a strong protective force, and the 3 cats can fill just such a role. Now his own strength has been described as horrible. Even if it is a single Luluan, he has absolute confidence. At this time he went out, confident that he can take care of everything. Coming to the top of the villa and looking at the lights and neon of the city, Lin Su had the illusion of trampling it all under his feet. It was a feeling of contempt for the living. He felt a natural superiority to the force beings he was now. But soon, he forced this feeling of superiority of his own out of himself. You can't do that. You have to respect life. Every race, has its own advantages. Now while my life level is high, humans have one huge, and definitely not to be ignored, advantage, and that is that they can, and are good at using tools. This is the accumulation of 10,000 years of the species. I am still not at all strong enough to put myself out in the open as an enemy of the human race, and I still need to be careful. Depart. The address of Lin Jing's new villa that Luo Yu had given him was just over 30 kilometers away from his current location, and Lin Su had already been too lazy to choose to travel through the darkness, instead jumping directly from the roofs of various buildings. He's currently only 25 centimeters long for his size, and the cameras that humans have installed are on the streets, so being on the roof of a building is actually the safest and quickest. As Lin Su's 6 limbs powered up, a hazy black line shot out like an arrow in the dark night, and in the blink of an eye it reached a 10-story building more than 100 meters away. That's right, with his current strength, he was already able to reach 300 meters away with a single jump. If he hadn't jumped too far, which would have affected his control of his body due to the change in resistance created by the airflow, he could have even jumped straight to a 32-story office building further away, even if the jump was farther and the landing point was smooth. Lin Su, who was an ant, wasn't worried about falling at all. Even if he landed on the glass, he had a firm grip, because as an ant, he has countless imaginary hairs on the front ends of his 6 limbs, which can be adsorbed onto the surface of the glass, even if the glass is turned upside down, and he is allowed to hang upside down without the slightest problem. Looking at the skyscraper in the distance that was up to 100 stories high, Lin Su's bravado rose and he leapt towards the building. The wind around him blew the fluffy fur all over his body, fast and cozy, and Lin Su now felt truly free. This feeling of freedom, when he was a human being, even when he reached the position of chairman of a company with hundreds of millions of dollars, he had never had it. It's as if the soul is completely sublimated. Dang! With a light sound, Lin Su landed on the glass of the skyscraper, but this was still quite a distance away from the top floor of the building. Shoo! He glided like a bullet through the outer glass of a skyscraper, and in a flash he was at the top of the building and on top of the lightning rod, literally overlooking the entire metropolis. Up to 12 speeds, comparable to a supercar. Even many birds don't always reach that speed. A view of the mountains is probably what it feels like. Am I slightly bloated? With a sudden increase in strength, and such a drastic increase, it was impossible to say that one wasn't excited. 10 minutes later, Lin Su arrived at the address Luo Yu had mentioned. Bullseye, a detached villa with 4 floors of finishes and an elevator. With today's housing prices in S-City, this villa must be tens of millions of dollars. After entering the villa, Lin Su quickly checked each room and found that apart from a woman on the first floor, it was Lin Jing and his wife who lived in the master bedroom on the second floor. After coming to Lin Jing's study and turning on his computer, he realized that it was set with a password and it was impossible to check any information. It seems like we can only question Lin Jing directly. Just as he was about to go directly to the two's bedroom, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and a figure carefully opened the door and entered the study. It was none other than Lin Jing. It's only been half a year. How did this idiot age so much? Lin Su was puzzled, but he saw Lin Jing come to his study and sit down, directly lighting a cigarette and just staring at the ceiling, silently gulping down the smoke. Lin Jing seemed to be suffering from insomnia. Cigarettes were smoked after cigarettes. 3 cigarettes were smoked, and he didn't even change his posture. Lin Jing, Lin Su quietly uttered, but his body was hidden on top of the bookcase. Brother? Lin Jing sat up violently and looked around blankly, then shook his head. Hey, still hallucinating. It's not a hallucination. I'm your brother, you dumbass. I've only been gone for a few months. How did you get the company into this state? Lin Su's voice once again sounded abruptly in his mind, and Lin Jing was startled. Brother, is it really you? Don't scare me. You know, I've been afraid of ghosts since I was a kid. Lin Jing's teeth were already chattering. Where could he answer Lin Su's question? I'm not a ghost. Don't worry. I'm not dead, but you can pretend I am. You answer my question first. Lin Jing forced down the fear in his heart and said with trepidation. Brother, you're not dead? That's great. You don't know. After you left, I couldn't keep the company. When are you coming back? He held his head as he spoke, then took a sharp drag on his cigarette. I'll be back, but not so soon. Tell me what's going on with the company. Lin Su was equivalent to having asked for the 3rd time. Lin Jing finally calmed down and sighed. This company thing, it's a long story. I met a woman who is now my wife. Her name is Lu Yanran. I originally thought she was an ordinary woman, just play around, but I didn't realize that one of his cousins is the number 3 person in our city. She approached me, then sent someone into the company, and also into the finance department, and got hold of the evidence of our previous tax evasion, and used it as a handle to force me to empty the company. Just by listening to so much, Lin Su already understood. Management number 3, that's a high enough position, and with a handle on people, it's really not something you can handle. Lin Su is aware of it. In this big land, since ancient times, Businessmen are the pigs raised by the management. When the pig is small, they cannot care, but when the pig is fattened, it should be killed. The administrators have their own assignments as to who will do the killing. Lin Su didn't realize that the company he left behind had turned into someone else's pig. But that's normal. What's not normal is that Lu Yanyan, she's really married to Lin Jing. It should be her place in the family, and it wasn't exactly a highly regarded one either. Of course, no matter who it was that dared to touch his things, Lin Su had no reason to let go. Lin Jing, how much money can you use right now? Brother, I can't move the money now. Lu Yanyan has misappropriated 45 million from the company one after another. But this money, it didn't pass through my hands at all. It is his younger brother Lu Xiaosong transferred out. By this villa down payment is only 8 million. There should be more than 30 million. The destination of this money, only she knows. After figuring out what happened, Lin Su knew that the money was not coming back. If you were to force it back, you'd have to do it yourself, and then you'd have to kill someone to get it back. And once a person dies, the whereabouts of that money will definitely come under the investigative attention of the Uniform Bureau. In a short time, he made an immediate decision. Brother, do you need me to do anything? Lin Jing thinks Lin Su wants him to get the company's money back, but he doesn't get an affirmative answer. You're going to work normally today. Will Lu Yanyan be at home or will she go out after you go to work? She usually sleeps in the morning, and in the afternoon, she will ask her girlfriends to go shopping, or play cards, and she doesn't take care of anything in the company at all. And it's all his brother Lu Xiaosong who is specifically operating some of the company's things. Good, I know. Go to work normally. And remember, nothing happened tonight. By the way, give me Lu Xiaosong's address. Since Lin Su didn't even want the money, how could he let these people live through tonight? It is still true that once a person has unchecked power, the evil in his heart will be unleashed and he will not even be able to control it. Nor will he want to. What's more, Lin Su wasn't a human anymore, but a worm. Lin Su suddenly disappeared, and Lin Jing felt like this was all a dream tonight. And before he knew it, a wild storm was coming. After leaving Lin Jing's mansion, Lin Su followed the address he gave and found Lu Yanyan's younger brother, Lu Xiaosong. At this time, Lu Xiaosong was sleeping like a pig, looking a bit like Lu Yanyan. There's no need to even confirm her identity. Cheap, it is a gift from the king to let you die in your sleep. Lin Su leapt up and swept over the neck of the sleeping Lu Xiaosong, his 3 to 4 centimeter long jaws just slashing at the other's neck. When it's all over, the blood is dripping. As for what would happen afterward, he naturally didn't bother. That's the Uniform Bureau's business. Within a few minutes, he received more than 50,000 experience points. A few minutes later, he had returned to Lin Jing's villa once again. However, he didn't immediately make a move to kill Lu Yanyan, but waited until morning, after Lin Jing had gone to work, and only then did he crawl into the bedroom. Lu Yanyan was still sleeping at this time. Lin Su unceremoniously gave her a shot. He wanted to try his venom, just in case the other party would die quickly. He only used 0.5 milliliters. When he killed the cow at night, he had already used all the venom, and by now, after a few hours had passed, he had only recovered 10% of it, so he could also save it. With a shriek, Lu Yanyan was directly awakened by the pain, but a giant ant on the quilt in front of her made her forget the stinging pain in her neck for a while, even because of the shock. She had just woken up and could only open her mouth, losing her voice outright. After 10 seconds or so, she then made a sound. What the hell? Lu Yanyan thought she was dreaming for the first time, but after pinching herself, she knew that it was not an illusion or a dream, and everything in front of her was real. She remembered the legend of the Ant-Man. Annoying, stop it, or I'll kill you right away. But this warning from Lin Su was completely ineffective for someone who was in extreme fear. Lu Yanyan rolled out of bed. What desk lamp? Pen holder? Cosmetics? Bags? Grab what is what? A brain to Lin Su's body smashed over, but her strength was too weak. Lin Su raised his forelimbs and everything was easily swatted away by him. When Lu Yanyan didn't have anything to hold, she could only curl up in the corner, saying in panic under her breath, "Don't come over, don't you come over." Lin Su shook his head and watched as his opponent's stats were plummeting, just about 20 seconds full, and his status had already slipped by half. The effect, of course, wasn't all about the toxin, but also the fear. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Su, nicknamed Ant-Man, your husband's brother. What the hell? How is that possible? You? What the hell are you? Lu Yanyan was obviously still unable to react. Lin Su didn't talk nonsense with him anymore and said directly, "Let's put it this way. From now on, I won't come close to you and I won't hurt you. You tell me the home address of that 3 management cousin of your Lu family in the city, And then take a picture from your cell phone for me to see and I'll leave. Lin Su promised her not to harm Lu Yanyan from now on because from the effects of the toxin, he projected that this Lu Yanyan wouldn't be able to live for long. Under his current toxin, he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to live for more than a minute. My cousin's name is Lu Zhengtang. Lu Yanyan quickly gave her cousin Lu Zhengtang's address, and when she took her cell phone to flip through the photos, the phone slid down a couple of times, and with difficulty, she showed the photos to Lin Su. Very well, he'll be down there with you soon, and yes, there's your brother Lu Xiaosong. You should still be able to catch up with him if you go now. Hearing this voice of Lin Su, Lu Yanyan's eyes rolled up in surprise. I thought you said you wouldn't hurt me. I didn't hurt you. You'd look better dead like this, not covered in blood. Lu Yanyan wanted to say something else, but then she suddenly felt her entire body go limp, and an extreme pain and itch spread throughout her body. This itch is from the skin all over the body and the pain is from the bones and internal organs all over the body. She opened her mouth wide and tried to say something, but in the end, she could no longer speak, and just collapsed in the corner with her mouth wide open and her eyes open, without a breath. The movement of the villa naturally alarmed many people passing by, and also alarmed the maid's aunt on the first floor, which was expected by Lin Su. But he didn't have any worries. He just transformed into a supercar and disappeared in a puff of smoke from the corner. I didn't realize that my toxin was already so strong. But this Lu Yanyan didn't even survive a minute before she karma. That's only 0.5 milliliters used. The total amount of venom that can be stored in my body right now is 6 milliliters. Poisoning a dozen or so people is easy. Since this is the case, for a short period of time, I can use the venom to kill cows in a cattle and sheep slaughterhouse. And the acquisition of a cattle and sheep slaughterhouse won't have any effect even though it didn't work out. For Wang Lao, the big orange thief, 11130685, Dao Fa Nature, the miracle of the Gushu, Wan Tu Fu, Zhong Wei Man, listen to the book to reduce the age of her little atom, the wind and thunder Jin Dongfeng, vigorously a sailor, Dear Shu, the heir to the dragon 168, Amitabh, Bruce, the long fall of the stars and so on the reward and 5 praise of the friends to add more. Thank you. It was destined to be no ordinary day. 2 murders in a row. 2 murders not at the same address, but closely related. These 2 victims, a brother and sister. When the Uniform Bureau came to take Lin Jing away to assist in the investigation, Lin Jing had a dizzy spell. He now knew with his ass that this must have something to do with his brother Lin Su, but when he came to the Uniform Bureau, he could only ask questions, and he really didn't know anything about it. In the Uniform Bureau, the one who took over He Inxiong's job was Fang Yuanzhang, who used to follow him. After looking at the 2 crime scenes one after another, Fang Yuanzhang came to the conclusion that one victim was injured by a sharp weapon and the other died of poisoning. It's related to the surname Lin again. Fang Yuanzhang took the information given by the medical examiner and analyzed it carefully. Forensic scientist who explained, the ant toxin has changed this time. It's stronger than before, and based on the DNA comparison, it's determined that there's an ant DNA sequence in here, but by comparing any ant DNA I've seen, it's different from this one. This toxin is extremely lethal, requiring only 0.1 milliliters to kill a person. But in the deceased's body, at least 0.5 milliliters of the toxin was injected, so the deceased was dead within a minute. Then, based on your lab results, it's basically certain that this person is not Lin Jing. Lin Jing has an alibi, and at the time of the murder, he had already left the house for 45 minutes. Fang Yuanzhang frowned and analyzed. But we can't rule out the possibility that he's the mastermind behind this. Maybe leaving the house is to make room for the perpetrator and create an alibi for himself. I found 3 cigarette butts in Lin Jing's study, each of which was extinguished after only 1/2 smoking, proving that he had something very much on his mind that he was extremely torn about. But according to the butler's confession, the butler cleaned up the study last night and didn't leave any cigarette butts, so the butts were left last night. The maid, as the person who reported the crime, would have been the only person at the scene of the crime, but based on the fingerprints and footprints, the maid left fingerprints and traces in the room that would only be left by normal cleaning. The case was basically clueless, but after leaving the Uniform Bureau, Fang Yuanjing's face showed a struggle. Yes, he knows what did it, but he didn't dare say. Heads up, I don't want to know. Why did you leave me the truth? He Inxiong seemed to have known that he would have such a day, but he didn't expect to die at the hands of a human. He had expected to die at the hands of that ant. Fang Yuanzhang knew the secret, but he didn't dare to say it, especially after Lu Luan's death. He dared not say anything, because this Lu Luan was the most terrifying human he had ever seen. It could almost be considered superhuman, and for someone like this, the body was still laying there. But just as he was still torn, the bureau phone call came. It was Lu Yuan. Round. What's wrong? When Fong Yuanzheng received the call, his heart fluttered, expecting something to happen. Chief, the chief wants you to come over here. It's urgent. Can you reveal what's going on? Look at me. I haven't even eaten at noon. I don't know. Just the chief said he took an important call and told me to let you know right away. Fong Yuanzheng knew it was useless to ask Lu Yuan about this, so he had to return to the bureau again. Just as he entered the door, he saw the stony-faced director Chiu Changqing and deputy director Lu Guodong were both there. The Chiu bureau was at a very high level and usually appeared less often. After all, it was still rare for a uniformed chief of a metropolis with a population of over 20 million to be personally involved in a case. The two directors arrived at the same time. Dozens of people in the conference hall. The atmosphere is not quite dare to come out. The atmosphere is extremely grave. After Fong Yuanzheng made his report, Deputy Bureau Director Lu Guodong said something in Chiu's ear, resulting in Chiu immediately turning his gaze to Fong Yuanzheng. Little Fong, you've been involved in this recent series of cases, and you're still the captain, so it's up to you to give a report. Fong Yuanzheng had no choice but to go up to the stage and put some class materials and explain them one by one, but he didn't dare to lead towards the real ants. But every time he explains about ant toxins, the church council frowns. The whole series of cases took over an hour to tell, and just as Fong Yuanzheng was about to step down, Bureau Chiu called him back and personally led him into the office. Fong, you've been on the team for just over 3 years, right? It's odd that the church council would ask a question that has nothing to do with the case. Reporting to the chief. Yes, I graduated before and interned at the bottom, doing patrols. Then I was selected by Team He and entered the criminal investigation team, and followed him for more than 3 years. Aha, not bad. Such a young detective chief. This is an exception. You have to cherish it. This time, these two murders are still different from the previous ones. The main reason is that the identity of these two people is important. Let me put it to you this way. The deceased are the niece and nephew of the city's number 3 administration, and the number 3 administration has already personally passed over the case. So if you have any situation, make sure to give it your best shot. It's a good thing for you and me, and even more so for you. It's an opportunity. Ha, management number 3? Fong Yuanzheng's expression instantly tangled again. It was this momentary entanglement that Chiu Changqing saw the problem. Right, management number 3. I know that you and he and Xiong have a deep love for each other as teacher and disciple. His death, although it was at the hands of those people, in the final analysis, it was still indirectly caused by the murderer. Don't you want to avenge he and Xiong's death? Also, such a big case. Even that department has come twice people, to my level. Also more or less will know some things. Just tell me, how much do you know? Hearing Chiu Changqing say so, Fong Yuanzheng suddenly realized that the one in front of him, but the main hall level, then that number 3 management, is also about the same. Anyone who can get to this position, to be honest, absolutely cannot get up there without some background. Some people in the deputy division level for more than 10 years, all their lives do not think of the main office, because this is a hurdle, can pass this hurdle, who has no one behind them. Chiu Changqing, on the other hand, was at a much higher level than this can. Fong Yuanzheng knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he told what he and Xiong had told him. As expected, Chiu Changqing wasn't too surprised after hearing this. Instead, he still looked at Fong Yuanzheng with a slight appreciation. Very well, you are also considered a person who can keep a secret. How about this? I'll order that the uniformed houses in all the neighborhoods in the city carry out a sanitary overhaul and clean up all the stray cats and dogs in the city, so as to confuse the public. You, on the other hand, will lead people and head over to the East Side Reservoir to carry out the cleanup work. Equipment, weapons, you bring in applications. I'll personally approve them for you. Also, in order to avoid being seen by the general public, first move and pacify the people in that neighborhood. By the way, remember, all personnel involved in this operation of yours, all sign confidentiality agreements. This is your one chance. If you can't complete the mission, I'll have to apply for a transfer to the Armed Forces Detachment, mobilizing the Armed Police Detachment. The procedures are more troublesome, and it looks like the Uniform Bureau is incompetent, so it cannot go that far. Chiu Changqing does not want to do it yet. After all, that's only if there's a serious disturbance in the area. The local DM needs to request support from a higher unit for the armed police force, and the uniformed director gets written authorization from the local DM to take command. Fong Yuanzheng made a pledge to complete this mission. To be honest, he was still trembling with fear, but since it was Chiu Bureaus who had personally asked about this, he had to go on and make up his mind to do so. It's an opportunity to get it done, and if you do it right, you'll have a backer and a great future. Of course, there are risks. According to the description of Team Ho's life, that ant and cat were strong, but there's a point where no amount of strength is better than a gun. Besides, the equipment is at his choice. The weapons are applied casually, and the people in his criminal investigation team, there are more than a dozen of them, so he is really not afraid of it when he goes out like this. He applied for 2 sets of flamethrowers, which, being portable but powerful, were said to be able to be used for taking bunkers. In addition to the flamethrowers, standard pistols are a must. In addition to the weapons, there were 12 team members in total, each of whom also had a couple of black diamond sprays hooked up. This was the attack ration. And on top of that, he applied for protective gear that was armed to the teeth. In addition to the blast shields, leather boots and body armor, each team member even carried a protective helmet. Unfortunately, the body armor is all undershirts and the arms don't protect against it. It's enough that the other side is cats and ants, and the gear is almost foolproof. Of course, a 360-degree deathless protective suit like Luluan's would be better, but there was no way this could be solved anytime soon. In order to be able to accurately find the target, Fong Yuanzhang also brought 2 police dogs. At 2 p.m., the city's 35,000 uniformed officers were urgently mobilized, with tens of thousands of additional auxiliary uniformed officers cooperating to cover all the communities in S-City to eliminate stray cats and dogs in their respective jurisdictions. Not only that, the Environmental Protection Department has also been notified and brought along all kinds of equipment to spray and kill every sewer, so that the snakes, insects, rodents and ants in the sewers simply have nothing to hide from. And there is no way to hide from them. The citizens of the entire city of S were dumbfounded. The operation was comparable to a typhoon crossing. The whole city was filled with uniforms. Even traffic uniforms were involved, directing the traffic, all for the convenience of the big extermination. This side of the reservoir, all the villa owners, all by the door to the uniformed officers to transfer. Someone asked. Uniformed officers are unified tone, said that the reservoir side of the repair, there is a possibility of collapse accidents. Please the public temporary evacuation. This included Lin Beibei and Luo Yu. Luo Yu looked tense at this moment, as if he had thought of something, but there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, 11 Iron Rider motorcycles and 1 car departed from the UG and drove directly to the East End Reservoir. Needless to say, the mobilization of the entire uniform of a metropolis of over 20 million people was quite a spectacle. Lin Su knew that this day would come sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be this soon. He had also planned to pay a visit to Lu Zhengtang this evening and send people on their way properly, but he didn't expect the Uniform Bureau to come out in full force. He had long ago arranged mail ants on the opposite building of the Uniform Bureau, and they were tertiary mail ants, so he was basically aware of every move of the Uniform Bureau. On the road from the Uniform Bureau to the reservoir area, there were also observation post points at regular intervals. Soon, Lin Su discovered the anomaly through his shared vision. This team, it looks like it's coming for me. It's time to show true strength. Looking at his force value, it was only 0.65, which meant that he had only recovered a pitiful 0.03 from killing the bull, which was an extremely slow recovery, but it was enough. He still had poison needle, and crash. The venom had returned to 1.5 milliliters, enough to inflict a lethal amount on several people. This time, Lin Su didn't intend to involve Dahua and the others. Their targets were too big, and in front of human firearms, they were simply living targets. Useless. All along the way, he tracked it through the vision of the sharing mail ant, and sure enough, 11 Iron Rider motorcycles, plus a car, were headed straight for the reservoir. The convoy arrived at the reservoir and a young uniformed officer got out of the car, along with 2 police dogs, 2 German shepherds. Lin Su, who was ambushed in the woods, had already seen the convoy, and the 2 police dogs that got out of the car were German shepherds. German shepherds are known to be the most loyal and intelligent dogs, often used for tracking dead bodies. These dogs have an extremely strong sense of smell and have sharp teeth and excellent attacking abilities. However, Lin Su felt that it was just SOSO after data probing the 2 dogs. If it were before, this would have been possible for him to take himself seriously, but now it seemed that this kind of ordinary beings, without the advantage of humans' hot weapons, he was able to finish them off like a chicken. After Fong Yuanzhang got out of the car on this side, the 2 uniformed officers each held a dog, and Fong Yuanzhang gestured, following the directions given by He Yingxiong, and entered the woods. 12 men and 2 dogs, lined up in a single file, searched from the bottom of the hill to the top. However, just at this moment, a black light suddenly flashed from the top of the tree and was gone in the blink of an eye. Woof woof. Chief, it looks like something just swept by. I see it. Concentrate. Lyco, Big Blue, you 2 keep an eye on the top of your heads and shoot straight once it reappears. Ayo, your flamethrower takes care of the overhead part, but be careful not to spray your co-workers. Yes, Fang Yuanzhang had just finished speaking, but he felt that there was something wrong with the eyes of the team members. They weren't looking at themselves, but were looking at the ground. Fang Yuanzhang realized something and hurriedly turned around to check, only to see that a police dog was currently lying on its side on the ground, blood spurting outwards from its neck like a burst water pipe. The canine made whining noises from his mouth and oohs and ahs from his throat, but they were extremely tiny. Davy! Davy! Fang Yuanzhang barked twice, and the dog made a strong attempt to get up, but unfortunately, it was gradually losing its strength and consciousness, and soon lost its breath. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw such a scene. That light just now, surprisingly, took a dog's life in a single swipe. The dog's reaction is known to all. The other side is shock and awe. Fang Yuanzhang remembered He Yingxian's admonition. In any case, there can be no involvement in this. But now he himself is actually directly involved for the sake of promotion and grades. Team He, I can't help it. There's no way back. Fang Yuanzhang was ruthless and ordered. Continue searching forward. Flamethrower ready. Let's go and find the ant nest first. Exterminate those small ants and then deal with this big one. Lazy, Big Blue, you guys must pay attention. Gov, don't worry. Not a single mosquito. Shoo, chug chug chug. A black light flashed and a burst of gunfire rang and fell. Woof woof. The other police dog, at the moment, was also down in a pool of blood. Lin Su's speed of up to 12, under the jumping outburst, can reach more than 700 kilometers per hour, coupled with the body size of only 25 centimeters. This leap over, to see clearly are difficult. Unless the other party was also an evolved being, how could an ordinary person like them capture and hit it with a pistol? The two police dogs died just like that before they went out, while Fang Yuanzhang and the others, they didn't even get a good look at the shape of their opponents. Some people began to get nervous. Although they are members of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, they have seen corpses and arrested murderers, but they really want to do it for real in the battlefield. This is the first time. The brigade had entered the woods in only less than 3 minutes before the police dogs had all been killed in action, which made Fang Yuanzhang extremely nervous as well. After all, he's still young. Fighting and killing is not something that young men can carry out in a fit of enthusiasm. Even an old detective like He Yingxian chose to run away when faced with the fear of death. Let alone him. The reason why Lin Su killed the two dogs first was because the dogs had a keen sense of smell, and he was afraid that they would continue to search and find the base inside the villa after realizing that the anthill was empty. Looks like it's really time to move. This place was too barren for the current ant colony, especially after this great decontamination. The cockroaches and rats in the sewers would die off a large number of people, and without enough hunting objects at that time, Lin Su wouldn't be able to stay here. Phew! After a whine, a long flaming tongue interrupted Lin Su's thoughts. Ayo, what's going on? No, it's nothing. I was just nervous and accidentally pressed it. Watch before you hit. In this weather, if a fire starts in the woods, that's big trouble too. This kind of flamethrower, although it was said to be very powerful and cover a wide area, it was still quite dangerous to spray it in the woods. But just as the flames had retracted, Ayo, the uniformed officer carrying the jet, suddenly shrieked and dropped the jet in his hand, clutching his left arm with his right hand. Ayo, what the hell? Fang Yuanzhang hadn't seen what was going on. It's a poison needle. It's poison needles. I feel like I've been hit by a poison needle. A small poison needle had already penetrated through the clothes and drilled into Ayu's arm. Fang Yuanzhang rushed to take a look and immediately remembered the words of the forensic Dr. Old Hu. Big trouble. This toxin is likely to be fatal. Ayo, this arm of yours, I'm afraid you'll have to cut it off immediately or your life will be in danger. And if the dose of this toxin is high enough, you won't even have time to go to the hospital. It didn't help that their body armor was all undershirts, and their protective arms were regular battle dress. And being a flamethrower holder didn't make it easy to carry a blast shield, so he took the brunt of it. No, I don't want to cut off my arm. Quick, tie it off for me to keep the toxin from spreading. Fang Yuanzhang was helpless. He couldn't decide for the other party in this kind of matter. Lin Su on the tree crown watched this scene, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. It's no use, it's hopeless. But even so, the remaining 11 below were not in an unruly formation, except that the two original shield bearers had lowered the blast shields in their hands and were rescuing Ayu, who was lying on the ground, just as the two of them were seriously tying the bandages. Suddenly a black ray of light shot from the distant genus officer. This time everyone saw it, and all of a sudden 10 or so guns fired at once, and another member of the team with a flamethrower turned it on straight away. Someone turned on the black diamond spray and sprayed it all over the place into the air. A few bursts later, everything went up in smoke. The crowd saw a reddish charcoal split apart by a bullet. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuanzhang cried out in a loud voice. That thing just now. It turned out to be a section of wood. So, What about the other side's purpose? Fang Yuanzhang had just thought of this when he heard two cries of alarm from behind him. The crowd turned around to see that both aid workers were covering their necks, and blood was spurting out of their necks. Bo-chan, Yu Huanrong. Fang Yuanzhang didn't care about protecting himself and quickly darted over. A few others were stunned. Quickly, retreat, send the hospital, get to the hospital. Where would Fang Yuanzhang have thought that today would be so treacherous? And that ant was too cocky to sound out the east and strike the west. Fang Yuanzhang, is this still an ant? That's what people become. Lin Su, don't guess. You'll get a guess if you make a wild guess. 3 people were seriously injured in the opening 3 minutes. And this kind of fight, it's just not playable. Fang Yuanzhang decisively gave the order to retreat. But since Lin Su had struck out, where would he let them come and go as they pleased? With 2 members of the team responsible for a wounded man, that's 6 people directly exposed to his attack. However, Lin Su didn't choose to attack them and instead chose the one walking at the very back to break the back. Suddenly, 2 gunshots came from behind, and everyone's minds were blown. This one, Lei Zi, fired 2 shots in a row, but didn't hit his target at all, while Lin Su had already slashed through his neck. As expected of Lin Su, when the last member of the team fell down injured, the people in front of them had to turn back to check again. Don't give up. At this point, AO, the earliest Spitfire teammate to be poisoned, whose eyes had begun to lax, lay in the arms of one of his teammates, his arms no longer having any strength as he slowly hammered them down. And then there was no more. Lyco. Fang Yuanzhang was still calling out to the team member who had just had his neck slashed, but another wail came from the front. AO, gov, AO, he's gone. Fang Yuanzhang's head was dizzy and he could barely support himself. One of his teammates died, and today's mission, even if he had accomplished his goal, he was still an extreme failure. But the problem was that none of them were even a mere 100 meters out of the wooded hillside yet. He didn't know that against them all. That ant on the other side didn't even need his strongest means. He just needed to use his own speed of 12 plus jumping to get into position. Their marksmanship is no match for Yen Ling. Their strength is no match for Lu Luan. And their equipment is full of holes. So how can they fight with themselves? Fang Yuanzhang also knew that he had been planted today, and that it would be difficult to walk out of this forest by relying on his team's ability alone. Even if they walked out, if the other party wanted to chase them, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. He had no choice but to contact the bureau via walkie-talkie. Calling headquarters. He didn't need to call. Deputy Director Lu saw it all from the command room. Every member of the team had pinhole cameras on their bodies that he was able to monitor in real time. And the lack of contact just now was only because things were moving so fast that Fang Yuanzhang and the others didn't have any time to talk to the headquarters at all. In fact, Lu had already seen that the situation was not right and sent out a reminder inside the walkie-talkie. In just a few minutes, even if Lu arranged for a support team, but they couldn't fly, it was impossible for them to arrive so quickly. What made Lu's heart go cold to the bottom was that the death of one of the 12 team members was not considered tragic, and he was worried that all of them might stay in that forest. Such a major accident, if it really happened, he would have made it to the end of his career as a deputy director. And things were really going in the direction he feared. His reinforcement team wasn't even ready to go when a new situation appeared in the screen. A scream came from inside the headset as well. Lu slammed his fist hard on the computer desk. 2 more members of the team were hit hard. A fire started inside the woods. And things got even bigger when flamethrower flames started a mountain fire. On the other hand, on this side of the woods, Lin Su didn't stop. Since war has been declared head-on, I'll be impolite. None can walk out of here alive today. Come as many as you can and die as many as you can for me. At this moment, he had received 3 death experience points, with the least one having 73,000, and 2 of them contributing more than 80,000 experience points. Fang Yuanzhang never expected that his first big operation after becoming the chief of criminal investigation would end up like this. He'd been careful, but he'd ended up as cannon fodder. Yes, he was sure he was being used as a gun, as cannon fodder for a test. From beginning to end, the pulse of things is now unfolding. With his seniority, there is no way he can be this captain. Even if he knew the case well, the most likely thing he could do was parachute in a captain. And even within the ranks, there were plenty of people more senior than him. It is routine to take a senior uniformed officer directly from another department. If this were normal, it would be hard as hell to become this captain yourself, because you have no background. But now, people with backgrounds will more or less know some inside information now, and they definitely don't want to come and die. So the matter of cannon fodder fell to himself, who had no background. Watching his teammates die one by one, Fang Yuanzhang felt that remorse in his heart. He hated himself for being so impulsive. When the last of his teammates fell, Fong Yuanzhang was desperate, knowing that he couldn't run away either. After finishing the bullets inside the gun, he closed his eyes and prepared for death. Sure enough, the next moment, his neck ached. He understood what was happening and didn't even feel the need to save himself, just letting his blood gush out and then collapsing. Pop! Lu slapped the ashtray on the ground with one hand, and the glass slag splattered. In his vision, Fong Yuanzhang, as the last member of the team, finally fell into a pool of blood as well. His support team, however, had only been on the move for a few minutes. It would take more than 10 minutes at the fastest speed to get there from here, even if there were traffic police to clear the way. He said 100 uniformed officers, heavily armed, but the CID did not hold out until reinforcements arrived. Lu Guodong took a deep look at Director Cho Changqing's office and already understood something in his heart. Someone clearly had to take the blame for this incident, and that backstabber could only be himself, not the one in the office. In the woods, the fallen Fong Yuanzhang was waiting for death when a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Fong Yuanzhang, I didn't cut off your airway. You should still be able to wait until help arrives if you save yourself now. Of course, your life is now in my hands. Submit to me and become my servant. I can spare you. Just now, Lin Su suddenly had a sudden thought that if he was inside the uniform bureau and had an insider, it should provide him with more convenience. And this Fong Yuanzhang, he seems to be really good. So he destroys all the miniature cameras and prepares to take in the young detective captain. Who are you? Although Fong Yuanzhang's consciousness was blurred, he still had a trace of lucidity. I'm the ant that made all of you die. Submit to me or die. Before you make a decision, you can think about your parents and your loved ones. How would they feel if they knew you were dead? Fong Yuanzhang couldn't seem to accept this ending. His consciousness was on the verge of sinking, but he hadn't made a decision yet. Me? No. How can I be the servant of a mole? Whether living is important or dying to save face is important. You decide for yourself, but let me tell you, you still have 10 seconds to think about it. I'm starting the countdown now. 10, 9, 8. The countdown was about to finish, and Lin Su shook his head. It seemed like his plan to plant an undercover agent was going to fail. Just as he counted down to 1, a response finally came from Fong Yuanzhang's mouth. I submit. I want to live. Soon, there was another human among Lin Su's servants. Name, Fong Yuanzhang. Race, human. Rank, 0 near death. Lifespan, 86 years, 0 years. Strength, 1, 6, 0. Speed, 1, 2, 0. Defense, 1, 5, 0, 0, 3. Spirit, 1, 1, 0, 0, 2. Seeing Fong Yuanzhang's data, Lin Su was a bit surprised. The 3 items of speed, defense, and strength were stronger than ordinary people, which was normal. After all, it was the people who came out of the uniform academy, and all aspects of physical fitness were practiced. But this spirit, which was 0, 1 higher than the average, made Lin Su somewhat surprised. Spirituality is not something that can be improved through study. It's a mysterious thing. Could it be that this guy has some kind of talent? It's not possible that it will awaken after upgrading at that time, right? If that's really the case, then we've picked up a treasure. He did have experience with this. When there were 3 cats, and big ravens had a speed 0, 2 above average, and after upgrading, they did have the phantom cat natural skill. He's very unstable in this current state. That's just it. Just add 0, 5 to your defense. It's cheap for you, kid. Anyway, after this battle, his experience points came back to 950, 000, and using up 50, 000 was just a fraction of that. It was a good deal to keep a human servant, and a human servant with an important position in the uniform bureau. Soon the sound of a uniform siren was heard in the distance. Lin Su naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to take on so many people single-handedly. The other party might accidentally injure themselves even if they were just shooting randomly. And once they fought, it would be more trouble than it was worth to delay Fong Yuanzhang's rescue. So he left the grove without hesitation and returned to the underground royal palace. Uniform bureau. Lu Guodong's face is gloomy to the extreme. The door to the director's office opened and let him in. Old Lu Ah. It seems we have miscalculated this time. This is a major accident. What do you think should be done? Should we continue tracking it, or hold off? As soon as Lu Guodong heard Cho Changqing's question, he knew that the other party wanted him to take the blame. Bureau Chio, this is indeed a major accident. It's because of my faulty command and carelessness that the team suffered a major loss. I'll write about it in my report. Things have come to this point, and we've learned the true strength of the other side. I'm afraid that this is still just the tip of the iceberg, as there are still 3 more cats yet to show up. In order to avoid greater losses, I think it's better to wait for instructions from the higher-ups. Good. Very good. By the way, how is the aid for the wounded going? the situation is quite bad. 11 members of the team died on the spot. Only Fong Yuanzhang is a bit stronger physically, but now he is also sent to the central hospital and is undergoing surgery. Whether or not he can survive will depend on his luck. Lu Guodong of course understands that Qiu Changqing deliberately arranged Fong Yuanzhang's intention to be this captain, but it is not to see that people do not have the background. Even if there is an accident, he does not have any pressure. And in this way, he was now accountable to the third management side as well. So it could be said that things were dripping with water and no one could pick a fault. Right, Bureau Qiu, if Fong Yuanzhang survives, his position? Of course he retains his position. He's a hero and the only one who survived facing that ant. He has experience. Send someone from above and we have the personnel to match. Not only do we want him to remain in his position, but we want to honor him greatly. Hearing Qiu Changqing's words, Lu Guodong sighed helplessly in his heart. This is about using cannon fodder to death. Lin Su, who had returned to the royal palace, had an unimpeded heart. This time he had been able to defeat more than a dozen heavily armed uniformed officers just by relying on his base stats. If you add in the ring of explosive fire, you're practically undefeated. Now he has the ability to arm wrestle with the uniform bureau. Of course, there was a downside to this, and that was that one had obviously been exposed. Ordinary people didn't know about their existence, but in the eyes of the top brass, it was no longer a secret. It's also necessary to raise your strength as soon as possible. This is not a good place to stay. It's time to move. He also realized now that he still couldn't rely on his own abilities alone to face the thousands of human armies, because the energy stored in the body was, after all, being consumed. Once the battle was over, the state would slip after a long time. If there were more people on the other side, they couldn't afford to consume themselves alone. So it's still necessary to rely on the strength of the team, and the ant colony is now growing by leaps and bounds, and it should only be a matter of time after this winter before it really comes in handy. Now that the whole city was being eliminated, this place could no longer be stayed in. Moreover, in a few days it will be November. Once winter starts, the ant colony's activities will be even more limited, so Lin Su needs to make plans early. Now that I have 3 human servants, plus 3 cats, the total spirit of the alien servants is at 5. 2, with the possibility of defection. So let's add the spirit first. His current spirit was 1, 5, and if he tripled it, it would be 4, 5, and he only needed to add 0, 3 spirit to ensure that the servants wouldn't defect. He decisively spent 30,000 experience points to increase his spirit to 1, 8, 3 times 1, 8 is 5, 4, and after assuring his servants that they won't rebel, he finally feels a little more at ease. The next step was to think about moving, and the first choice was, of course, the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse. This thing today, it must be that what number 3 management Lu Zhengtang made, originally planned to kill this goods tonight, but now moving is the top priority. Just let you live a few more days first. He had already been to the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse twice, and had long since become very familiar with the environment there. This kind of slaughterhouse, of course, cannot be built in a place where the population gathers. If it were a residential area, the stench alone would cause people to complain to death. It was very much a suburb, and to the east was a not inconsiderable mountain, over which lay the city of H. Next door, the mountainous area between the 2 municipalities is about 5 or 6 kilometers long, an area that is largely uninhabited, with only a tunnel running through the mountains and lots of cars coming and going. There is a highway at the bottom of the hill, and a ring road expressway, plus several villages that are perfect for ant colonies to be housed. These conditions were the reasons why Lin Su wanted to buy the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse. After determining where to move, the next step is to think about how to move. Dozens of kilometers are impossible for ants to crawl through. If that's the case, there's no telling which sewer it would have been in before the water washed it away. According to the speed of ordinary ants, I'm afraid it will take a few days to transfer safely, and if you climb over, you'll definitely leave a scent along the way, and all the uniform bureau has to do is send out the police dogs and track them along the road, so it's useless to move them anywhere. After some thought, Lin Su decided to let the 3 cats carry the garbage bags on their backs and transport them one trip at a time. This was a bit of a hassle, but at the speed they were going, it wouldn't take them a night. After all, even 400,000 ants are just under 100 pounds. Even with the addition of hundreds of thousands of ant eggs, it was just over 100 pounds. After finalizing the plan, he immediately took the 3 cats to the garbage to look for bags. As for the moving route, this has naturally been planned for a long time. After nightfall, the move began. All the ants acted, and the work of transporting the ant eggs into the garbage bag was something Lin Su didn't need to participate in at all. All he had to do was give instructions backwards and everything was able to run efficiently. The only thing to watch out for is the fear of being spotted while the 3 cats are transporting the bags. In order to prevent the risk of exposure, Lin Su would personally lead the way on every trip, and in case someone happened to run into them, there was nothing that could be done but for him to personally kill the person. It's survival. It's not about morality. He had to eliminate any possibility of threatening the survival of himself and his team. Fortunately, the entire night's relocation was uneventful, but after a dozen or so trips, Lin Su would check out various places in the sewers, and he really did find that the cockroaches had been much less throughout the sewers, and were almost exterminated. Of course, cockroaches, this thing, to be extinct is absolutely impossible. Their eggs all over the corners. Not a couple of months. The entire sewer system will be occupied by them all again. After all the ants were relocated, Lin Su then began to choose the address to build the nest. He had originally planned to build his lair not far behind the slaughterhouse, but thought better of it. Too close to the building. Risk of exposure. In the end, he chose his nest location on a hill 2 kilometers from the slaughterhouse and with no villages within a kilometer nearby. The only bad thing about this place is that it can be a bit noisy at night, as there are tunnels just down the hill, and the highway that connects the city of S to the city of H passes through the tunnels. This is a good place to stay, probably for a longer period of time. Standing in the canopy at the top of the hill looking out over the city in the distance, he didn't see much in the way of buildings. After all, this is a suburb, and a few kilometers away are merely some low-rise buildings of 3 or 4 floors. And then the slaughterhouse. Most of the side of the slaughterhouse was a tin building. Rows and rows of blue tin houses took up most of the grounds, and inside were locked up some cows and sheep, and that was the next resource for him to grow his team. The first thing Lin Su's ant colony did when he arrived at this mountain was to demarcate his territory. Besides building his royal palace and ant nest, all the ants started working busily. The 3 cats were also busy digging, while Lin Su himself took over 1,300 soldier ants and started going out to leave information about the ant colony. At the edge of the city, even in the mountains, there wouldn't be too many large animals. Lin Su strolled around and within a few hundred meters in a radius, he only found a few dozen small ant nests and 3 ant bee nests, but these were of no threat to him now, and were of some value, especially the ant wasp nests. Each of these 3 ant wasp nests had a queen wasp inside, and dozens of bumblebees. Lin Su directly exterminated them and let the soldier ants transport them back to the nests, which were considered rations. Originally, he had planned to take the queen wasp as a servant, but he gave up on the idea, considering that an alien race would be mentally draining, and that his own regiment of male ants was similar in nature to the wasps, as well as being much easier to command. While Lin Su was building his new base, the entire S city was surging with dark currents, with more than a dozen dead, and all of them the elite of the Uniform Bureau. It was no longer possible to keep the news secret. Every uniformed officer, after all, represents a family behind him or her, and some families don't have it easy. Plus, when Lu was in command, there were some staff members in the command room, and the images of the battle, they also saw it. So the fact that there was a powerful ant in S city, and even the Uniform Bureau couldn't do anything about it, spread all of a sudden. Ants can kill, and kill a lot of people, and once word of such a thing spreads, it can't be blocked at all. The person most aggrieved here is Lu Guodong, who was notified of the transfer order the next morning. The waterfront spring villa area. At this time Lu Zhongtang, like nothing at all, drinking tea at home. Sitting across from him was a midget adult man who was only about 80 centimeters tall, wearing a large wrench on his left thumb and a gold necklace the thickness of a small thumb hanging around his neck. Mr. Lu, please don't worry. As long as you cooperate with our operation, our department will absolutely guarantee your safety. Lu Zhongtang took a sip of tea, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, fully cooperate with you guys, and even personally be the bait. It's no problem at all. I only have one request, and that is to make sure to kill that ant, or else I won't be able to rest in peace. Mr. Lu, please don't worry. This time with our department set up, not to mention Ant-Man, even if Spider-Man, Iron Man, or the Fantastic Four come, we guarantee that he will have no way back. Then tell me about your specific program. Although you are a secretive department, but with my ability, you also know some of my background, otherwise you wouldn't have appeared in my house, right? Also, my son is in the military and is currently in Sichuan, so I have some knowledge of the situation over there. The midget man's face hesitated slightly, then he directly laughed openly. Ha ha, Mr. Lu first wants to know the specific arrangement. Mr. Zuan naturally knows everything. Let's put it this way, we made 2 preparations this time. What about this first-hand preparation is that in Mr. Lu's home, we will install a special trapping device in your house to ensure that we can capture that ant. This second preparation is at the Lin family villa. We have already monitored the entire Lin family villa and will also install trapping equipment, and have specialized personnel to squat on guard. As long as that ant enters these two areas, even if it's a god, we have a way to deal with it. In these few days, just please Mr. Lu stay at home for the first time. This is also for your safety. And secondly, of course, to use a little bit of your current situation, with our knowledge of all the cases, I'm afraid that recently, they will be able to find Mr. Lu's house. The night in the mountains is quite silent, without the hustle and bustle of the streets, less noise from the crowds, only the rustle of the wind and the chirping of insects and birds. The moonlight was dim and the stars were silent. Lin Su rarely enjoyed the quiet time. Time seemed to stand still. Only the occasional cars whizzing by on the highway below the mountain told him that time passes and years pass by. After 2 full days and nights, the ant colony finally settled down. During the 2 days of sweeping, although a lot of ordinary ants were lost, a large colony of more than 500,000 ants was also taken down. This caused the experience points he had accumulated to soar back up to 1.8 million. Lin Su didn't take in that group of ants. After all, the populations are different. There is a difference in pheromones, and when combined together, it's rather confusing. As for himself, he had finally managed to return to his best condition, including force value and venom. After digesting the last leg of that wild beaver's meat, the force cap has to be added. He spent 200,000 experience points to increase the limit of the force value to 3,000. Looking at the data display of 3,010, Lin Su was somewhat helpless. Adding the limit didn't allow him to directly obtain the force value. He still had to slowly draw from the space to recover, and a force value of 3,000 is already the limit for this level. In that case, am I not far away from advancing to second rank too? Again? He suddenly realized that it was only defense and speed, each of which still required just 1 million experience points. 2 million experience points. But it was just a trip to a cow and sheep slaughterhouse. Anyway, it's still a little bit short. Why don't we just boost the ant colony first? It's in full condition now, and then go to the slaughterhouse at night, and when it's promoted to second order level 2, we'll go and finish off that Lu Zhengtang. As the ant colony got bigger and bigger, Lin Su happened to be rich in experience points, and this time, he simply directly raised the level of the latter one as well. The latter went through several metamorphoses in a row and reached level 7 directly. The reason why he had been raised all the way up to level 7 was because Lin Su realized that after reaching level 7, the latter one had 0.3 spirit, which was already able to have a simple conversation by way of spirit sensing. In other words, at level 7, Hoi essentially became an intelligent being, able to understand the verbal signals Lin Su conveyed to it, rather than mere pheromones. But the poor Hoi was an ordinary ant queen and didn't give birth to any skills. It was just that its size was already close to Lin Su. After all, it was an ant queen and had a natural advantage in terms of size. A reproductive tool. Not that it needs to have any skills, but this fertility tool, now with a mind of its own. Every time Lin Su came to her chambers, it would stick up and use its tentacles to rub against Lin Su's body. Lin Su knew what it was going to do and could only fall away. Lin Su, who was running away, burst out with a speed of over 12 in an instant. OMG, am I really going to have to do that with an ant for a long time? Unacceptable. According to the system's feedback, the more advanced the being, the more genetically complex it was, so the efficiency of reproducing offspring was also lower. Humans, because of their genetics, are so genetically complex that the number of offspring they reproduce is a world away from the bugs. A level 7 ant queen can only lay 2 or 3 eggs an hour, which means that the latter can only lay about 60 eggs a day now, knowing that it used to be able to lay 600 or 700 eggs a day. Of course, the eggs it laid now had obviously changed, and were more than twice as big as the previous ones. Now that there are enough ant queens, I'm now qualified to pursue numbers while pursuing high-level offspring to ensure that the strength of the ant colony develops towards advanced levels. So now, it's possible to start slowly upgrading the level of some ant queens, allowing them to produce even more advanced offspring. It won't take more than a few days for the last new queens. Their offspring will mature. At that time there will be around 50,000 new ants maturing every day, and at the same time, there will also be a large number of mature princess ants and males. After this batch of princess ants become the new ants, I'll take the existing 75 queens, and upgrade all of them to level 7. At that time, you can really have incremental quantity and quality expanding side by side at the same time and gradually begin to realize quality iteration. Hochi, don't worry, I won't forget your merits, and when the time comes, I'll elevate you to a force being and enjoy the glory of the entire ant colony. The current Dahua and the others, Lin Su had already arranged for them to be in charge of the protection task of the entire ant colony, and he didn't need them now that he was going out. So tonight, Lin Su was acting alone. Anyway, the hill wasn't far from the slaughterhouse, and it was a matter of a few ups and downs for him. Once again coming to the slaughterhouse, Lin Su smiled. The barn was surprisingly welded with a protective mesh of stainless steel that was as thick as a thumb. The gap, however, was more than 10 centimeters wide. It looks like the slaughterhouse owner sees the last accident as man-made. But yes, who would have thought an ant did it? So it looks like that boss didn't report the uniform bureau at all. I'll try the enhanced venom first. How much venom does it take to poison a cow? Lin Su climbed into the barn through the gap in the protective fence, picked a bull of 1,000 pounds, jumped onto the back of the bull, and began to inject the venom. This bull was the strongest one in the entire barn, and if this one could be poisoned, the others naturally were not. A person injected with 0.5 milliliters of venom wouldn't last more than a minute. What if it was a cow? He injected the cow with 0.5 milliliters of venom as well, and then waited quietly on the sidelines, observing the cow's data with his illumination skill. The bull's numbers soon began to slip, falling by a third after 2 minutes. At this point, however, the bull began to get cranky as the toxin made his skin itch, and there was a sharp pain coming from within his body. The toxin of the red fire ants was capable of annihilating cells, and after strengthening it, it was equivalent to someone taking a knife and annihilating the muscle tissue and destroying the bone and periosteum wherever its blood and body fluids went. The pain was tantamount to death by 1,000 cuts. The bull was in severe pain and began to go crazy. Its eyes were red, and it pushed itself towards the tin room with no intention of dying. Even the rope on its nose was torn off hard. It was bleeding from its nostrils, and it turned out that the rope hadn't broken, but had torn its nose instead. Crazy enough for this? Lin Su was startled. The movement would be too big. The bull's strength of more than 12 directly toppled the tin room's iron out of a big dent. That's not all. The cow just now didn't break the tin house with its first blow, but in turn, it went over towards the neighboring cow. Moo! The cow that was toppled was directly toppled to the ground by it, letting out a long, startled cry. Lin Su was really not expecting this. So much commotion that it had long alerted the staff outside, and some were yelling to come in and check it out. Lin Su didn't want to be exposed at this time. He didn't want to shift again just after moving. Killing a cow and killing a man are two entirely different things. He made a split-second decision and turned to go through the gap in the guardrail. After a few minutes, the cow could no longer stand and lay there breathlessly with a low mooing sound coming out of her mouth, which was covered with blood. At the moment it was not even sure what happened to itself. It felt paralyzed all over, and then began to use what strength it had left to rub its body against the wall, making the tin room creak. After 8 minutes, the cow had completely run out of steam and was in a state of near death. 10 minutes later, Lin Su, who had climbed to the roof of the tin room but had not left, received 660,000 experience points. 0.5 milliliters of venom to poison an adult bull. Surprisingly, it only takes 10 minutes. Lin Su himself was shocked by his enhanced venom. The toxin in this venom isn't simply enhanced anymore. It's simply mutated. In the bullpen, a dozen or so workers are in an uproar, and someone is making a phone call to inform the boss to come over. A few minutes later, a man about 170 tall and 260 pounds came in the bullpen. This fat man named Zhou Yunsheng is a local, operating this slaughterhouse for more than 20 years. This kind of business, only the locals can do it. Boss, this cow just went crazy and ran itself into the wall and fucked itself up. Someone started to explain. The crowd chimed in. You guys saw it? Zhou Yunsheng was a bit puzzled. He had been running a slaughterhouse for so many years. Not that he hadn't seen a mad cow, but it was the first time he had heard of a cow that had put itself mad to death. See, just now when we came in, we all saw it desperately trying to hit the walls and the pillars, even knocking over this cow next door, and finally killing itself hard. Tune in the surveillance. There's gotta be surveillance in the bullpen. Boss, the surveillance is broken. I just went to check the wiring and it looks like a rat chewed it. Lin Su, you're the rat. Your whole family is a rat. Zhou Yunqing's eyes dripped and immediately went to check the guardrail himself. After checking around, the guardrail was found to show no signs of having been tampered with. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. The guardrail wasn't tampered with. It wasn't man-made. It wasn't fucking mad cow disease. Was it? When this thought appeared in his mind, Zhou Yunsheng felt a great fear welling up from the bottom of his heart, and his feet slipped, almost falling. Luckily, a sharp-eyed one rushed to hold on. If it's really mad cow disease, this is a big deal, and one needs to get the hell out of here. So Zhou Yunsheng pretended to explain as if nothing was wrong. Li Daofu, you're in charge of this. Lead the gang and bury this cow in the back of the mountain. The cow may have been frightened. It's good that nothing happened. By the way, for tonight's incident, each person will be awarded $5,000. But remember, keep it a secret. and your family can't say anything either. Lastly, I'll say this in advance. If anyone tells anyone about this, I'll tell them to break up their family. You guys know how strong I am. It's not that hard for me to make a few accidents happen to people in this part of the East Side. Hearing Zhou Yunqing say that, everyone thought of something. But the odds are that a virus of the cow kind shouldn't be here for that to happen. The odds are that this is chance. Zhou Yunqing hurriedly drove away. Although the probability of that kind of virus appearing here is extremely small. But in case there is, stay a minute more, that is a big risk. After Zhou Yunqing left, more than a dozen workers did not kill the bull, directly pulling the trailer, 7 hands and feet to push the bull toward the back of the mountain. Lin Su looked at these people burying cow corpses, but an idea came to his mind. If I continue to poison today and go crazy with a few cows in one night, Zhou Yunqing might report his uniform out of fear. But what if I boil a frog in warm water? If 1 or 2 cows die a crazy death a day, he'll definitely still get away with it, and not only won't report the uniforms, but he'll find a way to operate and sell this slaughterhouse. Put your heart in the right place. I'm in business, and if it were me, I'd do the same thing. But if it's sold in a hurry for that reason, then there's a lot of room for maneuvering in between. Having made up his mind, he left the slaughterhouse. Returning to the mountain, he began to share the vision of his servants. First of all, Lin Beibei. This little guy was practicing his sword at such a late hour, practicing the very art of drawing the sword. However, due to his short body, the knife used was not the one Lu Luan had, but a wooden knife. Lin Su didn't know that even if he didn't show up, Lin Beibei had probably guessed his identity. After all, recently, the legend of the Ant-Man had been confirmed, and being so close to his own home, not having any suspicions, that was definitely impossible. Then there was Luo Yu. This guy kept saying that he was a traveler. Lin Su had shared his vision many times but had never found evidence that he was a traveler. This guy is actually studying books on business management. After sharing the vision of the male ants left in the city again and not finding anything wrong, Lin Su then remembered that he had left an undercover agent. Fang Yuanjing's data recovery has been quick in the past 2 days and has been salvaged. Switching to Fang Yuanjing's data, Lin Su immediately brightened up. At this hour, I can't believe you're not sleeping? In Fang Yuanjing's line of sight, filled with the ceiling, the guy seemed to be in a daze. After something like that, just waking up, no one can sleep. All this bizarre aside, as someone who had long heard He Xiang talk about all this, he was naturally able to accept the existence of ants. But when he became a servant of the ants himself, Fang Yuanjing was a bit skeptical. He wanted to resist, as a stopgap measure, but deep inside, there was always a voice reminding himself, you are already the master's servant. You can't betray. Betrayal over there is only one end, that is death. He certainly didn't want to die, but the more he struggled against it, the stronger the feeling of death became. He was someone who had experienced death once and naturally cherished life. That's just it. Looks like I'll just have to resign myself to my fate. A few dozen miles away, Lin Su naturally heard Fang Yuanjing's self-talk. He had already turned into a black line at the moment and disappeared into the vastness of the night, with his destination being the hospital where Fang Yuanjing was.